Chapter 1. Transmigrating as the female supporting role. The Tianji sect is perched atop the majestic peaks of the Tianshu mountain range, enveloped by surrounding mountains and shrouded in ethereal mists that resemble wisps of smoke. Beneath the sect, a meandering mountain stream flows gently, its waters crystalline and transparent, revealing a flawless bed that harbors abundant spiritual energy. By the stream's edge, moonlight grass flourishes, swaying softly in the breeze, creating an exquisite sea of flowers that undulates through the valley. Hellion Sway languidly chews on a tuft of dogtail grass, reclining amidst a cluster of blossoms, her gaze drifting towards the distant, ephemeral clouds and verdant woodlands, while her mind contemplates how to escape the confines of the sect. At the tender age of 12, she has spent 12 years in this world. The origin of it all traces back to a male-oriented harem novel that Hellion Sway had read. As an aficionado of digital literature in the 21st century, she had explored a wide array of genres, yet had never held an interest in male-centric works. However, one day, she stumbled upon a film adaptation of a novel, featuring a character who bore her own name. Intrigued by the actor's stunning looks and exceptional performance, she quickly became engrossed in the show. Upon delving into the comment section, she discovered numerous male fans extolling the virtues of the original work and the male lead's pure romantic sentiments. Her curiosity piqued. She resolved to read the original text, only to find herself utterly taken aback. One could only blame the adaptation for its brilliance, as the original was not but a harem-themed stock market narrative. She could not fathom how a tale so steeped in harem tropes could be linked to the notion of pure love. Had the standards for pure love become so alarmingly low that even 1v1 relationships were no longer a prerequisite? What exactly were these men lauding about the original? Although the male protagonist was indeed a quintessential embodiment of the resilient and tragic hero, with a commendable setup, the female characters left Hellion Sway feeling suffocated. In the narrative, any woman would unthinkingly fawn over the male lead, particularly the character who shared her name, whose stupidity was simply intolerable. After an all-night binge to finish the novel, Hellion Sway succumbed to an abrupt demise. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself before a pair of elderly yet youthful-looking individuals. Their noble stature was evident as they smiled serenely, cooing at her from beside her bed. She attempted to speak, but her throat only produced indistinct sounds of ah, prompting her to fall silent. Gradually, it dawned upon her that she had transmigrated into the very character who shared her name, a female cannon fodder, no less, and had even entered this world in utero. Hellion Fong and Sang Yu were indeed late-life parents. During Sang Ye's pregnancy, she had battled against the demon clan, resulting in Hellion Sujui's frail constitution from birth. She had been consuming various elixirs like mere sustenance, her cultivation talent mediocre at best, barely scraping by to reach the late foundational stage. Reflecting upon the original plot, she recalled that the grand male lead was named Xie Yin, a prodigious talent, the son of Xie Qiji, the eldest daughter of the Xie family, and the Demon Lord. The Xie family was renowned for their swordsmanship, and Xie Qiji had once fallen head over heels for the Demon Lord, eloping with him. Upon realizing she had been deceived by the Demon Lord, she had orchestrated a plot to escape back home, only to be regarded as a disgrace to her family and subsequently shunned. Shortly after giving birth to Xie Yin, she succumbed to illness, leaving him to grow up in solitude within the family, enduring the torment of other children. Not long after, the Demon Lord came knocking, his unpredictable temper leading to the annihilation of the entire family. The fortunate male lead managed to escape and encountered Yi Minjing, a wandering disciple of the Xianling Valley, who saved his life. From then on, Yi Minjing became the primary love interest in the hearts of male fans, effectively serving as the female lead. As for Hellion Sway, this female cannon fodder, her lineage was equally illustrious, being the daughter of Hellion Fong, the sect master of the Tianji sect, while her mother, Elder Sang Yu, was the elder responsible for sword techniques, hailed as a sword master, imparting the art of swordsmanship. The Tianji sect was established a century ago by Hellion Fong and his wife, and Hellion Sway was truly born into a prestigious lineage, having grown up surrounded by adoration and privilege. In the realm of cultivation, It takes centuries of practice to attain ascension, with only a scant few successfully ascending. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, their pets ascend as well. Although she lacked innate talent for cultivation, she could rely on her sect and her parents. Perhaps in 100 or 1,000 years, when her parents ascended to immortality, she too could follow suit and become a scattered immortal. Regrettably, the male protagonist soon entered the Tianji sect, becoming a disciple of Elder Sangyu. Upon encountering the male lead for the first time, Helian Sui was captivated by his handsome appearance, harboring secret affections for him. Yet, the male lead remained indifferent to her, instead treating Yi Minjing from the Xianling Valley with warmth and closeness, igniting within Helian Sui an unprecedented sense of humiliation and resentment. Thus began her relentless schemes against the male lead, covertly inciting other disciples within the sect to humiliate him, for she was the sect master's daughter, the revered young lady of the sect who would dare to defy her. The male lead, newly entered into the Tianji sect, faced great adversity, much of it stemming from Helian Sujui's machinations. Of course, being the grand male protagonist, Helian Sui, as a mere cannon fodder, could hardly hope to bring him down. The male lead, through unwavering effort and unique opportunities, consistently improved his prowess. As she observed his growing excellence, Helian Sui regretted her earlier decisions, even going so far as to pursue him earnestly, ultimately offering the entire sect in hopes of winning his affection, yet failing to secure a place in his harem. Later, driven by jealousy over Yi Minjing's favor with the male lead, Helian Sui resorted to plotting against her, spiraling down a path of self-destruction. Ultimately, she met her demise at the hands of the male lead's sword. Her parents, seeking vengeance on her behalf, turned their ire towards the male lead, ending in tragedy for them as well. Reflecting on her fate in the original narrative, Helian Sui vowed she would never tread the same path as her original counterpart. Now at the age of 12, the male lead was 4 years her senior, and the CF family would face annihilation when he turned 16 this very year. Uncertain of the cost of her transmigration, having already perished in reality, she pondered whether, with a modicum of wisdom, she could live a carefree existence. But could such a delightful turn of events truly exist? She was skeptical that fortune would simply fall into her lap, harboring an unsettling premonition that her arrival here was likely no mere coincidence. Moreover, proximity to the male lead could only yield unfavorable outcomes. What if one day she found herself under the control of the narrative? Would that not spell her doom? She resolved to take action, refusing to remain passive, and determined to ascertain if her transmigration bore any task. Helian Sui decided to venture to the CF family to uncover the truth. Before her lay 2 choices. First, to prevent the CF family's tragic demise. Although the CF family had not treated the male lead kindly, their cultivation resources were exceedingly precious. If she could protect the CF family, the male lead would remain, thus severing their connection. However, the demon clan's strength was unfathomable, capable of obliterating even the renowned Tianjin family overnight. She dared not take such risks, and with no concrete timeline, she had to abandon this path. Second, to thwart the male lead from joining the Tianji sect. As a paragon of the cultivation realm, the Tianji sect would naturally be his first choice, particularly under the tutelage of her mother, Elder Sangyu. Could she threaten him against entering the Tianji sect? That seemed plausible. Or perhaps she could simply eliminate him in secret. What a troublesome dilemma. She pondered. Since Yi Minjing had already saved the male lead, could she not also take him back to the Xianling Valley? Ultimately, after much deliberation, Helian Sui resolved to take things one step at a time, beginning with observing the male lead situation. After all, in the original narrative, the male lead had only arrived at the Tianji sect after a year of fleeing. Perhaps she would not even encounter him during this trip. Most importantly, she needed to verify whether the narrative truly existed. Chapter 2 Descent in the early morning, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle golden veil upon the summit of the sect. Beyond the mountain gate, a winding path meandered down the slopes, leading to the vast expanse of the outside world. The ascent and descent of Tianji sect were starkly contrasting. For newly initiated disciples, the journey upward served as both a test of their aptitude and a trial of endurance. The mountain trails were treacherous, littered with natural and man-made obstacles such as traps, illusions, and demonic beasts. Only through overcoming these formidable challenges could one earn the right to enter Tianji sect and partake in the subsequent trials. It was precisely for this reason that the disciples of Tianji sect were imbued with formidable strength, save for Helian Suisui, who was an exception as a privileged player. Being a second-generation member of the celestial sect, she was naturally exempt from these trials. At her tender age, her frail constitution rendered her unable to take on a master. Although she had not yet joined any sect, she was free to study wherever she wished, a fact that the other disciples had long since become accustomed to. Her mother, Songyu, enforced strict discipline, and on most days, Helian Suisui was required to attend her mother's lessons. Occasionally, Helian Feng would impart some spells to her. Yet she invariably struggled to grasp them. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Helian Suisui gazed upon the undulating peaks and the mist-draped horizon. The mountain breeze caressed her, imbued with the refreshing essence of late summer, playfully stirring her garments as if bidding her farewell. Fearing potential dangers, Helian Suisui brought along her spiritual beast, Ayu. This creature was a gift she received during her first month from the elder in charge of spiritual beasts. Ayu, a juvenile Qilin, had a lifespan that could exceed 2,000 years. Hence, despite its youth, it was already over a century old. Since she was sneaking out, riding the Qilin openly would likely result in her being caught before she even descended the mountain. Thus, Ayu obediently remained in her mustard seed space. Helian Suisui softly comforted Ayu. The mustard seed space contained numerous items she had prepared for her journey, including various elixirs obtained from the Elder of Pill Scriptures and talismans acquired from the Elder of Spiritual Talismans. With these provisions, combined with Ayu's considerable combat prowess, she felt undeterred even when facing mid-tier demonic foes. In any case, she harbored no fears of danger unless misfortune led her to a massacre scene. As a precaution, she also carried a rescue bracelet gifted by her mother, ensuring they could provide timely assistance if needed. Thus, Helian Suisui, who had never ventured beyond Tianji sect, quietly descended the mountain. She glanced back at the towering Tianshu mountain and spoke to the Luin bird, saying, "Father, mother, fret not. I am merely descending to attend to some matters and shall return shortly, well prepared. So there is no cause for concern." Bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun, the peaks behind the sect appeared even more majestic and splendid. Watching the Luin bird soar against the morning light towards the mountaintop, Helian Suisui walked away without a backward glance. As her footsteps gradually receded, the pine forest at the mountain gate seemed to sway gently, as if bidding farewell to her departing figure. After guiding her disciples, Songyu returned to the study of Zixiao Hall. Noticing Helian Feng had not yet returned, she discovered the Luin bird that Helian Suisui had sent back. A sense of curiosity arose within her. Where had her precious daughter wandered off to today without inviting her to cultivate together? Gently touching the Luin bird, she performed a spell to unlock it, only to be met with shocking news. At that moment, Helian Feng entered from the main hall. As soon as he stepped inside, a radiant sword came hurtling toward him. Startled, he quickly blocked it and anxiously inquired, "Madam, what has happened? Who has angered you? How can you even ask? Look at how you have spoiled our daughter." Songyu sheathed her sword and handed the Luin bird to Helian Feng. After understanding the situation, he spoke gravely. "Indeed, it is still too early for Suisui to descend the mountain. However, she has also brought many spiritual pills and artifacts, and the demon clan has not stirred trouble for many years, making the world below relatively safe. Madam, you need not worry." How can I not worry? The cultivation world is rife with treachery, and I fear she may encounter ill-intentioned individuals. Songyu expressed her concerns. Yet, we cannot keep her confined within the sect forever. It would be beneficial for her to gain some experience outside. Let me instruct the disciples who are out training to keep a close eye on her whereabouts, Helian Feng reassured her. That will have to suffice. His health is fragile, yet she remains so unruly. Songyu sighed in resignation, pressing her forehead in exasperation, then pounded the table in anger, exclaiming, "No wonder she has been frequenting the other elders lately. She must have been planning this all along. Once she returns, I shall certainly discipline her." Before she could finish, Helian Feng hurried to comfort her. He understood his wife's temperament well. Although she spoke of punishment, in her heart, she was reluctant to carry it out, and the most she would do was offer a few verbal admonishments. Not long after, Helian Suisui had already arrived in Xinyu Prefecture. The homeland of the male protagonist, with the Xie family residing in the capital city. In the cultivation world, practitioners were primarily concentrated in the central continent, which was divided into 4 prefectures: Xianyu, Baidi, Yunming, and Kurenluan. Tianji sect was located in the northern part of Baidi Prefecture, rumored to be home to a dragon vein, rich in celestial energy, with spiritual fields and lands scattered throughout, teeming with abundant resources. Consequently, within a mere century, Tianji sect rapidly rose to prominence, becoming the foremost sect in the cultivation world. Apart from the central continent, there existed borderlands filled with myriad mysterious locales, including the western regions, southern wilderness, and the far north. These areas were home to countless secret realms and were frequented by demonic beings. However, the demon clan had long resided in the nether realm and seldom ventured into the human world. Helian Sui reached the capital city of Xianyu Prefecture, Yucheng, in just a few days. Throughout her journey, she was immensely grateful for the teleportation talismans gifted by the Elder of Talismans, as without them, she would have struggled to arrive so swiftly. With her hair styled in a delicate fringe and low twin ponytails, her gently curled long hair cascaded like an inky waterfall down to her waist. Clad in a light blue long dress embroidered with silver phoenix patterns, the flowing ribbons danced in the breeze, adding an air of mystery and nobility to her presence. The young girl possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, her fair complexion reminiscent of snow. While she may not be a stunning beauty, she exuded an undeniable charm that drew others close. Helian Sui was quite pleased with her appearance. She dared to proclaim that, with such looks, she could easily rank among the exquisite blossoms of romantic novels. Unfortunately, in the male-centric harem stories, the protagonist consorts were often tall and alluring, seemingly overlooking her petite stature. She reasonably suspected that her inability to integrate into the protagonist's harem in the original text might be related to this. Though she initially wished to remain inconspicuous, she reconsidered. If she were too ordinary, she might risk being abducted without anyone noticing. Thus, it would be better to be somewhat ostentatious, projecting an image of being formidable and unapproachable, which would also facilitate her endeavors. Chapter 3: The system appears. Wow, this Yucheng is astonishingly vast. As Helian Sui stepped into the city, she was immediately awestruck by the grandeur before her. Sitting idly in an exquisite private room of a tavern, her gaze wandered aimlessly out the window, where the bustling flow of pedestrians left her feeling overwhelmed. In such a colossal city, where on earth should she search for the Xie family? The young attendant who had just entered to serve dishes caught wind of the elegantly dressed girl's murmurs and instantly donned a beaming smile, inquiring eagerly, "Little fairy, are you here to find the Xie family of the Tianjin clan?" Upon hearing this, Helian Sui's heart leaped with joy, and she hurriedly retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from her sleeve, offering it to the attendant. "You know, please, tell me all about it." The attendant's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit stone, whose value far surpassed several silver ingots. For cultivators, a low-grade spirit stone might not hold much power, but for those just starting their journey into cultivation, it was sufficient. It was akin to leveling up in a game. Initially, only a small amount of experience was needed to advance a level, but later on, a significant amount of experience was required. Helian Sui had brought a wealth of spirit stones and celestial crystals with her on this journey, yet she had not had the time to exchange them for mundane silver and gold ingots. In the sect, such items were abundant for her, and her cultivation relied heavily on them and elixirs. The attendant accepted the spirit stone and immediately began to chatter excitedly. "Oh dear, little fairy, you have no idea how dangerous it is. Just yesterday, I heard that the Xie family was nearly annihilated by a horde of demons, and it was a gruesome affair. I advise you to reconsider your venture." Yesterday? Helian Sui's expression shifted with shock. She had nearly stumbled upon a massacre scene. "Indeed," the attendant continued, "it is said that demons have infiltrated Yucheng, and the townsfolk are gripped by fear, with many too afraid to venture outside. Just look, while there are still people out there, the atmosphere is far more subdued compared to usual. This tavern hardly sees any patrons now." Helian Sui nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the information." "Not at all, it is our duty," the attendant replied as he placed the dishes on the table before turning to leave. Inwardly, Helian Sui pondered. It seemed the demons had begun their hunt for the male protagonist. Where could he possibly be hiding at this moment? She recalled vividly that in the original storyline, The protagonist was not saved by Yi Minjing and others in Yucheng, indicating he had already fled the city. Xianyu Prefecture, situated in the eastern part of the continent, was bordered by the sea to the east. Thus, the direction of the protagonist's escape was evident. Westward. To the north of Bai Di Prefecture lies the Tianji sect. Yes, I shall pursue westward. Helian Sui resolutely resolved in her heart, pondering to herself that she must witness with her own eyes what this protagonist, known as Long Outyin in the novel, truly looks like. More importantly, she must attempt to thwart his joining of the Tianjizong. With her determination set, action was imminent. As Helian Sui stepped through the gates of Yu City, she cast aside all reservations and immediately summoned her spirit beast. Qilin Ayu, she mounted Ayu, whose entire body shimmered with a mysterious golden light, each scale seemingly inscribed with ancient and profound runes. Iti the sound of Sui's clear command. Ayu raised its head and let out a long roar. Igniting its hooves and soaring through the clouds, Helian Sui's inky black hair billowed in the wind, her garments fluttering gracefully. From a third-person perspective, one would undoubtedly marvel at the remarkable visual effects. Together, the girl and her beast raced towards the moonlit forest in the western part of Xianyu Prefecture, where it was rumored various rare and exotic creatures dwelled among the intricate terrain, making it an ideal hiding place. The likelihood of the protagonist venturing into the moonlit forest was exceedingly high. As night descended, the moonlight poured down like water, and a faint mist enveloped the tranquil mountains and forests. Towering ancient trees loomed like azure dragons, their branches and leaves obscuring the sun, while sunlight filtered through the cracks, casting dappled shadows. In this picturesque night, a dark figure hurriedly weaved through the woods. Despite his swift pace, his steps appeared somewhat erratic. This was a young man clad in a dark robe, his strikingly handsome countenance exuding a sharp and cold demeanor. His complexion was pale, and his deep black eyes were partially obscured by tousled hair. Revealing an extraordinary aura, however, at this moment, his face bore a sickly pallor, a trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. He moved like a specter through the trees, his gaze imbued with a disquieting madness. Xie Yin was being relentlessly pursued by a group of dark-clad demons, the sound of hurried footsteps and the glint of cold blades echoing behind him. Even in the face of dire circumstances, the young man's expression remained unchanged. These demons were cunning and malevolent, wielding bizarre powers, and Xie Yin, outnumbered, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Each attack and each dodge demanded his utmost effort and concentration. The bloodthirsty demons, merciless and unblinking in their slaughter, had their leader, clad in peculiar attire, wielding a gleaming blade and advancing towards him. Although the young man fought valiantly, he could not completely evade the demon's onslaught. And a gruesome wound began to mar his body, blood flowed slowly from his injuries, his complexion growing increasingly pale, and fatigue overtook him as he knelt on the ground. Yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any intent to retreat. The band of demons closed in like a nightmare, each glance filled with murderous intent, as if they could already scent the iron tang of victory. The leader of the demons sneered, "Let us see where you can run this time." With that, he swung his blade towards Xie Yin, and in that moment of life and death, Helian Sui charged towards them on her Qilin. With a sweeping motion, Ayu sent the group of demons sprawling. Perched atop her Qilin, Helian Sui cast a glance down at Xie Yin before calling out, "Sui sword." A dazzling light manifested from her hand, and a long sword emanating a chilling aura slowly materialized. Its silver blade adorned with mysterious patterns, radiating a blue glow. This was her life-bound sword, crafted by her mother Songyu's master. Though her cultivation was not high, the prowess derived from her equipment was formidable. Helian Sui felt a surge of pride. She was indeed flourishing in her current state. Among the demons, only the leader was of the initial stage, while the others were merely lackeys, easily dealt with. Riding her Qilin, Helian Sui nimbly evaded the demon's attacks while wielding her life-bound sword. Waves of sword energy sliced through the air like blue lightning, and one by one, demons fell beneath her strikes. She experienced the exhilarating joy akin to that of a high-tier player. Xie Yin, initially prepared to fight to the death, lifted his gaze towards the girl who had unexpectedly appeared before him. Momentarily dazed, his heart raced uncontrollably as he watched her skillfully fend off the demons with unrefined techniques. Once the demons were vanquished, Hellion Sway leapt down from Ayu, arching an eyebrow with a mischievous smirk as she approached Xia Yan. The young man, seeing her advance, lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions. Halfway to him, Hellion Sway had yet to speak when a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Detected the protagonist of this world. Activating the benevolent system number 001. The activation was complete. Welcome, host, to the Transformation Chronicle world. I am the benevolent system number 001. Please complete the plot from the original work. Hellion Sway nearly stumbled in shock. She had anticipated that no free lunch would come from the heavens. No plot, Lord, but a system instead. What did you say? Hellion Sway exclaimed within her mind, addressing the system with urgency. In simple terms, I am both a system and the heavenly Tao of this world, ensuring that it does not collapse. The transformation into a system is a consequence of your arrival. It seemed to imply that she had indulged too much in system narratives. The host must not act in ways that deviate from the original plot. To this world, the host is from a higher dimensional realm and is aware of future events, which constitutes the plot you refer to. The host must not engage in any actions detrimental to the protagonist and must adhere to the original plot until the original character's demise. If the protagonist dies or deviates from the long Outyin path, this world loses its significance, leading to its collapse. The system inundated Hellion Sway with a series of warnings. Yet, she paid little heed. Understanding that this entity was merely the heavenly Tao of this world, transformed into a system due to her presence, it likely was not a true system, but simply a means to communicate with her. If she were to alter the plot or prevent the protagonist from following the long Outyin path, it would indeed lead to the world's collapse. The fact that it only surfaced when she intended to act against the protagonist suggested that it was powerless against her. Nevertheless, she had no intention of causing the world to collapse, as she had friends and family here, and it would not serve her interests. So, if I just saved the protagonist, which wasn't in the original plot, what consequences will that have? Hellion Sway inquired with some concern. None. Anything beneficial to the protagonist will have no repercussions, the system replied with an emotionless tone. What if I deviate from the plot? Hellion Sway asked, tentatively. You shall face obliteration, dissipating across the myriad worlds. That is the heavenly Tao's punishment for you. She found this hard to believe. If it truly possessed such power, why had it not resolved her fate when she first arrived in this world as an infant? Laughable. Did you not say the key lies with the protagonist? What does it matter if I deviate from the plot? It's as if you suggest the protagonist cannot become long Outyin without my adherence to the plot. Hellion Sway scoffed, rolling her eyes. The system fell silent for a moment, as if it had realized the flaw in its argument. Due to the host's previously detected intentions that may adversely affect the protagonist, I have decided to enforce compliance with the tasks. How awkward. Hellion Sway chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging her earlier, less civilized intentions, which she had meant to implement against the protagonist, but had not yet begun. If that is the case, is there any reward for following the plot as you suggested? Upon completing your plot, I can guarantee your ascension. As long as you do not oppose the protagonist, you will be free in this realm. Your current physical body has perished, and if you wish to return to being an ordinary person, I can also accommodate that. Although the latter option seemed somewhat complicated, it was not explicitly stated. The system's propositions were enticing, and she was determined not to agree to the world's destruction. Living was certainly preferable to dying. So, what do you suggest I do? Should I, as in the original work, deliver the sect to him, only to be stabbed by him once to enable his growth? Not necessary. Do not engage in actions detrimental to the protagonist, but rather exhibit a favorable disposition towards him. Symbolically following the original plot. Favorable disposition? Humph, you wish. Although it sounded appealing, the original character had initially targeted and suppressed the protagonist. Was that not permissible? Minor skirmishes will not affect the protagonist. Just avoid altering major plot points. Such as your previous intentions, the system clarified in this world. Only you can influence the protagonist's fate, even to the extent of killing him, which is why I had to take some enforced measures. While it could not eliminate her, it could still meddle with her. Well then, let us negotiate in the future. Upon completing my tasks, if I choose to return to my original world, you will provide me with limitless wealth and a healthy body. The system seemed to pause for a moment in shock at such shameless demands before finally responding. You truly are a person who wants it all. Sigh. No problem, I agree. You may take the rare treasures of this world and exchange them equivalently in your realm. Hearing this, Hellion Sui Sui could hardly wait for the protagonist to ascend on the spot. Once the terms were settled, she promptly turned around, approaching Xie Yin with a pleasant demeanor. Subsequently, Xie Yin watched as the girl who had just saved his life approached him with a peculiar smile. Seemingly intent on saying something, only to suddenly widen her eyes and spin around. After a brief moment, she resumed her approach as if nothing had occurred. Xie Yin wondered, what does she intend to do? Chapter 4. Hellion Sui Sui's unrestrained critique in the dappled shade of the forest. The young boy leaned wearily against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, his eyes gently closed. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon his eyelids. Reminiscent of the fluttering wings of a butterfly, quivering softly with each breath, as if utterly exhausted at that moment, Hellion Sui Sui gracefully approached Xie Yin, her fingers unconsciously stroking her chin, a subtle glimmer of scrutiny evident in her gaze. She looked down upon him, her mind involuntarily conjuring the mission assigned to her by the system, alongside the narrative from the original text. In the original story, Hellion Sui Sui had yet to make the acquaintance of Xie Yin at this juncture. Their tale would only truly commence when Xie Yin entered the Tianji sect. This realization plunged Hellion Sui Sui into contemplation, pondering whether she ought to begin the execution of her task. The system had indicated that as long as she did not drastically alter the plot's trajectory, symbolically completing certain tasks would suffice. Thank you for your assistance, miss. The boy's cold voice shattered the silence and interrupted her reverie. Perhaps her gaze had been too eager, prompting the originally reticent boy to slowly raise his head. Their eyes meeting in that fleeting moment, Hellion Sui Sui scrutinized the boy up close, astonished to discover that he was an extraordinarily handsome young man. Despite his slender frame, he stood tall and upright, with sharp brows and starry eyes. His gaze resembling an unfathomable abyss, as if the myriad wonders of the world were reflected within them. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his pale skin revealed faintly visible veins, imparting an air of sickly pallor. Hellion Sui Sui mused internally, it seems he has not fared well within the Xie family. The boy's brow furrowed, his lips a shade too pale, his expression marred by pain, his garments soaked with blood. Trembling slightly as he struggled to suppress his physical agony. Only then did Hellion Sui Sui notice one of his arms hanging limply by his side, his sleeve revealing a shocking wound, blood dripping like pearls from a severed string, staining the surrounding grass crimson. Initially intending to leave discreetly, Hellion Sui Sui felt a tightening in her heart upon witnessing this scene. If she were to abandon him here, should the demonic clan pursue him once more? Xie Yin would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, she too would meet her end with the collapse of this world. She crouched down, intending to converse with him, but found this position forced her to look up at him, rendering her somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, she nonchalantly stood, gently touching her nose and pursing her lips before inquiring, "You are gravely injured. Do you require my assistance?" Xie Yin regarded the girl before him, whose noble demeanor was punctuated by incessant fidgeting. His eyes tinged with a hint of amusement. The boy smiled faintly, his tone laced with fragility. "Thank you for your kindness, miss." Hellion Sui Sui scratched her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Given his words, it was evident he needed help. Yet, how could she assist? She was not from the Xinqing Valley. Her knowledge of healing arts was mediocre at best. She was no healer. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she rummaged through her mustard seed space. Producing a plethora of elixirs, I have prepared many medicinal pills. Perhaps they might be of use to you, Hellion Sui Sui said, tilting her head to glance at Xie Yin. Despite enduring ostracism and bullying within the prominent Xie family, Xie Yin, being of noble lineage, had secretly honed his skills and possessed a certain degree of discernment regarding various medicinal pills. Upon seeing the dazzling array of elixirs Hellion Sui Sui had retrieved from her spatial artifact, he felt a jolt within. He fell silent, observing the exquisite collection of pills, each vial appearing exceedingly precious, some encased in delicate jade bottles, others wrapped in luxurious silk. Some vials bore labels indicating their contents, while others did not. The assortment included detoxification pills, vitality restoration pills, injury recovery pills, and bone regeneration pills, each of a grade above intermediate, underscoring their exceptional value. Should any onlooker witness this collection, they might assume she intended to set up a stall. However, even if she were to do so, it would be unlikely for anyone to possess such a wealth of precious elixirs. Xie Yin casually picked up a nameless vial, inhaling its familiar fragrance, instantly recognizing it as a high-grade Yuaning pill, an exceedingly rare treasure for cultivators, worth a fortune. He raised his gaze, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded the girl in her late foundational stage. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It seems you have indeed come well prepared," he pondered. Which esteemed sect's young lady could afford such extravagance? After a moment's thought, he arrived at a conclusion. Few families possessed such wealth and power, yet numerous existences within the sect could claim such status. The only one capable of such lavishness, aside from the renowned young lady of the Tianji sect, was unlikely to be anyone else. Unbeknownst to Helian Sui, she remained oblivious to the fact that her identity had been discerned by him. Watching Xie Yin casually select elixirs, her heart raced with anxiety. If this continued, his wounds would worsen, and he might even bleed out, jeopardizing his life. She thought to herself, if anything were to happen to him, her own life would be forfeit. The mere thought sent a wave of pressure through her chest. What is the matter? Is there not a single vial that could prove useful? Helian Sui could no longer bear to watch, her brows knitted in concern. These were all the elixirs she had hastily gathered into her mustard seed space. She had brought every medicinal pill from her room, even taking several vials from the elders. With so many elixirs, surely there must be one or two capable of treating injuries, right? Yet Xie Yin remained unhurried, quietly observing the girl who had initially appeared with ill intentions, now displaying genuine anxiety. The worry etched upon her face seemed sincere, as though she were the one injured rather than him. A warm current surged within his heart, yet it also stirred unfamiliar feelings. He discreetly averted his gaze. Ultimately, he selected a few vials with pure hues and significant efficacy, gesturing for Helian Sui to stow away the remaining items. Helian Sui could not help but feel perplexed. She recalled that only the vials containing the special detoxification pills bore clear labels, while the rest were haphazardly stored in various containers without distinction. Why had he, after such prolonged scrutiny, only chosen the initial vial? If he had found the healing elixir from the start, why not commence treatment immediately? What was his intention? Did he suspect the pills she provided were flawed? She recalled the elder of the Tianji sect, who was like a sister to her mother and renowned for her alchemical prowess throughout the realm of cultivation. She had treated her exceptionally well, often bestowing upon her various elixirs. Although Helian Sui lacked considerable talent for cultivation, the elders had gone to great lengths to care for her. Helian Sui thought to herself, how dare this male protagonist question the integrity of her elixirs? Once he learns that these pills came from the esteemed elder Taiheng, he would undoubtedly regret his skepticism. When he begs her for pills, it would be amusing to see him weep and kneel. However, these were merely her fantasies. After all, the elders were quite discerning. Once the male protagonist ascended the mountain, they would surely vie to take him as their disciple. After consuming these precious elixirs, the young boy sat quietly beneath the tree, closing his eyes to recuperate his internal energy. Meanwhile, Helian Sui sat beside him, languidly reclining against Ayu. Before long, she leaned against Ayu's warm body, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 5. Helian Sui's unrestrained critique continues as Helian Sui slowly opened her eyes. She discovered that she was still lying beside Ayu, who was already awake and had encircled her completely. Xie Yin maintained his meditative posture, and a wave of confusion washed over Helian Sui. Was his injury truly so severe? Had he not awakened after such a lengthy period? Did she need to contemplate further measures? She approached stealthily, crouching down to observe his injuries with meticulous care. After a thorough examination, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xie Yan's wounds had largely healed. Aside from the tattered remnants of his garments stained with blood, it was nearly impossible to discern that he had once suffered such grievous harm. Helian Sui marveled inwardly at Xie Yan's extraordinary constitution as the male protagonist. His self-healing abilities were indeed astonishing. She could distinctly sense that his cultivation surpassed her own, his profound aura rendering her a novice cultivator, utterly awestruck. Yet, as a foundation cultivator, she found it challenging to identify the exact level of his prowess. Helian Sui pondered. Despite the oppression he faced within the Xie family, his cultivation had advanced to such a remarkable extent, which was truly astonishing. It seemed that even when injured, he could have evaded those demon clans yesterday, perhaps even turning the tables on them. Had she known this earlier, she could have merely observed the unfolding events from the sidelines. However, unbeknownst to Hellion Sui Sui, she had overestimated Xie Yan. He had already exerted himself to escape to this place after being severely injured by high-ranking demon clans. Had she not intervened, he would have been prepared to fight the demons to the death. With his survival left to chance, Hellion Sui Sui couldn't help but recall Xie Yan's character from the original narrative. He was likely enduring considerable pain. Despite frequent bullying and exclusion within the Xie family, his grandmother, the matriarch, had always shown him great care. Yet, time was merciless. The elderly matriarch had aged and could no longer inquire about every matter concerning the Xie family. Even if wronged, Xie Yan, given his nature, might not confide in her, not wishing to burden the aging matriarch with additional sorrow. Now, with the entire family facing slaughter at the hands of demons, Xie Yan must surely be tormented. His enemy was none other than the legendary demon sovereign, who also happened to be his biological father. To avenge his grievances, he would have to defeat the demon sovereign, a descendant of ancient demon gods, whose power was unfathomable. Overcoming him was a task more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Perhaps this was why Xie Yan later devoted himself to cultivation, relentlessly pursuing strength. Hellion Sui Sui concluded that to become a true dragon Aotion, one must possess an unwavering obsession. She gazed at the young man before her, his unparalleled beauty illuminated by the morning light, resembling an unpolished gem, exuding a natural nobility and extraordinary demeanor. She couldn't help but sigh. Although her mission was to target the male protagonist commonly found in harem narratives, she was fortunate that this particular protagonist was not the stereotypical loser conjured up by a shut-in on the brink of death, but rather a true dragon Aotion. If Hellion Sui Sui were to slap this dragon Aotion, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. However, if she were to strike a loser protagonist, he might mistakenly believe she had fallen for him, leading him to indulge in foolish fantasies. An utterly nauseating thought. A character like Dragon Aotion is powerful and confident, possessing a resilient heart and unrivaled strength. Even if he relies on fortuitous advantages, it is still a form of strength. In contrast, the loser protagonist foolishly fantasizes about winning the affection of a wealthy beauty while accomplishing nothing. Akin to a fly, utterly repulsive, surrounded by a harem despite his failures. Countless readers idolize him as a deity, even as the protagonist betrays numerous girls, yet they continue to boast about his pure love. If the world were truly like this, she wouldn't even need to wait for the system as punishment. She would willingly seek destruction alongside the protagonist. As for Xie Yan, as a dragon Aotion, he should possess first-rate qualities in addition to his numerous admirers. When Xie Yan slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. A person and a beast stood silently by his side, their gazes filled with curiosity, as if he were a rare phenomenon. Xie Yan's breath quivered slightly. Had she watched over him all night? You still haven't told me your name. I am Hellion Sui Sui. As Hellion Sui Sui noticed Xie Yan complete his meditation, his gaze clear, she planned to follow the necessary procedures. Although she was already well acquainted with Xie Yan's past through the original narrative, recalling the events in the original text, Xie Yan had only shown a hint of gratitude towards Yi Minjing, while maintaining a cold demeanor towards everyone else. Yet, due to his unparalleled charm, he had captivated countless young women, receiving their affections without ever reciprocating, showing considerable care for his harem. This clearly indicated that the author had infused many wishful elements into the portrayal of the perfect male protagonist. The male lead underwent numerous tribulations, ultimately achieving unparalleled cultivation one day and ascending to immortality. After thrilling battles, he defeated the demon sovereign and rescued those oppressed by him. His merits were immeasurable, moving heaven and earth, thus he was bestowed with divine status. Once he attained enlightenment, his followers ascended alongside him to higher realms, and the subsequent narratives always unfolded in a gratifying manner. Yet, amidst such narratives, while the excitement was undeniable, where was the pure love? Why do so many readers boast in the comment sections of adaptations about the original's touching and pure love? Hellion Sui Sui questioned whether these readers had consumed toxic mushrooms. Had she not seen those divine reviews, she would never have ventured into male-centric novels, leading her to this bewildering world, in the original text. Just as the male protagonist regarded Yi Minjing as a benefactor, in one moment accepting her confession, Hellion Sui Sui hadn't even begun to feel moved before witnessing him effortlessly declare to other admirers, "From now on, you shall all be my women." While some women had indeed aided the male protagonist, must gratitude be expressed through physical means? This was utterly absurd. Undeniably, the male protagonist was indeed exceptional, and his efforts were commendable. However, praising him as outstanding and diligent was sufficient. Why must the term pure love be forcefully attributed to him? Was that what pure love meant to readers? Such deceit deserves divine retribution. Reflecting on this, Hellion Sui Sui developed a negative impression of this harem narrative's male protagonist. Sooner or later, she would find herself entangled in the harem plotline. And if she wasn't careful, she might end up as cannon fodder. Had it not been for the system, she would have long desired to eradicate potential troubles, just as she was nervously brainstorming. The system's cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Abnormal thoughts detected in the host. Please cease immediately. I know. I was just daydreaming to relax my mind. I won't do anything. Hellion Sui Sui replied with a hint of exasperation, her words carrying a half-joking tone. Yet she couldn't help but criticize the system for only appearing when she was contemplating the male protagonist. Instead of assisting her when she needed it was utterly unreliable. It seemed genuinely fearful of her causing trouble, always presenting itself as grandiose. Yet it likely lacked the power to assist and could only rely on her. Nevertheless, she chose not to confront it. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Xie Yin seemed to have sensed a hint of malice from her in a fleeting moment, only for it to dissipate instantly. The girl before him was indeed peculiar, piquing his curiosity further. His gaze sharpened, as if deep in thought, silently observing her every movement. Chapter 6 here is a lengthy segment. My name is Xie Yin. I thank Miss Hellion for her generous assistance. The youth's voice remained cold, yet his eyes betrayed a trace of barely perceptible wariness and indifference, as if concealing a fragment of an iceberg. Hellion Sui Sui couldn't help but think that such an aura was indeed characteristic of a grand male protagonist, possessing all the requisite demeanor. He was not only handsome but also polite. His voice melodious. However, Hellion Sui Sui held no interest in the male protagonist of harem narratives. Had it not been for her mission, she would have genuinely hoped to befriend him. Oh, no need for formalities. Simply call me Sui Sui, she replied, smiling gently, her expression radiating warmth. Under the soft glow of dawn, Xie Yin smiled slightly. As he looked at Hellion Sui Sui, the wariness in his eyes lessened. He gazed at her with a gentleness, softly inquiring, Miss Sui Sui, have you come to Moonlit Woods for some important matter? Hellion Sui Sui's heart tightened, realizing the predicament she was in. After all, the timing was rather fortuitous. Her heartbeat quickened, stirring a sense of panic. She quickly rummaged through the events of the original text in her mind. What was hidden in Moonlit Woods? Right, the spiritual spring. Moonlit Woods concealed a spring capable of purifying the body and enhancing cultivation. Yes, there is indeed something, she replied. I heard that a spiritual spring lies hidden in Moonlit Woods, rumored to assist in enhancing cultivation. I came here to try my luck, only to unexpectedly find you beset by demons. Hellion Sui Sui feigned a sigh, striving to maintain her composure as she attempted to evade the truth with her words. She caught a glimpse of Xie Yin lowering his eyelids, lost in thought, but she could not discern whether he believed her. Regardless of his belief, he couldn't do anything to her at this moment. I see. Xie Yin thought to himself, naturally skeptical. Why would one search for a spiritual spring in such haste? He had sensed that after repelling the demons, the girl approached him with ulterior motives, yet for some reason, she quickly altered her demeanor. Truly a capricious young girl, he found himself increasingly intrigued by her. Moreover, within the heavenly extreme sect, there existed an abundance of treasures. Why would she venture to Moonlit Woods in search of a spiritual spring? Even if she sought the spring, the sect's leader would never permit his precious daughter to wander there. It was evident that this was primarily Hellion Sui Sui's own decision. But what was her true intention? As dawn broke, he asked, What are your plans next? Hellion Sui Sui gazed towards the east, where the sun began to rise. Summoning the wandering Ao back to her side with a gentle stroke on its head, she then turned to inquire of Xie Yin, while her mind was busy calculating. Now that the male protagonist's health was no longer in jeopardy, it was time for her to seek an opportunity to depart. Let him attend to his own affairs, encounter Yi Minjing if fate permits. She could take the chance to explore the mountains below before returning to Tianjizong. Such a rare outing warranted a few days of leisure. Since you are in search of the spiritual spring, why not allow me to accompany you? Coincidentally, I share that inclination, Xie Yin remarked softly, his tone revealing a rare sincerity. Hearing this, Helian Sui inwardly seethed. You should be off to find a marketplace. You ought to be hiding somewhere, not following me, however. She dared not voice such thoughts. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous, Helian Sui replied, her lips twitching in disbelief. She could not fathom how Xie Yin remained oblivious to her desire for solitude. His actions were becoming increasingly perplexing. She secretly rolled her eyes at him. Did he not realize that trailing him was the most perilous choice? What if there were more formidable demon pursuers behind? It seemed the male protagonist showed no concern for his harem, neglecting her well-being entirely. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her and wished to accompany her? Despite having lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, she was still but a girl not yet 13. Helian Sui firmly noted this down. Let us not delay. We should set off, for I have heard that the spiritual spring lies in that direction. Xie Yin stood up, seemingly oblivious to her grim expression. Helian Sui watched as he performed a cleansing ritual, the bloodstains on his body vanishing, yet the fabric torn by the demon remained unrepaired. Xie Yin appeared indifferent to this. Helian Sui retracted Ao into her spatial pocket. Initially, she intended to ride Ao, but felt it improper to leave Xie Yin walking alone, so she resolved to walk alongside him instead. The subtle thoughts of the young girl were not lost on Xie Yin, who observed her reluctant compliance with a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Though she feigned disdain, she seemed to trust him implicitly, providing him with healing elixirs while remaining at his side. His curiosity about her deepened. He wished to discern her true intentions, for she had indeed aided him. The moonlit forest was fraught with peril, and if she truly sought the spiritual spring, he could not help but feel uneasy. Ultimately, observing her exasperated demeanor proved to be quite entertaining. Had Helian Sui been privy to his thoughts, she might have rolled her eyes in exasperation. She genuinely trusted him, convinced that he posed no threat to her at present, and her vigilance was motivated by a desire to prevent his demise. Reluctantly, she steeled herself and followed Xie Yin deeper into the moonlit forest. Within the woods, ancient trees towered overhead, their shadows casting intricate patterns as the youth traversed the tranquil path, one behind the other. As they ventured further, the foliage thickened. The spiritual spring lay concealed within a cave deep in the moonlit forest, rumored to possess crystal-clear waters capable of cleansing the soul, offering immense benefits for cultivation. After a strenuous trek, they finally halted before a discreet cave entrance. A faint, mysterious azure glow emanated from within, as if beckoning the world to unveil its secrets. Helian Sui exchanged glances with Xie Yin, summoned her Sui sword, and deftly severed the vines concealing the cave's mouth. Observing her actions, Xie Yin stepped forward into the cave, with Helian Sui following closely behind, finding solace in his role as the vanguard. The interior of the cave was a labyrinthine expanse, dimly lit, with an ancient and enigmatic atmosphere permeating the air. In Helian Sui's words, it was the scent of treasure. They navigated cautiously for some time until, suddenly, a glimmer of clarity appeared ahead. The cave's space opened up, revealing a grand tree with violet leaves at its center, surrounded by the legendary spiritual spring, forming a serene pool. The water shimmered with a faint azure hue, resplendent and breathtaking. Helian Sui felt a surge of excitement. Having come this far, it would be prudent to collect some of the spiritual spring before departing. She eagerly approached the pool, only to be suddenly halted by Xie Yin. What? Helian Sui exclaimed, her confusion evident. Xie Yin, seemingly understanding her unspoken question, explained, Look closely. The pool contains something. As soon as he spoke, he realized that he had been holding Helian Sui's hand tightly and released her with a slight start. Reflecting on the softness of her grip, a faint blush crept across his face, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Upon hearing this, Helian Sui focused her gaze, discovering that the pool was indeed vast and deep. Below, a long, shadowy shape was faintly discernible. This revelation startled her, and she stepped back in alarm. The world of cultivation was fraught with danger. Xie Yin, with his keen gaze, had already detected the anomaly lurking beneath the water, a black serpent stealthily concealed. its scales glimmering ominously in the dim light. Helian Sui Sui spun around to speak to Xie Yin, but was taken aback by the flush gracing his cheeks, remembering how he had clutched her hand moments ago. Her expression darkened. Damn it, this guy doesn't even spare a 12-year-old. If Xie Yin were aware of Helian Sui Sui's inner thoughts, he might have chuckled softly. His blush was merely a result of embarrassment. He was not adept at interacting with girls, as the women of his family had always regarded him with disdain, avoiding him at all costs, which suited him just fine. Seeing the young girl before him with a troubled expression, he assumed she was frightened. Helian Sui Sui crossed her arms and glared at him, her tone brusque as she questioned, "What exactly is that thing? It's so long, it can't be a snake. Can it?" The mere thought of the creature she had glimpsed sent shivers down her spine. Something of that size was truly terrifying. That is a black serpent. It is likely cultivated for a considerable time and possesses overwhelming strength compared to us. Xie Yin replied, maintaining his composure. Observing his calm demeanor, Helian Sui Sui could not help but scoff inwardly. Knowing we can't win and still remaining so composed? Truly the male protagonist. His expression remained unchanged, as if the previous blush had been a figment of her imagination. So what now? Are we still going to collect the spiritual spring? She huffed, her tone somewhat frosty. Xie Yin, accustomed to the capriciousness of the girl before him, arched an eyebrow and replied in a low, teasing voice, leaning closer to her ear, "What should we do?" "I have no idea." Helian Sui Sui's eyes widened, a sudden jolt of realization coursing through her as she met his bemused gaze, questioning whether she had misheard him. Why did he sound so flippant? This was hardly the time for jest. She shot him a glare before anxiously glancing back at the water's surface, fearing the serpent would suddenly leap out. Her pretense of seeking the spiritual spring had merely been an excuse. She had no intention of losing her life here. Xie Yin watched the animated girl before him with a gentle smile, sensing she had finally dropped her facade. Though he was certain that he had no ties to the Xie family or Tianzhong, the hostility Helian Sui Sui had exhibited upon their first encounter was unmistakably genuine. Yet, she had indeed saved him. Subsequently, she had not inflicted any real harm upon him, instead softening her demeanor and assisting him in ways that were hard to overlook. Chapter 7. Yi Minjing appears. Helian Sui Sui paid no heed to Xie Yin's thoughts. She clutched his clothing tightly and without hesitation pulled him toward the entrance, retreating behind a stone wall while intently scrutinizing the water's surface. Since the male protagonist had indicated his inability to help, it was time to seize the opportunity to escape. She resolved that once they left this place, she would mount Ao and fly away, never to look back. Just as she was about to turn and retrace her steps to the cave entrance, Xie Yin seemed to have anticipated her intentions, once again grasping her wrist firmly, the grip firm yet unyielding. Helian Sui Sui was bewildered, pondering why this male protagonist had such a penchant for grasping young girls' hands. The original text had not mentioned this peculiar habit. As her mind swirled with questions, Xie Yin's low voice broke through, "Don't move. Someone is coming." Helian Sui Sui then noticed the sound of voices approaching from behind the large tree nearby. Alarm gripped her heart. Could there be another entrance to this cave apart from the one they had discovered? Before she could voice her thoughts, the unmistakable sound of footsteps confirmed her suspicions. There indeed was another entrance. A trio of figures hurried forward, seemingly pressed by some urgent matter, their eyes not thoroughly searching their surroundings, thus failing to notice the hidden pair in the shadows. The newcomers consisted of 3 individuals, 2 young men and a woman, each appearing to be around 18 or 19, while the youngest boy seemed no older than 7 or 8. "Hurry, come here. The spiritual spring is truly here." The boy's bright voice echoed throughout the cavern, breaking the prior stillness. "We've arrived. Minjing, Lele. Be cautious. Something feels off here." A man's voice emerged from behind, laced with a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves standing beside the tranquil pool of water. Was Minjing truly Yi Minjing? Helian Sui Sui was taken aback, realizing she was unexpectedly present here. It seemed that in the original narrative, Yi Minjing and her entourage were the ones who rescued the male protagonist in the moonlit forest. From a distance, Helian Sui Sui fixated her gaze upon them, instantly recognizing Yi Minjing, who was regarded as the epitome of beauty by numerous male readers. Contrary to Helian Sui Sui's assumptions, Yi Minjing was tall and possessed a striking countenance, with an air of resilience evident in her brows. Hellion Sui Sui mused to herself that it appeared that Long Outyin favored such a type. Noticing that Hellion Sui Sui's attention remained fixed across the way, Xie Yin lifted his gaze, a hint of casualness in his demeanor. "Do you know them?" he inquired. Hellion Sui Sui was pulled back to reality by his peculiar address, rolling her eyes in silence. The previous request for him to call her Sui Sui had merely been a courtesy, yet he had taken it to heart. Turning to glance at Xie Yin, she found him continuously observing her, which made her feel somewhat awkward. It seemed she had disrupted the original storyline, and she sheepishly touched her nose, averting her gaze. "I don't know them." "Oh, really?" Xie Yan's eyes darkened slightly, and he let out a soft snort. Seemingly displeased, Hellion Sui Sui was utterly baffled. This male protagonist, Long Outyin, had a rather peculiar temperament, indeed. Did they not see the black serpent lurking beneath the pool? How could they stand so close? Unable to contain herself, Hellion Sui Sui inquired of Xie Yin. Before he could respond, she turned to find him merely stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on her as if lost in thought, completely ignoring her question. Observing Xie Yin in such a state, Hellion Sui Sui felt a surge of wariness. This fellow must have developed some thoughts about her. This situation was untenable, though she was blessed with beauty and wealth. The original text had not indicated any affection from him toward her. Moreover, it was always Hellion Sui Sui who attracted a harem. To become someone else's harem? Absolutely not. Seeing his lack of reaction ignited her anger. She recalled how his demeanor had turned peculiar after his meditation that morning and could no longer restrain herself. Casting aside her image, she resolved to confront him, as she had done in the original narrative. Without hesitation, Hellion Sui Sui lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Xie Yin's foot. He winced in pain, returning to reality, eyes wide with disbelief before a realization seemed to dawn upon him. And he chuckled softly. She shot him a glare and coldly retorted, "I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear?" He regarded Hellion Sui Sui with a slight smile, seemingly unaware of how that grin had effortlessly graced his lips. He murmured, "Are you not planning to continue the act, Miss Sui Sui?" "You?" Hellion Sui Sui was taken aback, realizing that he had known from the very beginning that she was putting on a show. She was utterly at a loss for words. "Might I inquire where I have offended Miss Hellion?" At that moment, they were concealed behind the narrow stone walls of a cave. Xie Yin's tall figure appeared to envelop her, and with a mere tilt of his head, he could glimpse the small mole behind her flushed ear. Hellion Sui Sui was oblivious to how intimate their positions appeared. She merely felt her ears and cheeks burning. Understanding it was due to her irritation, she let out a cold laugh. "Well, it's good that you understand I dislike you. You can figure out the rest yourself." Disliking him yet rescuing and aiding him? Xie Yin thought to himself how perplexing the minds of girls could be. Just then, a little boy named Lei exclaimed, "There's something in the water." It turned out she had intended to fetch water but had startled the black serpent, which leapt from the surface. The serpent was several dozen zhang long, its scales glistening like black jade, with eyes as large as copper bells, radiating a fierce glow. It seemed to have claimed this territory as its own, treating the spiritual spring as its possession. With a furious roar, the black serpent lunged toward Yi Minjing and her companions, who swiftly evaded the attack. Seeing them narrowly escape, the serpent opened its massive jaws, unleashing waves of pitch-black energy that surged toward Yi Minjing like ominous clouds before a storm. Hellion Sui Sui felt a surge of anxiety. She thought to herself, if Yi Minjing were to perish here, would it adversely affect the male protagonist's development? Beside her, Xie Yin appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. Yi Minjing narrowly dodged the assault, but the overwhelming presence of the black serpent was suffocating, causing her to involuntarily gasp. The serpent did not relent in its attack. Its gaze was filled with undeniable malice, each swing of its tail generating a tempestuous force that left the onlookers trembling with fear. Realizing that Yi Minjing's group was unable to withstand the onslaught and was succumbing to injuries, Hellion Sui Sui turned to the male protagonist beside her, her voice tinged with urgency. "Are you not going to intervene to save them? That is your harem, after all. If you don't act soon, your harem will dwindle." This black serpent was far too formidable. Did Sui Sui wish to lead her to certain doom? Xie Yin merely raised an eyebrow at her words. A hint of amusement flickered in his seemingly innocent eyes, a subtle smile playing at his lips, his tone laden with mock grievance. Hellion Sui Sui found herself momentarily speechless. Very well, it seemed this Long Outyin was not one to follow the path of a savior. She had anticipated that Xie Yin would be the type to champion the cause of the oppressed, rising to their defense with fervor, only to wipe the blood from his lips and exclaim some playful remark before rejoining the fray. A chuckle escaped her as she amused herself with the absurdity of her own imaginings. She understood the principle that one should not advise others on virtue unless they had endured the same suffering, especially since she was acutely aware of the hardships this youth had recently faced. His transformation into a Dark Lotus villain was indicative of the many male protagonists he had likely bested. Xie Yin observed Hellion Sui Sui's sudden laughter with a puzzled expression. Noticing his gaze, she quickly composed herself and asked earnestly, "What shall we do now? Are we truly going to stand idly by and watch them perish?" She felt powerless to prevent the male protagonist from entering the heavenly supreme sect, unable to kill him, and bound by some convoluted narrative. Furthermore, Yi Minjing seemed to play a role in the male protagonist's future ascent. If she were to die here, would it not be unfavorable? Before her thoughts could settle, the black serpent lashed out with a ferocious tail, sending Yi Minjing and her companions flying, its gaping maw seemingly poised to consume them all. Hellion Sui Sui could no longer bear to watch. She finally decided to take action. Although she was not a benevolent savior of humanity, she found it unbearable to witness others meet a tragic fate, especially when they were the protagonists chosen by the readers of this harem tale. The indifferent male protagonist beside her was no help at all. He was clearly not dependable, yet she could understand, as they were merely one acquaintance away from marriage. What reason had he to risk his life to assist? Thus, Hellion Sui Sui summoned her sword, the Sui Sui sword, and faced the black serpent head-on. Just as Yi Minjing was about to be devoured, a brilliant beam of sword light streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor slicing through the night, intercepting the attack. The clash of sword light against the serpent's scales produced a deafening metallic sound, halting the serpent's advance and inflicting a counter-blow upon it. Chapter 8. Strength dependent on equipment. Hellion Sui Sui had never anticipated that her equipment would prove so formidable, gripping the extraordinarily sharp long sword in her hand. Her excitement grew. The blade radiated an increasingly vibrant blue light, as if it had captured the frost of 1,000 winters from the northern lands. Sword energy coalesced around her, forming countless icy blades that shot toward the black serpent. She leaped gracefully, pointing her sword toward the heavens, as the spiritual talismans streaked like shooting stars toward the serpent. Upon contact, the talismans erupted into brilliant light, showcasing the incredible destructive power contained within the high-grade talismans. Before long, the black serpent writhed in agony, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it roared in fury, opening its massive jaws to unleash waves of dark energy. Hellion Sui Sui was clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. In her haste, she raised her arm to meet the impending strike. Xie Yin, who had been observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow at the scene. Reacting instinctively, he stepped in front of Hellion Sui Sui, shielding her from the serpent's deadly assault. Hellion Sui Sui glanced at him, scoffing, "Himph, I thought you had already made your escape." Amused by her boldness, Xie Yin smiled gently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "Is this how you truly perceive me, Sui Sui?" Since the two had laid their cards on the table, the customary pleasantries between them had dissipated. Hellion Sui's words dripped with biting sarcasm, yet Xie Yin remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Dismissing him entirely, Hellion Sui Sui seized the opportunity to gather her sword energy and spiritual force, launching a final strike against the black serpent. With a thunderous roar, the black serpent ceased its struggles, its colossal form collapsing slowly at the water's edge. She raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her brow, emerging from her shock, realizing that she had truly vanquished the black serpent. Gazing at her own equipment, she felt a sense of disbelief. She still had a Qilin slumbering within her spatial realm. Although residing in the mustard seed space, it could enter and exit freely. Its absence during the battle made her wonder. Did it imply that it sensed no threat from the black serpent? Was she indeed that formidable? Hellion Sui Sui couldn't help but glance sideways. The male lead, Xie Yin, remained present, as if everything unfolded under his control. As Xie Yin approached, seemingly perceiving her astonishment, he murmured, "No need for doubt. Though your cultivation is still in its infancy, You are already capable of challenging opponents at the nascent soul stage. Hellion Sui Sui stared at him in shock. How do you know? Were you deliberately provoking me to act? This Xie Yin was evidently testing her. Yet, his claim that she couldn't best the Black Serpent was clearly not a mere fabrication. He himself had faltered, so how could he expect her to succeed? Initially unaware, but now enlightened. Xie Yin chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Hellion Sui Sui's emotions were complex as she approached the fallen Black Serpent. Stepping on its head to extract the demon core, she recalled a scene from the novel where Xie Yin had obtained a precious demon core while fleeing from the Tianji sect. Though she could not recall which demon it belonged to, that harem story was tedious, and she had only skimmed through it. Truly, he was the quintessential protagonist, even though she had inadvertently disrupted the plot. The challenges Xie Yin faced remained undiminished. Where there are challenges, there are fortunes. Perhaps this is what is referred to as fate. Hellion Sui Sui toyed with the demon core in her hand, recalling the system's words, and casually tossed it to Xie Yin. Here, consider it a small token of gratitude for shielding me from that blow. Xie Yin caught the demon core, examining it closely. Its surface shimmered with intricate patterns, emanating a ghostly blue glow. The demon core was the essence of a demon's life, forged through countless tribulations, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and condensing boundless spiritual energy. Xie Yan's deep gaze fixed on her. Though he had aided Hellion Sui Sui, the ease with which she offered him the demon core was indeed surprising. Hellion Sui Sui was not ignorant of its value. She simply possessed an abundance of treasures. The elders of her sect and her senior brothers and sisters often returned from their expeditions bearing various treasures, including some demon cores. Losing one did not elicit a sense of loss. Moreover, while demon cores contain potent spiritual energy, they ultimately belong to demons. If one could not refine that energy, its use might even lead to adverse effects. Her parents had tirelessly sought the purest sources of spiritual energy for her, rendering these demon cores little more than artworks in her eyes. Once again, Hellion Sui Sui savored the advantages and joys of being a second-generation disciple of the immortal sect. Observing Xie Yin lost in thought, she exclaimed with excitement, "What? Are you so moved that tears are streaming down your face?" Her tone remained as teasing as ever. "I have plenty of treasures here. I'm not lacking this one." "Then, it would be remiss of me to refuse," Xie Yin replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, yet his usually placid eyes sparkled with a hint of light, making him appear much more genuine. Hellion Sui Sui's gaze inadvertently caught that fleeting smile of Xie Yan's, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. She stood rooted to the spot, her previously calm heart stirred with emotion. As if something within her was quietly melting away. "I never imagined this fellow would look so charming when he genuinely smiles. No wonder so many women are captivated by him. I almost found myself entranced by that smile." She resolved silently to broaden her horizons and explore various types of handsome men, rather than remaining by the side of this male lead. At that moment, Lu Ziki approached with his fellow disciples. Sincerely addressing Hellion Sui Sui and Xie Yin, "I am Lu Ziki, and these are my junior brothers and sisters. Today, we owe a great debt of gratitude to both of you for your formidable assistance." Lu Ziki and Yi Minjing walked toward Hellion Sui Sui, smiling in appreciation. "May I inquire which sect you hail from, fellow cultivator?" "We shall certainly pay our respects to your sect in due time." Hellion Sui Sui replied nonchalantly, "It was merely an act of chivalry. There is no need to mention it." Her words carried a hint of indifference, though her gaze involuntarily swept over Yi Minjing. Internally, she marveled. "I must say, Yi Minjing is extraordinarily striking, tall and flawless in appearance, though somewhat lacking in the chest department." Yi Minjing stepped forward, smiling as she introduced herself. "I am Yi Minjing, and this is my junior brother, Feng Lele. May I ask for your esteemed names?" Hellion Sui Sui looked up at her, surprised internally. Is she not a bit too tall? Her voice is also quite low. I never expected the quintessential protagonist to fancy this type. Hesitating slightly, Hellion Sui Sui responded, "My surname is Hellion, and my given name is Sui-as for the person beside me." She cast a glance at Xie Yin, debating whether to reveal his identity. Sensing her hesitation, Xie Yin interjected nonchalantly, "I am Xie Yin." Although the incident involving the Xie family in Yu City had caused quite a stir, Xie Yin was not well regarded within the Xie family and thus, Few recognized him or connected him to that family. Wai Minjing regarded Xie Yin with a knowing glance, seemingly uninterested, before turning to Helian Sui Sui with a smile. Helian fellow cultivator, may I call you Sui Sui? Of course, may I call you Sister Yi? Helian Sui Sui replied, and the other seemed momentarily taken aback before smiling in agreement. Upon hearing Helian Sui Sui's response, Lu Ziki pondered for a moment before approaching her. Helian fellow cultivator, could it be that you hail from the Tianji sect? Indeed, my father is Helian Feng, Helian Sui Sui declared proudly. She had often looked down upon those second-generation heirs who relied on their family backgrounds to act arrogantly, only to realize now that her previous arrogance was misplaced. Possessing power indeed conferred numerous advantages. Beside her, Feng Lei excitedly approached, exclaiming, "So you're the young lady of the sect. No wonder you're so formidable." "You flatter me," Helian Sui Sui replied, glancing at Feng Lei, who was slightly shorter than herself, and feeling a sense of balance restored within her. Despite his diminutive stature, she still relished the feeling of looking down upon others, a little-known quirk of hers. Defeating the Black Serpent was largely due to the preparation she had undertaken. Helian Feng and his wife had set a clear goal for Helian Sui Sui. Cultivation was for the purpose of ascension, while self-preservation relied on equipment. Xie Yin crossed his arms, leaning against the cold, hard stone wall, his gaze directed toward the group of lively individuals in Helian Sui Sui. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. Why must their conversations be so intimate? Why was it that his dialogues with her felt so superficial? Everything about it seemed irksome. After a brief exchange, Helian Sui Sui gradually grasped the unfolding situation. Yi Minjing and her companions had been dispatched to the Xiling Valley for training, initially planning to venture to the Eastern Sea in search of the legendary fish pearl. However, upon passing through Xianyu Prefecture, they had been invited by the Xin family to assist in the healing of their second young lady. It turned out that this young lady had suffered severe injuries during an encounter with the demon clan while out, and had significantly depleted her spiritual energy. Recovery of spiritual energy required the use of spiritual pills, the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, or the consumption of spiritual blood from spiritual beasts. Among other methods, it was also possible to find spiritual springs or mines rich in spiritual energy for meditation. Upon arriving in Yu City, Yi Minjing's group learned of a spiritual spring deep within the Moonlit Grove. However, upon reaching the site, they discovered that the spring was occupied by a black serpent, leading to the events that had just transpired. "Are you planning to bring that young lady here for treatment?" Helian Sui Sui inquired, reasoning that since there was a spiritual spring present, it would be suitable for her recovery. "Not quite. The spiritual spring here is rich in energy. We only need to take some back. Furthermore, the issue with the Xin family's second young lady is not merely a loss of spiritual energy. Her body has also been invaded by malevolent energy, requiring alternative solutions." Lu Ziki sighed before turning to Helian Sui Sui. "Did you two come together? I presume you are also here in search of the spiritual spring?" "Yes," Xie Yin replied from the side. "No, I am not acquainted with him," Helian Sui Sui responded coldly. The two responses echoed simultaneously, and Helian Sui Sui exchanged a glance with Xie Yin. Internally, she mused, this guy has indeed latched onto her. After she leaves, she will certainly have nothing to do with him. Well, since both of you are here for the spiritual spring, why don't we join forces? Yi Minjing suggested, leading the way toward the spring. Casting a spell to extract the spring water into a bottle, Helian Sui Sui held little interest in this spiritual spring. She had originally intended to take some back for bathing, but was surprised to find the black serpent residing within. Who knew how long this old monster had been soaking here? Judging by Lu Ziki's demeanor, it seemed that this spiritual spring had not been adversely affected by the black serpent's presence over the years. Yet she found it unappealing. With a flicker of inspiration, she turned to Xie Yin. "Aren't you looking for the spiritual spring? Hurry and collect some. Since you have already given me the demon core, let the spiritual spring be left for those in need." Xie Yin's response was laden with meaning. Clearly, he had no desire for it either. Helian Sui Sui felt perplexed. What was going on with this male lead? Shouldn't he be exhausting every available resource for cultivation? What a waste. If you don't want it, then neither do I. Ha ha ha. Xie Yin could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words, his eyelashes curling like crescent moons. Clearly aware that she refrained from using it due to her obsessive cleanliness, yet still seeking an excuse, this young lady of privilege was truly amusing. Hellion Sui. Having grasped the meaning behind his smile, rolled her eyes and clasped her fists towards Yi Minjing and the others, saying, "Since the Black Flood Dragon has been dealt with, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." As she uttered the last phrase, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Xie Yan. "Well, thank you, benefactor. Farewell." Yi Minjing and her companions returned the gesture. With that, Hellion Sui swaggered towards the cave's entrance. As she passed by Xie Yan, she paused momentarily, let out a cold snort, and then, with a gust of wind beneath her feet, swiftly departed, as if being chased by ferocious beasts. Chapter 9. A chance encounter with the senior brother. Xie Yan's gaze closely followed the hurried silhouette of the young girl as she departed, a hint of unmasked solitude appearing on his face. His brows slightly arched, a complex emotion flickered in his deep-set eyes, as dark and unfathomable as an abyss. However, this sentiment was soon reined in. Restoring his usual tranquility, he nodded to those around him, softly bidding farewell, then pressed his lips together and walked slowly towards the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, the moment Hellion Sui stepped out of the cave, she summoned her steed, Ao, deftly leaping onto its back and urgently urging, "Ao, let us be off. We are returning to Baidi Prefecture." The creature raised its front hooves, leaping into the air, its wings flapping as if slicing through the clouds. Soaring towards the distant Baidi Prefecture, grasping the Qilin's mane tightly, Hellion Sui felt the wind roaring past her ears. She silently rejoiced, finally able to distance herself from that fellow, and hoped to return in time for her birthday celebration. Xie Yan emerged from the cave, lifting his gaze towards the distance, where Hellion Sui's figure had long since vanished. A trace of barely perceptible desolation flickered in his eyes, the corners of his mouth, which usually bore a hint of provocation and disdain, were now tightly pressed together. He did not linger any longer, turning to leave, his silhouette gradually receding into the twilight glow, ultimately returning to the Moon City. Upon stepping into the estate that once belonged to the Xie family, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. A wave of sorrow surged within him, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The young man donned a set of dark robes once more, sitting alone in the most renowned tavern of Moon City, choosing a seat by the window to observe the outside world. The bustling scene outside, with people coming and going, each engrossed in their own lives, filled him with an indescribable anguish. He was now, undeniably, without a home, as he pondered. A familiar voice reached his ears, "Xie Daoyu." What a fortuitous encounter! Xie Yan looked up to find Lu Ziki and his companions before him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The tavern was teeming with patrons, lively and bustling, indeed a prime place for gathering information. Lu Ziki and Xie Yan sat at the same table, the atmosphere palpably delicate. Lu Ziki sensed the faint air of indifference emanating from Xie Yan, and could not help but speculate that this young man appeared even more distant than he had anticipated. Far less spirited than when he had been in the company of Hellion Sui in this awkward ambience. Only the youngest amongst them, Fong Lei, unabashedly indulged in the delectable dishes before him, relishing every bite. Yi Minjing, on the other hand, feigned nonchalance, though a flicker of barely concealed disappointment crossed her eyes, clearly lamenting the absence of Sui Lu Ziki, ever perceptive, quickly caught onto the conversation at the adjacent table, which mentioned the recent upheavals within the Xie family. The Xie family, renowned as a prestigious sword-fighting clan, had indeed garnered much shock concerning their plight. Lu Ziki hastily beckoned a waiter, inquiring meticulously about the situation. To piece together the unfolding tale. Why are so many people inquiring about the Xie family? Are they unaware that the demonic clan's activities have become increasingly frequent? The waiter, busying himself, curiously shook his head, lamenting, just a few days ago, an extraordinary young fairy came to inquire about the Xie family. She certainly did not appear to be an ordinary person. I wonder how she is faring now. The waiter's words piqued Xie Yan's interest. Previously, he had been quietly sipping tea with his head bowed, but now he slowly raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as a sword as they swept toward the waiter. Fong Lei, unable to restrain her curiosity, interjected, "Was that young fairy the one with two low ponytails?" Exactly. That's her." The waiter, evidently impressed by the young fairy, nodded in affirmation. Xie Yan pondered silently, realizing that the appearance of that little one in the moonlit forest was no mere coincidence. He wondered what her true intentions were. After the waiter departed, Lu Ziki turned to Xie Yan, his gaze earnest as he inquired, Xie Daoyu, are you a member of the Xie family? His reference was undeniably to the illustrious Xie clan. Indeed, Xie Yan replied coolly, his gaze as frigid as ICE.Ye Minjing, having overheard his response, cast a contemplative glance in Xie Yan's direction. Lu Ziki sighed softly, his tone gentle and filled with sympathy. Xie Daoyu, please accept my condolences. His words bore a sense of solace for Xie Yan, but curiosity soon flickered in his eyes as he continued. So, what are your plans moving forward? Xie Yan slowly rose from his seat, his stature tall and commanding as he moved to the window. He retrieved a jade pendant from his waist, gently toying with the smooth stone, his voice calm, to meet an old acquaintance, this. Lu Ziki stepped forward, his gaze drawn to the jade pendant, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, and he could not help but ask in surprise, may I inquire who this old acquaintance of yours is? Seeing Xie Yan gaze back at him, he hastily clarified, I mean no offense, I simply find this pendant somewhat familiar. Perhaps I may know your acquaintance, I only know he is named Shansong. Xie Yan replied coolly. This jade pendant was a keepsake left to him by his maternal grandmother, who had once advised him that it originally belonged to his mother, her most cherished possession during her lifetime. After his mother passed away, his grandmother retained it, knowing she could not protect him forever. She entrusted the pendant to him, urging him to seek out a certain Shansong in Yuming Prefecture in the future. At that moment, Yi Minjing interjected, Senior brother, are we not also heading to Yuming Prefecture? Moreover, I have heard that the head of the Shin family seems to be named Shansong. Could they be the same person? Lu Ziki nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. There is a possibility. The Yuming Prefecture we are heading to is home to the renowned Shan family, a prominent lineage in the world of cultivation. Xie Daoyu, are you planning to visit there? Why not join us? Xie Yan fell silent for a moment, fully aware that he was a target of the demonic clan. Accompanying Lu Ziki and the others could lead to peril. Sensing his concerns, Lu Ziki reassured him, rest assured, even if we were to travel alone, we would encounter various dangers along the way. With more people, we can look out for one another. Only then did Xie Yan consent. After several days of flight, Ao descended in a picturesque little town, where Helian Sui Sui was captivated by the vibrant scenery. Surrounded by lush trees, the sunset cast shimmering reflections upon the creek beside the cobblestone path. Little did she expect such a thriving place to exist at the border of Baidi Prefecture and Xinyue Prefecture. Helian Sui Sui ambled about, munching on roasted chicken wings purchased from a vendor along the way. She took a break in a quaint inn, savoring the local delicacies. Just as she sat inside the inn, leisurely enjoying a cup of fragrant herbal tea, a familiar figure caught her eye. Was none other than her long-lost senior brother. When shunning, Helian Sui Sui felt a mix of surprise and joy, rushing over to greet him. When shunning, upon seeing her, could not help but smile with both amusement and exasperation. I never expected to find you here. I heard from the master that you snuck down the mountain. You are becoming increasingly mischievous. When Shunning's master was none other than Helian Suisu's mother, Songyu. Although she had not formally joined any elder's sect, she still affectionately referred to the disciples of Tianji sect as senior brothers and sisters. Don't be angry. The world down the mountain is quite fascinating, Helian Sui Sui tugged when shunning into the inn, regaling him with tales of her recent adventures. When Shunning gazed tenderly at the animated Helian Sui Sui, listening to her exaggerated narration, is it really that impressive? Sui Sui has truly grown up. He retrieved a small bag from his robes and handed it to her. This is a treasure I acquired during my recent journey down the mountain. Your birthday is approaching, so I wanted to wish you an early birthday. Helian Sui Sui used her powers to inspect the contents of the bag. Gasping in astonishment, so many treasures. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The bag was filled with rare materials, and she knew her senior brother was exceptionally powerful. Yet these treasures were simply too numerous. Do not be so polite. This is merely a portion of what I have gathered. When Shunning feigned a sorrowful tone. Ah, the Sui Sui of your was the most adorable. Every time I returned to the sect, you would eagerly chase after the senior brothers and sisters, curiously asking if I had brought back any treasures. Senior brother, I will accept it, just don't bring up my past mishaps. Helian Sui Sui laughed helplessly. Is that a pearl from a fish of the sea? Where did you travel for this treasure? I want to go too, Helian Sui Sui exclaimed, enviously eyeing the sparkling pearl. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, I will consider taking you along. When Shunning replied gently, nascent soul? How long must one train? Observing Helian Sway's puffed up demeanor, when Shu Ning chuckled softly. Why present me with a birthday gift now? Isn't there still a few days left? Helian Sway inquired curiously. The heavenly extreme sect is not far from here, and since her senior brother has been out training for nearly a year, it seems time for him to return. Under Helian Sway's persistent questioning, when Shu Ning finally revealed his plans, it turns out that not long ago, he journeyed to the East Sea, which was the final destination of his training. Unexpectedly, he encountered a formidable demonic clan there, whose sudden appearance was a mystery. Coincidentally, the Shun family from Yuming Prefecture was also in the East Sea seeking treasures. During a fierce battle with the demons, he received assistance from the Shin family, but afterward, they became separated. Later, he learned that members of the Shin family had sustained injuries during the skirmish, seemingly quite severe. Unable to stand idly by, when Shu Ning resolved to visit the Shin family and offer his meager assistance. Upon hearing her senior brother's experiences, Helian Sway suddenly recalled that Lu Ziki and his companions also seemed to be heading to the Shin family. Is this the same Shin family her senior brother mentioned? So that is the case. Leaning on the table, her eyes wide with innocence, she gazed at when Shu Ning and implored, "Can I come along? I wish to witness it too. I promise I won't be a bother." As she spoke, she raised her hand to the heavens in a vow. Hearing her, when Shu Ning couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Aren't you planning to return? Master must be quite worried about you by now. And isn't your birthday approaching? Don't you intend to celebrate it?" He attempted to persuade her to go back to the sect. "Just agree to it, senior brothered. A birthday celebration is the same no matter where it takes place. Especially with you by my side." Helian Sway cooed, a tactic that had proven effective in the past. Besides, she reasoned, she had always celebrated her birthday on the mountain. Missing this year wouldn't be a significant loss. All right, I truly have no way to refuse you." When Shu Ning consented, knowing that given Helian Sway's nature, if he didn't acquiesce, she would likely follow him secretly. Leaving her alone was even more perilous, so it was better to take her along. Upon hearing her senior brother's agreement, a glimmer of joy danced in Helian Sway's eyes as she looked at her ethereal, gentle senior brother. Thinking, senior brother is the best. She hoped not to encounter the male protagonist again before he stepped into the heavenly extreme sect. That evening, when Shu Ning promptly notified Elder Sangyu of this news using a spirit talisman, since Helian Sway had left the sect quietly, to avoid exposing her intentions, she dared not retrieve a long-distance communication talisman from Elder Lingfu, except for the transmission sparrow. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Elder Sangyu immediately informed Helian Feng. Hearing this, Helian Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After all, he had just heard about the matters concerning the Xie family of Xianyu Prefecture, and he had learned that his daughter had been in the Moon City, which heightened his worries. However, Elder Sangyu was less concerned. Now that Shu Ning is by her side, that child is always steady and reliable. There is no need for excessive worry. Let her enjoy some time outside. After all, she was well aware of her own disciple's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Helian Feng's worries eased slightly. The couple shared an unspoken understanding. Once Sway returned to the sect, should she wish to descend the mountain again, it would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 10. This fellow is also here thus, with a heart full of anticipation. Helian Sway followed closely behind her senior brother, embarking on the long journey to Yuming Prefecture. When Shu Ning, tall and upright, skillfully soared through the air on his sword, the light of the blade flowing like water, while Helian Sway rode atop Ayu, her heart brimming with joy. Initially, Helian Sway enthusiastically invited her senior brother to ride with her. "Senior brother, don't you find flying on a sword too exhausting? Would you like to ride with me?" In truth, only she found sword flight tiring. For someone of when Shu Ning's profound cultivation, it was as effortless as breathing. Turning his head, when Shu Ning revealed a hint of exasperation. Gazing at Helian Sway's playful expression and softly sighed. "You should really practice your sword flight point one day. When Ayu cannot traverse certain areas, you will have to walk." Helian Sway waved her hand dismissively. A playful smile gracing her lips. "It's just sword flight. Of course I know a bit. It's just that I can't fly as long as you can." Prolonged flight indeed consumes spiritual energy, and only highly cultivated practitioners can sustain it for long. Someone like her, still in the foundation establishment stage, could manage to fly over a mountain at most. As she spoke, She gently patted Ao's neck. Lamenting the hardships of cultivation, Ao seemed to sense his master's sentiments, letting out a soft whinny, as if to comfort Hellion Sway. Meanwhile, Xie Yin and Lu Ziqi's party were also hastening their journey to Yuming Prefecture, flying day and night on their swords. After several days of travel, they finally arrived in Yuming Prefecture. Lu Ziqi and his companions had reached an ancient quaint town in the southern region called Li City, nestled amidst a dense bamboo grove. According to Lu Ziqi, the Shin family would be waiting to receive them there. Senior brother Lu, where exactly is the person who will guide us? Yiming asked curiously, her eyes glued to the scenery within the town. According to the sect master, that person will be waiting for us at the largest inn in Li City. We might as well search there. Lu Ziqi replied. Xie Yin remained silent, gripping his sword tightly, his keen gaze scanning every corner of the town. Despite not encountering danger on their journey, he remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. The group traversed the bustling market and arrived at the largest inn in the city. It was an ancient three-story building, adorned with an exquisite plaque that read Ishan Inn. However, they did not find the guide Lu Ziqi mentioned. Lu Ziqi remained confident in his judgment, believing that perhaps the guide had not yet arrived. Thus, they decided to rest here temporarily, waiting a few days for the guide's appearance while also recuperating their strength for the journey ahead. They booked 3 rooms. Xie Yin and Yi Minging each occupied one, while Lu Ziqi shared a room with Feng Lele. As night fell, the lights inside and outside the inn gradually illuminated, casting a warm and tranquil ambience over the ancient wooden structure. Yi Ming quietly opened her room door, stealthily stepping into the night, traversing the corridor to the courtyard, where she found Xie Yin standing alone, deep in thought, unlike the others who had gone to bed early. The moonlight spilled over the young man, adding an air of mystery to his tall figure. Xie Yin, what a surprise to find you here. Just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing him, Yi Minging approached, her voice light and buoyant like that of a youth. Xie Yin, hearing her voice, seemed unperturbed. What is it? His tone was cold and indifferent as he turned to face her, his gaze lingering on Yi Minging as she reverted to her original form, but his expression remained placid. You knew all along? Yi Minging appeared somewhat taken aback, then chuckled softly, continuing, You are the son of the demon sovereign? It seems the troubles befalling the Xie family are not merely coincidence. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan's gaze turned frigid. Who are you? Me? Humph. I am just like you, with the blood of the demon sovereign coursing through my veins. Yi Minging chuckled self-deprecatingly, then added, But don't worry. I'm not here to claim kinship. A flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Xie Yan's eyes. Yet Yi Minging showed no fear. Pressing on, Why look at me like that? I am not your enemy. Do you seek revenge? I can help you grow stronger, for I share the same desire for vengeance. Her words were steeped in profound hatred. With a lowered tone, she revealed a deep sorrow in her gaze. My mother, like yours, fell victim to the seduction of the crimson-flamed demon sovereign. She was tragically lured to the underworld, a place where escape becomes an unreachable dream. Merely for inciting the wrath of the demon sovereign, she was ruthlessly slain. I endured countless hardships to escape that hell. Yi Minging glanced down at her hands, speaking to herself, Now, I can only conceal my true identity like this. Only by slaying the crimson flame can I re-emerge into the light. Xie Yin managed to force out a few words through clenched lips. Crimson flame. Yes, the demon sovereign who kills without mercy goes by the name of Crimson Flame. Do you know? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed that our blood flows with the same essence. His blood. Yi Mingying's voice brimmed with excitement and fury. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Xie Yan's gaze. After a moment of silence, he inquired, What can you do? Clearly, he had begun to believe Yi Mingying's words. The more hands, the greater the strength. I possess a wealth of knowledge about this realm of cultivation. You can trust me. The barrier of the underworld has existed for thousands of years, and it can no longer constrain that demon sovereign. You must understand, he can now freely manifest in the mortal realm. Although his strength has diminished, annihilating a family remains effortless for him. All right, Xie Yin, upon hearing his words, seemed to be reminded of the Xie family. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the sorrow hidden in his eyes. Yi Mingjing, noticing this, steadied her emotions and spoke with conviction. You can no longer remain alone. Until your cultivation improves, every place may be fraught with peril. if you wish to defeat the demon lord. The only path is ascension in the entire realm of cultivation. No one can utterly eradicate him unless you reach that level. Hearing this, Xie Yin furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Wei Minjing, sensing his skepticism, hastily added, "You are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. Is that so?" Xie Yin's dark eyes betrayed no sign of disturbance. By the way, do you know Helian Sui Sui? Yi Minjing suddenly changed the subject. Xie Yin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze turning cold. "What does that have to do with her?" Yi Minjing chuckled softly. "You seem anxious at the mere mention of her. It appears you are indeed acquainted. No need to rush. I simply wish to inform you that once the turmoil surrounding the Shen family has subsided, I recommend you consider joining the Tianji sect. Enrolling in the Tianji sect would be your best option." As she spoke, she transformed her appearance and voice back to that of her previous self, saying, "Think it over." With that, Yi Minjing gracefully turned and returned to her room. Helian Sui Sui and Wen Shunning soared through the skies. Concerned that Sui Sui might struggle with the rigors of travel, Wen Shunning had arranged several rest stops. After days of travel, they finally reached the borders of Yimeng Prefecture. The moment they stepped into the southern part of Yimeng, Helian Sui Sui was astounded by the scenery before her. The lake shimmered like a mirror, the sky and water reflected each other, and mist swirled about, resembling a celestial paradise. Situated in the northern part of the continent, Yimeng Prefecture, due to its proximity to the extreme north, had a cooler climate compared to other prefectures, and its residents donned heavier attire. Unlike the evergreen lushness of the south, the forests in the north exhibited distinctly defined seasons. At this moment, in the golden autumn, the trees on the mountains donned their golden cloaks, a sight so beautiful it was intoxicating. "So this is what Yunmeng Prefecture is like," Helian Sui Sui marveled, curiously surveying her surroundings, and inquired of Wen Shunning, "Senior brother, do you know where the Shen family is specifically located?" Wen Shunning shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. "I only know that the Shen family is situated in the southern part of Yimeng, hidden at the foot of Dongji Mountain, and is quite concealed, surrounded by various formations." Helian Sui Sui pondered for a moment and suggested, "Then perhaps we should inquire in a town with more people. They are bound to be well-informed and may possess clues about the Shen family." When Shunning nodded in agreement, "Yes, let us follow Sui Sui's suggestion." They asked the villagers for the location of the nearest small town and then set off to rest there, planning to gather more information about the Shen family's whereabouts. The villagers informed them of a nearby green mountain, shaded by lush bamboo, at the foot of which lay a tranquil small town named Liqing. Upon hearing this, Helian Sui Sui and Wen Shunning exchanged glances and then embarked on their journey to Liqing, following the direction indicated by the villagers. Upon arriving in town, Helian Sui Sui was immediately captivated by the vibrancy and liveliness of Liqing. She curiously looked around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The local cuisine differed greatly from that of the south, with each dish emanating an intriguing aroma that thrilled her senses. "Senior brother, look over there." Helian Sui Sui spotted an elegantly styled inn and excitedly dashed towards it, turning back to wave at Wen Shunning. Watching her exuberance, Wen Shunning chuckled helplessly and gently reminded her, "Be careful, don't fall." After saying this, he walked in her direction. As Helian Sui Sui entered the inn, she realized just how spacious it was, with a bustling hall filled with patrons seemingly engrossed in some captivating performance. Curious, she squeezed through the crowd and looked up, discovering that the innkeeper was hosting a small auction. The plump innkeeper, feigning a deep voice with a hint of dramatic exaggeration, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This knife, crafted by the renowned Shen family, is priceless, worth a fortune." As she spoke, she gestured for a nearby servant to unveil the knife from its case. The crowd gasped in awe at the exquisite craftsmanship of the knife. But Helian Sui Sui could not discern its quality. Seeing this scene, Helian Sui Sui decided to join the excitement. Despite the throng, her remarkable attire prevented anyone from daring to jostle her. The innkeeper continued her pitch. "The starting bid is 50 taels of silver. The highest bidder takes it. As soon as she finished speaking, the guests began to murmur, with some eagerly placing their bids. 100 taels, 120 taels, 150 taels. The auction hall erupted into a cacophony of bidding, each individual seemingly eager to claim this treasure. At that moment, Wen Shunning entered the inn and immediately spotted Helian Sui Sui, his expression shifting to one of concern as he hurried towards her. Upon seeing her senior brother arrive, Helian Sui Sui squeezed through the crowd and eagerly ran to him, excitedly relaying what she had just witnessed. Senior brother. The innkeeper mentioned that this knife is from the Shin family. She might be able to guide us to their location. When Shunning's eyes brightened with interest at her words, and he led Helian Sui Sui to a spot on the second floor where they could observe the auction below. Helian Sui Sui found the sight of people competing for bids exceedingly entertaining. Noticing her rapt attention, when Shunning teasingly asked, "What is this, Sui Sui? Do you wish to join the bidding?" He understood her character well. His little junior sister had grown up in pampered circumstances. Although lively, she was indeed the quintessential young lady of the sect. Her standards were exceptionally high, and few items could pique her interest. She was merely captivated by the novelty of this small-scale auction. In truth, when Shunning had correctly guessed that Helian Sui Sui held little interest in the knife itself, she was simply enthralled by the ancient auction format. After all, this was her first exposure to the outside world since arriving in this realm, and everything was a source of curiosity. Just then, several individuals clad in simple Taoist robes, resembling ascetic practitioners, entered the inn. Helian Sui Sui focused intently, her heart soaring with joy as she recognized that it was indeed Yi Minjing and her companions. Her previous suspicions had proven correct. They were indeed searching for the same Shun family. After all, a family capable of summoning experts from Xinqing Valley was certainly formidable. Senior brother, look, those are the people I met in Yu City, the ones I mentioned to you. Experts from Xinqing Valley. She exclaimed excitedly to Wen Shunning. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she sprang to her feet and waved enthusiastically at them from the balcony. Sister Yi, we're over here. She waved her hand and noticed a youth in dark robes slowly entering behind them. Helian Sui Sui froze momentarily. What on earth is he doing here again? She muttered under her breath. Chapter 11. Always opposing her earlier that morning, Lu Ziki had suggested that the group should venture outside to explore, hoping to find the mysterious guide from the Shun family. Time passed swiftly, and the morning slipped away in their fruitless search, with no sign of the Shun family's guide. Reluctantly, they returned to the inn, only to witness the scene that had just unfolded. Xie Yin stepped into the inn, his gaze instantly drawn to the elegantly adorned girl standing on the second floor, waving at them. She wore a flowing wide-sleeved garment woven from cloud silk, the sleeves cascading like flowing water, revealing her delicate, fair arms. Below, she donned a floor-length skirt, its voluminous hem crafted from layers of fine cloud silk. Her low double ponytail was casually tied, resembling a stroke of flowing color, making her extraordinarily eye-catching amidst the crowd of the inn, exuding an air of ostentation. Truly, she embodied the demeanor of a young lady, utterly oblivious to the meaning of modesty. Xie Yin keenly sensed that when Helian Sui Sui's gaze met his, a fleeting, inscrutable surprise flickered in her eyes before her waving hand momentarily halted, and she lowered her head to mumble something softly. Seeing her like this, Xie Yan's previously heavy heart lightened unexpectedly, and he couldn't help but smile gently as he ascended the stairs alongside Lu Ziki and the others. When he reached her side, he noticed another young man seated beside her. The youth had a gentle demeanor, with features as exquisite as jade, his eyes and brows exuding warmth. His glossy black hair was held back by a simple jade hairpin, cascading down his shoulders like a waterfall, and he wore a plain white robe, accentuating his ethereal elegance. Wen Shunning stood up upon their arrival, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Wen Shunning, a disciple of Elder Songyu from the Tianji sect. You must be Sui Sui's friends. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wen Shunning's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, making one feel at ease. Lu Ziki and the others introduced themselves in turn before taking their seats. When Shunning's gaze settled on the striking young man in dark robes across from him, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as he slowly remarked, Xie Daoyu, I have heard of your family's misfortunes. He sighed. It is regrettable that I was in Kunlun Prefecture at that time and could not come to your aid in time. The incident was sudden. There is no need for self-reproach. Xie Yan's voice was soft and gentle, yet it stirred a profound sorrow within Helian Sui Sui. She was acutely aware that the pain residing in Xie Yan's heart was far more profound than what he outwardly displayed. The original text narrates that the demon lord, in a fleeting moment of impulse, nearly annihilated the entire Xie family in a single night. As a family renowned for their swordsmanship, the elders of the Xie clan were certainly not lacking in formidable cultivators. Yet they could not withstand even a fraction of the demon lord's might. Should the seal of the underworld be completely lifted, the ramifications would be unfathomable. It was He Lien Sui Sui's mother, Sang Yu's ancestor, who had sealed the demon lord thousands of years ago. This ancestor, upon ascension, rallied many of his contemporaries to combat the demon lord. In the face of imminent peril, he did not hesitate to step forth, fully aware of the threat posed by the demon lord. If action was not taken immediately, the entire realm of cultivation would descend into calamity. He used his own celestial body as a conduit to seal the demon lord. In this realm of cultivation, few ascend, and the true nature of the so-called upper realm remains a mystery to all. Even celestial beings are incapable of vanquishing the demon lord, let alone mere mortals. He Lien Sui cast a glance at Xie Yin, pondering that perhaps only the male protagonist could achieve such a feat. The ancient deities had long since vanished from the world. And unless one was born with divine attributes, even if one were to attain godhood, without the faith of others, a god would gradually fade away. The male protagonist, being the son of the demon lord, inherently possessed divine attributes, and later gained numerous followers, his name echoing throughout the realm of cultivation. Should he eliminate the scourge of the demon lord, those who believe in him would undoubtedly be plentiful. As the seal grew increasingly tenuous, the demon lord could extend his influence across the continent. Perhaps one day, the seal would be completely shattered. At that point, even if all the cultivators of the realm united, they might not be able to seal the demon lord again. As He Lien Sui contemplated this, her heart was burdened with anxiety. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, Lu Ziki inquired of He Lien Sui, "Why do you find yourself here, Taoist friend?" He Lien Sui offered a gentle smile in response, saying, "I accompany my senior brother." She recounted her senior brother's intentions to him, then turned to Lu Ziki and asked, "Elder brother Lu, is the Shin family you mentioned in Yu City the same as the renowned forging family?" "Indeed, it appears our destinations align," Lu Ziki replied. He Lien Sui furrowed her brow slightly and pressed on, "Then, elder brother Lu, do you happen to know the exact location of the Shin family? They seem shrouded in mystery. Despite our inquiries in the city, we have yet to discern their whereabouts." Reflecting on her efforts to gather information along the way, He Lien Sui realized that people's knowledge of the Shin family was limited to their ability to forge rare weapons, while their family's location remained unknown. Truly, this family is exceptionally low-key. Lu Ziki pondered for a moment before responding. The Valley Master once mentioned that the Shun family would send a guide, who would be found in the largest inn in this city. Regrettably, we have yet to locate this guide. Oh, not lose heart. Perhaps the guide has not yet arrived, He Lien Sui reassured, maintaining her spirits. Her gaze shifted to Xie Yin across the room, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Why was he here? Could it be that there was some fortune awaiting the male protagonist? He Lien Sui strained to recall the plot of the original text, but found herself at a loss. After all, the male protagonist's fortunes were scattered far and wide. The narrative of his growth spanned hundreds of chapters, which she had not thoroughly examined. As her thoughts wandered, she casually asked, "Do you know the name of the second young lady of the Shin family?" "I know. Her name is Shin Ishu." Fong Lele, who had been eating, lifted her head and replied with a sweet smile. Upon hearing this, He Lien Sui was struck with astonishment. She remembered. Shin Ishu was indeed one of the male protagonist's consorts. The original text stated that the male protagonist entered the Shun family's threshold due to his grandmother's dying wish. To her surprise, Shin Ishu had fallen head over heels for him at first sight, eagerly seeking to please him, completely unfazed by the number of consorts he had, and resolutely decided to follow him. He Lien Sui inwardly lamented, "This fellow is truly a walking consort collector." Perhaps drawn by He Lien Sui's intense gaze, Xie Yin lifted his head, and their eyes met in the air. He Lien Sui instantly felt a jolt and hurriedly averted her gaze, feeling guilty as she turned her attention to the floor below. Just then, the auctioneer's voice from downstairs caught her attention. The knife that had just been showcased had already soared to a price exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. He Lien Sui mused that if this knife truly originated from the Shun family, then this price would be trivial for her in this world. A single celestial crystal was equivalent to 100 superior grade spirit stones. The grades of spirit stones varied, but typically one superior grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 400 taels of gold. And in the mortal realm, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. Calculating thus, the celestial crystals and spirit stones she had brought would suffice to purchase an innumerable number of knives. As Lien Sui Sui was lost in thought, a sudden, furious voice from outside the hall rang out like thunder. "How dare you? You dare to pass off this inferior product as a genuine item from the Shen family. This knife is not theirs at all." Upon hearing the voice, Lien Sui Sui and the others immediately turned to where it originated. At the entrance of the hall stood a man of remarkable demeanor. Clad in a simple yet elegant long robe woven from ethereal white threads resembling clouds and mist, with delicate golden embroidery adorning the hem and cuffs, exuding an air of understated opulence. Beside him stood a boy clutching a long sword, the one who had just spoken. Lien Sui Sui scrutinized the two at the entrance, pondering how they discerned that this knife was not a product of the Shen family. "On what grounds do you assert that this knife is not from the Shen family? Do you possess any evidence?" Someone voiced the question lingering in Lien Sui Sui's mind. It was the auctioneer's proprietress. Confronted with the sudden challenge, the proprietress descended from the stage, advancing toward the two with an intimidating presence. Lien Sui Sui stroked her chin, thinking to herself, "Now this promises to be an entertaining spectacle." Xie Yan, observing Lien Sui Sui's eager anticipation for the unfolding drama, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing his laughter, she lifted her gaze, only to find him watching her with keen interest, his narrowed eyes betraying an elusive smile, tinged with a hint of subtle mockery. Lien Sui Sui felt a sense of helplessness. Why was it that this fellow always seemed to notice her every little action? "We certainly have evidence," the boy responded calmly to the proprietress and her entourage, unfazed by their approach. "Items or weapons from the Shen family bear unique spirit patterns as a mark. Pray tell, does this knife possess such markings?" The proprietress fell silent, picking up the knife to closely examine its engravings. While the knife appeared magnificent, it was, in fact, hollow and devoid of any true essence. There were no so-called spirit patterns on it. The proprietress unwillingly huffed. "How am I to know whether you are merely speaking nonsense? I have never heard that items from the Shen family bear spirit patterns. Does anyone here have knowledge of such?" She surveyed the guests around her, but everyone shook their heads in response. She then crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "Perhaps the Shen family's items do not even have spirit patterns." "You?" The boy seemed at a loss for words in the face of the proprietress's unreasonable tirade. His anger boiling over as he retorted, "You are utterly unreasonable." Lien Sui Sui regarded the scene below and leaned closer to Wen Shunning, whispering, "Senior brother, is what that person said true? Do items from the Shen family indeed have such spirit patterns?" "I am not entirely certain. I have never used anything from the Shen family," Wen Shunning replied. His personal sword had been obtained during a trial in a secret realm, so he had no need to purchase any artifacts. Though the Shen family was a renowned forging family, most of their work was custom-made for others and not produced in large quantities. Crafting a single artifact required various rare materials, and given their reclusive nature, they seldom ventured out to seek forging materials. Thus, he was uncertain about the family's specifics. After hearing this, Lien Sui Sui refrained from further inquiries, reasoning that perhaps her parents would possess more knowledge. Observing Lien Sui Sui and Wen Shunning so close together, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Xie Yan, who snorted coldly and interjected, "It is indeed true. Items from prominent families possess unique identifiers. But these identifiers serve merely to distinguish authenticity." Lien Sui Sui was momentarily taken aback by his words, then recalled that while most people might not be privy to this information, Xie Yan's mother, Xie Qiji, had been childhood friends with the head of the Shen family, suggesting that the Xie and Shen families had extensive dealings. Hence, it was not surprising that even if Xie Yan had never met anyone from the Shen family, he would be knowledgeable about such details. She gazed at Xie Yan, perplexed as to why he seemed irritated once more. Observing the expressions of Lu Ziki and the others, it seemed they had grown accustomed to his aloofness. Lien Sui Sui further pondered. Since Xie Yan and Yi Minjing had come together, what was the status of their relationship? She glanced at Yi Minjing, who seemed to sense her gaze, and responded with a gentle smile. Never once casting an eye toward Xie Yan, Lien Sui Sui mused, "What is the matter with these two? They appear almost like strangers." Just as she was about to return a smile, she realized that Xie Yan had somehow positioned himself beside her, obstructing her line of sight. He maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss. Lien Sui Sui inwardly grumbled. Why does it feel like this fellow is always opposing her? Chapter 12. Another treasure acquired upon hearing the words of the proprietress. The young boy downstairs flushed crimson, clearly taken aback by encountering such unabashed audacity for the first time. Just as he was about to retort, he was gently halted by the elegant and graceful man beside him, who waved his hand in a placating manner. The man gestured, and the boy understood immediately, promptly cradling the sword in both hands and respectfully presenting it to the gentleman. The man raised his hand, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed forth, enveloping the blade, instantly revealing the distinctive silver runes of the Shen family, which shone like a dazzling emblem. These runes were as delicate as fine threads, twinkling like stars. Although few in attendance had ever witnessed a weapon of the Shen family in person, their family insignia was already widely renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. The man spoke with a cold detachment, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. I am Shan Shaoran, and this sword is indeed not forged by the hand of the Shen family. And no sooner had his words fallen than murmurs surged around him like a tide. Shan Shaoran, is he not the eldest son of the Shen family? Someone gasped. Indeed, it is he. What he says must be true. Another nodded in agreement. How dare the proprietress be so brazen as to deceive us? Someone exclaimed in indignation. I heard that weapons from the Shen family are unique. How could one appear at an auction in such a remote location? Another voiced their confusion. You should have mentioned this earlier. Had I known, I would not have wasted my time here, lamented someone else. I just realized that too. Another added, scratching his head. Despite the presence of many who had never encountered a member of the Shen family, the forging skills of the Shen family had long been exalted in the realm of cultivation. However, this ancient family had become increasingly secretive over the past few centuries, seemingly intent on isolating themselves from the world. Retreating into the mountains, the proprietress, witnessing the unfolding scene, was compelled to lower her head and admit that, in her quest for a good price, she had indeed exploited the name of the Shen family to hype up the sword. Who would have thought a member of the Shen family would appear in such a remote locale? Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest in the sword swiftly dissipated, and they turned to leave. The proprietress, under the boy's accusations, finally seemed to grasp the gravity of her actions, her face streaked with tears as she wept inconsolably, pleading for forgiveness. Shan Shaoran did not chastise the proprietress further. He simply bypassed her with a calm demeanor and strode directly toward the group on the second floor, his steps unhurried. He ultimately halted before them, slightly bowing his head. Though the motion was subtle, it radiated an air of unmistakable nobility and courtesy. His voice was tranquil yet distant. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the earlier commotion. I am Shan Shaoran, here at my father's behest to welcome you all. Inwardly, He Lien Sui pondered. Could this young man be the guide that Lu Degu spoke of? The guide was none other than the eldest son of the Shen family? As the elder brother of one of the main protagonist's love interests, the original text offered only scant descriptions of Shan Shaoran, primarily depicting him as aloof, taciturn, and difficult to approach. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Lu Ziki and the others, Shan Shaoran's gaze fell upon Xie Yan. Noticing the jade pendant at Xie Yan's waist, he paused momentarily before inquiring, Might you be of the Xie family? After a brief pause, his tone grew more direct. Are you perhaps the son of Xie Xie Yan? Xie Yan regarded him warily, his surprise evident that Shan Shaoran recognized him. Sensing Xie Yan's trepidation, Shan Shaoran remained unfazed, merely sighing softly. We all believed you had. He swallowed the words that hung on the tip of his tongue, instead continuing, My father would be most pleased to see you. Xie Yan speculated inwardly, surmising that the individual his grandmother wished him to find was indeed the head of the Xie family. Yet he felt perplexed about the nature of the connection between his mother and the family. He Lien Sui, and when shunning, wishing to avoid appearing abrupt or disrespectful, decided to candidly express their intentions to the host. Though uninvited, they felt it appropriate to convey their presence in the proper manner. Stepping forward, Wen Shunning spoke humbly and respectfully to Shan Shaoran. I am Wen Shunning, a disciple of Tianji sect. I recall our serendipitous encounter in the Eastern Sea, where you graciously extended your assistance. Regrettably, we later became separated. Upon learning that someone was injured during that incident, I could not rest easy, so I brought my junior sister, He Lien Sui, to visit, hoping to offer our modest help. At this juncture, his gaze softened as it fell upon He Lien Suim. My junior sister can be a bit mischievous, but she has a kind heart. She insisted on accompanying me, and I hope that young Master Shun will not mind her impulsiveness. Shen Xiaoran's eyes flickered between the two, and after listening to Wen Shunning's words, a welcoming smile graced his face. Guests are always welcome. I am deeply grateful for your efforts to assist us, Helian Sui Sui interjected. Not at all. We merely did our part. In truth, we ought to be thanking you for your significant aid to my senior brother during the Eastern Sea incident. We shall certainly repay this kindness. Her words were sincere. Upon hearing her, Shen Xiaoran's gaze turned to her, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. He then glanced at Wen Shunning, smilingly asking, "May I inquire as to how young Daoist Wen's junior sister is addressed?" "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Helian Sui Sui. Greetings, young Daoist Shun." She flashed a perfectly sweet smile, one that even the elders of Tianji sect would commend. Shen Xiaoran regarded the young girl before him, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. Many in the realm of cultivation were aware of the esteemed young lady of Tianji sect. However, given her tender age, the sect's leaders had protected her closely. What could have compelled her to venture out and travel such a distance? Although Shen Xiaoran was intrigued, he refrained from probing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement and addressing her as Miss Helian. Turning to the assembly, Shen Xiaoran spoke with a tinge of regret. "I apologize for the earlier embarrassment. It is uncommon for weapons to be sold under the guise of the Shen family's name, and I did not expect to encounter such an occurrence today." He smiled gently once more, adding, "This is not a suitable venue for guests. I kindly invite you to accompany me back to the Shen family estate." The Shen family resided at the foot of Dongji Mountain. The group would need to fly on their swords for a while to reach their destination. Helian Sui Sui had initially intended to summon her spirit beast, Ao, but when she saw that even Shen Xiaoran's attendant was soaring alongside him on a sword, she hesitated. As the entire party took to the skies on their swords, she alone rode upon her Qilin, drawing undue attention. Xie Yin seemed to sense her unease and approached her casually, asking, "Why not summon your spirit beast?" With a playful shift, he teased, "Oh, are you feeling embarrassed too?" After a light chuckle, he soared away on his sword. Helian Sui Sui watched him retreating, her heart brimming with irritation. This male protagonist was truly infuriating, always bringing up things best left unmentioned. She resolved to find an opportunity to get back at him in the future. Initially, she had considered seeking assistance from her senior brother, but recalling his recent complaints, she felt that asking him for help would be rather embarrassing. Though the thrill of posturing before the male protagonist was exhilarating, doing so in front of a crowd felt akin to public humiliation, leaving her with a tinge of mortification. After a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately decided to summon Ao, not wishing to burden the others. Before long, Helian Sui Sui beheld Dongji Mountain, as described by her senior brother. Gazing down from the mountain's foot, buildings appeared to flit in and out of view, enhanced by concealed formations, rendering the place exceptionally secluded and secure. Reflecting on the Xie family's plight, the reasoning behind the Shen family's choice to retreat became clear. Leading the group to the Shen family estate, Shen Xiaoran observed Helian Sui Sui marveling at the intricately designed mansion, and she could not help but exclaim that the legendary family of artisans truly lived up to their reputation. Eventually, they arrived at the ancient yet elegant hall, where they encountered the head of the Shen family, Shunsong. Xie Yin was taken aside by Shen Xiaoran. Contrary to Helian Sui Sui's expectations, the family head was an elderly man with an ethereal presence, his visage both imposing and benevolent. After politely greeting the family head, Madame Shan guided Lu Ziki and the others to visit the second young miss of the Shen family. When Shunning and Helian Sui Sui remained in the hall to express their intentions to Shunsong. Upon learning they hailed from Tianji sect, Shunsong appeared greatly astonished. After when Shunning expressed his gratitude, he humbly replied, "There is no need for such courtesy, my friend. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that we stood against the demon race together. Without your assistance, my daughter would likely not have survived. With your help, I believe she will soon recover." Shunsong then turned to Helian Sui Sui, his demeanor warm and inviting. "I hardly recognized how much you have grown." As he spoke, he gestured for someone nearby to fetch a delicate box and presented it to Helian Sui Sui. Looking to Wen Shunning for reassurance, she accepted the box upon seeing him nod and smile. Opening it, she discovered a ring within. This ring was exquisitely crafted, made entirely of an unknown mysterious metal, seemingly equipped with a mechanism to adjust its size. The exterior of the ring bore a deep iron-gray hue, while the inner side was embedded with a tiny gem, seemingly brimming with rich spiritual energy. Just as Lien Sui Sui was lost in contemplation over the ring, Shun Song suddenly remarked, "This ring was crafted by my own hand. The runes inscribed within are a secret art of the Shin family's legacy, endowing it with formidable defensive power." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Originally, I intended to present this to you on your birthday. However, now that you have arrived at the Shin family, I shall give it to you in advance." Lien Sui Sui hesitated, wanting to express that the gift was far too extravagant. Yet she heard Shun Song say, "Please accept it. This is merely a token of my appreciation." He gazed at her with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with affection. 30 years ago, I ventured into the Northern Territory in search of ice crystals to forge divine weapons. But unfortunately, I encountered high-level magical beasts. It was only thanks to the rescue of Helian Feng and his wife that I was able to escape. Upon hearing this, Lien Sui Sui ceased to refuse. It turned out that ever since Shun Song returned to the Shin family from the Northern Territory, he had been wishing to express his gratitude to Lien Sui Sui's parents, yet he struggled to find a suitable way to convey his thanks. Given that the Helian couple had cultivated for many years and were on the verge of ascension, they were not lacking in anything material. It was only upon the birth of Lien Sui Sui that Shun Song learned of her mediocre cultivation talent. And seeing how dotingly the Helian couple treated her, he decided to craft a special gift for her. Lien Sui Sui could never have imagined that there existed such an extraordinary connection between the head of the Shin family and her parents. Perhaps this was the reason she received precious gifts from various corners of the continent every year on her birthday. She had previously failed to regard these gifts with the significance they deserved, mistakenly believing they were merely a natural manifestation of the sect's strength, a way for them to express their respect. Yet now, reflecting on it, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed by her own superficiality. How many fellow practitioners had her parents assisted during their earlier travels? After listening to the story for a while, when shunning, Lien Sui Sui and Shun Song bid farewell to each other, deciding to seek out Lu Ziki and the others to learn about the latest developments concerning the second Miss Shun. Just as they stepped out of the room, they happened to brush past Xie Yan, who had just arrived. Lien Sui Sui's gaze followed Xie Yan's departing figure, pondering where the plot had progressed to. Would Xie Yan's early arrival at the Shin family have an impact on the future? After all, Shun Song regarded Xie Yan as if he were his own son, which would undoubtedly lead him to stay. If Xie Yan truly chose to remain with the Shin family instead of joining the Tianji sect, would that not signify a deviation from the grand narrative as foretold by the system? How then could she propel the storyline forward? Chapter 13. Journey to the Northern Territory. When Xie Yan brushed past Lien Sui Sui, he inadvertently caught her gaze in his peripheral vision. She furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly lost in thought, which stirred a flicker of curiosity within him. What could this young girl be contemplating? After watching her retreat, Xie Yan entered the hall alone. Inside, Shun Song's keen eyes immediately locked onto Xie Yan's figure. He scrutinized the young man closely, inwardly impressed. Xie Yan possessed an extraordinary demeanor, akin to a sharp sword. Though it had yet to be drawn, its formidable brilliance was already subtly apparent. This young man's future was boundless. "You have reached the late stage of the golden core?" Shun Song stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Since when did you begin your cultivation? It seems you have not been practicing for long." His words carried an imperceptible scrutiny, as if he were pondering something. He was not aware of what had crossed his mind, but his gaze softened, revealing a hint of indescribable warmth and sorrow. Xie Yan contemplated briefly before calmly replying, "I began at the age of 11. His voice was tranquil, as if recounting the tale of another. Prior to that, Xie Yan had lived in the Xie family like a mere servant, until his grandmother returned and discovered his plight. With her assistance, his life took a turn, granting him the opportunity to cultivate in an environment like the Xie family. For Xie Yan to reach the late stage of the golden core alone was a testament to his exceptional talent. Typically, one would require at least a decade of various resources to reach the foundation establishment stage. Just like Lien Sui Sui, who had been cultivating since she could remember, was now only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Noticing Shun Song's intense scrutiny, Xie Yan felt a twinge of confusion arise within him. Shun Song seemed to sense his bewilderment, smiled slightly, and spoke to himself, "I was close friends with your mother. She stayed with my family for a time when she was young. Who would have thought that life could be so unpredictable?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yan's heart stirred. It all made sense now. No wonder his grandmother had urged him to seek out Shun Song. Shun Song's gaze shifted to the jade pendant hanging at Xie Yan's waist, and he slowly said, "This pendant was a gift I gave your mother long ago. I told her that if she ever needed help, she could come to the Shun family for refuge. Yet, despite the great upheaval that transpired, she never came." Xie Yin gently picked up the pendant, his fingertips brushing over it as if trying to feel his mother's warmth from years past. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He understood that coming to the Shin family was his grandmother's wish, and he did not require the Shin family to do anything for him. What he sought was merely the means to increase his strength, to one day exact vengeance. Observing Xie Yan's silence, concern welled in Shun Song's eyes as he softly spoke, "Good child, would you be willing to be my adopted son and stay with the Shin family? We will do our utmost to assist you in your cultivation, enabling you to reach greater heights." After hearing this, Xie Yin pressed his lips together, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He was being pursued by the demon clan. Should he stay here, it would be impossible to guarantee that the Shin family wouldn't become the next target like the Xie family. He could either choose to be a rogue cultivator or join a sect to become a disciple. Instilling a sense of caution in the demon clan, he expressed his gratitude to Shun Song, shaking his head to politely decline the offer, his gaze resolute, conveying the choice he had already made, one he would not easily alter. Shun Song was not surprised by Xie Yan's decision. The young man's decisiveness and resilient spirit reminded him of Xie Qiji. "You possess a temperament akin to your mother's. You are a child of strong opinions." He sighed deeply and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Xie Yan recalled the words of Yi Minjing, who had once spoken to him, and he had long since resolved to join the Tianji sect. As this thought crossed his mind, the lively and vibrant visage of Helian Sui Sui flashed through his mind. A warm smile involuntarily crept to his lips, but he quickly reined it in. His eyes steadfast as he replied, "I plan to join the Tianji sect." Upon hearing this, Shun Song nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval and expectation dancing in his gaze. He did not press further. He understood that this choice represented both a challenge and the best opportunity for Xie Yan. Should you ever require assistance in the future, you are always welcome at the Shin family. As he spoke, he raised his hand and channeled spiritual energy into the jade pendant at Xie Yan's waist, a soft light flashing over it. He then added, "With this, the formations of the Shin family will open to you. Consider this place your home from now on." Xie Yan gazed at the pendant in his hand, which glimmered with a faint radiance, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. He expressed his gratitude to Shen Song, then politely took his leave, turning to exit the hall. Meanwhile, Lu Ziki and his companions followed Madame Shan's lead. Arriving at the courtyard of the second Miss Shan, Madame Shan pushed open an ornate, ancient door, guiding them into a tastefully decorated chamber. Inside lay a beautiful yet frail woman curled upon a sickbed, her complexion pale as if made of parchment, her feeble breaths seeming as though they could cease at any moment. The moment Lu Ziki's gaze fell upon her, he immediately sensed that her injuries were far more severe than anticipated. His brow furrowed, and a look of gravity crossed his features. He knew this was not merely a superficial wound. It was a dire weakness caused by depleted spiritual energy, compounded by the invasion of malevolent energy, inflicted by high-level magical beasts. He gestured for Yi Minjing to retrieve the spiritual spring she carried, and she produced an exquisite vial from her sleeve, presenting it to Madame Shun while patiently advising, "Use this spiritual spring for a bath, and also practice the calming technique." This vial was a magical artifact. Though small, it possessed ample space, capable of holding enough water for 3 uses. Madame Shen gratefully accepted the vial, promptly instructing attendants to lead them to their guest quarters for rest. During this time, Helian Sui Sui found them and inquired about Shun Iju's condition. Upon learning that she was undergoing treatment, Sui Sui chose not to intrude and decided to return the following day. The next day, Lu Ziki and his companions visited the courtyard of the second Miss Shan once more. By this time, Shin Aiju had managed to stand with difficulty, a faint hue of red gradually returning to her pale face, and her breathing appeared steadier. "Thank you to all the benefactors for your concern." Sitting at the table, Shin Iju struggled to rise and perform her greetings, her lips still pale as she offered polite salutations to each person present. Although each movement seemed laborious, she persisted in bestowing sincere smiles upon everyone. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Second." Yi Minjing responded gently, concern evident in her eyes, urging, "Miss Second, you should return and rest well." With that, Yi Minjing subtly nodded to the maid beside Shun Aiju, signaling them to carefully assist her back to rest at that moment. Helian Sui Sui and Wen Shunning also approached, observing Shan Iju's frail figure. And even though she could barely stand, her weakened state tugged at their hearts. Helian Sui Sui hurriedly inquired of Lu Ziki, has she already been treated? Why does she still appear so feeble? Lu Ziki furrowed his brow slightly as he replied, the second Miss Shun has used the spiritual spring. It can replenish her depleted spiritual energy. While it does possess purifying effects, it can only eliminate a small portion of the malevolent energy within her. Helian Sui Sui and Wen Shunning exchanged a glance, worry filling their eyes, before turning back to Lu Ziki and asking, what should we do then? Is there anything you need assistance with? Do not hesitate to inform us. My senior brother and I shall do our utmost to offer our help. At the side. When Shunning nodded in agreement, Lu Ziki looked at them and stated candidly, only by locating the spirit ice flower, which grows in the far north, can we completely dispel the dark energy within Miss Shin air. He paused for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze, before continuing, before that, we require a person of pure spiritual essence and high cultivation to suppress the dark energy within Miss Shun. Performing this every 4 hours without expending too much spiritual power, a practitioner of high cultivation and pure spiritual energy. Helian Sui Sui glanced towards her senior brother. Here, there were certainly many above the golden core stage. But as for those with pure spiritual energy, she mused, it seemed only her senior brother qualified. Pure spiritual power is the energy generated by cultivators when they refine their inner selves, achieving tranquility and clarity. Helian Sui Sui understood her senior brother's temperament well. He possessed a strong sense of morality and a profound sense of responsibility. Moreover, she had never witnessed him in anger, which indicated his state of mind and spiritual power were the purest. I will do it, When Shunning, having discerned Helian Sui Sui's thoughts, proactively proposed, his voice resolute and composed. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Taoist Wen Lu Ziki looked at Wen Shunning, his eyes brimming with gratitude. However, he hesitated again. As for the spirit ice flower, I only know it grows in the far north, but the exact location remains unclear. I shall go in search of the spirit ice flower. At that moment, Shan Shaoran entered, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze, calm yet determined. He gazed at everyone and continued. I have traveled to the northern borders before and am familiar with the geographical conditions there. I shall be the one to seek the spirit ice flower. With Shan Shaoran's cultivation having reached the early stage of the nascent soul, bringing additional assistance would certainly increase the chances of success. Lu Ziki nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Shan Shaoran. All right, but be cautious to AT this time. Minjing gently brushed her sleeve, a hint of barely perceptible anxiety in her eyes. We will also need the rare Ziji herb as a medicinal guide. I recall the Valley Master mentioning that this miraculous spiritual plant can only be found in a mysterious secret realm within the southern wilderness. The specific location would have to be inquired from the Valley Master. Lu Ziki responded, let Minjing, Lele, and I seek it out together. We will need to return to Xinling Valley. Upon hearing this, Helian Sui Sui hurriedly said, in that case, I shall assist in searching for the spirit ice flower as well. Despite her relatively low cultivation, recalling her past success in subduing a 1,000-year-old black serpent made her increasingly confident in her abilities. She felt the urge to contribute in some way. When Shunning immediately dismissed this proposal, his tone was firm. No, you cannot go to the northern borders. Your cultivation is insufficient. Senior brother, trust me, I have this capability. No, I am not at ease. Seeing this, Helian Sui Sui began to appeal to his emotions and reason. Senior brother, you only need to believe in me. I assure you I will not venture into those extremely perilous areas. Moreover, having one more person means an additional strength. My presence might be of assistance. Faced with Helian Sui Sui's sincere plea, When Shunning, well aware that he could not refuse her, finally relented, his tone tinged with resignation, then you must promise me, you shall not step into those dangerous places. I promise. Helian Sui Sui's joy was palpable, her eyes sparkling with delight upon hearing his words. Time was of the essence. Miss Shan Yishu's condition could not be delayed. They'll expedite their search for the spiritual herbs. Lu Ziki and the others resolved to embark on their journey immediately. When Shunning repeatedly cautioned Helian Sui Sui, speaking earnestly until he confirmed that every detail was firmly imprinted in her mind. Before she slowly stepped out of the door, upon exiting, Helian Sui Sui spotted a young man in dark robes, lazily leaning against a tree trunk. Arms crossed, He stood quietly, and as she emerged, his gaze pierced through the languid afternoon sunlight to meet hers, as if he had been waiting for her for quite some time. Lien Sui glanced around, noting the emptiness. Only Xie Yan's solitary figure appeared desolate and forlorn in the gentle breeze. Ha! Lonely? Not at all. At this moment, Xie Yan broke the silence. No need to look around. Seeing you take so long, they have already set off. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he approached her with a light laugh. A trace of elusive cunning flickering in his deep-set eyes. Lien Sui was incensed. I did not take half a day to come out. It had only been a short while. Faced with Xie Yan's self-satisfied expression, seemingly mocking her, she could not help but huff. Don't think I can't see through this. You must be behind all of this. The youth's features were picturesque, striking and gentle. The corners of his lips curled slightly, his tone laced with playful mockery. Don't be angry, young lady. Am I not here waiting for you to personally guide you? He extended the last syllable lazily, his tone exuding a nonchalant attitude. Guide me? Are you also going to the northern borders? Lien Sui looked at him in astonishment, then revealed a face of disdain. What business do you have there? Of course, to lend a hand. Xie Yan shrugged, responding succinctly, but Lien Sui was filled with skepticism. Unfortunately, she had overthought it. Xie Yan was indeed there to assist Shan Xiaoran. Lien Sui did not wish to waste any more words with him. Her eyes darted, and she decided to climb the pole. With a hint of impatience in her tone, she glared at him. Then hurry up and lead the way. Stay close. If you lose me, it's not my concern. Xie Yan replied with a light laugh, turning to leave. Let us go, young lady. Noticing she had not followed, he glanced back at her in that instant. Xie Yan's gaze met that of Lien Sui, who was pouting in anger. He momentarily lost his focus, dazed for a moment, before abruptly averting his gaze, an enigmatic glimmer flickering in his eyes. He turned away nonchalantly. Although his lips remained still, the laughter in his pupils betrayed the secret of his heart. She is truly adorable. Chapter 14. You can enter by yourself. Lien Sui followed closely behind Xie Yan, embarking on the long journey to the northern borders in search of the legendary spirit iceflower. Although Yimeng Prefecture is situated in the northern part of the continent, the Xin family resided in the southern region of Yimeng Prefecture, making the northern borders still a distant goal. After several days, Xie Yan finally led Lien Sui to a tranquil little town in the northern part of Yimeng Prefecture, following the traces left by Shan Xiaoran. At this moment, the landscape was blanketed in white snow, transforming the town into a silver-clad fairyland. The two decided to rest for a while. As night fell, pure white snowflakes began to drift from the sky above the town, lightly settling upon the cobblestone paths, gradually forming a delicate layer of snow. The red lanterns hanging from the eaves cast a warm glow, illuminating the serene night. How much longer do we have to walk? Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Lien Sui, following closely behind Xie Yan, could not help but complain as she admired the picturesque scenery. How could we go wrong? Once we leave this little town, we should arrive. Hearing her grievances from behind, Xie Yan turned his head, observing her slightly wrinkled nose, his tone softening a bit, laced with affection. Why are you so delicate? Upon hearing this, Lien Sui became even more displeased. How dare he call her delicate? She placed her hands on her hips and retorted angrily, Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning me? Xie Yan looked at the little girl before him, who was throwing a fit, and helplessly shrugged, continuing to walk forward, inwardly muttering, This little one has quite the temper. Despite being a cultivator, possessing spiritual power that defied the cold, Lien Sui could not help but harbor mischievous thoughts as she gazed at the youth ahead. If only he could fall flat on his face in front of her. Imagining that scene, Lien Sui could not help but chuckle. Xie Yan, hearing her peculiar laughter, furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, Why did I ever find this little one endearing? This town, nestled among the mountains, though geographically remote, was a necessary passage to the northern borders. Each year, numerous cultivators journeyed to this cold land in search of deeper cultivation paths and opportunities. Therefore, even the most humble of inns were filled to capacity. After wandering the streets of the town for quite some time, the two finally found an inn. This inn was not large and seemed to accommodate only a limited number of guests. Standing before the dilapidated wooden door, Lien Sui scrutinized the shabby sign before glancing at Xie Yan beside her. She raised an eyebrow, mischief glimmering in her eyes, and feigned surprise as she looked at Xie Yan. Is this all you can manage? Making this young lady stay in such a place? Surely, this would provoke him. Xie Yan observed her exaggerated performance, merely smiling at her, the corners of his lips curling upward. As long as there's a place to stay, it's fine. If you find it unsatisfactory, you can always return. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the vast northern expanse, his tone growing serious. The wind and snow tonight are unlikely to cease. Let us rest here for the night. Return? Who do you look down upon? Not receiving the response she desired, Lien Sui huffed coldly and strode angrily into the inn. The innkeeper promptly approached, his keen eyes immediately recognizing the extraordinary youth and the elegantly dressed, noble young lady before him. Years of professional training caused him to beam with delight, and he asked with great courtesy, "Are you two here together? Are you here to stay or—" Before Xie Yan could respond, Lien Sui interjected, "Give me a room on the upper floor." She cast a sidelong glance at Xie Yan, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her tone as she continued, "Moreover, please arrange for my room to be situated a little farther from his." Xie Yan, caught between amusement and exasperation, chose to say nothing further. "Sir, please follow me," the young attendant said, leading them through the dimly lit corridor to their respective chambers. Lien Sui felt a sense of fulfillment. Her room was indeed quite distant from Xie Yan's. After a long and exhausting journey, although she could use the cleansing technique to freshen up, she opted for a warm bath to soothe her taut muscles and weary spirit. A night devoid of dreams ensued. On the morning of the second day, as the first rays of dawn broke, Xie Yan awaited Lien Sui downstairs. Before long, he beheld her descending the staircase from the second floor. She had donned a completely new ensemble, a pale blue wide-sleeved blouse paired with a skirt composed of multiple layers of gossamer, the outermost being a smooth, flowing fabric, while the inner layers consisted of soft and delicate gauze. Though her attire appeared more conducive to movement, it was still strikingly ostentatious. Upon seeing this, Xie Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Pondering to himself the extraordinary passion this young girl had for her appearance, as Lien Sui approached him, she noticed that Xie Yan, too, was clad in rare white attire today. The young man, garbed in snow white, with his ebony hair elegantly tied back, wielded a long sword and regarded her with a warm smile. This sight momentarily left Lien Sui in a daze, contemplating that this so-called dragon hero was indeed quite a handsome sight to behold. A rare gem in the realm of beauty. Hearing Xie Yan's laughter, she shot him an irritated glance and remarked, "The snow has ceased. We should be on our way." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had already stepped outside. Upon reaching the northern borders and arriving at the prearranged meeting place, they found only a few of Shun Xiaoran's subordinates waiting there, with Shun Xiaoran himself conspicuously absent. It turned out that Shun Xiaoran and his party had arrived ahead of them and had left a message, advising Lien Sui and Xie Yan to split up in order to broaden their search. Lien Sui and Xie Yan exchanged glances and decided to heed Shun Xiaoran's suggestion. In the extreme north, the mountains stretched endlessly, and gentle snowflakes perpetually graced the white wasteland above, with the sunlight appearing exceptionally gentle in this region. Lien Sui gazed at the boundless expanse of white mountains and silently mused about the necessity of teaming up with this individual. She turned to Xie Yan and inquired, "Do you know where we might find the spirit ice flower?" Xie Yan slightly lowered his eyelids, pondering for a moment before calmly replying, "I do not know." Seeing his serious demeanor, Lien Sui felt a bit speechless. If he didn't know, why bother putting on such a contemplative facade? She glanced around and asked, "Then which direction should we begin our search?" Before Xie Yan could respond, she continued, "Since young Master Shan set off from the northeast, perhaps we should try heading northwest." With that, she took the lead towards the northwest, and Xie Yan made no objections, following closely behind. Time slipped by as they walked, the terrain gradually leveling out into patches of white moss. Lien Sui observed that these mossy patches were not simply white due to snow accumulation. They were inherently white. The ground here was carpeted with this moss, and the strong winds frequently stirred up clouds of snow, creating an illusion of the sky and earth merging. This place was unsuitable for flying on swords, so they had to proceed on foot. According to Lu Ziqi's description, the spirit ice flower was crystal clear, resembling an ice sculpture, and under the sunlight, its petals could refract a rainbow of colors. This unique appearance was unparalleled in the northern territories, making it easily identifiable. However, as they journeyed, they found no trace of the spirit ice flower. Not even the shadow of the spiritual plant was to be seen. Only moss and more moss. Hellion Sway Sway gradually felt a sense of helplessness and considered summoning Ao, but upon seeing the steadily advancing figure of the young man ahead, she dismissed the thought. She silently speculated about Xie Yan's cultivation level. What was his true capability? Noticing that Hellion Sway Sway's footsteps were slowing behind him, Xie Yan gradually reduced his pace. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed the mossy expanse and arrived at a canyon nestled between the mountains. This canyon was concealed within layers of frozen peaks, flanked by steep rock walls. At the entrance of the canyon lay a narrow passage that could accommodate only one person at a time. Upon seeing this, Hellion Sway Sway and Xie Yan both halted. She gazed at the canyon before her and asked Xie Yan, who stood nearby, "Shall we enter?" To be frank, Hellion Sway Sway was not particularly eager to venture inside. The moment she laid eyes on the scene, she sensed that it likely held some mystery, perhaps even a chance for the male lead. Why should she meddle? If she stumbled, her life could be at stake. The young man's cool, melodious voice drifted down from above, imbued with a hint of determination. Hellion Sway Sway looked up at Xie Yan's sharply defined jaw and flawless profile, her expression impassive as she replied, "Oh, then you go ahead. I will wait for you here." Xie Yan regarded the girl as she spoke and then moved to the side of the rock wall, finding a sheltered spot to sit down. Resting his chin on his hand as he watched her, feeling somewhat speechless. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and go in. Come out soon," Hellion Sway Sway urged, seeing him gaze at her. "Make sure you stay put and don't wander off," he instructed, scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no danger before stepping into the canyon. Chapter 15. Xie Yan is in danger. Hellion Sway Sway gracefully settled onto a soft mat she had retrieved from her spatial pouch. Her gaze following Xie Yan's resolute figure, as she watched him step unhesitatingly into the shadowy canyon. She silently admired his bravery. Truly befitting of a protagonist, his courage and resolve were qualities not easily possessed by ordinary individuals. Shortly after Xie Yan entered the canyon, Hellion Sway Sway had yet to warm herself on the mat when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in her mind, tinged with urgency. "I suggest you follow him into the canyon promptly. According to my analysis, there is an 80% chance the male lead will encounter danger during this venture." Startled by the unexpected voice, Hellion Sway Sway shivered involuntarily and complained, "Could you not be so abrupt? You nearly scared me to death." Since their last interaction in the moonlit forest, the system had been silent, so its sudden reappearance caught her off guard. She gently stroked her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart, and dismissively replied, "Xie Yan is merely going into the canyon to look for a flower. How could there be any danger? If he can't find it, he can just come back out." The system's voice reverberated in her mind. "If there is no danger, then why are you hesitant to follow him into the canyon?" Hellion Sway Sway, feeling a tad guilty, chuckled nervously and offered an excuse, "I'm too lazy to move. I don't want to go in." The system's tone grew increasingly anxious. "You must go in to assist him. He is already in peril. I previously warned you that if the male lead encounters an accident, you too will perish, your soul scattered." These words sent a shock through Hellion Sway Sway, abruptly reminding her of the gravity of the situation. If the male lead were to meet with misfortune, her fate would be sealed as well. She swiftly leaped up from the mat and strode towards the depths of the canyon. However, before she could reach the entrance, she hesitated, torn by conflicting thoughts. If the canyon was indeed so dangerous that even Xie Yan was helpless, wouldn't entering now be tantamount to walking into a death trap? If death was inevitable, she would rather meet her end outside. With that thought, she returned to her seat on the mat. Seeing Hellion Sway Sway's nonchalant demeanor, the system felt a twinge of frustration and had no choice but to concede. "You may enter. I assure you will be unharmed." After a brief pause, it added, "As long as the male lead is safe, you will not suffer any harm. There is still hope if you go in now." Upon hearing such a guarantee, Hellion Sway Sway clapped her hands and stood up, making her way towards the depths of the canyon while reminding the system, "Remember what you just said." The system fell silent, realizing it had once again been outmaneuvered by Hellion Sway Sway, but felt powerless to object. Cautiously, she sidled through the narrow, almost suffocating crevice of the canyon. The sunlight here grew sparse, leaving only dappled shadows dancing upon the rock walls. She advanced cautiously along the winding path, every step taken with utmost care, her footsteps echoing in the vast canyon. Before long, the path opened up before her, as if she had stepped from a dark cave into a world of light. The scenery within the canyon was strikingly different, bursting with life and vibrancy, teeming with various spiritual plants that flourished amidst thick thickets of thorns. Hellion Sui Sui scanned her surroundings, searching for Xie Yan's figure, only to find the space utterly devoid of anyone. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired of the system, "Where is the male lead?" However, the system offered no response. Dismissing it, she muttered to herself that if she truly relied on this system, she might have perished countless times by now. Undeterred, she continued her search for Xie Yan's presence within the canyon. Observing the emptiness of the canyon, she pondered, "It doesn't seem particularly large or dangerous. Could it be that Xie Yan managed to fly away?" The male protagonist truly astonishes. In his pursuit of a flower, he has seemingly vanished without a trace. One glance at this canyon reveals no sign of the Lingbing flower. So why not simply exit? Hellion Sui Sui, while silently lamenting in her heart, cautiously navigates through the thicket of thorns, evading potential traps and unknown dangers. At that moment, she stumbled upon a solitary stone tablet, standing inconspicuously in a quiet corner of the canyon. Something is amiss, Hellion Sui Sui muttered as she stepped forward to investigate. The tablet was inscribed with ancient runes, its characters faded and unclear, the surface marred by the ravages of time, exuding an aura of profound history. The stone emanated an ancient and mysterious charm. Hellion Sui Sui could not help but marvel at its complexity, approaching it with utmost caution, gazing intently at the inscriptions. What does this say? To her dismay, she realized she could not comprehend the symbols etched upon it. That instant, she pondered the presence of such a tablet in this desolate northern realm, which seemed utterly perplexing. Perhaps it was intricately linked to the enigma surrounding Xie Yan's disappearance. Suddenly, she noticed the characters on the tablet flicker momentarily. Driven by curiosity, she gently touched the stone, feeling a chilling sensation at her fingertips, as though she were brushing against the edge of another world. In that instant, the tablet emitted a faint glow, and a mysterious beam of light enveloped her. Hellion Sui Sui widened her eyes, her heart racing with trepidation, realizing the imminent danger, yet it was too late to retreat. The dazzling light compelled her to shut her eyes as she sensed the surrounding vibrations. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an entirely new realm. Everything here appeared fantastical and beautiful, as if she had stepped into a dreamscape. Towering trees obscured the sun. Exotic flowers and grasses bloomed abundantly, crystal-clear streams gurgled gently, and a delicate fragrance permeated the air. Such a place exists in the northern realm? Hellion Sui Sui marveled at the scenery surrounding her. It then dawned on her that this was likely not the northern realm at all. She may have been drawn into a secret domain. Her knowledge of such realms was limited to her parents' tales and the ancient texts of the Tianji sect. Observing her surroundings, Hellion Sui Sui wrinkled her nose. So this is how the scenes within a secret realm appear. For her own safety, she summoned her sword, Sui Sui. Gripping the hilt tightly, she felt a surge of reassurance and ventured deeper into the secret domain. Not long ago, Xie Yan had ventured into this profound canyon alone, discovering that the scenery here was drastically different from the outside world. Sunlight filtered through the narrow crevices of the mountains, casting dappled shadows and adding an eerie allure to this mysterious place. He began his search for the Lingbing flower, his intended target. With utmost caution, Xie Yan navigated the canyon, where an array of spiritual plants flourished, and peculiar flowers graced every corner, filling the air with a subtle fragrance. However, after an exhaustive search, he was disheartened to find that none of these spiritual plants bore the Lingbing flower he sought. Just as he was about to abandon his quest and turn back, his gaze was drawn to a stone tablet adorned with peculiar characters. As he approached the tablet, an overwhelming force ensnared him, pulling him into an unknown space against his will. When Xie Yan opened his eyes once more, he found himself transported back to that fateful night when his family was ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon clan. The secret realm replayed that horrific scene, and he could do nothing but watch in despair, powerless to intervene and save his family. Frowning slightly, Xie Yan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was likely within a certain secret domain. Thoughts of Hellion Sui Sui waiting for him outside the canyon stirred a sense of agitation within him. He wished to escape, but found no means to do so. His attention was irresistibly drawn to the haunting imagery of that night, and waves of sorrow and helplessness crashed over him as despair slowly consumed his heart. Xie Yin quickly recognized the unusual nature of this place. Here, his emotions seemed to be magnified infinitely under the intense emotional upheaval. He felt a primal and wild energy surging within him, as if it were about to tear his body apart. His youthful eyes blazed crimson like blood, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as his nails dug deep into his palms. Droplets of crimson blood trickling down, a faint dark aura began to emanate from his body, and he trembled uncontrollably. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught of this power, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Xie Yin chuckled bitterly, realizing that possessing the blood of a monster made him a monster as well. Chapter 16. The search for Xie Yin amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, Helian sway weaved through the blossoms. Her steps hurried yet ensnared in a labyrinthine maze, seemingly unable to find an exit, and no matter which direction she chose, she remained trapped in this endless cycle. Anxiety and exhaustion gradually eroded her resolve. Compelling her to pause, her mind clouded with confusion. What am I to do now? System, can you speak up? Helian sway, utterly fatigued, voiced her helplessness as she collapsed into a nearby flower bed. Yet, the system offered no reply. Just then, a sudden pang of agony struck her heart, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Almost immediately, her body felt as if it had been crushed by a heavy truck. The pain forced her to curl up, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? The system had assured her that as long as the male protagonist, Xie Yin, remained alive, she would be safe from peril. But now, it seemed Xie Yin was truly on the brink of death. Detecting that the male protagonist Xie Yin is in critical condition, your soul will dissipate alongside his. The system's voice finally chimed in, laced with a hint of mechanical indifference. Helian sway wept bitterly. Yet this time, her tears were not solely due to pain. What can I do? I don't even know where Xie Yin is. Aren't you supposed to be the embodiment of the heavenly path? Tell me, where is he? I can only speculate that he is also within this secret realm. Though I am the embodiment of the heavenly path, I cannot interfere with the fates of any living being. The future remains unpredictable. The system's voice remained cold and unyielding. This world has been shrouded in uncertainty since the moment you entered it. Originally, the male protagonist's fate was not meant to face any obstacles. But your presence has altered everything. You are not the core of this world, yet you possess the power to overturn it, making you a pivotal element in the male protagonist's destiny, the system explained. In other words, you cannot assist me. Helian sway's words dripped with resignation. Are you ready to give up? The system inquired calmly. Give up? Absolutely not. I still wish to claim the ultimate reward. Helian sway gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as she struggled to stand. The system's tone remained flat. Then, I wish you success. The system's emotionless voice ignited a firestorm within Helian sway. If it couldn't help, why add to her troubles, as if she had willingly entered this world? She vowed that once she returned laden with riches, she would find a way to take that accursed book down. Helian sway gazed up at the sky of the secret realm, seeking a sliver of amusement amidst her bitterness. So, there is no sun in this secret realm. How, then, does the sky present itself? Could it be akin to the underground cities during a survival crisis, simulated through screens? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps the space she inhabited was merely one of many simulated by the secret realm. And Xie Yin was not in this space. But how could she shatter this illusion? Surveying her surroundings, she noted that this area was filled with seas of flowers and dense woods. Yet curiously, there were no flying insects, no beasts. Not a single butterfly graced the blossoms. The woods were devoid of birdsong, and no gentle breeze caressed the air. While beautiful, it felt like a lifeless computer wallpaper. Only the central stream flowed gently, and Helian sway approached its banks, cautiously stepping into the water. There was an instinctual sense that this water concealed hidden secrets. After exploring the depths, she indeed uncovered the stone tablet. Unlike the weathered stone of the outside world, this tablet appeared remarkably pristine. Still engraved with the runes she could not decipher, she lightly touched the tablet. A flash of white light enveloped her. And the scenery shifted, transporting her to an unfamiliar family estate. Helian Sui observed a group of children at the entrance, with the leader exuding arrogance. He watched as a group pushed a small, frail boy to the ground, trampling him underfoot. One among the onlookers intervened as the raucous children pummeled the boy. Witnessing this, Helian Sui felt a surge of righteous indignation and rushed forward, attempting to separate the children, only to be astounded that her hands passed through their bodies. She stared in disbelief at her hands, bewildered by the phenomenon. Suddenly, the leading child spoke. "Xie Yin, you disgrace of your family, stained with the blood of demons. You are as filthy as those demons. Why don't you go die alongside your mother?" Helian Sui listened to the piercing words of the child, her shocked gaze falling upon the boy being mercilessly trampled on the ground. Waves of emotion stirred within her. Is that Xie Yin? Could this be the childhood ordeal of the male protagonist as depicted in the original story? Lying on the ground, Xie Yin offered no protest. The arrogant and disrespectful child seemed to have lost interest as a result, disdainfully kicking him before leading a group of followers away. Helian Sui slowly crouched down, gazing at Xie Yin, her heart secretly pondering. At last, she had found the male protagonist, though merely the childhood version of him. After a long while, Xie Yin gradually struggled to stand, his figure stumbling as he walked towards the gate of the Xie residence. Helian Sui watched his frail silhouette, a wave of sorrow swelling within her heart. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her body, she followed in his footsteps. Upon entering Xie Yin's abode, Helian Sui surveyed the cramped surroundings and couldn't help but lament. The servants of the Xie family lived better than this. The childhood of the male protagonist had been unbearably tragic. Time flowed swiftly in the secret realm as Helian Sui followed Xie Yin's perspective, witnessing the unbearable years of his life. Until the age of 11, Xie Yin's existence remained shrouded in shadows. His body often covered in bruises. It was only when the matriarch of the Xie family returned and learned of his plight that circumstances began to improve. The matriarch took Xie Yin under her wing, personally guiding his cultivation. Yet, the elderly matriarch, despite her determination, was ultimately powerless. Xie Yin continued to suffer bullying and exclusion from other family members, albeit in a less overt manner. Receiving scant resources, Helian Sui then realized that Xie Yin's childhood had been far more tragic than she had imagined. Once again, she marveled at how a youth raised in such an environment had not succumbed to becoming a dark villain. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery shifted again, and the Xie family's grandeur was no more. A multitude of demons descended, and Xie Yin, under the matriarch's desperate protection, narrowly escaped, while the Xie family was obliterated overnight. Watching the scene unfold before her, Helian Sui felt an inexplicable intensification of her bodily pain. Could it be that the true Xie Yin was here? As the scenes of the Xie family's demise replayed, Helian Sui traversed through them, searching for a way to break the cycle. Before long, she stumbled upon a familiar stone tablet. This time, rather than recklessly touching it, she brandished the Sui sword in her hand. With a flash of light, the stone tablet shattered in response. The surrounding scenes began to collapse once more. As the setting disintegrated, Helian Sui found herself back at the moment of the Xie family's massacre, but this time, Xie Yin's figure was nowhere to be seen. She continued her search and soon discovered the fallen Xie Yin in the former residence of the matriarch. This time, she was certain beyond doubt that this was the true Xie Yin. Helian Sui hurried over, intending to help him up, only to realize he seemed to be enduring immense suffering. "Hey, Xie Yin, what's wrong with you?" Her voice brimmed with concern. Chapter 17. Rescuing the male protagonist, Helian Sui slowly crouched down, her arms half embracing Xie Yin. The youth before her lay with closed eyes, his complexion pale, breathing shallow, like a flickering candle flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Her heart tightened, as if she were witnessing a reflection of her own fate. The tides of fear and unease surging within her. What on earth was happening? Helian Sui fumed silently at the system in her mind. At that moment, the system finally appeared. You should have realized by now that our male protagonist is on the brink of losing himself to madness. Unless you can swiftly alleviate his current crisis, you will continue to endure pain, and upon his death, you shall follow him into oblivion. Helian Sui inwardly scoffed. Xie Yin is not just ours. He is your male protagonist. All right, I understand now, so will you kindly tell me how to save him? Her heart raced like an ant on a hot pan. The system consistently reminded her that the male lead must not die, yet never provided a concrete solution. The answer was, in fact, right before her eyes. Find the treasures within the secret realm, and you can save him. The system responded cryptically before vanishing into thin air. He Lien Sui fell into silence. At present, they were both injured. How could she possibly search? Looking at the wretched state of the youth in her arms, thoughts of her own fate compelled tears to well up in her eyes. Unable to contain her anguish, she cried out, "Why did you run off like that? Look at us now. Woe is me!" Her voice resonated with despair and helplessness. At that moment, Xie Yin lay helplessly in He Lien Sui's embrace. His eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed in pain, blood oozing slowly from the corner of his mouth. A sight that shocked the onlooker. He Lien Sui, amidst the torment, struggled to lift Xie Yin, but after a few steps, she instinctively leaned forward, nearly toppling over. She straightened her posture at once, tightly grasping Xie Yan's shoulders, lifting his upper body slightly as she meticulously examined his condition. A wave of anxiety surged within her. Xie Yin was already on the verge of collapse, and if he fell again, it would truly mean death was imminent. Faced with Xie Yan's increasingly feeble expression, He Lien Sui suddenly smacked her forehead. Retrieving the precious Jiao Zhu that her senior brother had once gifted her from her spatial pocket, she had almost forgotten. She possessed many treasures, and if she administered them one by one, surely she could revive him. If this didn't work, then she would be left to await her own demise. She recalled her senior brother telling her that the Jiao Zhu contained the essence of the Jiao people's life force and magic, rich in spiritual energy. The Jiao were not monsters, so their spiritual power was not as murky as that of demon pills. If a cultivator could absorb the spiritual energy from the Jiao Zhu, it would accelerate their cultivation and enhance their abilities. Furthermore, the Jiao Zhu possessed miraculous healing properties, capable of treating both internal and external injuries, especially effective against ailments that ordinary medicine struggled to remedy. All of this was hearsay. Its efficacy remained to be tested. Despite her myriad doubts, He Lien Sui had no choice but to muster her courage and attempt it, treating a dead horse as if it were a living one. Suddenly, she halted, her heart tightening. She had no knowledge of how to use the Jiao Zhu. Should she have him swallow it directly, or was there another method? With no time to ponder further, she decisively placed the Jiao Zhu into Xie Yin's mouth. After all, weren't novels always written this way? What miraculous elixir must be swallowed whole? The Jiao Zhu seemed to possess a spirit of its own, emitting a gentle glow as it traveled down Xie Yan's throat, all the way to his dantian. "Xie Yin, you cannot die. Hold on, if you die, I won't be able to live either." He Lien Sui anxiously called out his name as she watched the external wounds on Xie Yin gradually heal after he swallowed the Jiao Zhu. At that moment, Xie Yin was enveloped in excruciating pain, his consciousness fading, as if he were about to plunge into an abyss of darkness and chaos. Within that darkness, he vaguely heard a familiar voice calling his name. Clear and heart-wrenching, if he were to die, she would be unable to survive. Xie Yin slowly opened his eyes, and He Lien Sui's figure gradually came into focus. Her face was as pale as paper, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls, each droplet seemingly reflecting her inner anguish and helplessness. Xie Yin misunderstood. Seeing He Lien Sui in tears, he thought she was weeping for her own tragic fate. Upon realizing that Xie Yin had awakened, she forced a smile that was more painful than crying, "You're awake." Xie Yin replied softly, his gaze turning towards her, noting the slight tremor of her lips. Eyes shimmering with boundless concern, as if a multitude of words were congested in her heart, yearning to be expressed. Yet, in the end, she said nothing, simply gazing at him. He cleared his throat and murmured, "You re-hurting me." Only then did He Lien Sui awaken from her daze, realizing she was still tightly clutching Xie Yin's neck, and quickly released him. The youth struggled to sit up. Leaning against the cold stone wall, a trace of crimson blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, eyes half closed, long lashes casting faint shadows on his eyelids, appearing weary and fragile. Xie Yin glanced at the girl squatting beside him, noticing that she too looked quite disheveled. Her usual meticulous appearance was gone, her beloved low ponytails now a chaotic mess, and there seemed to be a hint of blood at the corner of her lips. He lowered his gaze to his trembling hand, where a bead of tears had gathered, slowly sliding down his fingers. He looked at the girl before him, wanting to raise his hand to gently wipe away the tears from her face. However, he saw He Lian Sui had already raised her hand, hastily brushing away her tears. Filled with urgency, He Lian Sui questioned, "What happened to you? How did you get hurt? Do you feel any better?" Her inquiries tumbled out in a rush. Xie Yin recalled everything that had just transpired, but chose not to disclose it to He Lian Sui, fearing it would frighten her. He did not wish for her to be afraid of him. At that moment, his expression regained its tranquility, yet he still dared not meet her gaze directly. Noticing Xie Yin's silence, He Lian Sui grew anxious. Xie Yin sensed her unease. The words he had just heard echoed in his mind, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily, as if it would leap from his chest. "Why aren't you speaking? Don't scare me." He Lian Sui observed Xie Yin clutching his chest, thinking he too felt the same pain within. "It's nothing." Xie Yin dared not look at her, slowly closing his eyes, placing his hands over his chest and beginning to circulate the spiritual energy within. He could feel the powerful force that had just surged into his body roaming about, and he worked hard to suppress it. His instincts told him that this was undoubtedly not a good sign. Soon, he noticed his spiritual power suddenly becoming exceptionally abundant, which surprised him. He Lian Sui quietly awaited by his side. And when the youth reopened his eyes, she was astonished to find that the pain within her had vanished. It seems that the male protagonist has escaped danger and is not in immediate peril, which has significantly improved He Lian Sui's mood. She has expended a precious jiaozhu, and thankfully, it has not been in vain. Had Xie Yin not recovered, she would have suffered a considerable loss. He Lian Sui gradually rose to her feet, forming a hand seal to cleanse herself of her disheveled state, and then surveyed her surroundings. When she noticed Xie Yin approaching her, she inquired, "What should we do now?" She remained acutely aware of the system's recent reminder that Xie Yan's sudden collapse must have stemmed from some underlying issue with his body. If this problem remained unresolved, she could not find peace of mind. The thought of experiencing such pain again was unbearable. She asked the system, "What if he still perishes after my task is completed? Am I to remain bound to him indefinitely?" The system reassured her, stating, "No, once your task is complete, you will no longer be restricted. By the time you reach the task's completion point, he will have entered the integration period. Mere steps away from transcending. Few in the cultivation world can harm him. But what if he fails to transcend?" He Lian Sui queried curiously, pondering that surely she could not be held accountable for a failed transcendence. As the focal point of this world, the male protagonist was not destined to fail. Hearing the confidence in the system's voice, she hoped it would be so. Xie Yan's gaze wandered through the secret realm, still haunted by the memories of that night at the Xie family estate. A slight frown creased his brow, as if this place had been constructed from the depths of his own recollections. He Lian Sui thought to herself, "I knew even without your words. I witnessed your entire childhood." However, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, merely widening her eyes in feigned astonishment. "This must be a deep-seated obsession or a profoundly etched memory of yours. Correct? Do you know how to escape from here?" She relayed the circumstances of her encounter with the first secret realm to him. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yin experienced a moment of clarity, concluding that the key lay with the stone tablet. Thus, they resolved to seek out the tablet together. In her heart, He Lian Sui consulted the system. "If this secret realm can glimpse into a person's memories, then can I." Before she could finish, the system interrupted, "No, to avoid unnecessary complications. As long as I am present, the inhabitants of this world cannot access your past life's memories." Consequently, upon entering the secret realm, the beautiful scenery unfolded before her. She had grown up without a care in the Tianji sect, her heart brimming with delightful memories, rendering this particular secret realm powerless against her. He Lian Sui and Xie Yin searched for a considerable time within the secret realm before finally locating the stone tablet. Staring at the tablet inscribed with an undecipherable script and contemplating the upcoming task, He Lian Sui found herself devoid of any joy. She turned to Xie Yin and instructed, "You should break it." He complied, and at the moment the tablet shattered, the surrounding scenery rapidly collapsed, no longer resembling anyone's memories, revealing instead the original form of the secret realm. At its core lay a sword tomb. Gazing at the towering stone tablet, He Lian Sui finally deciphered the inscriptions, "Lingyuan Sword Tomb." The tablet also bore a passage detailing the legend of this sword tomb. Chapter 18. Why does the male protagonist act this way? It was said that in the distant epochs of ancient times, There existed a deity named Lingyuan, whose power was as fierce as a tempest, sweeping across the land and instilling awe. Yet, on this very soil, this formidable god tragically fell, leaving behind his divine sword. That sword, imbued with unparalleled divine power over millennia, became the very foundation of this sword tomb. Time flowed on, and one day, a wandering cultivator ventured into this desolate land, driven by curiosity to explore the ancient ruins. Upon learning of the divine sword's existence, a powerful desire surged within him, compelling him to claim it for himself. However, despite his utmost efforts to seize the divine sword, he ultimately failed. In despair, he inscribed the origin of this secret realm upon the stone tablet, so that future generations might understand this legendary tale. Hellion Sui Sui couldn't help but scoff, pondering what strange language this wandering immortal had inscribed upon the small tablets, even devising formations to test others. What one cannot obtain, others shall not easily acquire, it seems. The moment she saw the characters Lingyuan, memories of the original plot resurfaced in her mind. This divine sword was the male protagonist's life sword. Containing boundless power, and in his hands, it possessed the capability to obliterate the heavens and earth. Ultimately, it was with this sword that he vanquished the demon lord. More importantly, this sword possessed a spirit, exhibiting a unique bond to its master. Should the sword-bearer perish, any other wishing to claim the sword must first gain its acknowledgement to become its rightful owner. The method of recognition was remarkably simple: a drop of blood. After all, such is the trope in novels. This was undoubtedly tailored for a protagonist like Xie Yan, the embodiment of a dragon among men. Hellion Sui Sui gazed perplexedly at Xie Yan's contemplative demeanor. His brow was furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. She could not fathom the depths of his internal struggle and mused, what could the male protagonist be grappling with? When will he finally take action? Why has he become so indecisive after awakening? The divine sword lay before him, after all. Noticing his lackluster demeanor, Hellion Sui Sui pondered for a moment before casually suggesting, while discreetly observing his expression, "It appears that to leave this place, we must obtain that miraculous sword." Upon hearing her words, Xie Yan turned his gaze toward her, an emotion in his eyes that she found difficult to decipher. Before shifting his attention back to the sword tomb, "Oh, you desire this divine sword?" he inquired. Hellion Sui Sui was taken aback, thinking to herself that this was not what she wanted. She already possessed the Sui Sui sword. Could she truly wield two swords? For reasons unknown, ever since he awakened, he had seemed somewhat peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Hellion Sui Sui mused internally, pondering Xie Yan's strange demeanor. Noting the oddity in his gaze toward her, could it be that he harbored some feelings for her? She swiftly dismissed the thought. In the original narrative, he had always held a degree of disdain for her, indicating that he did not favor such a headstrong young lady. How could he possibly like her? After all, she already possessed the Sui Sui sword. Hellion Sui Sui cleared her throat lightly and said earnestly, making her intentions clear that she did not wish to compete with the male protagonist for opportunities. "Oh, I see." Xie Yan's tone carried a hint of disappointment, his eyes revealing emotions that Hellion Sui Sui could not comprehend. She felt perplexed. It seemed he had awakened to a different dimension altogether. What could be the reason for such a cold reaction? She yearned to shake his shoulders and exclaim, "Male protagonist, look, your divine sword is right here. Just drop a drop of blood, and you can take it home. You won't regret it." Ignoring him, Hellion Sui Sui stepped forward, and the youth followed closely behind. Upon entering the sword tomb, Hellion Sui Sui beheld the sword positioned in the center. Its blade gleamed a profound red, reminiscent of the deepest stars in the night sky, intricately engraved with complex patterns that resembled ancient runes, pulsating with mysterious and archaic power. A glimmer of awe flickered in her eyes. Truly, it was the divine sword, having slumbered for tens of thousands of years, yet still radiating brilliance. The unique aura emanating from the sword was incomparable to anything purchasable in games. Noticing Xie Yan's indifference, Hellion Sui Sui urged, "I've heard that such divine swords choose their masters. You should give it a try. Just drop a drop of blood on it." She paused before adding, "Use your heart's blood." Xie Yan gazed at Hellion Sui Sui's expectant eyes, pressed his lips together, and then extended his right hand, lightly touching the area above his heart. A drop of crimson blood emerged and soared towards the blade. As the blood mingled with the sword, The divine blade began to emit a deep and melodious hum, radiant beams of light unfurling along the patterns etched upon its surface, enveloping the entire sword in a luminous glow. It was a beauty that defied verbal description, as if a resplendent river of stars flowed along the blade. The divine sword slowly floated towards Xie Yan, who instinctively raised his hand to catch it steadily. He Lien Sui watched in rapt attention, her eyes betraying profound astonishment. Grasping the hilt, Xie Yan closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. The spiritual energy within him resonated with the divine sword, and a powerful spiritual wind instantly arose around them. The youth's inky hair was casually tied back, now gently swaying in the breeze. After resonating with the divine sword, Xie Yan distinctly sensed that the formidable power, which had previously rampaged within him, had vanished without a trace. Considering his lineage, as the son of the demon lord, it was possible that the unique malevolent aura of the demon clan flowing within him could hinder his cultivation of the orthodox methods of the immortal realm. This malignant energy might even affect his future path of cultivation, potentially leading him back into madness as it had before. However, after resonating with the divine sword, it seemed that the malevolent aura was dispersed by its presence. Moments later, Xie Yan gently lifted the divine sword into the air, its light gradually retracting until only a faint glow remained on the blade. He sheathed the sword and turned his gaze towards He Lien Sui, a glimmer of profound light flashing in his eyes. She had aided him once more. He Lien Sui watched as Xie Yan stowed the divine sword, and in an instant, they were enveloped in a radiant glow, followed by a tremor that shook the valley as if this secret realm were collapsing. Xie Yan reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around He Lien Sui to shield her in the blink of an eye. They found themselves back in the familiar canyon. He Lien Sui discovered she was cradled in Xie Yan's embrace and instinctively pushed him away. Xie Yan, clearly unprepared for such a reaction, stumbled back 2 steps. He lowered his head, savoring the lingering warmth from her embrace, then lifted his gaze to meet He Lien Sui's eyes, which were filled with a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and, wanting to maintain her image as a young lady, scoffed disdainfully, "Let us go. Continue searching for the spirit ice flower." Her tone was light, as if all the wondrous sights they had encountered were merely a fleeting dream. He Lien Sui strode towards the canyon's exit, noticing that Xie Yan had not followed. She turned back, intending to urge him, "Why did you come in to save me?" However, Xie Yan's voice came from behind, his gaze fixed on her as if she were a treacherous heartbreaker. His voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "You clearly could have left when you saw I hadn't exited, couldn't you? Why do you keep rescuing me?" From the moment they first met beneath the moonlit forest, He Lien Sui had seemingly been there to assist him in silence, all the while pretending it was nothing. He Lien Sui's lips twitched in response. "What are you saying, silly boy? If you were to die, I'd have to follow you." She couldn't find the words to explain, thinking to herself that no wonder he had been acting strangely since awakening. It seemed he was nearly moved to tears. Nonetheless, it was perfectly normal for someone to feel touched after receiving such aid. She straightened her posture, confidently patted her chest, and declared, "You are accompanying me. So if anything goes wrong, where would my dignity stand?" As she spoke, she turned and began to walk ahead. "Hurry up. I aim to be the first to find the spirit ice flower. Don't hold me back." Seeing her so resolute, Xie Yan could only follow suit. The two exited the canyon and continued on their journey. This time, He Lien Sui cast aside her pride and summoned Ao to ride upon it. Glancing at Xie Yan ahead, she called out, "Hey, aren't you tired? Would you like to ride with me? I wouldn't want you to faint again." Xie Yan, hearing her words, felt somewhat helpless. "No need," he declined. Recalling the odd feelings he had towards her earlier, he felt it prudent to maintain distance to avoid further unsettling his emotions. He Lien Sui, noticing his refusal, pouted but chose not to press further. The journey was long and monotonous, and they saw little sign of the forest plants, leaving He Lien Sui feeling somewhat bored. "Hey, did you know? Today is my 13th birthday." Seeing the person ahead pause momentarily, she purposefully said, "You should hurry and wish me a happy birthday. It would be your honor." He Lien Sui had expected him to ignore her, but to her surprise, the youth turned around, a warm smile gracing his face, his tone sincere. "Happy birthday," he continued. I promised to make it up to you with a birthday gift later. Helien Sui Sui was taken aback. Although it was indeed her birthday, she had intended it as a jest and hadn't anticipated his earnestness. She casually replied, sounds good. Sounds good. A gift from Long Outyin should be nothing short of splendid. However, receiving his birthday wishes filled her heart with warmth. Thank you. This is the most special birthday I've had in my life. Celebrating her birthday in such a desolate expanse was indeed something extraordinary. Before long, the winds on the plains began to intensify. Since Ao was a fire attribute Qilin and still young, it struggled to adapt to the northern climate. Helien Sui Sui felt a pang of concern and could only summon it back into her mustard seed space. Continuing on foot, time passed quietly, and they had yet to find any trace of the forest plants. Ultimately, they agreed to head towards the central region of the Northern Territory, specifically its core area. There stood a towering peak, and Helien Sui Sui speculated that the spirit ice flower might be growing there. Noticing that Helien Sui Sui appeared nearly exhausted, Xie Yin voluntarily crouched down. Helien Sui Sui was surprised. What are you doing? Xie Yan's voice was calm and inscrutable. Come on, I'll carry you. Helien Sui Sui raised an eyebrow but did not refuse, jumping onto his back. You have quite the keen eye. She reassured herself, thinking that as the male protagonist, it was nothing significant to carry a multitude of female supporting characters in such circumstances. It only highlighted the charm of the protagonist. Did it not? Have you thought of a name for your divine sword? Helien Sui Sui adjusted her position comfortably on his back and asked Xie Yin. Not yet. Xie Yin's deep voice resonated in her ear. Do you want to name it? Helien Sui Sui's voice grew softer, and soon Xie Yin heard her even breathing, signaling her descent into slumber. After experiencing days of various events, Helien Sui Sui was utterly fatigued. Perhaps it was the warmth of Xie Yan's back that lulled her into a deep sleep. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself back at the rendezvous point with Shun Xiaoran. Wrapped in a cloak and lying inside a makeshift hut, while Shun Xiaoran and her companions were outside resting. As she rose, she saw Xie Yin entering. You're finally awake? He inquired. How did we end up back here? Helien Sui Sui rubbed her eyes, perplexed at Xie Yan's presence. Weren't we supposed to head to the center of the Northern Territory? Where are the flowers? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. Xie Yin then recounted the events in detail. It turned out that shortly after she had fallen into a deep sleep, he encountered Shun Xiaoran. Compared to the progress made by Helien Sui Sui and her group, Shun Xiaoran's team had evidently been more efficient. By the time they met, the latter had successfully located the spirit ice flower. Thus, they had returned alongside Shun Xiaoran's team. I suppose that makes sense. Helien Sui Sui feigned a tough demeanor, laced with sarcasm, seemingly blaming Xie Yin. If you hadn't acted on your own, we might have found the spirit ice grass by now. Xie Yin, hearing this, could only helplessly shrug his shoulders, choosing not to elaborate further. The secret realm, while treacherous, was not as perilous as those filled with rampant bosses or meat grinders. After all, it was merely an illusion. It was unfortunate that the male protagonist had endured a harsh childhood, with the blood of the demon clan flowing through him, constantly beset by inner demons, making such realms particularly designed to counter him. Fortunately, he had successfully obtained the divine sword, and Helien Sui Sui had taken another step forward in completing her task. Once we return, you must not disclose anything that transpired within the secret realm to others. Helien Sui Sui admonished Xie Yin with a serious expression. If her senior brother were to learn of this, she could forget about ever descending the mountain. She had previously vowed not to venture into dangerous places. Rest assured. Xie Yin regarded her with a look of concern, offering a gentle smile in response. Shortly thereafter, Shun Xiaoran approached them to remind them it was time to prepare for their return. It turned out that Lu Ziki and his companions had immediately consulted the Valley Master upon their return to Xinling Valley regarding the precise location of the Ziji flower. They had not squandered much time and had successfully located the Ziji, which was now awaiting their return at the Shun residence. Helien Sui Sui, slightly abashed, scratched her head and said apologetically, Shun Gongzi, I truly feel sorry. It seems we have not provided much assistance. There is no need for such formality. Who could have anticipated that this flower would grow in the very heart of the Northern Territory? Shun Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. The center of the Northern Territory was a towering peak, said to be desolate and barren, devoid of vegetation, which had led everyone to focus their search on lower altitudes. Shun Xiaoran then inquired, Did you encounter any dangers on your journey? His gaze fell upon Helien Sui Sui, seemingly recalling her previous state of slumber. Helian Daoyu. Helian Sui quickly waved her hand, indicating it's nothing, nothing at all. It was merely that the winds from the northwest were rather fierce. Hearing this, Shan Xiaoran nodded in reassurance. That is good to hear. Subsequently, the group set forth on their return journey. Upon arriving at the Shun family estate, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the ancient courtyard in a tranquil and warm glow. Lu Ziki and the others had long awaited their arrival, and upon learning that they had successfully obtained the Lingbing flower, they eagerly prepared for Shan Iju's treatment. Utilizing the unique spells of Xinling Valley, they performed the healing, during which Helian Sui and the others awaited in the hall. Before long, the malevolent energy within Shan Iju was entirely purged. The matriarch of the Shen family personally took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish banquet to express her gratitude. With the matters of the Shen family concluded, Lu Ziki and the others bid farewell to the Shuns and returned to Xinling Valley. When Shunning planned to take Helian Sui back to Tianjizong, and just as they were about to set off, a melodious voice rang out at the entrance, calling to them. When Daoyu, please wait. Helian Sui turned back in surprise to find it was Shan Iju. Accompanied by her maid, she stepped forward, taking a jade pendant from the maid's hands and presenting it to Wen Shunning with sincerity, saying, I am most grateful for your assistance in recent days. And this is but a token of my appreciation. Helian Sui was taken aback by this scene. Was Shin Iju not one of the male lead-s consorts? This bashful demeanor seemed to suggest she harbored special feelings for the senior brother Wen Shunning. And a jade pendant? Helian Sui glanced around but did not spot Xie Yin. Since their return to the Shin family, Xie Yin had seemingly vanished. She pondered to herself, surely Shin Iju had not encountered the male lead before? In the original narrative, when Shin Iju first met Xie Yin, the latter was already renowned in the world of cultivation. Could the current male lead truly win Shin Iju's affections? In contrast, it was the senior brother, who had been by Shan Iju's side, suppressing her malevolent energy, who seemed to possess a stronger presence. Helian Sui cast a teasing glance at Wen Shunning, thinking to herself, is this really permissible? Competing with the male lead for a consort, truly an audacious act? And what of Yi Minjing? She had not accompanied Lu Ziki back to the Shin family. Could it be that she had no interest in the male lead either? When Shunning halted, his gaze gentle as he looked at Shin Iju, speaking politely, this is merely my duty. Miss Shan need not be so formal. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shin Iju's eyes. She lowered the jade pendant, gazing intently at Wen Shunning, as if there were words she wished to convey, yet hesitated. Helian Sui felt somewhat superfluous in that moment, clearing her throat and addressing Wen Shunning. Senior brother, you two carry on. I shall go take a look ahead. Without waiting for Wen Shunning to respond, she strode forward. Helian Sui reached the corner of the wall, spun around, and concealed herself behind a peach tree, secretly observing Wen Shunning and Shan Iju, eager to witness a potential confession. Unfortunately, the distance rendered her unable to hear their conversation, and she dared not use her spiritual power for fear of being detected by her senior brother. It was evident that Shin Iju had developed feelings for her senior brother, but the real question remained. Would the senior brother, who was solely focused on his cultivation, accept her affections? It seemed unlikely. Given that the senior brother was as aloof as a monk, how could he be so easily pursued? It appeared that the young lady had a penchant for spying on others. A familiar and melodious voice drifted from above. And Helian Sui looked up to see Xie Yin. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the wall, and the evening breeze gently caressed the air as the young man sat alone. Clad in black, his attire flowing with the wind, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded her with an enigmatic expression. What are you doing here? Helian Sui inquired in surprise. Then hurriedly urged, you should come down quickly. She waved her hand, cautioning Xie Yin against being spotted by the two across from them. Responding to her call, Xie Yin gracefully descended from the wall, his foot lightly touching the ground, stirring up petals that had fallen to the earth. He approached Helian Sui's side, following her gaze with a look of bewilderment, softly asking, what is there to see? Helian Sui turned to him, a teasing glint in her eyes, inwardly thinking, naturally, it's to observe how your harem is dwindling. Xie Yin felt a bit embarrassed under her unwavering gaze, his ears reddening as he stammered. Why are you staring at me? Helian Sui, oblivious to his discomfort, rolled her eyes and turned back to Wen Shunning and Shan Iju. noticing they were still engaged in conversation, with Shan Yizhu shyly averting her gaze. Seemingly whispering something to Wen Shunning, Helian Sui asked Xie Yin beside her, "Do you think those two will end up together?" Xie Yin appeared puzzled. "End up together?" Helian Sui sighed. "I mean, will they become a couple? Have you heard of that phrase? Do you think there's hope for them?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yin hesitated slightly, envisioning a scene of forming a partnership with her, his cheeks warming. "Forming a partnership? Yes, I'm asking you. Do you think Shan Yizhu can win the heart of the senior brother?" Helian Sui replied impatiently. Xie Yin pondered, turning his gaze towards Wen Shunning and Shan Yizhu as if contemplating seriously. "I think it's unlikely." He then looked at Helian Sui, his tone somewhat displeased. "Are you very concerned?" "Concerned?" Helian Sui was taken aback. What was there to be concerned about? Ignoring his question, she continued to speak to herself. "You think it's impossible to?" "I think so as well." Helian Sui's eyes drifted through the swaying treetops, observing Shan Yizhu in the distance. Suddenly, Shan Yizhu widened her eyes, gazing up at Wen Shunning with a tearful expression. Just as Helian Sui was curious about how the situation would unfold, Xie Yin gently pulled her away. "What are you doing?" After being led away for a distance, Helian Sui finally freed herself from Xie Yin's grasp. Her tone tinged with annoyance as she questioned him. Xie Yin regarded her, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Did I hurt you?" He reflected that he had not exerted much force. The young girl seemed overly delicate. "Not at all." Helian Sui straightened her posture, crossing her arms defiantly. "Why did you pull me away?" "I was just about to watch the excitement." Noticing the complex expression on Xie Yan's face, she did not press further. Thinking she could directly inquire with her senior brother later, she scrutinized the young man before her and suddenly asked, "Xie Yan, what are your plans going forward?" She was uncertain whether Xie Yan would choose to go to Tianjizong as in the original story or if he would decide to remain at the Shin residence. If he stayed, would that not dramatically alter the plot? How would she then fulfill her mission? Xie Yan caught sight of Helian Sui's expectant face and couldn't help but smile. "Tianjizong? Really?" Upon hearing his response, Helian Sui's eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly delighted. "You seem quite eager." Xie Yan's voice was low and gentle, tinged with a hint of mockery. Helian Sui realized her expression had betrayed her excitement, quickly shifting her demeanor. Raising an eyebrow and dismissively saying, "Hmph, don't get too ahead of yourself. The trials at Tianjizong are not that easily surpassed." Just as her words faded, when Shunning had concluded his conversation with Shan Yizhu, and Helian Sui hurriedly turned to Xie Yin, saying, "Make sure you don't let me down on the day of the disciple initiation." With that, she dashed off towards her senior brother without looking back. Xie Yin watched her retreating figure, softly murmuring to himself, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Upon seeing Helian Sui approach, Wen Shunning promptly inquired, "Where did you wander off to in such a short time?" "Oh, just admiring the scenery," Helian Sui replied dismissively, then rubbed her hands together. Her curiosity piqued. "What about Miss Shun? What did she say?" "You too," Wen Shunning interrupted her. "Do not speak nonsense. The path of cultivation requires unwavering focus. Emotional entanglements will only serve as stumbling blocks." As Wen Shunning prepared to elaborate, Helian Sui hastily interjected, I know. You're about to say, cultivators should transcend worldly ties and pursue the supreme realm with a pure heart, right?" "I am well aware of all that." She comprehended that Shan Yizhu was still unable to sway this master brother, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. His heart embraced universal love, rather than the ordinary affections between men and women. Within the sect, numerous young women admired him, yet none could touch his heart. Wen Shunning sighed softly, "As long as you understand, you should also strive to remain focused. Some matters are not for you to ponder at this moment." Helian Sui responded gently, a secret smile blossoming within her. Was her master brother concerned about her potentially falling in love too early? She turned her gaze towards the direction where Xie Yin had been, and the thought of the tasks awaiting her upon her return to the mountain made her unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 20. The Spiritual Root Test. The male lead is invincible again. The main hall of Tianjizong is situated atop the majestic Tianshu mountain. Surrounded by towering peaks, it appears as a natural barrier protecting this sacred place of cultivation. Within the sect, the elders of the transmission of teachings each govern their own realms, forming a unique and rigorous cultivation system. The Sword Cultivation Hall stands proudly on the summit of the Tianshu mountain range, where Sword Sovereign Songyu regularly instructs sword cultivation disciples. The Sword Cultivation Hall and the main hall of Tianjizong neighbor each other, together constituting the core of the sect. As night descended, the moonlight flowed like water. After several days of travel, when Shunning finally returned to Tianjizong with Helian Sui, "Father, Mother, I have returned." Just as Helian Feng and Songyu were discussing the reason for their daughter's delayed return in the inner hall, Helian Sui's voice suddenly echoed from outside the main hall. Elder Songyu rose at the sound and stepped into the main hall. Upon seeing her arrival, Wen Shunning respectfully said, "Master, I, your disciple Wen Shunning, have completed my training and have come to report to you. It's good that you have returned," Songyu replied, then shot a glare at Helian Sui, who stood beside her. Upon meeting her gaze, Helian Sui immediately straightened her posture. When Shunning recounted in detail the various experiences of her journey, including the invaluable insights and realizations she had gained. Once her report was complete, she refrained from lingering and returned to her quarters. Helian Sui followed closely behind, waiting until when Shunning had departed before entering the inner hall with Sangyu. As they stepped inside, Helian Sui spotted Helian Feng diligently attending to sect affairs, and her heart brimmed with longing as she exclaimed, "I missed you both so much." Before her words had fully settled, she dashed towards Helian Feng. Upon seeing his daughter return, Helian Feng set aside the scrolls he had been holding and smiled at her. Songyu also entered quietly, watching the tender interaction between father and daughter with a warm smile. "Did you even remember to come back?" Songyu playfully ruffled Helian Sui's hair, feigning anger. Helian Sui stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "Well, I just wanted to see you." Despite having previously asserted the need to discipline her, upon seeing her daughter, Songyu's heart softened instantly, as if she sensed that Sui had grown thinner than before. "Who taught you to sneak away from the mountain like this?" "I thought of it myself. No one taught me." Helian Sui scratched her head. She then excitedly shared the tales of her adventures over the past few months. The thrilling escapades, the friends she had made, and her growth and gains throughout her journey. However, she deliberately concealed her experiences with Xie Yin in the Northern Territory. Helian Feng and Songyu exchanged smiles, feeling proud of their daughter's bravery and independence, and were greatly relieved by her safe return. Helian Feng gently remarked, "Sui has grown up." As night fell, Helian Sui was escorted back to the Zhixiao Hall, her shared abode with her parents. However, Helian Feng and Songyu often returned infrequently, tending to sect affairs or resting directly in the inner hall. After returning to Tianjizong, she resumed her leisurely cultivation routine, occasionally visiting the elders of the sect to seek guidance on the path of cultivation, though in reality, it was more about socializing. Observing that her cultivation had stagnated in the late foundation establishment stage without progressing to golden core, Helian Feng and Songyu sought out a uniquely advantageous cave residence within the sect for her to enter seclusion. Though Helian Sui was reluctant in her heart, she had no choice, for Songyu was strict. Upon stepping into the cave, she discovered an environment suffused with spiritual energy, as if she had entered a realm of immortality. The walls of the cave were adorned with brilliantly colored gemstones, emitting a gentle glow that imparted a serene beauty. It seemed they had specially decorated this place, fearing she might not like it. Within the cave lay a hot spring, steam rising gently, imbued with a comforting warmth and fragrance. In the center stood a cultivation platform carved from spirit stones, upon which rested an ancient meditation cushion. Helian Sui surveyed her surroundings, her heart filled with confusion. Was she here to enjoy herself or to cultivate? But then she considered, with such rich spiritual energy, it was indeed an excellent place for cultivation, and she must strive to achieve her golden core here. She sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began her retreat. First, she adjusted her breathing, emptying her mind to exclude all external distractions. As her spirit calmed, she gradually activated her internal spiritual power, commencing the operation of the sect's secret technique. As time passed, a vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed around Helian Sui, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence. Day after day, she lost track of time, but Helian Sui could feel her cultivation slowly but steadily advancing. She sensed a powerful force burgeoning within her, the core in her dantian gradually solidifying. She understood that this was a precursor to forming her golden core. Once everything settled, Helian Sway slowly opened her eyes and noticed the dirt on her body. She promptly performed the cleansing technique and indulged in a hot spring bath. She caressed her abdomen, where her dantian resided, her eyes brimming with joy. She had now reached the early stage of the golden core. During her days of secluded cultivation, Helian Sway remained oblivious to the changes in the outside world. Suddenly realizing this, she swiftly retrieved a communication talisman to inform her parents, Helian Feng and Songyu, of her intention to emerge from her retreat. According to her mother's account, she had spent nearly a year in seclusion. Helian Sway couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "A year? Is the male lead about to ascend the mountain?" This thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she immediately rose from the hot spring, changed into clean garments, and hastily departed the cave, racing towards the main hall of Tianjizong. The sword cultivation hall was not far from the main hall, and along the way, she encountered many familiar senior brothers and sisters. Master Brother Wen Shunning was currently instructing the junior disciples in swordsmanship at the sword cultivation hall. Upon catching sight of him, Helian Sway excitedly waved and called out, "Master Brother!" Without hesitation, she dashed towards him. "Slow down." When Shunning observed her lively demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, Sway has grown another year older, and her cultivation has advanced as well. Upon hearing this, Helian Sway touched her cheek, grinning with curiosity as she asked, "Master Brother, I recall that Tianjizong holds a disciple recruitment ceremony every 2 years. I wonder if the time has come now? Can I still make it to attend?" On the day of each ceremony, the sect's various halls would send representatives down the mountain to conduct spiritual root tests for prospective new disciples, followed by initiation trials. Those who passed the trials would choose their own sects, while the elders of the sect would also select exceptionally talented disciples. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity. "You still have time. The ceremony is in 2 days," Wen Shunning confirmed with a nod. Listening to this, Helian Sway beamed with a radiant smile. "All right then. I won't disturb you any longer, Master Brother." Upon finishing her words, she turned and returned to the Zixiao Hall. For Helian Sway, a mere slacker, 2 days were but a fleeting moment in the blink of an eye. The significant occasion of the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony had arrived. On this day, at the gates of the Tianji sect, a vast square was filled with elders and sect leaders from various halls. They took their seats on the high platform in succession, while Helian Sway quietly sat beside her parents, Helian Feng and his wife. Today, Helian Sway donned a flowing purple long gown crafted from the delicate silk of the 9 heavens cloud silkworm. Light and ethereal, enveloped in a layer of gossamer fabric as translucent as a cicada's wings, resembling a fairy descending from the clouds. The ostentation and extravagance of this young lady had long been commonplace among the disciples of the sect. As the daughter of the sect leader, Helian Sway was greatly favored by the elders. Her status was both noble and unique, warranting a touch of grandeur to reflect her esteemed identity and exceptional cultivation, albeit lacking the latter. Soon after, an elder clad in white robes ascended to the central altar of the square, his demeanor solemn and his gaze piercing. With hands clasped, he silently recited incantations, gently striking the ground with his staff. In an instant, a circle of light radiated from the ground, surrounding the altar and forming a small array that allowed all to clearly observe the trials. Meanwhile, Xie Yin arrived at the gates of the Yunxiao sect. Here, numerous young cultivators from various regions had gathered, including many young masters and mistresses hailing from illustrious cultivation families. The spirit root test was a crucial phase in determining a cultivator's potential. At the foot of the mountain, a spacious area served as the essential venue for entering the sect. The ground was meticulously paved with smooth bluestone, and a magnificent ancient tree stood tall at the center, its vast canopy providing a tranquil shade over the area. Beneath the ancient tree stood a colossal spirit energy sensing stone, intricately adorned with cloud-patterned carvings, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. The elder responsible for testing the spirit roots led a group of disciples in an orderly manner to carry out the spirit root assessment. As the testing ceremony commenced, each cultivator was guided to the testing platform before the sensing stone. One after another, the young cultivators stepped onto the stone platform, placing their hands upon its smooth surface. As their spiritual energy flowed in, the light upon the sensing stone began to shift: blue, red, green, gold, a dazzling array of colors. With each successful test, the elders took note of the spirit root types and strength in a recording book. During this phase, many failed to pass, most lacking spirit roots, while some possessed mixed roots. Typically, cultivators had spirit roots. Those without could not cultivate at all. Possessing a single attribute spirit root of gold, wood, water, fire, or earth was regarded as having a high innate talent. Those with 2 or more attributes were termed mixed roots, which, although more versatile in cultivating various spells, lacked the potency of those with singular spirit roots. Hellion Sui understood this well. While protagonists in novels often began with mixed roots, initially looked down upon by many, they ultimately turned the tables. However, in the real world of cultivation, many sects did not favor mixed roots, for not everyone could be a protagonist. Furthermore, there existed a rare category of spirit roots, those of lightning, ice, darkness, and wind, extremely uncommon, with the Tianji sect possessing but a few. The sect leader, Hellion Feng, was a bearer of the lightning spirit root, which suited the study of spells. Even Songyu, revered as the sword sovereign, merely possessed an ordinary gold spirit root, yet her strength rivaled that of Hellion Feng. When it was Xie Yan's turn, he confidently ascended the stone platform, gently placing his hand on the sensing stone, closing his eyes as his spiritual energy flowed forth. Hellion Sui immediately noticed Xie Yan, her heart easing as she silently rejoiced that the male lead had indeed arrived. She watched as Xie Yan placed his hand on the sensing stone, which instantly erupted in a golden glow, gradually brightening until it transformed into a brilliant crimson gold. As expected, Hellion Sui caught a glimmer of surprise in her mother's eyes beside her. The elders nodded in approval, their gazes revealing admiration. They recognized that this signified the young man possessed a rare fused spirit root. Fused spirit roots differed from ordinary mixed roots. They were the products of ordinary and rare roots undergoing mutation and sublimation. Exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. The golden light typically indicated a gold attribute, which held great talent in swordsmanship and artifact forging, while red signified fire. Xie Yan's manifestation of crimson gold was a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence, indicating that his spirit root fused the gold and fire attributes, possessing exceptional cultivation potential. This lad is promising, a divine fire gold spirit root. If he practices swordsmanship, his future is limitless, Songyu remarked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Elder Taiheng's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure as he retorted, in my view, becoming an alchemist is also an excellent choice for you. I shall compete with you this time. Nearby, Hellion Sui rested her chin on her hand, her gaze lazily drifting over the male lead as she recalled with boredom. She remembered that, in the original story, the male lead had taken her mother, Songyu, as his master. After all, alchemy and talisman crafting could not compare to the allure of swordplay. Moreover, the male lead already possessed his destined sword. While alchemists and talisman masters could wield swords, they could not reach the level of mastery. Hellion Sui had also attempted the sensing stone. She recalled only seeing a faint blue glow, belonging to a single spirit root, but merely a common ice attribute, and not particularly strong. Her cultivation talent was unremarkable. She sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was the distinction between protagonists and side characters. The male lead at least bore the bloodline of ancient demonic gods, which was indeed extraordinary. Xie Yan appeared indifferent to the results of the test, his dark eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. The youth raised his gaze to the towering peaks before him, lost in contemplation. Chapter 21. Entering the sect before long, the results of the spirit root test were finalized, and the number of individuals present had dwindled to half. The subsequent phase involved a rigorous trial for those who passed the spirit root assessment. The first challenge required all trial participants to ascend the peaks of the Yunxiao sect along a designated route within a specified time. This path was perilously steep, with walls as smooth as mirrors. For ordinary individuals, this was nearly an impossible task. However, for cultivators, it was a trivial matter. As the signal for the trial commenced, all participants launched forth like arrows. Xie Yan exhibited exceptional agility, moving with the grace of a swallow, weaving through the rocks like a spirit cat. His speed increased, gradually leaving the other participants far behind. As they reached the midway point, a mysterious formation led them into a deep, tranquil valley. The valley was filled with bewildering illusions and mental trials, alongside some low-tier demonic beasts. Though these beasts were of low rank, their fearsome appearances could instill dread. Yet even cultivators in the Qi refinement stage could easily dispatch them. However, The real challenge lay in navigating the treacherous illusions and confronting one's inner demons. This constituted the second phase, primarily testing the will and composure of the cultivators. Observers could see the actions of the trial participants but could not directly perceive the visions within the illusions, as these illusions were reflections of the participants' deepest inner demons. Hellion Sway Sway, munching on sunflower seeds, reveled in the spectacle, musing that this formation seemed tailor-made to counter the male lead. She couldn't help but speculate on the scenes Xie Yin might be witnessing. Xie Yin was the first to step into the illusion, and in an instant, the path beneath him transformed from the ascent to the peak into a shadowy valley. A wolf-like demonic beast lunged at him, and Xie Yin promptly summoned his sword, effortlessly dispatching the creature with a casual sweep. At this moment, many elders recognized the extraordinary nature of the sword in Xie Yin's hand. "That sword is truly remarkable," the spirit talisman elder remarked, stroking his beard in admiration, and added, "This child has boundless potential." The spirit talisman elder was an elder with an ethereal and transcendent demeanor. Song Yu nodded in agreement from the side, affirming, "This sword is indeed a divine artifact." The elders were taken aback by this revelation. A divine sword implied that its forger was an ancient god, and while immortal beings were already rare, gods were even more elusive, most having long since perished. To possess such an opportunity was truly a stroke of fortune. The gaze of Elder Lingfu revealed a sense of admiration and anticipation towards Xie Yin. Helien Sui Sui silently nodded beside him, pondering that sometimes ascension also requires a touch of fortune. The elders of Tianji sect had each cultivated for several centuries in the Mahayana stage, standing merely a step away from the threshold of ascension. However, mere enhancement of cultivation was insufficient for ascension. In essence, ascension is not only the accumulation of cultivation, but also a comprehensive test of the cultivator, encompassing the understanding of worldly laws, insights into life, and the refinement of the spirit. Only by truly comprehending these fundamental mysteries of cultivation can a practitioner hope to succeed in ascension. The eyes of the elders focused intently on Xie Yin. They discerned that, despite his relatively short cultivation period, he had already reached the late golden core stage. Though some trial participants had higher cultivation levels, their decades of practice paled in comparison to his prowess. After vanquishing the beast, the environment around Xie Yin began to shift unpredictably. He sensed that he had entered an illusion. Indeed, the scenery morphed into the nightmarish memory of the massacre of the Xie family. He stood still, closing his eyes. This was indeed his past nightmare, yet having endured much in the northern realm, he was no longer affected by it soon. The surroundings fragmented and transformed into another scene. On a night of a full moon, silvery moonlight bathed the square, which was adorned with solemn elegance. At its center, a grand formation shimmered under the moonlight, a binding array prepared for cultivators to form a Tao companion bond. Xie Yin gazed at the unfamiliar sight before him, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion swirling within him. He stepped forward, and not long after, a figure appeared ahead, specifically, the silhouette of a young woman. Draped in a resplendent robe embroidered with cranes and cloud patterns, she seemed to sense his approach, turning gracefully, her eyes filled with anticipation as they fell upon him. Xie Yin was momentarily taken aback. For the young woman before him was none other than Helien Sui Sui. She smiled and extended her hand towards him, prompting Xie Yin to unconsciously move closer, softly calling, "Sui Sui." Just then, a stranger dressed similarly to her suddenly emerged, crossing through his form with greater speed, reaching for Helien Sui Sui's hand. Xie Yin attempted to discern the man's features, but he could not make them out. Only knowing in his heart that he was not the one, Helien Sui Sui embraced the man tightly, their eyes locked in a gaze filled with profound love, as if the world around them had vanished. Witnessing this scene, Xie Yin felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart, rendering him breathless with pain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Helien Sui Sui was captivated by the spectacle, observing that after Xie Yin defeated the beast, he seemed to have been drawn into an illusion as well. Although she could not see the specific scenes of the illusion, she noticed the boy closing his eyes only to open them again, as if he had resolved the illusion. However, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. He then whispered a few words, though others could not hear him clearly. Helien Sui Sui distinctly caught his call of her name. She was immediately choked by her saliva. Surely, he hadn't seen the scene of her being slain by him. according to the tropes of novels. The male protagonist might witness the scenes from the original story. She wondered if Xie Yin was experiencing something similar. At that moment, He Lian Feng noticed her coughing and inquired with concern. Sui, what's wrong? Did you choke on a sunflower seed? It's nothing, just curious about what nightmare this fellow encountered. He Lian Sui casually replied. Do not be so rude. That child, upon joining Tianji sect, will become your future senior brother, so be a bit more courteous, Sang Yu reminded her from the side. Oh? He Lian Sui replied, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier words. Previously, she had refrained from sharing everything about Xie Yin with the two, leaving them to believe she did not know him. Her thoughts about Xie Yin were hers alone. Xie Yin closed his eyes once more, delving into introspection, seeking the illusion's weaknesses. He understood that illusions were born from inner demons, and only by conquering these demons could he shatter the illusion. However, when he opened his eyes again, the scene remained unchanged. He Lian Sui still held the man's hand, gazing at him, despite knowing it was merely an illusion. A surge of agitation welled up within Xie Yin. He clenched his fists, resolute in preventing such a scenario from occurring. Thus, he pulled He Lian Sui close, wrapping his arms around her, while simultaneously swinging his sword towards the man. With the strike of his sword, the illusion shattered, and he found himself standing in the square. Looking up, he beheld the elders of Tianji sect, the sect leader seated at the forefront, and beside him, He Lian Sui wore an expression that seemed to enjoy the spectacle. Xie Yin lowered his head, recalling the scenes from the illusion, his heart racing, pounding like a drum, a flicker of panic coursing through his mind, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. He Lian Sui observed as Xie Yin was the first to successfully pass the trial and reach the square, feeling no surprise. This was merely a demonstration of the male protagonist's foundational skills. After the trial concluded, other successful cultivators gradually arrived at the square, their hearts filled with awe and admiration as they gazed upon Xie Yan's figure. The elder responsible for the trial led the newly accepted disciples through the necessary ceremonial readings, officially commencing the disciple initiation ceremony, allowing them to select their preferred elder based on their talents and interests. Numerous elders extended olive branches to Xie Yin, yet he ultimately chose Elder Sang Yu. This did not astonish He Lian Sui in the least. Elder Sang Yu nodded in satisfaction, presenting Xie Yin with a token of the sect and bestowing numerous precious resources as a welcome gift. After the ceremony concluded, Elder Sang Yu led Xie Yin and the other newly accepted disciples to the sword cultivation hall, introducing them to the other disciples. From now on, should they encounter any questions, they could seek guidance from their senior brothers and sisters. Shortly, someone would escort them to their respective residences, and for now, they could familiarize themselves with their surroundings. After arranging their cultivation matters, Elder Sang Yu departed, as there were many affairs within the sect awaiting her attention. Naturally, He Lian Sui followed Elder Sang Yu back to the sword cultivation hall. After taking Xie Yin as her disciple, Elder Sang Yu appeared exceptionally delighted. He Lian Sui couldn't help but curl her lip, secretly thinking, when your precious daughter returned, you didn't display such ecstatic joy. After she left, He Lian Sui approached Xie Yin, whispering, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. Before Xie Yin could respond, when Shunning entered, saying, long time no see, Xie Daoyu, you should now be calling me senior brother. Turning to He Lian Sui, his tone softened, Sui is here as well. Hemph. It's only now that the senior brother notices me. He Lian Sui feigned annoyance. It's the senior brother's oversight. Since we're all acquaintances, Sui should take junior brother Xie to familiarize him with the sect, when Shunning suggested. He Lian Sui agreed and then turned to Xie Yin with a playful smile. Come with me, junior brother Xie. Upon hearing this, Xie Yin couldn't help but purse his lips, his brows gently furrowing. When Shunning corrected, you haven't formally joined the sect yet. You should call him senior brother. He Lian Sui protested. I don't want to. The evening sun's afterglow pierced through the towering arches of the sect, casting a gentle golden light upon the stone-paved path. He Lian Sui walked ahead, her voice clear and serene. Here is the main hall of the sect, the sacred place where we hold important ceremonies and rituals. Generally, disciples are not required to enter here, as it is mainly where the elders convene to discuss significant matters of the sect. As she spoke, she gestured towards the magnificent hall before them. Xie Yin looked up at the grand structure, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. Follow me. I'll take you to visit the sect's library. Lien Sui Sui's voice was like a gentle breeze, and as soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked deeper into the sect. The library housed countless precious cultivation manuals and texts, and she thought Xie Yin would likely find it more intriguing. They wandered through several ancient corridors, finally arriving at the library. The entrance was secured by a unique formation, allowing only those with the sect's token to enter. Lien Sui guided him inside, where a faint fragrance wafted through the air, and the shelves were neatly lined with jade slips and books. She gently took down a jade slip, and with a wave of her hand, a detailed introduction to a cultivation method floated out from within. Look, you can find a suitable cultivation method for yourself here. For newly joined disciples, it is customary to start with the most basic techniques. Lien Sui explained patiently. Xie Yan's eyes flickered as he accepted the jade slip, carefully sensing its contents. Noticing his intense focus, Lien Sui added, however, given your cultivation level, it wouldn't hurt to learn some advanced methods as well. She yearned for Xie Yin to come here daily, diligently honing his swordsmanship and ascending to greater heights at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 22. Indifference. Lien Sui felt a vague sense of unease in her heart. Today, Xie Yin seemed particularly reticent. It was as if his soul had drifted off to some unknown distant realm, occasionally casting a contemplative gaze upon her. She wondered what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Perhaps it was time to initiate some plot development. Recalling the events from the original narrative, she remembered how her infatuation with Xie Yin had led to his indifferent treatment, ultimately transforming love into resentment. Resulting in her antagonism towards him, Lien Sui felt a headache coming on. How was she to portray this segment of the storyline? Perhaps it would be simpler to bypass affection altogether and directly oppose him instead. Later, when Yiminging arrived at Tianji sect, Lien Sui could indulge in the jealousy of the female protagonist and plot against her. The primary objective now was not to further the plot, for it had already unraveled significantly. Her immediate goal was to encourage the male lead to expedite his training. Once he reached the integration stage, her mission would be deemed complete, and she would only need to live peacefully. Observing the unfolding events while awaiting her ascension, in truth, she rather enjoyed spectating the protagonist's magnificent life. Matters of world salvation could be left to the capable lead. If the sky were to fall, the protagonist would surely hold it up. Were it not for the constraints of this system, she would prefer to be a nameless bystander, indulging in the pleasures of life. After spending some time in the library, Lien Sui guided Xie Yin on a tour of the other elders' territories, smiling as she said, "Though you are currently my mother's disciple, whenever you have the time and energy, you may also study in other halls." She pointed towards a distant mountain, continuing her explanation. "That is the secret base of the Beast Taming Hall, home to countless spirit beasts, and it is open to every member of our Tianji sect." Noticing Xie Yan's lack of interest, Lien Sui grew indifferent, thinking that she could just meet the expectations of her senior brother with a casual effort. She pouted slightly and declared, "Let's leave it at that for today. You can take your time to familiarize yourself with the rest." With that, she turned and returned to the Zixiao Hall, leaving behind a lingering silhouette. Every day at dawn, the disciples of the Sword Cultivation Hall commenced their morning practice. The content of their morning exercises naturally involved practicing swordplay, an integral part of their cultivation and a mandatory lesson each day. Xie Yin arrived early at the Sword Cultivation Hall, scanning the surroundings in search of a familiar figure. "Senior brother Xie, there is a sword technique I do not quite understand. May I trouble you for guidance?" A somewhat bashful voice gently broke the silence. The speaker was Song Yao, a female disciple who had joined the Sword Cultivation Hall alongside Xie Yin. Being somewhat younger, she referred to him as senior brother. Xie Yin detected the anticipation in her tone, but, feeling somewhat impatient, glanced towards Wen Shuning, who was instructing the morning exercises, and replied, "You can seek guidance from the senior brother." Upon seeing his indifferent attitude, Song Yao couldn't help but stamp her foot, her face flushing with embarrassment as she turned and ran away. Her disappointment and shyness were evident to anyone, revealing her slight affection for Xie Yin. After all, Xie Yin had excelled in the trials, and his handsome appearance made him stand out among the disciples, attracting many admirers. However, his aloofness rendered him unapproachable. At that moment, Sang Yu also arrived at the Sword Cultivation Hall. Observing the disciples diligently practicing their swordplay, she nodded in satisfaction. "Where is Sui today?" Sang Yu searched the crowd but could not find Lien Sui, her brow furrowing in concern. The others exchanged glances, yet no one answered. Sang Yu understood that He Lien Sui Sui had likely overslept again, so she said, "Never mind her. Let's continue with our sword practice, except for the newly admitted disciples." All the older disciples were well acquainted with the name He Lien Sui Sui. You know who the master is referring to? After Sang Yu finished teaching the sword techniques and returned to the quiet chamber, the disciples began discussing He Lien Sui Sui. She is the master's daughter, the one who sat next to her during the last disciple initiation ceremony. So her name is He Lien Sui Sui? Isn't she the daughter of the sect leader? One inquisitive disciple asked. Of course, didn't you know that the master and the sect leader are partners? Another replied. Everyone calls her junior sister. Is that true? Can we also call her junior sister then? No wonder the main hall and the sword cultivation hall are both located on the main peak. But where is this junior sister? She is probably still sleeping or has gone to Elder Taihang's place. She hasn't been to the sword cultivation hall for several days. She is quite nice, just a tad mischievous. Xia Yin listened to the disciples' discussions, a flicker of curiosity rising within him. No wonder he hadn't seen He Lien Sui Sui that morning. A hint of intrigue stirred in his heart. This version of He Lien Sui Sui was somewhat different from what he had previously known. Whenever they interacted, she always seemed to behave inconsistently. What sort of person was this junior sister? Why did she always disrupt his thoughts, prompting him to cast frequent glances in her direction? Silence, fellow disciples. Let us begin practicing the sword techniques just imparted by our master. Should you encounter any doubts, feel free to spar with one another or consult our master. When Shu Ning's voice rang out, firm yet gentle, as the most seasoned disciple in the sect, when Shu Ning had mastered the essence of swordplay to a remarkable degree. He seldom lingered at Tianji sect, instead preferring to travel far and wide for his training. Once when Shu Ning turned to leave, the attention of the disciples immediately shifted to him. Making him the center of gossip, a female disciple's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior brother is truly handsome and so kind to others. Indeed, I think highly of senior brother as well. By the way, do you know when he joined the sect? Another disciple asked curiously. Some male disciples interjected, "You fangirls, can you show a little respect for senior brother? Although he looks to be in his 20s, he might actually be over 100 years old. Humph, does that matter? In the path of cultivation, age is not the main concern. It is the level of cultivation that counts," a female disciple retorted defiantly. Xia Yin wielded his sword, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing air, his swordsmanship fierce and imposing. His techniques contained profound sword energy, and after a period of diligent training, his sword skills had significantly improved. After concluding his practice, Xia Yin slowly sheathed his sword, having completed all the sword techniques taught by Elder Sang Yu. He adjusted his attire and made his way towards Elder Sang Yu's quiet chamber. Upon reaching the door, he gently knocked twice. "Come in," Elder Sang Yu's voice called from within. Xia Yin pushed the door open and found the elder seated on a stone platform, engrossed in a time-worn tome. Seemingly engaged in cultivation, "Master," Xia Yin respectfully bowed. Elder Sang Yu opened her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips, beckoning him to sit. Her gaze reflected her approval. "Your swordsmanship has progressed remarkably. I have been observing you for quite some time. Have you mastered the techniques I just taught?" "Yes, master, I have grasped them all," Xia Yin replied. "Excellent, your talent is extraordinary, and you should have no trouble with the sword techniques within Tianji sect." After a brief pause, Elder Sang Yu handed Xia Yin a manual. "This is a sword technique I chanced upon in a secret realm during my youth. It is well suited for you. The techniques within are unique, and the sword intent is profound. I hope you will give it a try." "Thank you, master." Xia Yin accepted the manual and opened it, discovering that each page contained intricate illustrations of sword techniques, accompanied by detailed pathways for internal energy and sword intent. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Sang Yu remarked, "I see you do not favor bustling places. Since your training progress surpasses that of the other disciples, I suggest you practice in the Zixiao Hall, while also overseeing Sui Sui's sword training." She did not harbor high expectations for Sui Sui's dedication, but the Zixiao Hall was rich in spiritual energy, and with only Sui Sui present, it was indeed an ideal place for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, "As you command." Meanwhile, He Lien Sui Sui was still blissfully asleep in the Zixiao Hall. Lost in her dreams, she envisioned her senior brothers and sisters rising early to practice swordplay diligently, and she lazily mused, Why bother getting up so early to pay respects to a master? After all, even without a master, I can still learn and practice on my own, without the need to rise at dawn. However, her sweet dreams were soon shattered by the chime of a delicate wind chime. Breaking the tranquility of the hall, this wind chime, unique and mysterious, concealed a small formation that would ring out whenever someone entered the Zixiao Hall. Helian Sui jolted awake, a sense of unease washing over her. Oh no, if they discovered she had been slacking off, she would surely be sent into seclusion again. Her father was likely occupied in the main hall with affairs. Could it be her mother returning so soon from her lessons? Helian Sui was filled with confusion. She hurriedly got out of bed, quickly tidying her appearance, and rushed outside, calling out, "Mother, why have you returned?" Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Xie Yin. To be honest, she hadn't seen Xie Yin for several days. Ever since he had arrived, she had seldom visited the sword cultivation hall. Since the new disciples joined, her mother seemed to have shifted her focus entirely to the sword cultivation hall, leaving her unattended. "What brings you here?" Helian Sui gazed at Xie Yin, her lips twitching slightly as she crossed her arms in a gesture of inquiry. "My master has instructed me to oversee your cultivation." Xie Yin regarded the haughty young woman before him, her disheveled hair adding to her audacious demeanor. His gaze involuntarily lingered on her head, and he couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Only then did Helian Sui become aware of Xie Yin's scrutiny. Recalling that she had mistakenly thought her mother had returned, hence her lack of attention to her appearance, her face flushed instantly, resembling a boiled shrimp, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. "Wait," she exclaimed in a flustered tone, before swiftly retreating to her room. Shortly thereafter, Helian Sui found herself seated at a stone table in the courtyard, delicately sipping her tea as her eyes drifted towards Xie Yin. "You're here to supervise me? And it's actually my mother who sent you." Xie Yin, unperturbed, took a seat opposite her, pouring himself a cup of tea before responding nonchalantly, "Yes, my master has also instructed me to cultivate here and supervise you in the process." His tone was calm and unhurried. "What? I disagree," Helian Sui asserted firmly. "Your disagreement is inconsequential. Commence your cultivation now," Xie Yin replied with a faint smile directed at her. A sense of helpless anger welled up within Helian Sui. She could not fathom why the male protagonist, instead of gathering disciples and expanding his harem within the sect, had come to oversee her. She recalled that in the original narrative, several female disciples were part of his harem. Did he truly heed his master's words? Although in the original work, Sangyu had shown him considerable favoritism, he had maintained a polite distance from his master due to his aversion to her willful daughter. Why was he so obedient now? Wait a moment. It seemed she had indeed aided the male protagonist significantly along their journey, and his burgeoning fondness for her was only natural. But how could she navigate the plot under these circumstances? In the original text, she had her own followers who obeyed her every command, and she had previously incited them to bully Xie Yin. Moreover, within the sect, many harbored disdain for Xie Yin, as it was inevitable for a gifted protagonist to evoke jealousy. Now it appeared that Xie Yin was thriving in Tianji sect. "I think I'll rest for a bit. You may cultivate without me," Helian Sui remarked, casting an irritable glance at Xie Yin, who appeared earnest in his practice. She longed to continue her slumber, as dawn had only just broken. Xie Yin stood, looking down at her. "You wish to rest before even beginning your cultivation?" Helian Sui fell silent at his words. Reluctantly, she commenced practicing her swordsmanship. Xie Yin stood beside her, his gaze sweeping over her repeatedly, offering guidance. At times, pointing out that her hand gestures lacked straightness, and at other times, noting that her elbow bend was not standard. In summary, there was always something amiss. Finally, Helian Sui could no longer endure it. "I'm done practicing. I want to go play. You can stay here by yourself." Her tone was resolute as she made to leave. However, before she could step out of the gate of the Zixiao Hall, Xie Yin swiftly blocked her path. "This is a task assigned by my master." Upon hearing this, Helian Sui plopped down on a stone bench, crossing her legs defiantly. "Then I won't practice swordplay anymore. My cultivation session ends here. It's your turn." Faced with such a situation, Xie Yin could only helplessly move to a more open area of the courtyard to begin practicing the sword techniques taught by Sangyu. Meanwhile, Helian Sui watched, the sight of the young man wielding his sword appearing remarkably harmonious. This routine continued for quite some time. Xie Yan's cultivation steadily progressed, while Helian Sui Sui made no advancements. Xie Yan reached the late stage of the golden core, while Helian Sui Sui lingered in the early stage. When Xie Yan successfully broke through to the golden core stage, Helian Sui Sui remained stagnant. Even as Xie Yan approached the stage of spirit transformation, her realm exhibited no changes. Nonetheless, Helian Sui Sui felt no concern over this. She believed that as long as she completed the tasks assigned by the system, once the male protagonist reached the combined body stage, the system would assist her in ascending. Surely it would be a simple matter to elevate her realm and then directly ascend. In her view, if she had to complete tasks while relinquishing all resources to the male protagonist and simultaneously toil in cultivation, then what was the purpose of the tasks? She could just as well become a mere beast of burden. The system seemed at a loss for words regarding her attitude. Xie Yan had long grown accustomed to Helian Sui Sui's nonchalant demeanor. At times, he truly struggled to comprehend what thoughts lingered in her mind. Before long, Helian Feng and his wife began preparing for Helian Sui Sui's coming-of-age ceremony, as the auspicious emblem of Tianji sect. Her ceremony was destined to be exceptionally grand. Representatives from various sects and noble families within the cultivation world would be in attendance to witness this splendid event. Not long after, a piece of news quietly circulated within Tianji sect. The elite disciples of Xinling Valley were set to arrive for academic exchanges and observational studies. Upon hearing this news, Helian Sui Sui felt a surge of excitement within her, realizing it was time for her performance to commence. The original narrative had depicted this scenario, where the arrival of Yi Minjing allowed the original protagonist to witness the male lead's special attention towards her. The typically aloof male protagonist showed an unparalleled concern for Yi Minjing, igniting feelings of jealousy within the original protagonist. Consequently, the original protagonist harbored resentment towards Yi Minjing while simultaneously grappling with a complex mixture of love and hate for the male lead. Eager to seize the opportunity, Helian Sui Sui steeled her resolve to flawlessly portray her role this time, not wishing to disappoint the system's expectations. The system, however, felt somewhat exasperated. Haven't you already let me down enough times? This time probably won't be any different. It sometimes wished to remind Helian Sui Sui that she need not overly concern herself with the storyline involving Yi Minjing. After all, Yi Minjing was not part of the male protagonist's harem. He was not attracted to her. What kind of novel had she been reading? Yet, ultimately, the system refrained from further comment, as it rarely witnessed Helian Sui Sui so enthusiastically undertaking her tasks, though her focus remained firmly on the male protagonist's harem issue. In reality, whether he had a harem held no substantial impact on him. Ironically, it was she, with her expansive thoughts, who seemed oblivious to the fact that the male protagonist had begun to harbor feelings for her. The system opted to remain silent, patiently awaiting her future responses. Of course, Helian Sui Sui was entirely unaware of the system's contemplations. Instead, she believed herself to be a responsible child, diligently fulfilling her tasks, and thought the system ought to be grateful to her. She remained blissfully ignorant of the concept of mental exhaustion. In her eyes, her relationship with the system was one of equality. She willingly accepted the tasks because she possessed a desire for survival, purely motivated by the instinct to live well. Otherwise, she could have resolutely rebelled. At that point, no one would have an easy time. Killing the male protagonist would lead to the world's destruction. If the world ceased to exist, what significance did the so-called heavenly Tao hold? Both entities merely sought self-preservation. Thus, Helian Sui Sui began to closely monitor the movements of Xinling Valley, eagerly anticipating the arrival of its disciples. After what felt like an eternity of longing, the day finally arrived. The disciples of Xinling Valley, guided by the disciples of Tianji sect, slowly entered through the grand gates. Helian Sui Sui closely followed Sang Yu, her gaze fixated on Yi Minjing. Clad in a flowing light blue robe, Yi Minjing's long hair cascaded like a waterfall to her shoulders, her features resembling a finely crafted work of art. Exuding an ethereal purity, her presence was akin to a refreshing breeze in spring, instantly captivating all who beheld her. Among the many disciples present to welcome the newcomers, Helian Sui Sui quickly spotted Xie Yan. She keenly observed the indescribable emotion concealed within his gaze directed at Yi Minjing. Helian Sui Sui mused to herself that Xie Yan indeed harbored unusual feelings for Yi Minjing. Their previous display of aloofness had been nothing but a facade. As she contemplated opposing Yi Minjing, her heart swirled with mixed emotions, especially considering their prior acquaintance. She scrutinized Yi Minjing, who stood out among the female disciples from Xinling Valley and could not deny the remarkable allure she possessed. Her beauty, grace, and cultivation were enough to enchant anyone. If she were not straight, one could only imagine how many admirers she would have. Yet, despite this, the original Helian Sui Sui was unwilling to yield. She refused to believe that she was inferior to Yi Minjing and thus resolved to pursue the male protagonist's affections in her own way. In the days that followed, Helian Sui Sui began to actively approach the male protagonist, striving to showcase her merits and convey her feelings. She exerted every effort to capture his attention. However, the male protagonist seemed unchanged in his attitude towards Yi Minjing. He continued to shower her with care while maintaining a cold distance from Helian Sui Sui, treating her with indifference. It was only natural. In the original narrative, Helian Sui Sui had consistently bullied the male protagonist. How could a mere change in attitude win his affections? He merely regarded her as a clown. Helian Sui Sui felt at a loss for words. She began to contemplate that she merely needed to wait for the male protagonist to interact with Yi Minjing. Once she discerned his favoritism, she could commence her performance. However, as Helian Sui Sui waited in vain, she observed that Yi Minjing and Xie Yin had yet to exchange a single word. In contrast, upon encountering her, Yi Minjing greeted her warmly, which led Helian Sui Sui to wonder. Could it be that Yi Minjing and Xie Yin were truly unfamiliar with each other? Yet her sixth sense informed her that the relationship between these two individuals was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The night was as dark as ink, with the wind howling fiercely. Xie Yin sat quietly on the couch when suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the door. Enter. Xie Yan's voice was calm and indifferent. In walked Yi Minjing, who at that moment had regained the stature of a young man. Noticing Xie Yan's slightly furrowed brow and displeased expression, with a hint of reproach in his gaze, Yi Minjing seemed unfazed. Casually, he took a seat at the table, his tone laced with surprise and curiosity. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast? He then shifted the conversation. I bring you news. What news? Xie Yan's tone remained composed. The demon clan is about to appear in the East Sea. Yi Minjing's expression grew serious, his tone resolute. How do you know this? Xie Yan's eyes sharpened, his demeanor turning grave. I have my channels. Their target is the Sharkmen. Yi Minjing paused briefly before continuing. It is rumored that within the Coral Palace of the Sharkmen, there exists a divine artifact. I cannot tell you what it is. But it seems the demon clan's objective is this. Seeing Xie Yan deep in thought, Yi Minjing continued, this time, the scale of the demon clan's actions will be immense. There is no need to elaborate further. All sects of the cultivation world will send people to offer support. Thank you for the information. You're welcome. Why, Yi Minjing then added, I must take my leave. With that, he stood and stepped into the night, his figure gradually disappearing under the moonlight. The disciples of Xinling Valley had only stayed within the Tianji sect for 3 days. During this time, Helian Sui Sui had been secretly observing Yi Minjing, noting that she had no intention of speaking to the male lead, as if she did not recognize him at all. Meanwhile, Xie Yin remained focused solely on his cultivation. Helian Sui Sui was beside herself with anxiety. Feeling that something was amiss, even if they were not close acquaintances, surely they should acknowledge one another. How could it be that not even a greeting was exchanged? Just as Yi Minjing was about to depart, Helian Sui Sui could no longer restrain herself and approached Xie Yin, who was practicing his swordplay. Hey, Sister Yi is about to leave. Aren't you going to see her off? At least show some sentiment. Or how will she perform? Xie Yin halted his sword practice, his gaze fixed on her, though his heart was filled with confusion, his expression remaining impassive. Why should he go to see her off? Could it be that Helian Sui Sui had seen through Yi Minjing's identity? Upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. It was impossible. The other party was employing the demon clan's usual tricks, which had even deceived Xie Yan's mother. The reason he could see through it was merely because he felt a similar aura to Yi Minjing from the very beginning. Helian Sui Sui could not possibly possess such insight. It was utterly improbable. Then why would she say such a thing? Xie Yan pondered, finding this girl's thoughts truly inscrutable. He replied to her, You may go by yourself. He then cast a meaningful glance in her direction before turning back to his sword practice. Helian Sui Sui sighed, How dull, system. I had already anticipated this. Elder, Hung I've come to visit you. Helian Sui Sui's cheerful voice echoed in the Danqiu Hall. The Danqiu Hall, located atop an unnamed peak in the western Tianshu mountain range, was nestled among lush, ancient trees. Elder Taihang was usually engrossed in researching elixirs, and her disciples were equally obsessed with the art of alchemy, as if they were bewitched. Despite this, Elder Taihang occasionally enjoyed visiting the main peak to see Sangyu, often dragging Hellion Sui Sui along, never adhering to propriety. "Well, what brings you here, Sui Sui?" Elder Taihang, seated in front of the alchemical furnace, heard Hellion Sui Sui's voice and slowly emerged from behind the furnace. She held a peculiar tome, seemingly engrossed in researching some novel elixir. "Hee, I just missed you, Hung. How long has it been since I last saw you?" Hellion Sui Sui beamed, her demeanor sweet and innocent. "Humph, spare me the flattery. I hear you've been sleeping in every day and haven't bothered to visit me." Elder Taihang replied with a skeptical expression. Hellion Sui Sui felt a pang of guilt, realizing the news had reached even the Danshio Hall. Hung Ei wished to acquire some elixirs, she stammered after being seen through by Elder Taihang. Elder Taihang set down her tome, walked over to Hellion Sui Sui, and gently pinched her cheek, smiling. "Are you planning to sneak down the mountain again?" "Not this time. I have my mother's consent," Hellion Sui Sui replied, her words slightly garbled from the pinch. Elder Taihang seemed to recall something, noting that recently, several disciples from the Tianji sect had indeed been preparing to descend the mountain for training, with the emergence of the demon clan in the East Sea. The Cultivation World S sects had conferred and decided to send disciples down to respond. Though participation was voluntary, only those at the nascent soul stage and above were permitted to join. And many of her disciples were among those preparing to leave. She looked astonished. She actually agreed? Then, with a hint of disdain, she turned to Hellion Sui Sui. "This expedition is to confront the demon clan. What use is a golden core cultivator like you? Please, Hung Yi, you must agree to let me go. I still have more than half a year until my coming-of-age ceremony," Hellion Sui Sui pleaded, attempting to charm her. "Besides, I will take good care of myself." Seeing this, Elder Taihang laughed helplessly, thinking, this little girl, despite her low cultivation, has a stubbornness just like her mother. Concerned about Sui Sui facing danger, she provided her with numerous elixirs. These elixirs were given to every disciple descending the mountain, and naturally, Sui Sui was no exception. However, Hellion Sui Sui, with her bold demeanor, often came to Elder Taihang to request more. Elder Taihang was quite indulgent, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Chapter 24. The shining bulb. Months after the departure of the crowd from Xianling Valley, news indeed arrived from the East Sea about the appearance of the demon clan. The higher-ups of the Tianji sect quickly made decisions to dispatch a group of highly skilled disciples to the front lines for support, which caused quite a stir within the sect. Upon hearing this news, the disciples from various halls eagerly signed up, eager to showcase their abilities during this operation. After a rigorous selection and assessment process, a team of over 10 disciples was chosen to embark on the journey to the East Sea. These disciples were all elites from the Tianji sect, possessing profound cultivation and mastery of unique skills. Among this elite group, Xie Yin was the only one selected from the Sword Cultivation Hall, undoubtedly becoming one of the standout figures. Originally, the most skilled disciple in the Sword Cultivation Hall was the senior brother Wen Shunning. However, he had recently departed the Mountain Gate to begin his own training journey. When Hellion Sui Sui first heard the news that Xie Yin would soon be departing, she did not display much surprise or excitement. After all, how could such an event occur without the male lead's involvement? Initially, she had no intention of joining, considering the risks associated with this operation were not to be underestimated. She thought it best to remain at the Tianji sect, waiting for good news from the male lead, rather than creating unnecessary fuss. Reflecting on the original story, she realized that the male lead often descended the mountain to train and associate with heroes from all corners of the world after reaching the transformation stage, amassing both disciples and a harem. However, none of this concerned her. In the original tale, her role was insignificant. She merely needed to continue playing the role of a young lady on the mountain. Just as Hellion Sui Sui believed she could rest easy, the system made yet another appearance. "This mission is perilous. You must follow the male lead." The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, startling Hellion Sui Sui, who was lying in bed. "Why should I? You just said it's dangerous. My cultivation is far inferior to the male lead's. What purpose would I serve? I might drag him down instead. And I certainly don't want to be a mere bystander." Hellion Sui Sui flipped over in bed, showing signs of impatience. "You will always have a role to play, as I mentioned before, even in the face of danger. As long as the male lead does not perish, you will remain unharmed," the system replied calmly. What good is that? Do you want me to be a living target? Helian Sway Sway was evidently unwilling to accept the system's arrangement. Protesting further, are you suggesting that as long as the male lead survives, I could be left with countless wounds and still live? If that were truly the case, she would be even less inclined to go. As the male lead's cultivation advanced, she felt her own role diminishing, as though she could simply wait for the task to complete itself. The system seemed somewhat exasperated and simply stated, "The East Sea has the Sharkmen. It is said that each of them possesses remarkable beauty and extraordinary figures." Implied in the system's words was the prospect of her witnessing the legendary beautiful merfolk firsthand. Humph, what of the Sharkmen? The East Sea currently has the Demon Clan as well. Helian Sway Sway scoffed, clearly unmoved by the system's temptation. Once I complete the task, capturing a few male Sharkmen to serve as part of a harem wouldn't be a bad idea. There exists a treasure within the Coral Palace. You must assist the male lead in obtaining it. The system continued to entice her. It is an object that can aid him in ascending swiftly. And once he acquires it, you will be one step closer to completing your task. Why doesn't the male lead simply go and retrieve it himself? After all you've said, is it not your intention for me to shield him from harm? If you offer me a reward, I might consider going. Helian Sway Sway unabashedly revealed her intentions. What do you desire? After a moment of silence, the system inquired. Helian Sway Sway sat up, stroking her chin as she pondered for a moment before replying. Now that I think about it, I seem to lack nothing. However, please remove that previous condition. Do not presume that I am unaware of your machinations. I demand that before the male protagonist's true demise, regardless of his state, I remain unaffected in any way. Can you accomplish this? She spoke with a light-hearted tone, urging for its immediate cancellation. Certainly, the system acquiesced. Subsequently, she exited the Purple Cloud Palace and embarked on her journey towards the main hall. She understood that descending the mountain would not be a trivial matter, especially when faced with the formidable Demon Clan. Convincing her parents would require considerable effort. On the morning before her departure, sunlight streamed through the thin mist, casting a radiant glow upon the white jade steps of the sect. The sect leader stood at the highest point of the steps, bidding farewell to the disciples who were about to embark on their expedition. His gaze was filled with hope and concern as he scrutinized each disciple's face, cautioning them to proceed with care and not to underestimate their adversaries. After all, the power of the Demon Clan was akin to a tempest in the dark night, dangerous and unpredictable. Their mission to provide assistance was both arduous and fraught with the uncertainty of life and death. After bidding farewell to her parents' warm embrace, Helian Sway Sway turned to board the awaiting flying vessel. Her steps were resolute and decisive, her heart foreseeing the extraordinary nature of this journey. Xia Yin had long been aboard the vessel. Upon noticing Helian Sway Sway's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Are you also going?" He paused before adding, "This mission is perilous." In response, Helian Sway Sway merely chuckled softly, a playful glint in her eyes. "I'm just tagging along. I've heard that the melodies of the Merman clan are enchanting. It would be a pity to miss such an experience." Xie Yin frowned slightly, his tone laced with discontent. Nonsense. Nonsense? Did he think she desired to be frivolous? Helian Sway Sway rolled her eyes inwardly, muttering to herself, what else could it be for? Of course, it's for my own survival. She certainly did not wish to become a new dish on the Demon Clan's menu. Were it not for him, she would not have chosen to go at all. Inside the spacious cabin of the flying vessel, Helian Sway Sway chose a table by the window, occasionally glancing at Xie Yin. She mused that though they had not met for long, he seemed to have significantly deepened his cultivation. His calm and unhurried demeanor evoked both admiration and envy. She retrieved a delicate white jade fan and a bag of fragrant melon seeds from her spatial ring. With one hand gently waving the fan and the other elegantly grasping a handful of seeds, she leisurely cracked them open, as if the dangers of this descent had no bearing on her. Merely enjoying the picturesque scenery around her. After observing her for a while, Xie Yin quietly seated himself opposite her, closing his eyes to cultivate. His fingers lightly rested on the edge of the table, seemingly attuned to the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, his countenance serene and profound, akin to an unfathomable still lake. Helian Sway Sway cast him a sidelong glance, internally lamenting how the male protagonist was ever engrossed in his cultivation. At that moment, a young female disciple approached gracefully, her eyes glimmering with shyness and anticipation. She halted beside Xie Yin, gazing down at him with a smile. I have heard about the exceptional disciple from the Sword Cultivation Hall. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to the reputation. My name is Lin Ruoruo, and you are Xie Yin, correct? May I sit here? Lin Ruoruo's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Her appearance strikingly beautiful in a light blue cultivation robe that fluttered lightly in the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Upon witnessing this scene, He Lien Sui couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. The male protagonist was indeed a figure of extraordinary charm, captivating all. This Lin Ruoruo was unfamiliar to her, presumably from the Talisman Cultivation Hall. She recalled that in the original text, there was indeed a character with the surname Lin among the male protagonist's harem. Though the specifics were somewhat vague, she wondered if it was her. After all, the male protagonist's harem was extensive, encompassing a myriad of characters, including various members of the demon clan. How could she possibly remember them all? Xie Yin did not open his eyes but merely nodded slightly, granting tacit approval for Lin Ruoruo to sit. Seeing this, Lin Ruoruo cautiously settled beside him, her gaze never straying from Xie Yin, as if she wished to imprint every one of his movements in her heart. He Lien Sui felt as though she were a glaring light bulb, and internally saying, she should be at the bottom of the boat. Not here. Lin Ruoruo's voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze in spring, imbued with endless concern and warmth. Xie Shidi, with such exceptional talent and diligence in cultivation, do you not ever feel fatigued? Xie Yan's reply was terse and cold, as if encased in ice for millennia, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Not at all, but a flicker of hurt flashed in Lin Ruoruo's eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of pallor yet still gentle. Xie Shidi, you are truly the pride of the Sword Cultivation Hall. Her words conveyed both admiration and an unspeakable regret. Yet, Xie Yin remained reticent, as if everything beyond him held no significance. His eyes remained shut throughout. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoruo sat quietly beside him, her gaze following Xie Yin, seemingly awaiting something. He Lien Sui couldn't help but feel anxious for Xie Yin, pondering. Wasn't he this direct man too blunt in his responses? At the very least, he could open his eyes to acknowledge her. The atmosphere within the cabin grew somewhat awkward, and He Lien Sui felt as if she were caught in a dilemma. Hesitating, uncertain whether to leave or stay. Perhaps she should simply depart, leaving space for the two of them. Just as He Lien Sui was about to rise, Lin Ruoruo appeared to notice her presence. Softly inquiring, "Junior sister, you're here too?" He Lien Sui awkwardly resumed her seat, offering a smile. Indeed. Lin Ruoruo's gaze seemed to scrutinize He Lien Sui from head to toe, her eyes carrying a barely perceptible disdain. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Sister's cultivation seems to be merely at the golden core stage. That look seemed to imply that He Lien Sui was quite naive. Venturing out with such a meager cultivation level, yes, He Lien Sui was baffled as to why she was being called out, and the speed at which Lin Ruoruo's demeanor shifted was alarming. Just moments ago, she had been speaking sweetly to Xie Yin, yet now her words dripped with barbs. He Lien Sui felt a sense of exasperation. This journey to the East Sea was perilous, and Lin Ruoruo's tone was laden with veiled insinuations, suggesting that He Lien Sui would only be a hindrance. He Lien Sui. Yes, she knew, but the system had sent her here. And she could not refuse, could she? She desperately wished to tell Lin Ruoruo. Please don't misunderstand. It was Xie Yin who came to sit across from me. There is no relationship between us. He simply has poor eyesight. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not your rival, dear sister. It was all this male protagonist's fault for choosing to sit with her when there were so many other places available. He Lien Sui mentally noted Xie Yin once more. That moment. Xie Yin slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows as his gaze lingered on Lin Ruoruo for a brief moment before shifting to He Lien Sui. His eyes deep and penetrating, as if he could see through one's soul. He Lien Sui could not help but wonder. What was with that look? Had he finally come to a realization? Just as she believed Xie Yin might lean towards his harem, he quietly stated, I will protect her. No need to worry. This proclamation. He Lien Sui felt a surge of indignation. Both of them looked down upon her. True, her cultivation was not high. She sensed she could no longer remain there, feeling akin to the cowherd and weaver girl, or the red carp and green carp, or the donkey among the donkeys. She cleared her throat, gathered her belongings, and sought a flimsy excuse. You all chat. The scenery over there is lovely. I'll go take a look with that. She exited the cabin, heading towards the bow of the vessel. Xie Yan's gaze followed He Lien Sui Sui's retreating figure, his expression seemingly tinged with a complex array of emotions. Lin Ruo, witnessing Xie Yan's gaze fixed upon He Lien Sui's back, bit her lip, attempting to break the silence. Xie Shidi? She, however, before Lin Ruo could finish her sentence, Xie Yan had already risen to bid her farewell, taking measured steps towards He Lien Sui. Lin Ruo watched his departing figure, her fingers unconsciously clenching, her expression subtly altered. The bow of the vessel was an expansive observation deck, offering a panoramic view of the sea of clouds and the mountains below. He Lien Sui stood at the edge of the deck, gazing into the distance, reveling in the breathtaking scenery of the cultivation world. Her mind began to envision the joy of becoming a free immortal after completing her mission. Soaring amidst the clouds, Xie Yan approached her, joining her in gazing into the horizon. He Lien Sui was taken aback. Why had he come here too? The two stood in silence, neither uttering a word. Only the gentle breeze caressing their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. After a prolonged silence, the young man finally spoke. Before he could finish, He Lien Sui interrupted. Xie Yan, I know what you wish to ask. I can take care of myself. She gazed calmly and resolutely into the distance, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to inquire if she was angry. Yet the moment he heard He Lien Sui's statement, he fell silent. Observing her, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. He Lien Sui gently caressed the ring gifted to her by Xin Song on her little finger. Her thoughts drifting aimlessly, she pondered. Were it not for Xie Yan, she would not have come. Moreover, she was quite adept at escaping. It was merely his entanglement that had hindered her. In the end, who would protect whom was still uncertain. This overly arrogant male protagonist was rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, once the mission was complete, she would still need to engage in some cultivation. Since her innate talent was lacking, she would simply strive to reach whatever level she could attain. It was just a means to enjoy her time in this world more thoroughly. The task of saving it could be entrusted to the male lead. Xie Yan could only silently accompany her. Both gazing at the distant scenery together, he felt a tinge of regret for his earlier words. Believing himself to possess a higher cultivation level than He Lien Sui, he had thought he could protect her. Unaware that such words might have hurt the young girl's pride. Time flowed by in silence, and as the sun gradually set, painting the horizon in deep crimson, Xie Yan remained by her side for the better part of the day. He Lien Sui, oblivious to his thoughts, was mentally organizing the plot of the original text. In that narrative, every time Xie Yan descended from the mountain for training, he would encounter various adventures. Yet, what exactly was the treasure mentioned by the system? He Lien Sui had the persistent feeling that there was a crucial detail she had yet to recall. The original story emphasized the necessity of a harem. But ultimately, it was the male protagonist's opportunities that took precedence. Was it not written thus in the novel? The male lead's fortunes were the key to propelling the story forward, while acquiring a harem was merely a secondary aspect. Perhaps this journey to the East Sea would unveil a host of beautiful merfolk awaiting him. Chapter 25. The male protagonist's extraordinary mount. After days and nights of arduous travel, the flying vessel finally reached the shores of the East Sea. Upon stepping onto the land, He Lien Sui beheld countless disciples from various sects already gathered there, the atmosphere charged with tension and urgency. Deep within the East Sea resided the merfolk, their dwelling regarded as the heart of the East Sea. The palace known as Coral Palace lay hidden within an unfathomable abyss, accessible only to those cultivators recognized by the merfolk. The strength of the merfolk should not be underestimated. Even the demonic clan dared not encroach upon Coral Palace's domain at this moment. However, the situation in the East Sea had grown increasingly dire, with the demonic clan's assaults becoming ever more ferocious. As He Lien Sui gazed at the scene before her, a wave of unease washed over her. The demonic clan had come with great force, dispatching powerful high-ranking demons. She knew full well she was no match for them. And if she rashly approached, it would likely lead to her demise. Despite the long-standing enmity between the merfolk and inland cultivators, they now faced a common threat. Should the demonic clan seize the merfolk's territory, they would advance further into the inland regions with even less restraint. At this juncture, Many disciples from various sects had already become embroiled in fierce battles with the demons, yet the continuous influx of demonic forces rendered their efforts futile. Despite their utmost exertions, they could not completely repel the enemy. Prolonged combat had severely drained the disciples' cultivation levels, gradually placing them at a disadvantage. Confusion reigned among the cultivators, with the demons at their doorstep. Why had the clan leader not yet appeared? Could something have happened? Faced with this predicament, the cultivators from numerous sects convened to discuss strategies. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. A portion would remain at sea to assist the merfolk in fending off the demons, while others would stay on land to provide support, ready to defend against any demonic incursions into the inland. Additionally, a few would venture to the seabed to establish contact with the merfolk's clan leader. The demons could neither enter the depths of the sea, nor were they inclined to depart, clearly drawn by something beneath the waves. Perhaps finding the clan leader would unravel this mystery. The only ones privy to the truth were Helien Sui Sui and Xie Yan. Concerned about exposing her identity, Helien Sui Sui chose to remain silent during the discussions. After all, how could a spoiled young lady known for her indolence in the sect comprehend the demon's intentions? Xie Yan also maintained his silence. After much deliberation, Helien Sui Sui promptly decided to enlist Xie Yan's participation in the search for the clan leader. She gently tugged at the sleeve of the young man, her gaze resolute as she declared, "You shall accompany me to the seabed." Xie Yan looked at the girl clutching his sleeve and nodded silently in agreement. At that moment, Lin Ruo, standing beside them, turned to Xie Yan and softly said, "I wish to join as well." She then directed a slightly provocative gaze at Helien Sui Sui and added, "I can offer my assistance." Xie Yan did not express his stance, instead shifting his gaze toward Helien Sui Sui, as if seeking her counsel. Helien Sui Sui paused for a moment, releasing Xie Yan's sleeve and nodding slightly at Lin Ruo. "Then I thank you, Lin Shiji. Let us proceed together." Just then, a handsome young man stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Ji Xiu, a disciple of Yuqing's sect. I am also willing to accompany you." Considering the esteemed position of Yuqing's sect within the cultivation world, as well as Ji Xiu's evident strength, the group readily accepted his inclusion. Under the cover of their companions, the four made their way to the shoreline and engaged in conversation with one of the merfolk. The young merman, named Ata, surfaced halfway from the water. Upon hearing the quartet's intentions, he nodded in agreement to lead them into the depths of the sea. Ata guided the four in performing the avoid water technique, then led them beneath the waves. This spell allowed them to draw oxygen from the surrounding spiritual energy while submerged. It was only underwater that Helien Sui Sui beheld the full form of the merfolk for the first time. The merfolk possessed a humanoid upper body and a fish tail, their skin delicate and their figures graceful, while their lower halves were sleek fish tails that glided through the water like ethereal spirits. Their seaweed-like hair flowed smoothly like waves, swaying gently with their movements, as if they were one with the ocean. They were just as she had envisioned mermaids to be. Ata brought them to a stone door at the seabed. Instructing them to touch it, with a flash of white light, they were instantaneously transported to the entrance of a coral palace. It turned out the stone door concealed a formation capable of teleporting them here. Helien Sui Sui looked at Ata, astonished to discover that he had transformed, now appearing with legs indistinguishable from a human. "Please follow me." Ata turned, smiling as he spoke. As they entered the palace, Helien Sui Sui noticed it was heavily guarded, with numerous patrolling sentinels. Throughout the journey, Lin Ruo persistently attempted to draw closer to Xie Yan, despite his frigid demeanor. Observing this, Helien Sui Sui consciously distanced herself from Xie Yan, immersing herself in the beauty of the merfolk, refraining from uttering a single word to him. She gazed at Lin Ruo, secretly lamenting the rarity of such dedicated harem members in the narrative. Since the second mission, she had yet to see any other potential members of the male lead's future harem, not to mention that the second mission held a deep affection for her senior brother. She could not help but wonder why the male lead bore an expression as if others owed him 8 million. Did he not fear scaring away his future wives? They arrived at the main hall of Coral Palace, where they encountered a merman standing at the entrance. The clan leader's attire was adorned with treasures from the sea, such as pearls, corals, and seashells, embedded with shimmering gemstones, exuding an air of both nobility and mystery. Helien Sui Sui could not discern the leader's cultivation level, yet her instincts told her that this clan leader was no ordinary being. Upon sighting the clan leader, Ata immediately knelt and respectfully reported, "Leader, I have brought them. Understood. You may withdraw, the leader replied nonchalantly as he spoke. He slowly turned to welcome them to Coral Palace. His voice carried an undeniable authority, instilling a sense of reverence in all who heard it. Suggesting his formidable cultivation, it was only then that Lien Sui Sui clearly beheld his true visage. He appeared remarkably youthful, his beauty almost ethereal, as though he were a masterpiece sculpted by the ocean itself. His features were as finely chiseled as the waves, and his gaze was as profound as the boundless sea, captivating all who looked upon him. Lien Sui Sui could not help but be entranced. Xia Yan's attention, however, remained steadfastly on Lien Sui Sui, his gaze following her intently as she became mesmerized after the clan leader turned away. He could not help but furrow his brow. What was so captivating? Jisho stepped forward, explaining their intentions to the clan leader, who fell into contemplation upon hearing their words. After introductions, they learned that the clan leader's name was Xianli. Lien Sui Sui felt a flutter of anxiety. This merfolk leader appeared so formidable. Would he easily relinquish the treasures he guarded? Yet she quickly reminded herself that this was not the time for such concerns. It was imperative to address the demonic clan first. Xianli, esteemed elder, we require your assistance to jointly combat the demonic clan, Lien Sui Sui stated. Those demons refused to depart, likely coveting something hidden beneath these waters. Xianli nodded slightly, responding, the treasures beneath the sea are indeed countless, but the only one that could incite the greed of even the demon lord is likely a singular item. With that, his gaze shifted to Xia Yan, revealing a profound scrutiny. Lien Sui Sui instinctively stepped protectively in front of Xia Yan, fearing that the clan leader might suddenly target him, as he seemed to have sensed the connection between Xia Yan and the demon lord. Xia Yan looked at the little potato before him, his heart warming, his mood improving considerably. You two, follow me. Upon observing the scene, Xuanli did not manifest any anger. Instead, she let out a gentle chuckle and addressed Lien Sui Sui. The latter immediately felt a twinge of wariness. Was this person insinuating something about her and Xia Yan? There was no need for such tension. She harbored no malice. Sensing her guarded demeanor, Xuanli soothingly reassured her before turning to walk outside. Lien Sui Sui exchanged a glance with Xia Yan and then followed closely behind. Before long, another individual entered, leading Jishio and Lin Ruoro to the guest room. Lin Ruoro watched the retreating figures of Xia Yan and Lien Sui Sui, biting her lip in frustration, but resigned to accept the reality. Meanwhile, Lien Sui Sui and Xia Yan accompanied Xuanli to the entrance of a vast cave, where a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from within. The treasures that the demon lord sought were likely hidden inside. Xuanli gazed intently at them, then turned to face Xia Yan, her tone earnest. This treasure holds no purpose for my clan. If you can retrieve it, it shall belong to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan slightly furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before responding coolly. What do you wish to exchange for it? Xuanli candidly replied. It is quite simple. Once you acquire it, you must assist me in dealing with the demon clan that occupies the heights above. Lien Sui Sui, upon hearing this, instinctively stroked her chin, regarding Xuanli with mild astonishment, secretly speculating whether this was indeed his sole objective. Was it really this straightforward? Xia Yan remained silent, seemingly contemplating the credibility of her words. You possess a unique aura of the demon lord. I surmise you are a descendant of his lineage. Xuanli's gaze drifted to the surface of the water above, as if reminiscing. Lien Sui Sui followed his gaze, noticing sunlight filtering through the clear water, transforming into a soft, ethereal glow, with specks of light shimmering like a dream. She was perplexed by what he found melancholic. After a moment, Xuanli's voice resounded once more. To possess the bloodline of the demon clan yet cultivate to such a level is indeed rare. He cast a profound glance at Xia Yan before turning away, allowing the two to deliberate on their own. Lien Sui Sui exhaled in relief. The anxiety she felt dissipated in an instant. Wasn't this akin to freely gifting equipment to the male protagonist? Had it been anyone else, she might have harbored doubts, but with Xia Yan, everything seemed reasonable. Shall we venture inside? Lien Sui Sui noted Xia Yan's hesitation and suggested. Do you not wish to investigate the treasures within the cave? Xia Yan appeared somewhat swayed by her words and gave a slight nod. Taking a deep breath, Lien Sui Sui prepared to lead the way into the cave. However, just as she took a step, Xia Yan pulled her back. It is quite dangerous inside. he stated solemnly. Hellion Sway Sway felt a flicker of displeasure at this. Had she not journeyed countless miles for this very purpose? If the system had sent her here, it must be for a significant reason. Moreover, what if Xie Yin encountered unforeseen peril alone? No, I must accompany you. I will not contend with you for resources. With a cold huff, Hellion Sway Sway brushed aside Xie Yan's hand and resolutely proceeded forward. That is not my intention, the youth frowned and followed closely behind, attempting to explain. Yet, she paid no heed to his meaning. The two advanced in succession, their figures gradually enveloped by the darkness of the cave. Hellion Sway Sway sensed an eerie atmosphere within the cave, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she trailed behind Xie Yin. She was unaware of what horrors lay hidden within and regretted not diligently memorizing the original text. Nevertheless, she trusted that Xie Yin would surely uncover the truth, for he was indeed a formidable presence. Xie Yin observed the girl's small gestures and could not help but smile softly, as they delved deeper. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave intensified, as if a mysterious force beckoned them. They continued onward until they arrived before a colossal stone door, tightly sealed and adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Xie Yin stepped forward and gently touched the stone door, yet it remained unresponsive. Hellion Sway Sway, witnessing this, found it rather peculiar. Typically, at such moments, the male protagonist would trigger a dazzling display that would cause the door to swing open, but this was not unfolding as she had envisioned. "Can you open it?" Hellion Sway Sway inquired. "Not at all." Xie Yin shook his head, explaining, "The formation inscribed upon this stone door is not ordinary. It is exceedingly ancient. I have encountered similar records in the archives of Tianji sect, but they are incomplete." "What shall we do then?" Hellion Sway Sway asked, her anxiety mounting as she began to explore the stone door herself. At that moment, Ayu leapt out from her spatial realm. "Ayu, why have you come out?" Hellion Sway Sway felt a twinge of worry. If even Ayu had emerged, did it mean that the cave concealed significant dangers? Ayu nuzzled against her before approaching the stone door, emanating a powerful surge of spiritual energy that converged upon the door. The runes upon it began to flicker, emitting a brilliant radiance. Soon after, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a passageway. Hellion Sway Sway was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ayu in delight. She had not anticipated that Ayu could unlock this stone door. Could it be that the treasures within were related to spiritual beasts? "Well done," Hellion Sway Sway exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace Ayu, who emitted a few satisfied sounds before proceeding into the stone door. Xie Yin and Hellion Sway Sway exchanged glances before stepping inside without hesitation. The passageway beyond the stone door was not lengthy, flanked by ancient torches that illuminated their path. Following Ayu, they traversed the corridor until they reached a spacious stone chamber at its end, where a stone pedestal stood at the center, upon which rested a colossal treasure chest radiating a soft glow. "What is that?" Hellion Sway Sway inquired curiously, moving closer to inspect the chest. It appeared to be crafted from some rare metal, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. There was a faint surge of spiritual energy flowing between the lid and the body of the chest, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. "Be cautious," Xie Yin suddenly warned. But Hellion Sway Sway's fingertips had already lightly brushed against the treasure chest in that instant. The runes upon the chest illuminated with a gentle light, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, enveloping Hellion Sway Sway entirely. She gasped in surprise, exclaiming inwardly, "What the heck?" as she quickly withdrew her hand. Xie Yin hurried over to her side, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Hellion Sway Sway shook her head, indicating she was unharmed, though she was quite astonished. The contents of the treasure chest seemed to possess a certain sentience. "I can sense no ill intent from what lies within," she stated, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she turned to Xie Yin. "Would you like to give it a try?" Hellion Sway Sway thought to herself that the contents of the chest were likely intended for the male protagonist. "Let us see if you can open it," she encouraged. Xie Yin cast a discerning glance at Hellion Sway Sway, ensuring she was unscathed before slowly approaching the chest. With gentle gestures, he infused his spiritual energy, gradually nudging the lid open. As the lid lifted, it revealed the contents within. Both Xie Yin and Hellion Sway Sway leaned in with curiosity. Inside lay an enormous egg, which, despite its size, almost half the height of Hellion Sway Sway, was unmistakably an egg belonging to some unknown creature. The egg was a translucent, milky white, as if sculpted from the hardest of gems, with a surface that shimmered faintly with star-like luminescence, emanating an ancient and sacred aura. "What is this?" Xie Yin queried, perplexed by its purpose. Meanwhile, Ayu, upon seeing it, erupted in excited cries, prompting Helian Sui Sui to quickly soothe it. Her gaze returned to the egg, and memories flooded her mind. She recalled a forgotten plot from the original text. The male protagonist possessed a spiritual beast, not just any, but a divine beast. If all went as expected, this egg contained his steed, a silver dragon. "It appears we have stumbled upon something remarkable," Helian Sui Sui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I once read in an ancient tome that this is a dragon egg. Judging by its reaction, it seems to have chosen you. Quickly, infuse your spiritual energy to hasten its hatching." Upon hearing this, Xie Yin gazed deeply at her. Noticing his lack of action, Helian Sui Sui urged him anxiously. "Hurry! I already have Ayu. Do you not wish for a divine beast of your own?" Chapter 26. The glorious moments of the overpowered male protagonist under the gaze of Helian Sui Sui, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xie Yin exuded an air of calm as he gradually infused his own spiritual energy into the enigmatic egg before him. He approached the task with utmost caution, treating it as though it were a precious work of art. The egg stirred to life, imperceptibly quivering, and soon, layers of soft white light began to emanate from its surface. Xie Yin could sense the profound and ancient power within the egg. It was awakening, yearning, seemingly responding quietly to his spiritual energy. At that moment, a strong resonance surged within Xie Yin, prompting him to unhesitatingly amplify the output of his energy. As he continued to channel his power, the egg's trembling intensified, the white light becoming increasingly brilliant. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound pierced the air, and a fine fissure appeared on the eggshell. Helian Sui Sui could not help but hold her breath. Her heartbeat seemed to halt as all her attention fixated on the expanding crack. The fissure continued to extend, each fracture accompanied by a nerve-wracking sound, until, at last, in the moment the shell fully shattered, a small dragon emerged, peering curiously from within. The little dragon was adorned with shimmering silver scales, each glimmering like the most radiant stars in the night sky. Its eyes resembled two brilliant gemstones, exuding boundless wisdom and spirit. Curiously, it surveyed this novel world, emitting a clear and joyful cry. Helian Sui Sui was nearly beside herself with excitement, bursting into cheers and playfully patting Xie Yin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I knew you could do it." Xie Yin coughed lightly from her exuberant pat, then smiled, feeling an extraordinary bond with the little dragon. The thought of the male protagonist soaring into battle atop this dragon stirred a thrill within her, and she could not help but inwardly ask the system, "How well did I complete this task?" "Well done indeed," came the system's cheerful reply. "Humph, of course. Just look at who I am," she retorted with a smirk. The system could only lament in silence, wondering how her tendency to shine with mere sunlight and strive for more could have developed. "Thank you, Sui Sui." The youth's gaze towards Helian Sui Sui was as clear as a tranquil lake. She marveled at his strikingly handsome features, sculpted like a work of art, and found herself momentarily lost in thought. Years had passed, yet Xie Yin remained the same youthful figure, only slightly taller, and no need for thanks. Helian Sui Sui replied with a smile, though she knew she was a key contributor, believing heroes should act without seeking recognition. The little dragon, feeling neglected after its hatching, flew over to Xie Yin and wrapped itself around his leg. Helian Sui Sui couldn't help but chuckle at its adorable demeanor, quickly form a bond with it. "It can hardly wait." Xie Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded and squatted down, extending his hand to gently stroke the little dragon's scales. The dragon seemed to sense his goodwill and affectionately nudged its head against his palm. Xie Yin closed his eyes, concentrating, and softly recited the binding incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, a faint glow began to emanate from the little dragon, harmonizing with the spiritual energy radiating from Xie Yin. Moments later, the light intensified, signaling the completion of the contract. "From now on, it shall be your companion." Helian Sui Sui applauded, while Ayu settled beside her, both exuding palpable excitement. As Xie Yin opened his eyes and gazed at the little dragon, He felt a warm current swell within him at the sight of the delighted girl. Quickly give it a name, Hellion Sway Sway urged, squatting down to stroke the little silver dragon. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she looked up at Xie Yin with sparkling eyes. By the way, have you named your divine sword yet? Hurry and choose a name. Taken aback by her playful inquiry, Xie Yin looked down, only to find himself caught in the depths of her starry gaze. His heart raced, and his ears flushed red as he hesitated before replying. You can name it. Hellion Sway Sway, lacking a clear idea, then asked, Xie Yin, I still don't know your courtesy name. Having read the original work, she knew that his courtesy name was Changsheng, bestowed by his late mother shortly before her passing. Though he was now alone, when he turned 20, his mother, Sang Yu, would perform a crowning ceremony for him and give him the name Ziheng, symbolizing a gentleman's virtue. However, Hellion Sway Sway had always favored his courtesy name. Feeling slightly shy about asking for his childhood name, she quickly reassured herself. After all, he already knew her name was Sway Sway. Xie Yin wondered why she suddenly inquired about this, feeling his cheeks warm. But he still answered earnestly, Changsheng. Then let's call it the Changsheng sword. Hellion Sway Sway giggled, thinking it fair and just, especially since her sword bore her own childhood name. Xie Yin blinked in mild surprise at her words, softly murmuring an acknowledgement. The gentle tone of his voice lingered in the air like a feather brushing her heart, and Hellion Sway Sway felt a swell of happiness at his satisfaction with the name. Only his grandmother had ever called him Changsheng without malice, and hearing it from her lips caused a gentle tremor in his heart. What name would suit this little darling? Hellion Sway Sway pondered. Initially considering a name similar to Iu, but quickly deciding that a name worthy of the overpowered male protagonist's steed must possess grandeur. Is it male or female? She curiously inquired of Xie Yin. Male, he replied. Then how about Shu Yun? Sounds good. He nodded in agreement. Hellion Sway Sway gazed at the little dragon, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shu Yun, henceforth, your name shall be Shu Yun. The little dragon seemed to comprehend their words. Raising its head to emit a clear dragon's roar, circling around Hellion Sway Sway before affectionately nuzzling her cheek. It then flew over to Xie Yin, perching itself on his shoulder. Hellion Sway Sway beamed at the scene, feeling joy for them both. She understood that although the little creature appeared small now, it would soon grow immensely and could freely change its size. Truly a remarkable companion. All right, since we've acquired our treasure, let's address the demon clan now, Hellion Sway Sway proposed. Xie Yin nodded, rising to greet the clan leader, Xianli. Hellion Sway Sway stood as well, patting Xie Yin's shoulder in encouragement. I'll be cheering for you from behind. The pair exited the cave and returned to Coral Palace, where Xianli expressed astonishment upon learning of their experience in the cave. Having never anticipated Xie Yin's success, he was curious about the treasures hidden beyond the stone door, only knowing that it concealed a secret treasure, never suspecting it to be a dragon egg. The dragon clan had vanished along with the ancient gods, yet their offspring remained. He had spent hundreds of years studying the formations of the stone door, yet had never unraveled its mysteries. However, he soon realized that even if he solved the formations, he might not have earned the egg's recognition. Lin Ruoruo, upon hearing this, remarked to Xie Yin, Senior Brother Xie is truly impressive. She made no mention of Hellion Sway Sway, though the latter was equally a significant contributor. Hellion Sway Sway had grown accustomed to such remarks, aware that the original text described her as a jealous young lady. Yet the male protagonist's harem remained harmonious. What was Lin Ruoruo's deal? Always treating her as a rival. Yet Xie Yin did not respond to Lin Ruoruo. His thoughts remained focused on Hellion Sway Sway, and he frowned at her demeanor. Xianli, do you have any clues about this dragon egg? Hellion Sway Sway inquired. Xianli shook his head. I have only heard legends about the dragon clan. I do not know their origins. Hellion Sway Sway nodded, her mind already formulating plans. The origins of Shu Yun could be investigated later. The pressing matter was to address the demon clan at sea. Senior, how shall we confront the demon clan? Hellion Sway Sway asked. Since the treasure has found its master, Xianli glanced at Xie Yin. They only need to be informed. Hellion Sway Sway thought to herself. So the plan is to send the male protagonist to draw their fire. Did he not intend to join them? Senior, aren't you coming with us? Lin Ruoruo asked aloud. I cannot leave Coral Palace. He replied, glancing outside. All the formations within the palace depend on me for maintenance. This is the duty of every merman clan leader. The four did not linger further and once again followed the merman Ada back to the ocean's surface. Helian Sway Sway conveyed the clan leader's words to the cultivators on shore, who immediately began to murmur among themselves. So, we simply need to let the demon clan know that the treasure has found its master. And they will retreat on their own? One cultivator questioned. That should be the case, Helian Sway Sway affirmed, adding, the clan leader mentioned that he must maintain the formations within the palace and cannot leave Coral Palace. Therefore, we kindly request your assistance. If the demon lord were to discover that the treasure had already been bestowed upon the surviving members of the Xie family by the leader of the merfolk, Xie Yin would undoubtedly become a target for the demonic clan's assault. Helian Sway Sway sighed. Indeed, to gain one must inevitably lose, and now Xie Yin was once again exposed to the demonic clan's gaze. Fortunately, his cultivation was quite advanced, and as long as he did not confront the demon lord directly, he should be fine. What should we do now? Inquired another cultivator. I have an idea, Lin Ruorua interjected suddenly. We can utilize a formation to trap the demonic clan and then eradicate them in one fell swoop. This was indeed a viable plan. Jisho nodded in agreement, but added, however, entrapping the demonic clan is no simple feat. We will require substantial spiritual energy to support the formation, and someone must enter the formation to eliminate the demons for it to succeed. At that moment, Xie Yin spoke up, I will go. Then we shall maintain the formation from the outside, Jisho replied. Xie Yin nodded, and the group flew towards the ocean. For each position of the formation required someone to sustain it, and Helian Sway Sway joined in as well. She stood upon the water's surface, silently reciting the incantation provided by Jisho to initiate the spell. Before long, the formation began to operate, ensnaring the demonic clan within, while the remaining members on shore provided the necessary support through their spells. Helian Sway Sway watched as Xie Yan's figure entered the formation, her heart filled with silent prayers. She knew that although Xie Yan's cultivation was high, he could still be in peril when facing the demonic clan, especially that formidable demon lord. Yet, if he succeeded, his reputation in the world of cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Helian Sway Sway sighed inwardly, go on, long Aotion, just don't die. I still want to live. Everyone be cautious. Maintain the stability of the formation, Jisho's voice echoed across the sea, reminding everyone. Helian Sway Sway focused her mind, channeling her spiritual energy into the formation. She could feel the immense pressure emanating from within, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, but she dared not slacken her efforts, knowing that this was crucial to protecting Xie Yin and the others. At the center of the formation, Xie Yin faced a frenzy of demons, their eyes gleaming with the desire for slaughter. Taking a deep breath, he felt his sword begin to emit a faint glow, readying himself for the battle ahead. Xie Yin, are you prepared? A cultivator asked. Xie Yin acknowledged with a nod, remaining silent. He understood that the impending conflict would be exceedingly arduous. Let us begin, Jisho's voice resounded once more. As the formation's operation accelerated, the movements of the demons began to slow, their strength suppressed by the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yin launched his attack, his sword tracing a graceful arc through the air, radiating light as it surged towards the demons. The onlookers momentarily stood entranced by the sight of Xie Yan's sword. The battle raged fiercely, with Xie Yin employing his exceptional martial prowess and formidable spiritual energy to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the demons. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, Helian Sway Sway and the other cultivators continuously supplied spiritual energy to ensure the formation's stable operation. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with everyone's hearts lodged in their throats. Finally, after a grueling fight, Xie Yin succeeded in vanquishing all the demons, and as the last demon fell, a wave of cheers erupted across the sea. We did it! One of the cultivators exclaimed excitedly. Helian Sway Sway breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, yet she paid it no mind. She watched as Xie Yin emerged from the formation, flying towards the shore, a victorious smile adorning his face. The moment Lin Ruorua spotted Xie Yin, she rushed to his side, her face etched with concern. Xie Shidi, are you all right? She asked, reaching out to grasp his arm, only for Xie Yin to deftly evade her touch. Helian Sway Sway remained on the surface, observing the scene, when suddenly a voice in her mind remarked, you should not be exhibiting this demeanor now. Helian Sway Sway dismissed the thought, retorting, what kind of attitude should I have then, jealousy? Should I chase Lin Ruorua away? She scoffed softly, fully aware of her portrayal. After all, she had grown up here, and her character was no longer that of the original story. Furthermore, It would be rather pitiful to drive away the male lead's loyal harem, wouldn't it? Jisho approached, saying, Xie, your strength is indeed formidable. He then glanced towards the sea. Where is Helian Daoyu? Realizing she had been called out, Helian Sui waved her hand, intending to soar over, but suddenly felt her spiritual energy drain, causing her to plummet directly into the sea. She gasped, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, as if her dignity had been stripped away. Just as she was about to sink beneath the waves, Ada swam over, encircling her waist, and together they surfaced. Instinctively, Helian Sui clung to his neck. Xie sensed Helian Sui's abrupt movement, his heart tightening. He was about to fly over when he beheld the sight of the girl, soaked to the bone, tightly embraced by a merman. Xie lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darkening as he observed them. Ada swam towards the shore with her, and Helian Sui finally exhaled, casting a grateful glance at him. Thank you, Ada. Xie approached, noticing she had performed a cleansing technique. Ada smiled sweetly, revealing his two little fangs. No need to thank me. It is my duty. Helian Sui regarded the adorable merman youth. A faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She turned to Xie, finding him watching her with a gaze filled with complexity. She lowered her head to avoid his eyes, her heart puzzled as to why he bore such an expression. Are you all right? Xie's voice broke through her thoughts. She lifted her head, meeting his gaze, and smiled faintly. I'm well, it's just that my reputation has been tarnished. Xie nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Helian Sui sensed the atmosphere had grown awkward and turned to Ada, attempting to shift the conversation. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Rua's voice resonated. Helian Daoyu, are you all right? She approached Xie's side, looking at Helian Sui. Helian Sui shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit drained of spiritual energy. Lin Rua regarded her with an inscrutable look. You almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, Ada saved you just in time. Helian Sui smiled lightly. Indeed, thanks to ATA. That moment, Ada presented a radiant pearl to Helian Sui. Sui, this is for you. Curiously, she asked, Ada, what is this? Ada explained with a smile. This is a night pearl, a unique treasure of our merfolk clan that illuminates the surroundings at night. Lin Rua gazed at the night pearl, envy flickering in her eyes. What a magnificent treasure. Isn't this a bit too precious, Ada? I can't. Before Helian Sui could finish her sentence, she saw Ada gazing at her with sparkling eyes, rendering her unable to refuse. Very well, I shall accept it. She smiled slightly at Ada, feeling inexplicably charmed by the merman's puppy-like demeanor. Xie observed Ada, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes, then turned to Helian Sui, noticing her rapt attention on Ada. His heart stirred slightly before he averted his gaze. What should we do next? A cultivator inquired. Jisho responded, since the demonic clan has been thoroughly eradicated, and there are no indications that the demon lord will dispatch them again, you may all return for now. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, knowing that the crisis had been averted. The merfolk presented them with many resources beneficial for cultivation as a token of gratitude. Jisho surveyed the group before continuing. However, we must not entirely let our guard down. After returning, everyone should continue to strengthen their cultivation and enhance their abilities. After all, no one can predict whether new threats may arise in the future. The cultivators nodded in agreement. One of them asked, Jisho Shixiao, should we continue searching for any remnants of the demonic clan to ensure they do not pose a threat again? Jisho pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, we should remain vigilant. I will discuss this with the merfolk to see if they possess any leads on the remnants of the demonic clan. Meanwhile, you can also inquire with other sects and families to share information. The group accepted their orders and began making preparations to return to their respective sects and families. Before departing, they expressed their gratitude to the merfolk once more, promising to eliminate the threat of the demonic clan as swiftly as possible. Chapter 27. The male lead must not have taken a liking to her. Helian Sui bid farewell to Ada softly. Ada, I must take my leave. We shall meet again. Until we meet again. Do not forget to come visit me, Ada replied, his eyes filled with reluctance as he watched her go. Helian Sui smiled gently and nodded. Of course, I won't forget. Take care of yourself. Yes, Sui. Travel safely, and I wish you all the best. Ada's gaze followed intently until she boarded the flying vessel, at which point she turned and submerged into the depths of the sea on the vessel. Xie quietly observed the lingering emotions shared among the merfolk below, a wave of discomfort stirring within him. That moment, Lin Ruoruo approached Xie Yin, smiling as she remarked, "Look at the interaction between Adder and the junior sister. Their relationship appears quite intimate." Xie Yin's expression darkened slightly. "Sister Lin, tread carefully with your words." Lin Sui Sui had just stepped onto the vessel and caught sight of Xie Yin standing beside Lin Ruoruo, deciding not to intrude upon their conversation. Instead, she made her way inside the cabin, selecting a seat by the window, patiently awaiting departure. She couldn't help but reflect on this journey, pondering silently, "It's no wonder the system insisted on my presence. It seems I am to serve as the key for the male protagonist. Had I known this earlier, I could have simply had Xie Yin bring Ayu directly, sparing myself the unnecessary effort." However, considering the rewards bestowed by the system and the enchanting scenery of the East Sea merfolk, she felt it was indeed worthwhile. As for the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, one could only say that she was overly conscientious. Seeking to assume the role of one of the array's focal points, where could she find such a responsible young lady? After returning, she could simply take some spiritual elixirs to recuperate. When can I ascend? After completing the task, what is the specific timeline? She inquired of the system in her mind. Are you planning to stay here? The system asked. I'm still uncertain. If there is no imminent apocalypse here, I shall remain. Should a world-ending boss appear one day, I will return. Lin Sui Sui mused while sipping her tea. I thought you would be nostalgic for your reality. Alas, my memories of that place have grown hazy. And what is reality anyway? Is not this world quite real as well? Who knows if that world is merely a narrative? You make a valid point. Lin Sui Sui spoke her honest thoughts. She believed what was true to her was real, and what felt false was merely an illusion. She was indifferent to the world's authenticity, focusing solely on her own experiences. Life is but a spectacle, a matter of what is seen and what is felt. The distinction between truth and falsehood hardly holds significance. You still haven't answered my question. Lin Sui Sui expressed her concern over the issue. After all, everyone knew she was rather inept. If one day she inexplicably ascended, only to be accused of practicing some malevolent arts, that would be troublesome. I will provide you with a plausible excuse. When the male protagonist ascends, you too shall ascend, claiming you merely rode upon his fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Sui Sui felt quite satisfied and then inquired, how long might that take? Given the male protagonist's pace of cultivation, it won't require a millennium, the system replied. It so, several hundred years then. Lin Sui Sui was not overly concerned, as it was common for cultivators to seclude themselves for centuries. Yet, the male protagonist's innate talent was far superior. How could an ordinary person be compared to such an exceptional being? Moreover, the portion of the narrative leading up to the male protagonist's ascension accounted for only about 30% of the entire book. The crux of the story lay in how he transformed into a deity. After the male protagonist became a deity, he opened the passage leading from the cultivation realm to the upper realms, delineating the realms of deities and mortals, thereby dismantling the long-standing coexistence of humans, deities, and various creatures in the cultivation realm since ancient times. From that point onward, countless cultivators would ascend, and even demons could cultivate to become celestial beings. What will my strength be like after ascension? Lin Sui Sui pondered another question. Your strength depends on you. After your ascension, you will enjoy the endless life of an immortal, but there are no guarantees against being beaten. Only Xie Yin will ensure that you cannot be killed. That I understand. She realized this sensation resembled a player in a game who, despite lacking skill, had a high rank due to a booster. It did not equate to possessing the corresponding capabilities, merely a facade. Yet, she would be able to enjoy the benefits of that rank. Fortunately, with thick vitality, her parents would also have the opportunity to ascend, and they would protect her. After completing her task, she must cultivate a good relationship with Xie Yin. With the male protagonist's backing, even if some fool dared to provoke her, she could use her vitality to outlast them. This was truly the life of a slacker she had yearned for, and she could hardly wait to embrace it. One could not blame Lin Sui Sui for being so laid back. Some people relish being the protagonist, reveling in the sensation of trampling the world beneath their feet through sheer effort. But Lin Sui Sui preferred to win effortlessly, allowing the world to be trampled without exertion. Furthermore, her aptitude was lacking. Even Xie Yin, who was 1,000 times more capable than her, worked diligently. What good would her efforts bring? Opportunities were reserved for protagonists. She was merely an NPC. The thought of a comfortable future life caused a smile to involuntarily grace He Lian Sui's lips. "What are you smiling about?" Xie Yan's voice suddenly broke through. He Lian Sui jumped, startled, realizing she had not noticed when Xie Yan had entered, the youth now seated beside her. She paused for a moment, then hastily masked her surprise by taking a sip of tea. "Oh, it's nothing, just pondering a few matters." Xie Yan cast a glance at her, appearing somewhat puzzled but chose not to press further. "Where is Sister Lin? Wasn't she just with you?" He Lian Sui surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot Lin Ruoruo. Given Lin Ruoruo's evident affection for the male protagonist, she should have been an easy target to win over. How strange that He Lian Sui inwardly questioned the fellow's capabilities. After all, it was not every day that a harem candidate willingly participated in the plot yet failed to capture her attention. "I don't know." Xie Yan's voice bore a hint of coldness. "What is going on between you and that fish?" Upon asking, he immediately regretted it. "What do you mean by what is going on?" He Lian Sui felt perplexed by his words. Was he referring to Adder? "Nothing at all." Seeing her reaction, Xie Yan did not press further, feeling a sense of relief. He could discern that the fish harbored an interest in her, a realization that filled him with unease. However, it seemed He Lian Sui was not particularly concerned about him. He Lian Sui observed the youth beside her, sensing an odd shift in his demeanor over the past few days. He had been indifferent to others, only Lin Ruoruo receiving his attention. Now that even Lin Ruoruo had vanished, she suspected he had frightened her away. What girl could tolerate such an attitude? Moreover, he had been directing his ire towards her lately. Wait a moment. He Lian Sui's eyes widened as she stared at Xie Yan, her heart racing at the thought. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? This was disastrous. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Yan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. In nothing. He Lian Sui turned to gaze out the window, inwardly questioning the system. "System, what does this fellow mean? Is he interested in me? What should I do? What is there to do? Don't you like him?" The system replied calmly. "When did I ever express any fondness for him? Moreover, I have no intention of becoming part of his harem." She would never allow herself to be a supporting character in someone else's story. "What if this harem consists solely of you?" The system hesitated. "Then that is even less acceptable. Emotions will only hinder my ability to enjoy food. Besides, when has any pure love story gone smoothly for the protagonists? They might have to endure a series of heart-wrenching trials. What if those trials are unnecessary? Perhaps one day you will come to like him." The system suggested again. "That is impossible. Even without those trials, that overpowered male lead will have a weakness. If his adversaries capture me and subject me to severe torture with my current cultivation level, I wouldn't stand a chance to resist." The system, noting He Lian Sui's obstinate attitude and recalling the male protagonist's feelings toward her, felt a headache coming on. "Yet, emotions are uncontrollable. Humph. Don't think you can deceive me with the pains of love. While emotions may be uncontrollable, behavior can be managed. If I ever truly develop feelings for him, I will find 100 substitutes to form a harem. In this realm of cultivation, who would fear not finding companions? I could seek out merfolk resembling him and even find a demoness from a noble clan who looks like him. It's not as if I can't afford it, system. You are indeed impressive." Upon returning to the sect, He Lian Sui eagerly awaited the male protagonist's breakthrough, especially since he had already reached the early stage of the transformation stage. Now, the male protagonist merely needed to participate in 2 more advancement competitions to ascend from the transformation stage to the void refinement stage, and subsequently from the void refinement stage to the integration stage, thus fulfilling He Lian Sui's mission. At that point, she would no longer need to consider the grand narrative's trajectory, and the bond between her and the male protagonist would also be dissolved. However, in a certain sense, this bond would remain intact, for if the illustrious male protagonist were to perish, the world would surely face ruin. He Lian Sui had already reached the age to take on a master. Yet she had yet to decide which sect to join. Reflecting on the fact that regardless of her choices, she would surely ascend after completing her mission, she felt that it mattered little what she studied. To alleviate her parents' concerns, she had to put on a facade of earnest contemplation. Furthermore, there was another event she eagerly anticipated: her coming-of-age ceremony. This ceremony marked a significant moment in He Lian Sui's life and was also a grand occasion for the Tianji sect. As the sect leader, He Lian Feng placed immense importance on this ceremony, viewing it as an opportunity for the Tianji sect to engage with other sects and prominent families. For Helian Sui, once she crossed the threshold of adulthood, she would be able to choose a partner, although she had no such thoughts at present. The venue for the coming-of-age ceremony had been splendidly adorned, with a tall platform at the center displaying an array of gifts and offerings. The seats below were filled with representatives from other sects and esteemed guests from powerful families. Clad in an exquisite gown, Helian Sui ascended the platform gracefully, facing the divine altar, and performed the ceremonial 3 kneels and 9 knocks. Subsequently, Helian Feng stepped forward, holding a congratulatory speech, his melodious voice resonating throughout the venue, wishing the young maiden a healthy growth. After the ceremony concluded, many attendees offered their congratulations to Helian Sui. Xia Yin and other disciples sat quietly in the VIP section. Witnessing the ceremonial proceedings, he observed every move of the girl. Although she appeared calm on the surface, a subtle hint of anxiety shimmered in her eyes. Helian Sui indeed felt nervous. After the coming-of-age ceremony, she would become the center of attention. Talented youths from various sects approached to congratulate her, attempting to leave an impression on her. Surrounded by so many handsome young men, she felt somewhat dazzled. Nevertheless, she merely responded politely, showing no particular favoritism towards anyone as she gazed at the various charming youths. Her heart fluttered with excitement, but these matters could wait until her mission was complete. Chapter 28. One must not be too idle. It had been over a month since Helian Sui's coming-of-age ceremony. Since that day, Xia Yin had not set foot in the Zixiao Hall, and her life had returned to a dreamlike state. Occasionally, she would visit the sword cultivation hall to see Sangyu and catch a glimpse of Xia Yin. Since returning from the East Sea, her cultivation had soared from the early stage of the golden core to the mid-stage, which was indeed delightful. However, such days did not last long, and Helian Sui soon felt a sense of boredom from staying in the mountains for too long. She pondered whether it was the experiences she had undergone down the mountain that had led her to feel restless. Thus, she resolved to visit the sect's task hall to see if there were any suitable minor tasks. Seizing the opportunity to venture down the mountain for some exploration, Helian Sui felt no apprehension. After all, the male protagonist, Xia Yin, remained safely on the mountain to cultivate, and she had no reason to worry about her own safety. Seizing the moment, she selected an auspicious day and set off for the task hall. Standing before the imposing building, she was overwhelmed by a wave of inexplicable emotion. Alas, as a disciple of the Tianji sect, this was her first visit here. She mused that the so-called tasks were merely a pretext. The true intention was to seek leisure outside. She planned to take on some easy tasks, which would allow her to indulge in leisurely moments afterward. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed numerous fellow disciples lined up orderly to receive their tasks, so she quietly fell in line at the end. The task hall was an institution dedicated to managing various tasks within the Tianji sect, where disciples could undertake tasks involving cultivation, gathering, escorting, or slaying demons, and upon completion, they would earn contribution points for the sect. These contribution points could be exchanged for high-level resources, including elixirs, talismans, weapons, treasures, and spirit beasts. Helian Sui was not in a hurry to acquire contribution points, for she lacked for nothing in terms of resources. She simply wished to descend the mountain for some experience in sightseeing. Esteemed elder, are there any tasks suitable for someone at the golden core stage? When it was her turn, Helian Sui inquired of the elder in charge of the task hall. What brings you here, Sui? The elder, a kindly old man, exuded a warm presence despite his formidable strength. Oh, it's just that I couldn't break through and thought I might venture down the mountain for some experience, Helian Sui replied. Indeed, we have tasks available. Choose from these. The elder handed her a jade slip. Helian Sui bowed respectfully to the elder, expressing her gratitude as she accepted the jade slip. With a slight application of her powers, the slip revealed rows of text in mid-air, listing all the tasks available for her cultivation level. After careful consideration, she ultimately decided to venture to the picturesque Kunlun prefecture, a place she had never set foot in before. Elder, I have made my selection. Helian Sui returned the jade slip. After the elder completed the registration, he handed her a token as proof to present to the task's client. With the token in hand, Helian Sui confidently mounted her steed, Ayu, and descended the mountain. Since she had received permission from Helian Feng and his wife, there was no need for her to act in secrecy. The task she accepted was located in Jing City, in the western part of Kunlun Prefecture, commissioned by a merchant family bearing the surname Lin. According to the family, they often heard strange noises at night and occasionally glimpsed eerie shadows. The family head had repeatedly invited Taoists and monks to exorcise the spirits, yet the situation remained unchanged, leading them to suspect that some powerful malevolent entity was at play, prompting the issuance of this commission. Upon reviewing the jade slip, Hellion Sui Sui learned that whether it was a malevolent spirit or a wandering corpse, their grade should not be high, and a practitioner at the golden core stage would suffice to resolve the matter. Hence, she deliberately opted for this task. Due to Hellion Sui Sui's high-profile descent from the mountain, passing disciples cast curious glances, all assuming that this young lady of the Tianji sect had whimsically ventured down the mountain once again. In the sword cultivation hall, Xie Yin diligently practiced the sword techniques imparted by Sangyu. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, breathless, claiming an urgent need to see Sangyu. "Which hall are you from? Why the rush?" A disciple from the sword cultivation hall stepped forward to assist him. "Oh, it's because I saw the little junior sister has gone down the mountain again. So I hurried to inform Elder Sangyu," the disciple replied. Upon hearing this news, Xie Yin was initially taken aback, then his brow furrowed in concern. He approached the disciple and coldly inquired, "Is what you said true?" Perhaps due to Xie Yan's formidable aura, despite his usual aloof demeanor, he engaged in conversation, prompting the two to pause and look at him. "Yes, indeed. Many have witnessed it with their own eyes," they confirmed to Xie Yin. Upon hearing this, Xie Yin stated, "I will go speak to my master." The disciple nodded slightly and then exited the sword cultivation hall. Xie Yin made his way to Elder Sangyu's quiet chamber to inquire about the matter. Yet her reaction was unexpected. "Do not worry. We are already aware of this situation," Sangyu reassured Xie Yin. Seeing Xie Yin still displaying concern, she continued to comfort him. "She has merely taken on a task of limited difficulty. Perhaps she simply wishes to wander down the mountain. If you wish to go as well, you are welcome to join." After leaving the quiet chamber, Xie Yan's heart remained restless. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to head to the task hall, hoping to ascertain the specific location of Hellion Sui Sui's task, so he could seek her out personally. In truth, Xie Yan's worries were not unfounded. Hellion Sui Sui, riding Ayu, after several days of travel, finally arrived at Jing City. Jing City was a bustling metropolis, filled with people coming and going. As Hellion Sui Sui strolled through the streets, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Her mood brightened, and she mused that this place did not seem dangerous at all. Following the address on the task jade slip, she successfully located the Lin family's residence, situated at the edge of the city, away from the hustle and bustle, exuding an aura of tranquility. Upon reaching the entrance, Hellion Sui Sui immediately sensed that the grandeur of the residence was extraordinary. 2 guards stood sentinel at the door, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. She silently admired the sight, realizing that this was indeed a merchant family of considerable wealth. Hellion Sui Sui approached, presenting her task token, and the guards promptly allowed her entry. Notifying the family head, they escorted Hellion Sui Sui into the residence, and as they walked, she noticed the household was sparsely populated. Although the residence was opulent, there were hardly any people moving about, which struck her as rather peculiar. Hellion Sui Sui was brought to the main hall, where the family head, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man, seemed to have been waiting for some time. He warmly welcomed Hellion Sui Sui and provided a detailed account of the family's recent troubles. According to him, the strange noises and shadows had plagued the family for a long time, and despite numerous Taoists and monks being at a loss, the family members were deeply fearful, worried that ominous events were imminent. Upon hearing this, Hellion Sui Sui thought to herself, could it be that they have sought the help of charlatans? She resolved to ascertain the situation before making any plans. Thus, she commenced her exploration around the estate, striving to uncover the source of the malevolence. She arrived at the back mountain of the Lin family, which appeared to be a desolate hill. A flicker of confusion crossed Hellion Sui Sui's mind. If this was indeed the Lin family's territory, why was it left untended? She soon recalled that the Lin manor had few inhabitants, which seemed a reasonable explanation. The servant accompanying her mentioned that there was a Lin family ancestral hall on the back mountain. Yet the family head forbade anyone from entering, thus he was unaware of its appearance. Upon hearing this, Hellion Sui Sui felt an instinctive sense that an unusual secret lay within, drawing from her years of reading novels. She surmised that the hall likely harbored some issues. "May I take a look?" she inquired of the servant. "The master has said that if you wish to investigate, you may do so," as he spoke. He handed her a key, adding, "However, the master has not permitted us to enter, so I cannot accompany you." Hellion Sway nodded gently, accepting the key while watching the servant retreat in haste, pondering internally why he exhibited such dread towards the ancestral hall. Did it conceal some peril? However, she quickly reminded herself that since the jade slip indicated that even those at the golden core stage could handle this matter, coupled with her equipment, she should be fine. Nevertheless, the source of the strange occurrences required her personal investigation. A twinge of regret surfaced within Hellion Sway. Had she known, she would have opted for simpler, more straightforward tasks, such as transporting goods or gathering items, rather than exhausting so many brain cells. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely turned toward the depths of the desolate hill. After some exploration, she finally caught sight of the ancestral hall mentioned by the servant from a distance. The seemingly abandoned structure emanated an unusual aura. Despite its dilapidation, it still exuded an unsettling chill. Although cultivators were generally untroubled by cold, Hellion Sway could not help but shiver involuntarily. Could there be spirits present? Typically, ancestral halls should not be located within or in close proximity to the estate. Moreover, in novels, various protagonists often found themselves punished by being confined to the ancestral hall for kneeling, suggesting that the hall was regularly maintained. How could it be so desolate? Hellion Sway resolved to enter the hall and investigate. She cautiously stepped inside, finding it engulfed in darkness, with only a faint light filtering in from outside. Utilizing her magical abilities, she illuminated her surroundings. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a sudden wave of intense corpse energy surged from outside the hall. Following the source of the aura, she ventured out, only to find a multitude of wandering corpses congregating, all advancing towards the hall. Hellion Sway's face blanched in shock. It was no wonder no one dared approach this place, for the hall was summoning zombies. What could be concealed within? The wandering corpses seemed to sense the presence of the living and lunged towards Hellion Sway. The corpses varied in strength, with most being low-level, while a few exhibited a certain level of spiritual power, appearing as intermediate corpses. Drawing her Sway sword, Hellion Sway resolved to take the initiative, determined to strike first. After all, being bitten or scratched by these bizarre creatures could lead to poisoning. She had heard that wandering corpses were drawn to objects imbued with spiritual energy, consuming other spiritually endowed beings to facilitate their own evolution. To avoid being caught, Hellion Sway soared into the air, wielding her Sway sword to unleash fierce sword energy, pushing back the advancing corpses. Her gaze sharpened as she surveyed the undead controlled by malevolent forces. Pondering what secrets lay hidden within this ancestral hall, with her sword energy slicing through the air, the low-level corpses fell to the ground, but the intermediate ones proved more troublesome. They were not only agile but could also cast simple spells to counter her sword energy. Hellion Sway understood that if she did not end this swiftly, the arrival of more advanced corpses or their controller would spell disaster. She decided to take the offensive, her Sway sword carving a brilliant azure light in the air. Aimed directly at the intermediate corpse, the sword light cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, catching the intermediate corpse off guard. However, just as Hellion Sway prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a powerful wave of malevolent energy surged forth from within the hall, enveloping all the wandering corpses. The low-level corpses that had previously fallen appeared to gain newfound strength, rising once more and becoming increasingly ferocious. A chill ran down Hellion Sway's spine as she realized that an extremely sinister artifact or a highly skilled malevolent cultivator must be controlling this chaos. She had to locate and destroy the source of the malevolence quickly to prevent greater calamity. Hellion Sway moved with agility, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, her Sway sword seeming to come alive in her hands, each swing imbued with formidable power. She thought to herself that she was fortunate to possess sufficiently powerful equipment. Otherwise, with her own strength, she would be utterly incapable of confronting these wandering corpses one by one. The intermediate corpses fell beneath her sword, yet more corpses continued to surge from all directions, seemingly endless. She realized that this could not continue. The malevolent energy within the hall was continuously enhancing these corpses, and it was only a matter of time before they overwhelmed her. Was it not said that one could accomplish tasks at the Golden Core stage? This was utterly deceptive. Just as Hellion Sway's focus wavered, an intermediate corpse suddenly lunged at her. She stared in terror at the approaching hand, its long, sharp nails sending chills down her spine. Pills? While she would not perish. It did not mean she was unafraid. If these corpses caught her, would she not be devoured to the bone? Evading the deadly strike, she queried the system. If I were to be reduced to nothing but bones, could I still be revived? Of course, even if you were to fall into a volcano and be reduced to ashes, I could still bring you back. The system seemed to be enjoying the situation. Regardless, even if she were truly reduced to mere bones, it mattered little. As long as she could regenerate flesh, that sensation would likely be quite exhilarating. Then, the system's emotionless laughter echoed. Ah, you're still laughing. Hellion Sway Sway was on the verge of breaking down. She merely wished to venture out for some fun. Could the Jade Slip not provide more clarity before writing? This was truly infuriating. Chapter 29. The Secrets of the Ancestral Hall. Just as Hellion Sway Sway intended to summon Au to escape, a figure suddenly darted forth. Upon seeing her in peril from the wandering corpses, the individual leaped forward, tightly embracing her waist and swiftly whisking her away from danger, subsequently shielding her behind them. Hellion Sway Sway raised her gaze, an inexplicable sense of reassurance swelling within her. When the figure turned, she was jolted into realization. It was Lin Ruoruo, senior sister Lin. What brings you here? Hellion Sway Sway exclaimed in shock. Pondering whether she too was on a quest, Lin Ruoruo did not respond immediately, instead swiftly inscribing intricate runes in the air. Her fingertips glimmered with a soft azure light, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged in response to her incantations. Coalescing into floating talismans in an instant, these talismans flew towards the wandering corpses like raindrops. Her movements were swift and practiced, each talisman striking true, causing the corpses to emit mournful wails as they were encircled. Once everything settled, she turned to Hellion Sway Sway and calmly stated, "It's nothing. I heard some minor matters at home and returned, but I didn't expect to find you here." Hellion Sway Sway's heart skipped a beat. And recalling the Lin family's involvement in this task, she asked in astonishment, "Could it be that you are a member of the Lin family?" "Indeed," she replied. "My father informed me of some happenings at home and intended to summon cultivators for assistance. But I was concerned, so I decided to return personally." She smiled softly. "I didn't expect this task to fall upon my little junior sister." A slight blush crept onto Hellion Sway Sway's cheeks as she thought, "This surely could not be her fault. It's not your concern. Perhaps the Jade Slip was flawed. Thankfully, you are safe." Lin Ruoro gently reassured her. "Since the matter has been resolved, let us return to the Lin family together." "Wait, these wandering corpses seem to be drawn to this ancestral hall. Do you know what secrets it hides?" Hellion Sway Sway added hastily. "If we do not resolve the issues within, these corpses may continue to emerge relentlessly." Lin Ruoruo, walking ahead, appeared to pause momentarily before saying, "The hall contains the tablets of our ancestors. I doubt there is anything particularly special. Perhaps something else is attracting them." She halted, gazing at Sway Sway. "It's possible that your belongings are too numerous. Drawing the wandering corpses, as they can also evolve by consuming elixirs. Is that so?" Hellion Sway Sway scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, did Shidi not accompany you?" Lin Ruoro asked, seemingly casually. Hellion Sway Sway's heart tightened at her question. It seemed senior sister Lin harbored some affection for Xie Yan. She quickly replied, "No, I came down the mountain by myself this time." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Lin Ruoro's face. "Is that so? What a pity." Hellion Sway Sway sensed her disappointment was genuine and quickly asked, "Does senior sister like Xie Yan? In the future, do visit the Jiangxiatang to see him more often, as the saying goes. A man pursuing a woman is like a mountain apart, while a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil. One day, you will surely have your desires fulfilled." Upon hearing these words, Lin Ruoruo seemed to let out a bitter smile, softly murmuring, "Is it truly the case that a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil?" "Indeed, indeed." Hellion Sway Sway noticed a hint of sadness in her expression and wished to comfort her, yet found herself at a loss for words. "Do you not like Xie Yan?" Lin Ruoruo suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, Hellion Sway Sway's heart tightened, and a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. She pondered that senior sister Lin seemed to harbor a subtle, yet palpable, hostility towards her, undoubtedly stemming from her affection for Xie Yan. She did not wish to be at odds with Lin Ruoruo, and secretly resolved to dispel this misunderstanding. "Ah, I certainly do not like him," Helene Sui replied, speaking from the heart, while inwardly she mused, who could possibly find Xie Yin appealing with his perpetually stern demeanor? However, there seemed to be exceptions, such as senior sister Lin. If he does not cherish this relationship properly, it is only a matter of time before it withers. Upon hearing Helene Sui's response, Lin Ruoruo paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow as she softly remarked, "Is that so? Then he is rather unfortunate." Helene Sui did not catch this remark clearly, as they had already arrived at the entrance of the Lin residence. The guards at the gate, upon seeing Lin Ruoruo, displayed a hint of trepidation, bowing deeply and respectfully proclaiming, "Miss, you have returned." Helene Sui found their reaction rather peculiar. How could such a gentle person as senior sister Lin inspire such fear? Lin Ruoruo replied in a nonchalant tone. Turning to Helene Sui with a smile, "Let us stay here and enjoy ourselves for a few more days." "All right." Helene Sui beamed with a sweet smile. As night descended, Helene Sui lay in the guest room, reflecting on the day's events, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. The demeanor and speech of senior sister Lin seemed somewhat altered from her usual self. Was she different in Xie Yan's absence? Could it be that she presented herself in a different light when he was around? Senior sister Lin had claimed that the wandering corpses were drawn to her, yet something in Helene Sui's heart felt amiss. Regrettably, Lin Ruoruo's words had diverted her thoughts, causing her to forget her concerns. After the guide had departed, she roamed the mountain in search, only to find the shrine half a day later. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered a single wandering corpse. It was only upon entering the shrine that she faced such an overwhelming number of them. If the issue had indeed been resolved, why did Lin Ruoruo insist on keeping her there for so long? The head of the Lin family's reaction towards Lin Ruoruo evidently did not resemble the typical emotional exchange between a father and daughter. Helene Sui had a nagging feeling that the entire family harbored a certain fear of senior sister Lin. Could it be due to her status as a cultivator? Yet, that should not be the case. Helene Sui found herself utterly perplexed and silently resolved to investigate the shrine further the following day. If there were indeed problems within the shrine, the surrounding people would inevitably suffer. Meanwhile, after Helene Sui had settled down, Lin Ruoruo made her way to the hall. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from unnecessary actions? Did you not hear?" Lin Ruoruo spoke with a hint of displeasure, fixing her gaze upon Lin Yi, as if awaiting an explanation. "I, too, did not anticipate such events would transpire. The wandering corpses have been lurking near the shrine." Instilling fear throughout the Lin family, Lin Yi seemed somewhat flustered. "Then simply instruct them to keep their distance from the shrine," Lin Ruoruo replied coldly. "Ruoruo, do not call me that," Lin Ruoruo interrupted him. "When you treated me in such a manner back then, did you ever regard me as your daughter?" Lin Yi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and then asked, "What of the immortal from today?" He recalled Helene Sui, puzzled as to why Lin Ruoruo had traveled such a distance. Was it merely to come to her aid? She is the daughter of the head of Tianjizong. Should she perish here? It would indeed be a most troublesome matter for me. Lin Ruoruo shot Lin Yi a cold glance and continued, "In any case, there will be no need to seek assistance from others in the future. I will handle this matter myself, and you must not approach that shrine." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Lin Yi watched as Lin Ruoruo's figure grew distant, feeling as though a heavy burden pressed upon him. The following day, Helene Sui heard Lin Ruoruo mention that she would be stepping out and advised her to remain well at the Lin residence. Helene Sui nodded obediently, inwardly thinking how fortunate she was. Once Lin Ruoruo had departed, Helene Sui made her way back to the back mountain. This time, she encountered no wandering corpses, which suggested that Lin Ruoruo had resolved the situation. However, having dealt with one wave did not guarantee that another would not follow. She dared not let her guard down. She felt an overpowering sense that something was amiss with the entire Lin family and resolved to uncover the underlying secrets. After all, she possessed the resurrection armor. So this journey would serve as a means of accumulating merit for herself. Upon reaching the shrine, she circled around, ensuring that no wandering corpses were present before approaching the shrine's entrance. Helene Sui discovered that the door had been locked once more. Gently touching the lock, she realized that it was imbued with a formation and had grown severely rusty. After some examination, she concluded that this formation was not meant to lock the door, but rather served as an ordinary alarm. Should she rashly use her spiritual power to unlock it, the person who set this formation would undoubtedly sense the anomaly. What should I do? Hellion Sway felt a headache coming on. Just then, a stone was handed to her. Use this. Without hesitation, Hellion Sway accepted it, exclaiming, "Of course, how did I not think of that? Thank you so much, wait." She turned her head, and her gaze met Xie Yan's, who was casually leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, observing her with an air of leisure. Hellion Sway exclaimed in shock, "How did you end up here?" She blinked, then looked at the stone in her hand, as if she had come to a sudden realization. "Are you sure this will work?" She glared at him. The young man smiled slightly. "Of course, I am familiar with this formation." Hellion Sway widened her eyes in surprise. "How do you know about it?" She was astonished. Xie Yan appeared to be a stark contrast to his previously icy demeanor. He now seemed much more relaxed. Since returning from the East Sea, he had always maintained a stern face, as if she owed him something. Xie Yan shrugged. "I studied some formations previously. This one just happens to be one I know." "You still haven't answered me. How did you end up here?" Hellion Sway never expected to encounter Xie Yan in this place. Was he not at Tianjizong? Why was he not diligently practicing on the mountain, but instead here? Xie Yan chuckled lightly as he approached her. "My master was concerned about you and sent me down to assist you." "Assist me?" Hellion Sway raised an eyebrow, snorting. "You merely came to witness my misfortune. Did you not? When did you arrive, and how did you make no sound at all?" Hellion Sway queried further. "I just arrived. My cultivation level is higher than yours, so it is quite simple for me to conceal my presence from you." Xie Yan smiled faintly, his eyes shining like crescent moons. Seeing him smile, Hellion Sway felt a stir in her heart, secretly contemplating how handsome the male lead was. If she could find a few who resembled him in the future, she would surely keep them at home. She inwardly sighed with relief that he had not witnessed the events of the previous night. Otherwise, she would have suffered another social embarrassment. Xie Yan had indeed only just arrived. Following the jade slip given by the elders of the task hall to the Lin residence, where he saw Lin Ruoruo hurriedly leaving, he soared onto the walls of the Lin residence, intending to search for Hellion Sway, only to see her stealthily emerging from the back of the Lin residence. He was curious as to what this girl was up to and decided to follow her here. He felt a malevolent presence within the shrine and, observing Hellion Sway's clumsy demeanor, felt an unease in his heart, prompting him to accompany her. All right, if you wish to follow, I suppose that is acceptable." Hellion Sway said, then added, "I shall open the door now." Taking a deep breath, she raised the stone and struck it against the lock with force. With a crack, the lock shattered, yet the formation upon it remained undisturbed. "Wow, it actually worked!" she exclaimed, joyfully glancing at Xie Yan. Xie Yan shrugged, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so." Hellion Sway pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Xie Yan following closely behind. Inside, it remained pitch dark. Just as Hellion Sway raised her hand to illuminate the area with her spiritual power, Xie Yan grasped her wrist. "You cannot use spiritual power here," Xie Yan explained. "Why not?" Hellion Sway was baffled. "There is also a formation here. This formation is not easily detectable. If you use spiritual power, it will activate the formation." Xie Yan released her hand and continued, "This formation is quite peculiar. It seems to summon evil." Hellion Sway's heart jolted. No wonder when she illuminated the area with spiritual power yesterday, so many wandering corpses had appeared outside. It was because she had activated the formation, inadvertently drawing them in. How could there be such a multitude of formations within the Lin family's shrine? Furthermore, what sort of malevolent formation was this? Xie Yan observed her reaction with curiosity. "You seem to understand the function of this formation. Have you been here before?" Though Hellion Sway was reluctant to divulge her experiences from the previous day, she realized that Xie Yan was the most knowledgeable and powerful person between them. After much contemplation, she decided to share everything that had transpired since her arrival, including senior sister Lin's peculiar behavior. "And that is how it is. I feel she is hiding something from me." Xie Yan laughed in disbelief. "So you ventured here alone once again? What are you laughing at? Even without others, I could handle it myself." Hellion Sway retorted defiantly, noticing his unfriendly tone. "How will you handle it? Are you just going to wait to be devoured?" Xie Yan replied with irritation. Just as Hellion Sway was about to retort, she suddenly felt something furry crawling over the back of her foot. What is that? Helian Sui let out a startled cry, instinctively clinging tightly to Xie Yin, wishing she could envelop herself entirely around him. Xie Yin, taken aback by her sudden action, found himself momentarily stunned. The young girl clutched him closely, her legs wrapped around his waist, so near that he could sense the faint fragrance and warmth emanating from her. A flush of heat spread across Xie Yin's cheeks, and his ears felt as if they were ablaze. Instinctively, he embraced Helian Sui and stepped back a few paces, attempting to distance himself from the situation, urging her not to fear, for it was merely a mouse. However, Helian Sui only tightened her grip, prompting Xie Yin to chuckle softly. So, the young lady is afraid of mice. Who said that? Upon hearing his laughter, Helian Sui lifted her gaze from his chest, only then realizing the intimate position they occupied. Forgetting all about the mouse, she quickly released her hold and leapt down. After smoothing her hair, she glared fiercely at Xie Yin, declaring, "You must not speak of this." Xie Yin responded with a gentle affirmation. Despite the lingering unease within her, Helian Sui couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear regarding the unknown. At that moment, darkness enveloped her, obscuring her vision, and she was unable to harness her spiritual energy to illuminate her surroundings. Wait, illumination? Suddenly, Helian Sui recalled that Ada had seemingly gifted her a luminous pearl. She retrieved the pearl from her spatial pouch, and the area around them brightened instantly. Placing the luminous pearl in the center of the ancestral hall, she turned to Xie Yin and said, "It's ready now. Let us quickly uncover what lies hidden here." Xie Yin nodded in agreement. Helian Sui meticulously scanned her surroundings, striving to discover clues at last. In a corner of the hall, she noticed a peculiar section of the floor that appeared slightly loose, silently acknowledging that the dramas she watched had indeed told the truth. "Come look, there's something unusual here," she called to Xie Yin. Upon hearing her, Xie Yin approached, crouching down to examine the loose tile. He pushed against it, confirming that it was indeed movable. Helian Sui pondered for a moment and stated, "I believe there must be something beneath." Xie Yin nodded, and he proceeded to lift the floorboard. Instantly, a chilling aura wafted up from below. Chapter 30. Yet she loved an incense burner. Helian Sui gazed into the dark passage, exuding a sinister chill. Her heart constricting with trepidation, she swallowed hard, the urge to retreat almost overpowering her resolve. Nevertheless, she quickly steeled herself. This place was filled with eerie anomalies, and the malevolent formation continuously lured restless souls. If left unaddressed, the local inhabitants would face immeasurable peril. She couldn't help but ponder Lin Ruoruo's true intentions, a matter the original text had not elaborated upon. What schemes were concealed within? Stealing a glance at Xie Yin beside her, she mused, though his fate had been tumultuous, at least he had not succumbed to darkness. Recalling their initial encounter when she faced the black serpent alone, she couldn't help but think he was unreliable. After all, she could not expect Xie Yin to act heroically. Lin Ruoruo seemed to harbor deep affections for Xie Yin. Surely she would not wish him harm. Moreover, she had saved Helian Sui just yesterday, offering a measure of comfort, even if she remained unaware of Lin Ruoruo's secrets, hoping that she was not malevolent. "Will you follow me down? Just to clarify, I want to force you," Helian Sui asked softly. Turning to Xie Yin, "Of course," he replied, his brow slightly furrowed yet resolute. "Very well, then let us descend." Without hesitation, Helian Sui jumped into the passage. Xie Yin followed closely behind, and the two entered the enveloping darkness, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Helian Sui thought to herself that they had strayed far from the malevolent formation of the ancestral hall, and attempted to channel her spiritual energy, only to find the oppressive aura weighing heavily. Significantly slowing her efforts, her heart sank. This environment was decidedly disadvantageous for them, yet she maintained her composure and pressed forward. Xie Yin, meanwhile, remained silent, breathing steadily, seemingly unaffected. As they ventured deeper, the passage grew increasingly constricted, compelling Helian Sui to stoop low. She felt the oppressive aura intensify, the temperature dropping steadily, causing her anxiety to mount as she hastened her pace. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gave way, and she found herself plummeting downward. Xie Yin, quick-witted, grasped her wrist and yanked her back just in time. "Thank you." Helian Sui gazed at him gratefully, her heart still racing. Her eyes fell upon a pit in the ground, where sharp blades stood menacingly, and venomous serpents writhed, sending a chill down her spine. She had narrowly avoided a dire fate. They continued onward, Helian Sui silently acknowledging that the dangers here surpassed her imagination, requiring utmost caution. Conversely, Xie Yin appeared unfazed. Navigating the situation with ease, as they delved deeper, the air in the passage grew increasingly thin, and Helian Sui felt her breath becoming labored. She attempted to shield her heart's pulse with her spiritual energy, only to find the oppressive aura corroding her efforts, leaving her alarmed. She had never encountered such a predicament before. She glanced at Xie Yin, noticing he seemed unaffected, his spiritual energy flowing smoothly. "Are you all right?" Xie Yin inquired. Noticing her discomfort, "I'm fine," Helian Sui replied, shaking her head, feeling reassured by his well-being. After all, as long as the male lead was unharmed, her protective charm remained effective. At the end of the winding passage, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a stone chamber where an ancient incense burner stood quietly in the center. The moment they stepped into the chamber, the entrance sealed mysteriously, as if an invisible barrier had isolated them from the outside world. The ground illuminated with a complex array, emanating an eerie blue light, encircling them as if it were alive. Soon after, crimson vines surged from the ground, seemingly sentient, binding them tightly. Panic gripped Helian Sui's heart as she swiftly summoned her sword, attempting to sever the resilient vines, but found her wrist ensnared. "Xie Yin," she called out in distress, glancing at his predicament, only to see him similarly ensnared by the vines. Despair washed over her. She reprimanded herself, realizing she should have kept him above. Xie Yin sensed something was amiss as soon as he entered the formation. These vines appeared to be incorporeal, impossible to sever. The vines began to drag him toward the center of the chamber, causing Helian Sui's heart to race as she understood their target was none other than Xie Yin. To her astonishment, Xie Yin had truly come. Just then, the entrance to the stone chamber swung open, and Helian Sui's heart tightened. Lin Ruoruo had arrived. Approaching the incense burner, Lin Ruoruo's gaze was glazed, softly murmuring, "Little monk, soon you shall be reunited with me." She then directed an unusual spell at Xie Yin, causing him to wince in pain. "Senior Lin, what do you intend to do? Let him go!" Helian Sui shouted furiously. Lin Ruoruo slowly turned to face her, stepping toward Helian Sui, gently caressing her cheek with a cold demeanor. "Little junior sister, I want to kill you. Rather, I must thank you for bringing him here." She glanced at Xie Yin, continuing, "For days, I have sought ways to bring him here, and I never anticipated such a twist of fate." With that, Lin Ruoruo suddenly erupted into laughter, rivaling the madness of the fairy, Xiaoya. Witnessing her deranged demeanor, Helian Sui felt a surge of panic. Had Lin Ruoruo never truly cared for Xie Yin, but rather had ulterior motives? "What do you truly intend to do with him?" Helian Sui demanded angrily, then shifted her tone to plead. "Senior sister, I beg you, direct your wrath at me, spare him." She silently vowed that as long as she remained alive, if Xie Yin were to be sacrificed, it would spell her doom. "You are so deeply infatuated with him, yet you deceived me by claiming you had no feelings for him." Lin Ruoruo paused momentarily, then coldly replied. Helian Sui felt helpless. Had she truly deceived her? Yet she understood that such words should not be spoken lightly, lest she provoke Lin Ruoruo's ire. Lin Ruoruo approached the incense burner, delicately caressing its surface as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Once, I too loved him so dearly." Helian Sui's heart raced with dread. Who did she love? The incense burner. Was she truly this deranged? But then he died, taken from me by my own family. Lin Ruoruo recounted calmly. "Thus, I placed his soul here, awaiting a suitable host, and then he could be reborn. I have searched for countless years, until the day of the disciple ceremony. When I met Xie Yin, the revelation washed over Helian Sui. Within the incense burner lay a sealed soul. Lin Ruoruo had mastered the art of soul manipulation. Her true aim had always been Xie Yin, which explained her constant presence by his side. Helian Sui's emotions swirled chaotically. Wait, this was not the time for sympathy. Did Lin Ruoruo intend for her beloved to usurp Xie Yan's body? Your actions will surely invoke divine retribution. Hellion Sui Sui admonished sternly. Heavenly Tao, descend with thunderous wrath to punish her. She called out to the system within her mind. The system remained silent. Can you not be of any assistance? Hellion Sui Sui thought to herself. Feeling exasperated, this entity had left her to shoulder all the burdens along their journey. Only upon the completion of your task will I return to the heavenly Tao, the system replied indifferently. Originally, your offline time coincided with the male lead's fusion period, so before Xie Yin reaches that stage, you must find a way to protect him, which also safeguards your own existence. Afterward, he shall not perish. It is destined. What a fateful decree, Hellion Sui Sui thought, left speechless. Lin Ruoruo, upon hearing this, laughed maniacally. Divine retribution? I fear it not. As long as I can reunite with him, I am willing to pay any price. Facing Lin Ruoruo's obsession, Hellion Sui Sui silently contemplated. Then why not descend to accompany him? Certainly, she dared not voice such words aloud, fearing retribution. She could not fathom the depth of Lin Ruoruo's emotional turmoil and suffering. All she knew was that death loomed before her. A thought flickered in her mind, reminding her of her trump card. Your actions hardly constitute love, even if that person were to find out. He would not feel joy. He would only come to despise you. Hellion Sui Sui exclaimed loudly to Lin Ruoruo. Fury surged within Lin Ruoruo as she approached Hellion Sui Sui, gripping her throat tightly, realizing she had fallen into a trap. Hellion Sui Sui swiftly summoned Ao, come quickly. She inwardly mused that this opponent possessed remarkable strength, rendering her nearly breathless. The very moment Lin Ruoruo stepped away from the incense burner, Ao burst forth from the spatial realm. Launching itself towards the burner, Lin Ruoruo, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The incense burner tumbled from the center of the stone pedestal, causing the formation to lose its core and collapse instantaneously. The crimson vines vanished without a trace, and Hellion Sui Sui hurriedly dashed to retrieve the incense burner. Do not move. Be cautious, or I shall shatter your beloved. Chapter 31. Male protagonist versus Lin Ruoruo. Male protagonist triumphs. Hellion Sui Sui raised the incense burner high, her heart racing with trepidation. After all, this was her first time threatening another in such a manner, as if she were merely acting in a play. Lin Ruoruo felt her heart tighten upon witnessing this, only to quickly realize that Hellion Sui Sui was merely a cultivator of the golden core stage, prompting her to attack without hesitation. Clearly taken aback by this turn of events, Hellion Sui Sui disregarded the threat and fled hastily while clutching the incense burner. The disparity in strength between the two was glaringly evident. It was not long before Hellion Sui Sui found herself at a disadvantage. Just as Lin Ruoruo's talisman was about to strike her, Xie Yin stepped forward, the light of his sword flashing as he positioned himself before Hellion Sui Sui. You've awakened. Excellent. Hellion Sui Sui quickly hid behind Xie Yin, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. It turned out that with the formation dispelled, Xie Yin was no longer restrained. Hellion Sui Sui contemplated that this formation seemed specifically designed for cultivators, capable of stacking various negative effects. Return him to me. Lin Ruoruo seethed, her gaze piercing as it bore down on Hellion Sui Sui. I am no fool. How could I return him to you, allowing you to reactivate the formation? Hellion Sui Sui clutched the incense burner tightly, peering at Lin Ruoruo with unwavering resolve. Xie Yin, you can defeat her, can't you? Hellion Sui Sui grasped Xie Yin's sleeve, a flicker of unease creeping into her heart. The young man gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, offering a faint smile as he turned to her. Of course. Upon hearing Xie Yin's reply, Hellion Sui Sui felt a weight lift from her heart as she quietly retreated to a corner, with Ao standing guard before her. Lin Ruoruo, noticing Xie Yin's recovery, was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage. She swung her talisman fiercely, sending beams of light hurtling towards both Xie Yin and Hellion Sui Sui. Xie Yin moved with the grace of a pine tree, his long sword dancing like a rainbow, deflecting all the incoming light. He regarded Lin Ruoruo with calm eyes, a hint of coldness in his tone. Senior Sister Lin, you have crossed the line. Lin Ruoruo scoffed. Xie Yin, do you think you can stop me? Let us see you try. With that, Xie Yin pointed the tip of his sword directly at Lin Ruoruo. his gaze radiating unwavering determination. Hellion Sui, sheltered behind Ao, felt a quiet breath of relief. She watched Xie Yan's back, a wave of inexplicable security washing over her. This fellow, though sometimes exasperating, was undeniably reliable in critical moments. After all, he was the male protagonist of this world. Xie Yan, stop talking and act, Hellion Sui urged from behind. Xie Yan smiled slightly and turned to Hellion Sui, hold onto the incense burner tightly. Do not let it fall into Lin Ruo's hands. Hellion Sui was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped Xie Yan's intention, clutching the incense burner close and fixating her gaze on the confrontation between Xie Yan and Lin Ruo. Xie Yan turned his attention back, his eyes like lightning as they locked onto Lin Ruo, glinting with a chilling light. With a flourish of his long sword, he unleashed a beam of sword light that soared towards Lin Ruo. Once more, Lin Ruo wielded her talisman, but Xie Yan's long sword suddenly manifested countless sword shadows, blocking all her avenues of retreat. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Ruo's eyes, yet it was already too late. Xie Yan's long sword was pressed against her throat. You have lost, Xie Yan stated flatly, his tone calm yet resolute. Lin Ruo bit her lip, her eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, yet she understood that she was powerless to change her fate. She glared at Xie Yan, whispering, consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next time, it will not be so simple. Hellion Sui, witnessing Lin Ruo's defeat, finally breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped forward and inquired, do you still wish for a next time? This task had exceeded her capabilities. She had already used a communication talisman to notify the elders of Tianjizong, and soon, assistance would arrive to resolve the matter. Xie Yan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. He sheathed his sword and moved to Hellion Sui's side, softly asking, are you all right? Hellion Sui shook her head, but before she could respond, Lin Ruo revealed a sinister smile. Then none of you shall leave, Lin Ruo murmured to herself before vanishing into the shadows. Moments later, rustling sounds echoed from the secret passage they had just entered, accompanied by low, guttural growls. Hellion Sui's eyes widened in alarm. The wandering corpses, they have come. Xie Yan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the stone chamber. Hellion Sui stared at the doorway, realizing that Lin Ruo had indeed kept a trump card up her sleeve. She must have activated the malevolent formation within the shrine, intending to strike. Lin Ruo had truly gone mad for that person. Before long, a horde of wandering corpses surged through the passage, their levels far surpassing those Hellion Sui had encountered previously. They were grotesque, their decaying flesh and hollow eyes moved swiftly, exhibiting tremendous strength. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted as several wandering corpses lunged at them. Xie Yan's figure flickered, his long sword sweeping out, sword light flashing like a rainbow, cleaving several wandering corpses in two, blood splattering everywhere. The assault was relentless, each strike precise and unerring. Xie Yan's sword pierced through the bodies of the wandering corpses, raising a cloud of blood mist. However, the number of corpses seemed to be endless. Yet Xie Yan remained unfazed, effortlessly evading their attacks while unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, dispatching the repulsive creatures one after another. At that moment, an unusually robust wandering corpse separated itself from the throng, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Clearly a high-ranking corpse, it let out a deafening roar, suddenly accelerating towards Xie Yan. Xie Yan, beware behind you, Hellion Sui exclaimed in alarm, urgently warning him as she braced for attacks from the wandering corpses while also remaining cautious of Lin Ruo's potential ambush. Upon hearing Hellion Sui's warning, Xie Yan swiftly dodged, concentrating all his sword energy to unleash a beam of sword light that hurtled toward the leading wandering corpse. The two forces collided in the night sky, producing a thunderous sound. The boy's sword light flickered momentarily, yet it was enough to send the high-ranking wandering corpse crashing to the ground. The corpse rolled several times before finally lying still, witnessing the young man effortlessly dispatch the high-ranking corpse. Hellion Sui couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the male protagonist, exhibiting sheer brutality. Looking at the remnants of the wandering corpses strewn across the ground, Hellion Sui felt a wave of nausea wash over her and urged Xie Yan, let us leave quickly. Ao could not maneuver well in the cramped space, so Hellion Sui instructed it to return to its spatial realm. Xie Yan approached and wrapped an arm around Hellion Sui's waist. Guiding her away from the stone chamber, as they exited the shrine, Lin Ruoruo did not reappear, leaving Helian Sui Sui with an unsettling sense of curiosity. Where could senior sister Lin have gone? Has she truly abandoned the incense burner? Upon further reflection, she found that unlikely. Clutching the incense burner tightly, she resolved that this item must not fall into Lin Ruoruo's hands, for she intended to have the soul within the burner possess Xie Yin. Helian Sui Sui gazed down at the incense burner in her hands. Its exquisite exterior emanated a subtle fragrance, yet its internal structure puzzled her. It was impossible that it was still burning incense. Helian Sui Sui discreetly attempted to tilt it, but nothing emerged. Xie Yin, do you smell anything emanating from the incense burner? Helian Sui Sui inquired of the young man beside her. Upon hearing her question, Xie Yin frowned slightly. A glimmer of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Hand it to me. Confused, Helian Sui Sui complied and passed the incense burner over. However, before Xie Yin could grasp it, she suddenly collapsed. Xie Yin's heart sank as he swiftly caught Helian Sui Sui. Sui Sui? He softly called out, cradling the unconscious Helian Sui Sui in his arms, his brow furrowed and a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Chapter 32. Lin Wanwan. Xie Yin cautiously held the fainted Helian Sui Sui close, hurriedly seeking refuge in a tranquil and within Mirror City. Helian Sui Sui lay quietly on a hard wooden bed, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her brows tightly knitted, seemingly ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal. Xie Yin meticulously assessed her condition, finding no abnormalities, yet still, there were no signs of her awakening. The youth gazed at the still girl upon the bed. A wave of heartache washing over him. Helpless in his plight, a sudden thought of someone crossed his mind. Meanwhile, at the far end from Mirror City, in the ethereal realm known as Shinying Valley, Yi Minjing was diligently tending to various rare herbs. His hands moved with gentle precision, as if engaged in an unspoken harmony with the plants. Suddenly, a communication talisman descended from the heavens, interrupting his concentration. What could Xie Yin possibly want from me? Yi Minjing murmured, only to feel his pupils contract in shock upon realizing they had arrived in Kunlun Prefecture. Upon learning that Xie Yin and Helian Sui Sui had indeed come to Kunlun, he was taken aback, promptly abandoning his work to set off. The journey from Shinying Valley to Mirror City would take a full day, even with the art of sword flight. And those dispatched by the Heavenly Pole sect would require several days at the very least to reach their destination. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yi Minjing wasted no time, summoning his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light, and heading straight for Mirror City. Xie Yin stood vigil by Helian Sui Sui's side, watching the sleeping maiden, his heart heavy with guilt, silently chastising himself for allowing her to come into contact with such perilous matters. Sui Sui's memories lingered at the entrance of the ancestral hall. She intended to extend her hand with the incense burner, only to find Xie Yan's figure fracturing before her into multiple phantoms, leaving her bewildered, before darkness engulfed her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar place. A voice, brimming with joy, reached her ears. This is so beautiful. I shall gift it to my sister later. She will surely adore it. Helian Sui Sui was astonished to realize that the voice emanated from her own lips. She sat beside a dressing table, toying with an exquisite bracelet, seemingly conversing with herself. What on earth was happening? It felt as though she were inhabiting another's body, a mere observer. Soon, the individual lifted their gaze, locking eyes with their reflection in the mirror, and to Helian Sui Sui's astonishment, the person bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ruoruo. Shortly thereafter, a figure rushed in. Helian Sui Sui looked up to find it was indeed Lin Ruoruo. Her face radiated innocence and youthfulness, and upon entering, she dashed to Helian Sui Sui's side, smiling as she inquired, "Sister, did you call for me?" Helian Sui Sui understood in her heart that this person was Lin Ruoruo's sister. However, she had spent an entire day in the Lin household without ever hearing mention of another daughter of the Shin family. "Here, allow me to present you with a gift." Helian Sui Sui heard her own voice, gentle and affectionate. She extended the bracelet to Lin Ruoruo and added, "I obtained this during my last visit to the temple. I thought you would surely like it." Lin Ruoruo accepted the bracelet, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, how exquisite! Are the items from the temple crafted with such finesse? Thank you, sister. I adore it." Their interaction was imbued with harmony, clearly indicative of a profound sisterly bond. Hellion Sui Sui observed for a long while, noting how Lin Ruoruo's sister treated her with utmost care and tenderness. Yet, Lin Ruoruo had never mentioned this sister, leaving Hellion Sui Sui utterly perplexed. After careful consideration, she resolved to continue her observation. As her current state did not appear likely to change soon, a nagging feeling persisted within her that all of this was inextricably linked to the incense burner exuding such an unusual fragrance. From the family patriarch Lin Yi, Hellion Sui Sui learned that this sister was named Lin Wanwan. She was taken aback to discover that Lin Wanwan was also proficient in soul manipulation techniques. It turned out that the Lin family had practiced this art before withdrawing from the cultivation world. However, this technique had not gained public acceptance and was instead regarded as a dark path. In the eyes of the cultivation community, living beings were meant to reincarnate after death, not to be wielded as instruments of battle by soul manipulators, which was a profound disrespect towards the deceased. Thus, the Lin family ultimately abandoned soul manipulation. Nevertheless, Lin Wanwan was exceptionally gifted, having been able to communicate with spirits since childhood. By a stroke of fate, she discovered the forbidden scriptures of soul manipulation in the Lin family ancestral hall. She concealed her mastery so deeply that none within the Lin family were aware of her acquisition of this forbidden art. Hellion Sui Sui felt a jolt of alarm. She knew Lin Ruoruo also practiced soul manipulation, but it seemed her skills paled in comparison to Lin Wanwan's, as she could only confine souls within the incense burner. Coupled with the bizarre formations in the ancestral hall and the underground stone chamber. Why did this seemingly ordinary Lin family harbor so many secrets? The perspective suddenly shifted. Soon after, Hellion Sui Sui learned from Lin Wanwan's viewpoint that a young monk had arrived at their home. Hellion Sui Sui's heart stirred at this news, pondering whether this monk was the deceased lover Lin Ruoruo had mentioned. Could a monk truly engage in romance? She continued to observe, witnessing Lin Wanwan hastily rise to the family entrance upon hearing this news. Where she encountered the young monk seeking alms, Lin Ruoruo stood before the monk, seemingly engaged in conversation, her face aglow with joy, while the monk's countenance flushed crimson. Hellion Sui Sui sensed Lin Wanwan's anxiety upon witnessing this scene. It was evidently a moment of youthful infatuation. If it were an ordinary person, it might be acceptable, but in this case, the other party was a monk. Lin Wanwan stepped forward, drawing Lin Ruoruo behind her, instructing someone to bring vegetarian food for the monk, and then led Lin Ruoruo back into the house. However, the matter did not conclude there. Not long after, Lin Wanwan learned that Lin Ruoruo intended to elope with the young monk. Hellion Sui Sui sensed Lin Wanwan's shock upon hearing this, seemingly taken aback that Lin Ruoruo would consider leaving home for a young monk. The wave of unease washed over her. Hinting that this situation was far from simple, she resolved to seek out Lin Ruoruo for a conversation to uncover the truth. Passing through the garden and traversing the long corridor, she arrived at Lin Ruoruo's chamber. Lin Ruoruo was busily packing her belongings in preparation for departure. Lin Wanwan approached, gently inquiring, "Ruoruo, are you truly leaving home for that young monk?" Lin Ruoruo paused her actions, lifting her head with resolute determination gleaming in her eyes. "Yes, sister, I intend to find him. I love him, and he loves me. We are destined to be together." Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow. "But he is a monk. Your love is not permitted." Lin Ruoruo shook her head. "Sister, you do not understand. Our love is pure, transcending worldly concerns. I believe that as long as we love each other sincerely, we can overcome any obstacles." Lin Wanwan sighed, knowing well that Lin Ruoruo was the type to stick steadfastly to her decisions. She resolved to assist Lin Ruoruo in successfully finding the young monk. "Very well, I shall help you. But you must promise me that regardless of the difficulties you face, you will persevere and not give up easily," she said earnestly. Hellion Sui Sui observed this exchange, silently acknowledging Lin Wanwan's open-mindedness. Lin Ruoruo looked at her gratefully and nodded. "Thank you, sister. I will persevere." Yet, Hellion Sui Sui remained skeptical of this romance, harboring a foreboding sense that trouble lay ahead. Thus, Hellion Sui Sui witnessed Lin Wanwan assist Lin Ruoruo in packing her belongings and arranging a carriage to escort her away. Before departing, Lin Wanwan embraced Lin Ruoruo tightly, whispering, "Take care, Ruoruo, I hope you find your happiness." Lin Ruoruo nodded tearfully and set forth on her journey away from home. Hellion Sui Sui had not anticipated Lin Ruoruo's fervor. She spoke of their mutual love, yet had never once seen the young monk's figure. She sensed that this was merely the whimsical infatuation of a young girl, a one-sided crush. Lin Wanwan evidently recognized this issue as well. For after Lin Ruoruo's departure, she was the first to employ soul manipulation. With her hands forming seals, she silently recited incantations, her gaze intense and profound, and soon, a transparent soul array gradually materialized. Hellion Sui Sui beheld the formidable prowess of soul manipulation for the first time. The formation exuded an eerie aura, each rune shimmering with mysterious light, as if it were a passageway to another realm. Suddenly, she thrust her hands forward, and the soul array emanated a blinding radiance. Immediately thereafter, a soul-like figure emerged from the light, its form indistinct yet radiating a unique energy. Hellion Sui Sui gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a soul being summoned from the vicinity? She extended her right hand, lightly tapping the figure's forehead to activate it, and the being's eyes instantly brightened. Hellion Sui Sui stared at the unfolding scene, her heart racing. This was nothing short of a ghost. Follow me. Every action you take must be reported to me. Hellion Sui Sui overheard Lin Wanwan's cold voice, and indeed, she could not shake off the unease in her heart. After receiving the command, the spirit vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Lin Wanwan rose and made her way outside. Hellion Sui Sui marveled inwardly. Not to mention utilizing these entities for combat, even the mere presence of one could send her into a state of utter terror. No wonder they were referred to as sinister forces. Chapter 33. The frantic Lin Ruoruo. As Lin Wanwan entered the residence of her father, Lin Yi, he appeared remarkably youthful. Lin Wanwan speculated silently, realizing her father was already aware of Lin Ruoruo's actions. Indeed, upon stepping into the room, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Yi, ablaze with fury. "What a disgrace to the Lin family!" he exclaimed, the teacup in his hands shattering in response to his wrath. The crisp sound echoing through the air. Lin Wanwan had anticipated this reaction. She stood quietly to the side, not uttering a word. Lin Yi's anger seemed to intensify, his gaze fixed on Lin Wanwan, as if blaming her for failing to prevent Lin Ruoruo's defiance. Lin Wanwan lowered her head slightly, contemplating. Her sister's departure might be in pursuit of her own happiness, yet in their father's eyes, it had become a familial disgrace. As Lin Yi's emotions gradually calmed, he took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor before turning to Lin Wanwan, his tone softening somewhat. "Wanwan, your sister's actions are indeed intolerable. As her elder sister, you should know how to bring her back and make her understand the importance of family." Lin Wanwan felt a weight in her heart and slowly raised her head. "Father, I understand your concerns, but I believe Ruoruo must have her reasons for acting this way." Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone still resolute despite its gentleness. "There is no need for further discussion. I only hope you can find her soon. The Lin family's reputation cannot be compromised. I have already selected a suitable match for you." Lin Wanwan sighed internally, lowering her head, her heart heavy with bitterness. "Yes, father." Hellion Sui Sui also sensed her sorrow, secretly grateful that she could dictate her own life's major decisions while feeling pity for the plight of the two sisters. Considering Lin Ruoruo's almost obsessive devotion, she understood that this situation would not culminate in a favorable resolution. Not long after, the spirit sent by Lin Wanwan brought news of Lin Ruo. It turned out that after leaving, Lin Ruoruo did not immediately find the young monk, but had to endure several days of arduous searching before discovering his whereabouts. She fervently followed the young monk, yet he seemed indifferent to her, leaving her with nothing but unrequited affection. Hellion Sui Sui found it difficult to empathize and could not comprehend the rationale behind abandoning one's family for the pursuit of someone who showed no interest in them. However, staying would only mean accepting the family's arranged marriage. Lin Yi did not intend to leave the matter to Lin Wanwan. Instead, he spread rumors, labeling the young monk as a demon monk who seduced unmarried girls. The young monk faced public scorn, with many taking it upon themselves to rid the world of evil by physically attacking him. Upon learning of this, Lin Wanwan grew concerned for her sister's safety and rushed to find Lin Ruoruo, only to be met with cold indifference. Lin Ruoruo believed that all of this was a conspiracy between Lin Wanwan and their father, and the sisterly bond was irrevocably severed. Lin Wanwan was filled with helplessness and anguish, attempting to explain herself to Lin Ruoruo. Yet, Lin Ruorua was no longer willing to listen, and their relationship fell into an irretrievable stalemate. Lien Sui Sui witnessed all of this unfold, her heart heavy with pain. The young monk's reputation lay in ruins, all stemming from the Lin family, burdening Lin Wanwan with profound guilt. Meanwhile, Lin Ruorua's obsession with the young monk had deepened to an unhealthy degree, complicating matters further. What transpired next was even more outrageous. Lin Ruorua, following the young monk, inadvertently stepped into a territory occupied by demonic cultivators. Upon learning of this, Lin Wanwan hurried to rescue the two, but even she found it challenging to withstand the formidable demonic cultivators. With all her strength, she managed to save them but was gravely injured in the process. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Ruorua was unconscious, Lin Wanwan secretly whisked the young monk away, pleading with him never to appear before Lin Ruorua again. The young monk acquiesced, disappearing from sight, to prevent Lin Ruorua from remaining infatuated. Lin Wanwan deceitfully claimed that the young monk had perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruorua was inconsolable, her eyes reflecting madness. She believed that Lin Wanwan had intentionally allowed the young monk to die, her resentment towards her sister spilling over. Lin Wanwan observed this, feeling helpless but unable to explain herself. She was at her wits' end. Her gaze dimmed as she stared into the distance, watching Lin Ruorua's retreating figure, a tide of loneliness swelling within her, tears cascading down as she murmured softly, "She truly no longer cares for me." Lien Sui Sui witnessed all of this, her heart aching as if cut by a knife, finding Lin Ruorua's actions utterly incomprehensible, leaving the gravely injured Lin Wanwan behind in the lair of the demonic cultivators. Lien Sui Sui felt the life force of Lin Wanwan gradually ebbing away until she finally closed her eyes. Helpless, Lien Sui Sui could do nothing. Just when she thought everything had ended, she was suddenly engulfed in a dark environment. Here, she saw the figure of Lin Wanwan. "You are Lin Wanwan. How could you be here?" Lien Sui Sui exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wanwan surveyed the pitch-black surroundings and slowly replied, "This is within the incense burner you hold." Subsequently, Lien Sui Sui learned from Lin Wanwan that upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Ruorua had followed the forbidden techniques in the ancestral hall to trap Lin Wanwan's soul within the incense burner. Lin Ruorua believed she had captured the young monk's soul, unaware that he was not truly dead and that it was Lin Wanwan who had vanished. Later, Lin Yi, seeing Lin Ruorua's remarkable talent for cultivation, sent her to the Heavenly Extreme sect. During this time, she left the incense burner in the underground stone chamber of the ancestral hall, setting up formations to attract wandering corpses to prevent the Lin family from discovering it. Lin Ruorua harbored no doubts about Lin Wanwan's disappearance, instead believing that Lin Wanwan was racked with guilt and unable to face her. Little did she know that Lin Wanwan had become a wisp of soul trapped within the incense burner. Every so often, Lin Ruorua would return to check, never relinquishing her desire to rescue the young monk over the years. Unbeknownst to her, she had learned some form of sorcery, attempting to resurrect him. Alas, all her efforts were in vain, for the soul sealed within the incense burner was not the young monk's. I once thought that with the passage of time, she would eventually forget the past and begin anew. Lin Wanwan smiled bitterly. Thus, the one remaining in the incense burner has always been you. Lien Sui Sui gently sat beside her, her tone softening. Did you want me to witness all of this to convey the truth to her? Before Lin Wanwan could respond, Lien Sui Sui pressed on. Aren't you concerned she won't be able to bear such a reality? Hearing this, Lin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, then a look of relief spread across her face. I have spent nearly a decade here, witnessing her commit countless mistakes. I do not wish to see her continue down a misguided path. And you? Lien Sui Sui hesitated, wanting to ask, what will you do now? Have you forgotten? I have long since perished in that cave. Lin Wanwan seemed to understand her unspoken words, replying softly. She then turned her gaze to Lien Sui Sui. Now, I shall send you away. Before Lien Sui Sui could react, she found herself transported away from that place. As the world spun around her, Lien Sui Sui opened her eyes once more. Turning her head, she found Xie Yin and Yi Minging beside her, both wearing anxious expressions. Lien Sui Sui felt puzzled. How did she end up here? Suddenly, she remembered that Xianling Valley was located in Kunlun Prefecture, making it understandable for her to seek out the male lead. She cast a glance at Xie Yin, her expression complex. Although she had lost one member of her harem, gaining a white moonlight was not a total loss. Chapter 34. Lin Ruo's breaking point. Not long ago, Yi Minging hurried to the inn where Xie Yin and He Lian Sui Sui were staying. After conducting a thorough examination of He Lian Sui Sui, he shook his head, indicating that her physical condition was perfectly normal, as if she had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan's brows furrowed deeply, feeling as if a heavy weight pressed upon his heart. He gazed at He Lian Sui Sui, who lay quietly on the bed, her complexion pale as paper, exuding a fragile, sickly aura that evoked pity. He had not anticipated that even Yi Ming would be powerless to help. Standing beside the bed, Xie Yan's eyes reflected profound concern as his fingers gently brushed against the heroine's forehead, gauging her temperature. Seeing this, Yi Ming remained silent, turning his attention to the incense burner on the table. Lost in thought, pondering something. Perhaps they could only wait for the people from the heavenly extreme sect to arrive and devise a solution together. Just then, He Lian Sui Sui let out a soft murmur. Gradually waking up, seeing her suddenly awaken, Xie Yin was taken aback and asked softly, "Are you all right?" He Lian Sui Sui glanced at Xie Yin before shifting her gaze to Yi Ming. Lingering for a moment, then, she spoke anxiously, "The incense burner does not contain the young monk at all." She recounted in detail everything she had experienced during her slumber, leaving both men astonished. Now that senior sister Lin is missing. Even if you say this, she may not believe you, Xie Yin remarked. He Lian Sui Sui had previously mentioned that Lin Ruo's sister, Lin Wanwan, had perished in the lair of the demonic cultivators. Perhaps, finding that hidden cave will convince her, Yi Mingjing added from the side. Indeed, we must hurry, He Lian Sui Sui exclaimed, rising from her bed. Seeing her anxiety, Xie Yin couldn't help but express his concern. Are you truly all right? He feared she might lapse back into unconsciousness, a worry stirring within him. I am perfectly fine, He Lian Sui Sui replied with resolute assurance. A subtle tumult arose within He Lian Sui Sui's heart as she pondered her confusion regarding the system. Why did Lin Wanyuan choose me? Xie Yin had been beside her at the time, yet only she had sensed that peculiar scent. She was merely a wisp of a fading spirit, unable to communicate, while you, in contrast, hail from a more exalted realm. Ordinary rules do not apply to you. Your ability to resonate with Lin Wanyuan is both your uniqueness and her fortune. The system gradually elucidated, alleviating her doubts. Understanding dawned upon He Lian Sui Sui, leading her to resolve not to delve deeper into the topic, lest her secret be revealed. Turning to Xie Yin, she smiled. I am truly well. I merely had a dream, one filled with peculiar scenes. Yet, I believe they hold truth. Then, she shifted the conversation. Let us hasten to locate that cave. Perhaps therein lies the crucial evidence we seek. She added, the little monk was also dismissed by Lin Wanyuan. I wonder if he is alive or dead, and we have no means to find him now. Xie Yin nodded in agreement. The trio set forth, following He Lian Sui Sui's recollections, towards the northern mountains of Mirror City. They journeyed northward through dense forests until they arrived at the lair of the demon cultivator. The cave loomed dark and profound, resembling a great beast with its maw agape, eagerly awaiting their arrival. He Lian Sui Sui felt a pang of worry. Had anyone or anything ventured here in the past decade? Were Lin Wanyuan's remains still interred within? They cautiously entered the cave, engulfed in darkness, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Yi Mingjing cast a spell, illuminating the pitch-black interior, as they progressed down the passage. It appeared that no one had visited this place in many years, easing He Lian Sui Sui's apprehension slightly. Before long, they stumbled upon a set of remains in the passageway. He Lian Sui Sui recognized the attire, identical to what Lin Wanyuan had worn in her memories. This is it, He Lian Sui Sui exclaimed to Xie Yin. Upon hearing this, Xie Yin bowed his head in respect to the remains and subsequently collected them in a specialized vessel. He Lian Sui Sui observed this scene with a tinge of sorrow in her eyes. Now, let us seek Lin Ruo, He Lian Sui Sui suggested to her companions. We should first go to the Lin residence. Lin Ruo's incense burner remains with us. She should appear of her own accord, Yi Mingjing proposed. That's a sound idea. Time is of the essence. Let us depart without delay, He Lian Sui Sui agreed eagerly. Thus, the trio hurriedly embarked on their journey to the Lin estate. He Lian Sui Sui felt a growing urgency, acutely aware that this was Lin Wanyuan's final wish. She must find a way to fulfill it. Each time she recalled Lin Wanyuan's forsaken remains, languishing in the damp, shadowy cave for countless years, her heart was enveloped by an indescribable sorrow. Xie Yin sensed the girl's despondency and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" Helian Sui shook her head softly, forcing a smile. "I am fine. I merely feel a bit reflective." She had not anticipated encountering such absurd and tragic narratives within an ordinary male-focused harem tale. Why must life be so complicated? Why is there so much suffering? Faced with countless insurmountable challenges, she could only silently endure the sorrow. Before long, they arrived at the Lin family estate and met Lin Yi. Helian Sui recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, leaving Lin Yi astounded, seemingly unable to fathom that his daughter Lin Wanyuan, missing for 10 years, had passed away. As Helian Sui regarded Lin Yi, she noted the evident toll that time had taken on him. No matter his past sentiments, the anguish of losing a child is a burden no parent can bear. Moreover, she had never encountered the matriarch of the Lin family. It was likely that Madame Lin had long since departed this world. From his years of indulgence and leniency towards Lin Ruoruo, one could discern the depths of his remorse. Yet, this situation had no resolution. He could not govern whom his daughter chose to love. They presented the incense burner and the vessel containing Lin Wanyuan's remains to Lin Yi, who clutched the incense burner tightly, tears streaming down his face. They awaited Lin Ruoruo's return, hoping to free Lin Wanyuan's spirit from its confinement within the incense burner. It was impossible to allow Lin Wanyuan to reclaim her life, for that would only invite divine retribution. After so many years, she deserved liberation and the chance to reincarnate. Since the trio had made a grand entrance into the Lin residence, it wasn't long before Lin Ruoruo returned. Just as Helian Sui had anticipated, when all evidence was laid before her, Lin Ruoruo fell into utter despair upon learning the truth. She realized she had misjudged the one person who cared for her most deeply, regretting her abandonment of the wounded Lin Wanyuan. Yet, all was irretrievable. Helian Sui watched as Lin Ruoruo clutched the incense burner, alternating between tears and laughter, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. The three, witnessing Lin Ruoruo's faith unravel, felt powerless to intervene further. Days later, the people from Tianji sect arrived. Upon seeing the elder leading the group from the task hall, Helian Sui approached to greet him. "This is our oversight. We extend our sincerest apologies." The elder expressed with a look of regret, "It's quite all right. I am unharmed, am I not?" Helian Sui hastily reassured him. One disciple remarked, "Fortunately, our junior sister is safe. Otherwise, when the senior brother returns, we would surely face his wrath. This is the first incident of this nature. We shall exercise more caution in the future," another disciple added. "Indeed." Helian Sui nodded in agreement, then turned to the elder. "What will happen to Lin Shiji? Since she is a disciple of the Talisman's Hall, we bear the responsibility of bringing her back to the sect. The specifics of her punishment will be determined by the sect master and the elders," he replied. Helian Sui refrained from expressing her thoughts on the matter. She understood that Lin Ruoruo, as a disciple of Tianji sect, had committed transgressions in Mirror City. Summoning wandering spirits alone could incite panic among ordinary citizens. And if innocent lives were harmed, the consequences would be unforgivable. Chapter 35. The funeral. Lin Yi became ill on the very day he learned the truth. Thus he was unable to greet the members of Tianji sect upon their arrival. At that moment, Lin Ruoruo approached slowly, her expression blank yet her eyes brimming with profound sorrow. She knelt before the elder, pleading, "I am acutely aware of my grave sins. Please grant me one more day to lay my sister to rest and care for my father." The elder, having understood the circumstances, sighed and granted her request. Helian Sui remained at Lin Wanyuan's funeral. In a basin surrounded by mountains, there lay a clearing concealed by towering ancient trees. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns upon the stone-paved ground. At the center of the clearing stood a circular altar, conspicuously adorned with fine white sand, upon which were placed an incense burner, a spirit tablet, and various ancient ritual implements. Lin Ruoruo knelt before Lin Wanyuan's gravestone, casting a spell to open the incense burner. Though it was empty, Helian Sui beheld a wisp of green smoke rising before dissipating into the air. At that moment, a monk in his 30s approached the funeral. Helian Sui instantly recognized him, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Ruoruo evidently noticed him too, but she maintained her expressionless demeanor, as if he were merely an inconsequential presence. Even as Lin Ruoruo was led away by the elder of Tianji sect, she never cast a glance at the monk. Helian Sui sighed inwardly. It seemed Lin Ruoruo had indeed found closure. The young monk, so innocently caught in this web of fate, had merely come seeking alms, yet found himself inexplicably entwined in this entanglement. Helian Sui gazed at the ground carpeted with white flowers. Among the floral tapestry, she glimpsed scattered spirit talismans gently swaying in the breeze. Watching the monk's retreating figure, her heart remained heavy with unrelenting emotions. The fervor of infatuation is indeed terrifying, and the obsessive tendencies that accompany it render one utterly disconcerted. The thought of the character she portrayed in the original narrative, whose actions mirrored those of Lin Ruoruo, sent a shiver down her spine. Xia Yan observed Helian Sui standing alone amidst the sea of blossoms. Petals fluttering like rain, her garments billowing softly, her expression sorrowful, akin to a chrysanthemum swaying in the autumn wind. A wave of tenderness surged within him as he approached her, breaking the surrounding silence. He spoke. All things in this world follow the natural laws of birth and demise. Hearing his words, Helian Sui understood he was offering her solace, and gradually, her heart began to settle, a grateful smile gracing her lips. She had not expected the male lead of a harem tale to be so adept at providing comfort. Fear not, life must move forward. I am indeed quite resilient, Helian Sui replied softly, silently vowing to never again succumb to the folly of infatuation. Seeing her resolve, Xia Yan felt a sense of relief. By the way, where is Sister Yi? Helian Sui suddenly recalled that she had not seen Yi Mengying since this morning. Stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Yi had returned yesterday. Xia Yan showed a hint of discomfort at Helian Sui's mention of Sister Yi. So soon. Helian Sui was astonished. Could it be that the male protagonist's white moonlight had traveled such a distance just to see him? It seemed that Sister Yi was also a romantic at heart. However, she appeared to be slightly more grounded than Lin Ruoruo. Although the plot had deviated somewhat, the bond between Xia Yan and Yi Mengying seemed extraordinary, undoubtedly harboring some hidden complexities. Well, he still needed to prepare for the upcoming trial competition, Xia Yan replied. Helian Sui then remembered that there was indeed a trial competition in the original narrative, which marked her point of departure. That was still far off. It would take several years yet. Are you going back now? You should hurry back, Helian Sui inquired, while thinking to herself that it would be best if Xia Yan returned for seclusion. Just right, during those years, she could frolic by the mountain's foot, and upon his return, she could conclude her mission and await ascension. She had not forgotten the purpose of her journey. Aren't you going back? Xia Yan found her question somewhat strange. Wasn't the mission already completed? I am not going back, but you should return, Helian Sui said earnestly. I'll lend you the cave I previously secluded myself in. You must cultivate diligently. Xia Yan wore a puzzled expression. If you're not going back? What are you staying here for? To unwind, Helian Sui thought to herself, obviously to have fun. Xia Yan fell silent for a moment, then remarked, Then I'll accompany you. Helian Sui quickly declined. No. I meant to say, you ought to participate in the sword trial competition. So use this time to cultivate well, and strive to break through to the composite phase before the competition. Xia Yan remained silent. Seeing his hesitation, Helian Sui added, Don't worry about me, hurry back. Internally, she supplemented, If you don't cultivate diligently at Tianji sect, I won't feel secure. Ultimately, her efforts were in vain, and she followed Xia Yan back to Tianji sect. However, her earlier offer to lend him the cave was not a jest. Under her suggestion, Xia Yan began his seclusion. This retreat lasted 3 years, during which Xia Yan's cultivation broke through to the late phase of the void refinement stage. During these past 3 years, Helian Sui frequently ventured down the mountain to play, becoming cleverer by undertaking only simple transport and gathering tasks in the guise of completing missions. Although she was nearing 19, she had yet to join any sect and continued to linger on the mountain, patiently awaiting Xia Yan's ascension. When one ascends, even the fowl and dog shall rise to the heavens. The He Lien Feng couple were not overly anxious for her, considering that for elders who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, she was still a mere child. Moreover, once cultivators reach the golden core stage, they remain youthful, though their lifespan is limited. Lien Sui Sui felt no anxiety about this and cultivated peacefully to the late phase of the Golden Core stage. While she was engrossed in reading the sketchbook she had purchased at the foot of the mountain, the sound of wind chimes suddenly echoed outside the Zixiao Hall. She hastily tucked the sketchbook away beneath her pillow and rushed outside, only to find Xie Yin standing beneath a century-old peach blossom tree at the courtyard entrance. 3 years had passed, yet Xie Yin's appearance remained unchanged, still bearing the visage of a youth. Though he had grown noticeably taller, Lien Sui Sui couldn't help but marvel at how cultivation truly preserves one's youthful countenance. The peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly, each petal like jade, adorning the branches, and Xie Yin's figure seemed to meld into this sea of pink flowers. The young man gazed up at the tree full of blossoms, his eyes sparkling with a clear brilliance. Akin to a myriad of stars, in that moment, petals danced in the breeze, some landing softly on the young man's shoulders and hair, playfully contrasting with his tall stature. Upon seeing her emerge, the young man gently brushed the petals from his shoulder and smiled at her. Gazing at the young girl before him, Xie Yin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. After 3 years apart, though her figure had not changed much, she radiated a youthful vitality. Her features no longer bore the innocence of childhood, but gradually revealed a young woman's grace and maturity. Her eyes had grown brighter, resembling the brightest star on an autumn night, innocent and carefree, as if unaware of sorrow. Xie Yin stared at the girl before him, and the long-held longing evaporated in that moment. His heart raced suddenly, as if parched land had come back to life. Xie Yin, Lien Sui Sui called out loudly, rushing towards him and gazing earnestly into his eyes. Xie Yin softly replied. Time had passed, and the boy was no longer the naive youth of yesteryears. He saw in Lien Sui Sui's eyes a familiar expression, filled with care and admiration, yet devoid of any romantic sentiment. In that instant, the boy's heart felt as if pierced by a sharp blade, the pain radiating from his core to every limb, his complexion paling slightly as a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes. Now, he could better understand Lin Ruo's feelings back then. What is your current level of cultivation? The girl interrupted his thoughts. Lien Sui Sui noticed Xie Yin seemed momentarily taken aback. Then he countered her question. You seem quite concerned about my cultivation level? Now it was Lien Sui Sui's turn to fall silent, thinking to herself that after years apart, Xie Yin had indeed become increasingly attentive. Lien Sui Sui candidly acknowledged, then added, perhaps it's because I am a waste, so I admire geniuses particularly. I eagerly anticipate your ascension. This statement was indeed true. She was genuinely concerned about Xie Yin's cultivation. Concerned to a fault. Late phase of the void refinement stage, Xie Yin answered, nonchalantly. Upon hearing this response, Lien Sui Sui felt a surge of excitement. She was just a step away from completing her mission. Have you visited my mother? Lien Sui Sui inquired again. Xie Yin, not yet. Lien Sui Sui had not expected that the male protagonist would come to see her right after his retreat. Then let me accompany you to see her, and we can discuss the trial competition in a few days, Lien Sui Sui suggested to him. Chapter 36. 2 people on different channels along the way. The two remained silent, each immersed in their own thoughts. Lien Sui Sui secretly rejoiced that Xie Yin's cultivation had reached the late phase of the void refinement stage, just a step away from the composite phase, indicating that her mission was nearing completion. Meanwhile, Xie Yin pondered the imminent trial competition, knowing he had to prepare thoroughly to ensure he could navigate this rigorous test successfully. The trial competition was a grand event jointly hosted by various sects, with relatively low entry requirements, as long as one reached the foundation establishment stage. Whether a disciple of a sect or a member of a cultivation family, they could register to participate. During the trial, elders would send participants into an expansive secret realm, rich with precious opportunities yet fraught with peril. Each participant was subjected to high-level formations. Should they face fatal harm, the formation would activate, instantly teleporting them back, signifying their failure in the challenge. Participants would compete against each other within the secret realm for limited resources, with the surviving victors not only obtaining treasures from the realm but also receiving generous rewards. Participants could also choose to form teams for shared success. Lien Sui Sui quietly listened to Sang Yu's detailed explanation of the trial rules, and could not help but reflect. Isn't this reminiscent of the survival game she had played, where 100 competitors faced off? She was a special forces queen on an island, most familiar with this format. Mother, I want to participate too, Lien Sui Sui confidently volunteered. Sang Yu regarded her with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Slowly nodding. Be careful, Helian Sui Sui smiled sweetly and softly replied. I will. In the original narrative, Yi Minging also participated in this trial competition, and the male protagonist's harem members joined his team as well. At that time, Helian Sui Sui felt a surge of jealousy towards Yi Minging, the male protagonist's white moonlight. During the trial competition, she attempted to covertly undermine Yi Minging but was discovered by Xie Yan, who deftly resolved the crisis and dealt with her in the process. Even more astonishingly, during the trial, Xie Yan successfully broke through. By the time He Lianfeng and his wife uncovered the truth, Xie Yan had already become invincible, and they were no match for him. He Lian Sui Sui glanced at Xie Yan beside her, secretly speculating about how many members were currently in the male protagonist's harem. Perhaps only Yi Minging remained. As 3 years slipped by, she wondered whether Sister Yi still remembered Xie Yan. Nevertheless, her correspondence with Sister Yi had never ceased. Following the original narrative was no longer feasible. For she did not harbor any dislike for Sister Yi. She simply wished to indulge in the game and participate in the competition. If Xie Yan encountered difficulties during his breakthrough, she might even be able to lend a hand. However, this possibility seemed slim. Thinking of the lively scenes about to unfold, her heart swelled with excitement. Her mission was nearing completion, igniting her enthusiasm. Although she had not rigorously followed the plot in recent years, she had at least protected Xie Yan during several critical moments. Therefore, the rewards she earned were all rightfully hers, without any hesitation. System. Remembering the system, she inquired in her mind, System, when you return to the heavenly Tao? You won't turn on me, will you? You think too much. What I say will surely come to pass, the system replied. After hearing this, He Lian Sui Sui felt relieved and continued to ask, Then will we still be able to communicate? At that time, I will merge into the laws of this world and will no longer be able to communicate with you. He Lian Sui Sui felt a tinge of reluctance in her heart after listening. Once the system returns, Xie Yan, as the favored child of the heavenly Tao, will naturally be under its protection. As long as she does not oppose him, she will be completely free in this world. The mere thought of this filled her with immense joy. The two of them left the tranquil chamber of Sang Yu, with He Lian Sui Sui gazing at Xie Yan's retreating figure, secretly anticipating the arrival of the trial assembly. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them, halting before Xie Yan. Xie Yan paused momentarily, looking at the newcomer with curiosity. Senior brother Xie, it has been a while. It was a female disciple. Her gaze fixed upwards at Xie Yan, her eyes sparkling like stars. Observing this, He Lian Sui Sui halted a short distance behind Xie Yan, her heart filled with questions. What plot had she missed? Could it be that Xie Yan had another harem of which she was unaware? Who are you? Xie Yan's voice was cool, suggesting he was unfamiliar with the girl before him. I am Song Yao. Song Yao's tone carried a hint of disappointment, unprepared for his apparent forgetfulness. Xie Yan showed no reaction, clearly not recalling her. As Song Yao noted his indifference, a wave of sadness washed over her. The one she had longed for did not remember her. He Lian Sui Sui observed quietly, feeling a flicker of unease within her. It was not that she was worried, but after the incident with Lin Ruorua, she could not help but question whether this girl approached Xie Yan with ulterior motives. While she did not doubt Xie Yan's allure, she remained somewhat vigilant. This was a critical time for completing their mission. Any misstep could prove disastrous. Once the task was achieved, she would maintain her distance from his harem, regardless of their disputes for his favor. May I form a team with you for the trial assembly? Song Yao, undeterred, smiled at Xie Yan as she asked. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan turned to look at He Lian Sui Sui, who was observing Song Yao with a serious expression, her fingers unconsciously stroking her chin as if lost in thought. Witnessing He Lian Sui Sui's reaction stirred a flicker of amusement within Xie Yan. Perhaps she felt a twinge of jealousy? Of course, He Lian Sui Sui remained oblivious to the subtle expression on Xie Yan's face. Noticing that Xie Yan did not respond to Song Yao but instead focused on her, a hint of regret crept into her heart. It seemed she could no longer enjoy the show. You two carry on. I shall take my leave first. He Lian Sui Sui waved her hand, intending to find an excuse to depart, but was interrupted by the voice of her senior brother. Sui Sui? Is that you? The group turned towards the source of the voice, seeing Wen Shuning approaching them slowly. Senior brother, you're back? He Lian Sui Sui rushed towards him, relieved that he had returned just in time. She had been fretting over how to slip away. Senior brother. Xie Yan and Song Yao also greeted Wen Shuning. With a smile, Wen Shuning addressed them. You must be discussing matters regarding the trial assembly? Lien Sui nodded eagerly. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. She glanced at Xie Yan and Song Yao, adopting a demeanor that suggested she did not wish to interrupt their conversation, softly adding, you two take your time. She then tugged at Wen Shuning's sleeve and walked ahead until they could no longer see Xie Yan's figure before stopping. Wen Shuning, accustomed to Lien Sui's lively nature, inquired once she halted, what does Sui wish to discuss? Oh, it's about. Lien Sui hesitated before a spark of inspiration struck her. It's regarding the trial assembly. Oh? Do tell. Wen Shuning replied with a smile. Senior brother, are you also here to participate in the assembly? What do you think about forming a team? Lien Sui continued. After all, her senior brother was the most reliable teammate she could think of. With superior cultivation. Of course, but since this is a matter of team formation, why not discuss it with senior brother Xie and the others? I see that you and Xie Yan have a fairly good relationship. Wen Shuning asked, puzzled. Well, he might not be willing to team up with me. Only you would not mind me, and besides, senior sister Song Yao is much stronger than me. They are probably already discussing team formations. Lien Sui hurriedly responded. During this trial assembly, the male protagonist would undoubtedly break through. When the heavenly Tao returns, Xie Yan, as its favored child, would surely claim the top spot. She had no intention of teaming up with the male protagonist. Only his harem might survive by his side. Someone like her would merely be cannon fodder. Following her senior brother would definitely yield better outcomes. Wen Shuning pondered for a moment before nodding. Sui makes a valid point. Once their discussion concluded, Lien Sui bid farewell to Wen Shuning and, without waiting for Xie Yan, headed straight back to the Zhixiao Palace. Meanwhile, from the moment Lien Sui pulled Wen Shuning away, Xie Yan's expression had darkened like a gathering storm, his mood shifting ominously. Song Yao, witnessing the displeasure of this strikingly handsome youth, felt a weight in her heart and could not help but wonder if she had intruded upon him. Noticing Song Yao's hopeful gaze, Xie Yan composed himself and politely stated, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid I already have a desired teammate. After which, he nodded to her and walked past. Song Yao could easily discern Xie Yan's rejection, her eyes quickly brimming with tears. What they said was not unfounded. Xie Yan was indeed difficult to approach, maintaining a distant attitude towards everyone. Not only was it hard to get along with him, but also nearly impossible to move him. Throughout, Song Yao observed Xie Yan's every move, inevitably sensing his special feelings towards the little junior sister. Nevertheless, she still wished to make another attempt. However, the little junior sister seemed indifferent towards him, and Song Yao almost wanted to shout to Xie Yan, the little junior sister does not harbor those feelings for you. You should give up, but upon reflection, she felt such an action would be inappropriate and suppressed her impulse. Song Yao could not fathom who else could stir Xie Yan's heart. The thought that the person Xie Yan liked did not reciprocate his feelings somewhat balanced her emotions. After being turned down twice, Song Yao felt embarrassed to pursue him any further in this vast realm of cultivation. Finding a suitable partner was not an easy task. Gently wiping away the tears on her face, Song Yao turned and left the place. Chapter 37. Sui goes up the mountain to hunt wild beasts. Days later, the grand event of the cultivation world, the trial assembly, commenced. The major sects and cultivation families had collaboratively decided on the trial grounds, selecting the mystical Penglai Island located in the East Sea, a vast secret realm resembling a celestial paradise, serene and enigmatic. The elders meticulously divided the map of the secret realm into various zones, each governed by its own lord. Challengers could choose their preferred zones for deployment. The realm was divided into safe and unsafe areas. Challengers must operate within the safe zones, as lingering too long in unsafe areas would result in elimination. As the secret realm gradually shrank, the safe zones would diminish accordingly, forcing challengers into increasingly frequent and intense battles, with only the ultimate victor emerging as the champion. As the foremost sect in the cultivation world. The trial assembly was hosted by the Tianji sect. Lien Sui, being the jewel of the sect, remained by her parents' side, serving as their good luck charm. She stood atop a high platform, overlooking the bustling square, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement, yet her expression remained aloof. In the square, Xie Yan held a jade slip he had just acquired, softly chanting the incantation, causing the map of Penglai Island to unfold before him. He studied the map intently, searching for the optimal challenge zone. Helian Sui quietly directed her gaze towards Xie Yin, keenly observing his every move. Since their last encounter a few days prior when he exited seclusion and she returned alone to the Zixiao Palace, they had seemingly fallen into a subtle cold war. She could not help but wonder about the nature of Xie Yan's relationship with senior sister Song Yao. She longed for closer interactions with Xie Yin to enhance their rapport. After all, establishing a solid revolutionary friendship with the male protagonist could only yield benefits. Though Helian Sui was not conceited, she perceptively sensed that Xie Yan's attitude towards her was elusive, causing her considerable unease. If he truly harbored feelings for her, it would be utterly disastrous. She feared that if she did not navigate the delicate balance carefully, excessive closeness might be misinterpreted as romantic inclination. While excessive coldness would seem inappropriate, after all, he was the quintessential hero. A slight misstep could lead to her becoming cannon fodder. It was truly vexing. Helian Sui sighed internally. Meanwhile, after selecting his zone, Xie Yin, although appearing to continue studying the map, occasionally cast glances towards Helian Sui on the high platform. He noticed her preoccupied demeanor and furrowed brow, prompting a slight frown as the trial assembly approached. Helian Sui fulfilled her role as a good luck charm and descended from the high platform. Observing this, Xie Yin put away the jade slip and made his way towards her. The square was teeming with people, and she decided to seek out her senior brother, moving into the crowd based on the position she had observed from the platform. I never expected the famed young lady of the Tianji sect to merely be at the late stage of Golden Core. Before Helian Sui could take more than a few steps, a voice laden with unmistakable provocation reached her ears. Startled, she turned around to find a man clad in ostentatious attire, his demeanor frivolous, surveying her with a hint of disdain in his gaze. The man had a plump face and a somewhat corpulent figure, appearing slightly younger than her. Accompanying him was a retinue member, whose expression radiated arrogance and hubris. Helian Sui halted to observe him, instantly recognizing him as a typical second-generation scion, reeking of superficiality. Given that he was aware of her identity as the young lady of the Tianji sect, yet still dared to speak so insolently, it was evident that he hailed from a family of cultivators. Moreover, his cultivation at the Golden Core stage was no small feat, especially considering her youth. How many years would it take for someone of inferior talent to reach such a level? Her own accomplishments in this realm were undoubtedly a testament to the abundant resources of the Tianji sect. While she wore a veneer of indifference, inwardly, Helian Sui felt a surge of delight. It was the first time in years she encountered a peer, an ideal opportunity to showcase her prowess. Casting a glance at her parents, who were engrossed in discussions with the elders on stage, she confirmed they were preoccupied and, with a puffed chest and hands on her hips, arrogantly declared, "What are you saying, you fat fool? Do you think such petty tactics can attract my attention? You not worthy with that." She deliberately scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes brimming with contempt. The man, clearly taken aback by Helian Sui's unexpected audacity, found himself momentarily speechless. "What do you mean?" he stammered. Helian Sui stepped closer, crossing her arms defiantly. The man recoiled, then suddenly exclaimed, "Do you know who I am?" Helian Sui interrupted him, raising an eyebrow. "I couldn't care less who you are. Didn't you just say I'm merely at the Golden Core stage? Then let us choose the ancient ruins. We'll settle this one-on-one. Whoever backs out is a coward." The ancient ruins referred to a region on Penglai Island, known for its rich resources but equally fierce competition. "Fine, I'll choose it. Just wait," the man retorted angrily, storming off with his follower. The crowd around them gradually dispersed, the clamor of the square drowning out their exchange, leaving few to notice the spectacle. Helian Sui watched the man's retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how amusing he was. Surely he wouldn't dare to choose the ancient ruins. If she were foolish enough to select such a crowded location, she would likely be eliminated immediately. "Are you really going to the ancient ruins?" A familiar, cool voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. Helian Sui turned to find Xie Yin standing there, his presence a mystery as she wondered how long he had been observing. "Ahem, what are you doing here?" She coughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Xie Yin stepped closer, inquiring again, "Are you truly intent on choosing the ancient ruins?" Though he had no intention of participating in that particular contest, Should Helian Sui insist on going, he would need to reconsider his plans. Helian Sui surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that the earlier man had vanished before she whispered to Xie Yin, "Of course not. The competition there is fierce. I was merely trying to scare him. If she truly ventured into such a perilous place, how could she survive?" Her senior brother would likely select a location abundant in resources and competitors. And despite their current team-up, she did not wish to become a burden to him. She intended to inform her senior brother and then venture alone to hunt in the mountains. Xie Yin observed the mischievous glint in her eyes and couldn't help but smile gently, asking, "Where do you plan to go then?" "Next to the lifeblood forest, by the Baibo Lake," she silently added in her mind. Helian Sui spoke mysteriously. "That place has fewer people and is rich in resources. Perfect for someone like me who prefers to keep a low profile." "Low profile?" Xie Yin appraised her skeptically. Noticing his disbelief, Helian Sui shot him an exasperated glance. "How can you undermine someone else's facade?" "Young man?" Subsequently, recalling her earlier exchange, she felt a pang of guilt and said, "Forget about what just happened." Her words. Xie Yin chuckled softly and nodded. He regarded Helian Sui thoughtfully, realizing that the location she intended to choose was not far from his planned destination. "And you? Where will you choose?" Helian Sui asked curiously. Xie Yin smiled slightly, evading a direct answer. "You'll find out when the time comes." Helian Sui pouted. She wasn't particularly eager to find out. Just as she decided to leave in search of Wen Shunning, a voice suddenly rang out, "There you are. Are you two on the same team?" Helian Sui turned to see Minjing. Her words implied that she had already teamed up with Xie Yin. Noting that Xie Yin remained silent, standing with his sword, she took it as his tacit agreement. "Why Jia?" Helian Sui greeted warmly, then waved her hand to clarify, "You've misunderstood, Jia. I was just about to find my senior brother. I am on a team with him." Inwardly, she vowed never to allow Yi Minjing to misinterpret the situation, lest Xie Yan's only potential romantic interest fall through. Previously, when she saw Xie Yin alone on stage, there was no sign of senior sister Song Yao, suggesting that their budding romance had likely come to an end. Why, Yi Minjing cast a meaningful glance at Xie Yin, softly noting, "So that's how it is." Xie Yin, however, appeared oblivious to her subtle mockery. Right, by the way, is Brother Lu not participating?" Helian Sui inquired with curiosity. "Senior brother has gone traveling, so he isn't participating this time." Yi Minjing replied, "Oh, I see." Helian Sui sighed quietly. Ever since leaving the Shen family, she hadn't seen senior brother Lu and the others, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Seemingly attuned to her feelings, Yi Minjing gently reassured her, "There's no need to worry too much. Senior brother and junior brother Lele are both safe and sound. You will reunite someday." Hearing this, Helian Sui offered her a warm smile. "Yes, you're right, Yi Jia. I'll go find my senior brother now. I wish you both great success." With that, she made her way into the crowd. Before long, Helian Sui spotted her senior brother and several fellow disciples from the sword cultivation hall in the distance. Likely her teammates for this venture. She hurried over, excitement bubbling within her. "Senior brother." Then she greeted the brothers and sisters next to Wen Shunning. "Welcome, Sui." One of the sisters greeted her with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Helian Sui said, feeling a bit sheepish as she touched her nose and confessed, "My cultivation is a bit low. I hope I won't hold you all back." "Not at all, junior sister. Don't worry," the senior brothers and sisters replied with laughter. Seeing that the team was now complete, Wen Shunning asked, "Does anyone have thoughts on the landing area?" The group began sharing their opinions. "Senior brother, I think the ancient ruins would be great. What do you all think?" "Yes, I agree. That location has plentiful resources." Helian Sui listened intently to the discussions among the esteemed members, feeling somewhat bewildered, as if she had become a primitive person amidst their sophisticated dialogue. "Helian? Primitive?" Sui pondered, her face reflecting deep contemplation as she quietly absorbed their discourse. "Junior sister, what's your opinion?" Wen Shunning inquired gently. Realizing they were inclined towards the ancient ruins, Helian Sui pondered whether they might encounter that earlier second-generation scion. Due to the unique rules of the trial assembly, the impact of teammates on individual performance was minimal. One person's elimination would not significantly affect the results of others. Moreover, over half of the participants chose not to team up, opting for solo endeavors to avoid mutual constraints within the group. After all, true experts often preferred to go solo. Of course, Team collaboration held its own advantages, as skilled practitioners could assist one another, making it easier to achieve outstanding results. She had joined her senior brother's team with the intention of merely being a name on the roster. As the team consisted of highly skilled seniors who would undoubtedly face formidable bosses. With her current cultivation level, she found it challenging to provide any substantial assistance. Overall, her presence in the team was inconsequential. She was simply there to enjoy the experience. She worried that accompanying her seniors might distract them, impacting their performance. Thus, she leaned towards hunting alone in the mountains instead. Is that all right? Hellion Sway asked them, then explained, the ancient ruins might be a bit crowded. I'm afraid I'd be eliminated right away, so I'd prefer to go somewhere less populated. Is that okay? Can you manage on your own? When Shunning had no objections, recognizing that there may be moments when they wouldn't be able to assist her if she stayed with them. Seeing her seniors nod in agreement, Hellion Sway beamed. No problem. Meanwhile, after Hellion Sway departed, Yiminjing's gaze shifted to Xie Yin. Do you truly have feelings for her? Her eyes remained fixated on him. Xie Yin replied, is it that obvious? Before he could contemplate further, Yiminjing had already turned her attention back to Hellion Sway's departing figure, muttering to herself, but it seems she's not interested in you. Turning back, her expression bore a hint of sympathy as she fixed her gaze on Xie Yin. How unfortunate. Noticing Xie Yin deep in thought, it appeared her words had struck a nerve. Yiminjing cleared her throat gently, attempting to lighten the mood. It's all right. After all, she's the daughter of a prominent family, and her standards are bound to be higher. Yiminjing gently patted Xie Yan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Your own qualities are commendable. If only your cultivation level ascends a notch, perhaps she will regard you with newfound respect. Xie Yin lifted his gaze, pondering silently, is my cultivation not sufficiently high? His innate talent for cultivation was indeed exceptional, yet Hellion Sway seemed to have never regarded him with any particular favor. The way she looked at him was akin to how a farmer regards their own livestock. Realizing that he had employed such a metaphor, Xie Yin could not help but place a hand to his forehead, bitterly smiling within. I must have caught her affliction. Seeing Xie Yin lost in thought, seemingly ensnared in a quagmire of emotions, Yiminjing felt a tinge of helplessness. He shifted the topic. Where do you plan to go first? With your current cultivation level, venturing into populous areas rich in resources should pose no issue. Tio the Misty Marsh, Xie Yin replied. Very well, Yiminjing shrugged, offering no dissent. Did the Shin family not participate? Yiminjing glanced around. I don't see any sign of the Shin family. Xie Yin answered nonchalantly. I'm not sure. I haven't been in touch with them recently. Before long, the trial assembly commenced in earnest. Chapter 38. Two unfortunate second-generation prodigies, thousands of cultivators were instantaneously transported to various corners of the Penglai Immortal Island, scattered across this ethereal land. The high-level formations on the challengers' bodies resembled life bars in video games. Yet they were far more intelligent. They could accurately calculate the damage-bearing capacity of different cultivators, and upon detecting that a challenger could not withstand further harm, they would promptly activate, safely transporting them back to their starting point. In this secret realm, injury was an inevitable occurrence. After all, it was not only fraught with peril but also brimming with boundless resources and opportunities. Where there are opportunities, there are challenges. Thus, every challenger must learn to safeguard themselves. Hellion Sway felt a surge of anxiety. Although she had chosen a general area, the specific location of her transportation was random. She silently prayed not to land directly in the presence of a formidable boss, for that would spell disaster. A brilliant light ascended from beneath her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself amidst a lush forest, seemingly nestled on the slope of a towering mountain. Here, ancient trees towered, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy. In the distance, mountains rolled, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. From afar, Hellion Sway spotted a vast lake at the foot of the mountain, its azure waves rippling. Surely, that was the famed Azure Lake. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself utterly alone. She mused that even though the trial assembly had attracted countless cultivators, the expanse of Penglai Immortal Island afforded everyone ample time and space to acquire resources and elevate themselves. At that moment, the jade slip in her hand suddenly illuminated. She gently channeled her magical energy, and words appeared in the air, indicating that the safe zone would begin to shrink in a day. Hellion Sway smiled faintly, thinking, it seems I have ample time to develop. Subsequently, the jade slip displayed the number of already eliminated participants. Glancing over, Hellion Sway Sway noted that within a short span, several dozen challengers had been ousted. On another list, the rankings of the top 100 were recorded, with Xie Yan's name prominently featured and continually rising. It appears the competition is indeed fierce. This male lead is truly deserving of the accolades. Hellion Sway Sway muttered to herself. Occupying the majority of the leaderboard were disciples from the Tianji sect. This was hardly surprising, given the sect's notoriously rigorous entrance examinations coupled with its abundant cultivation resources, resulting in the disciples' exemplary performances being quite natural. Hellion Sway Sway stowed away the jade slip and made her way down the mountain. Upon reaching the shores of Azure Lake, Hellion Sway Sway cautiously explored. Although she was alone, she did not feel lonely as she had anticipated. Resources in this area were relatively scarce, and few challengers opted to venture here. After traversing nearly 3/4 of the lake's perimeter, she had yet to encounter anyone. She held little interest in the top prize of this competition. After all, her talents were unremarkable, and at times, certain resources offered little benefit to her. Moreover, the various rare mystical techniques included in the rewards were even less appealing to her. She had yet to finish mastering her existing sword techniques in the Tianji sect's manuals. Where would she find the time to delve into other texts? Just imagine, working tirelessly to seize the championship only to find the reward was a collection of 3-year college entrance exam simulations. She had no desire for that. Such trivialities could be left for prodigies like Xie Yan. She resolved to hunt a few low-tier spirit beasts. Though she lacked for resources, continuously admiring the scenery could become tedious. Meanwhile, in the misty marsh, Xie Yan and Yi Minjing faced a far more arduous challenge. The marsh was shrouded in fog, rendering everything in sight a white expanse. Although cultivators could traverse the marsh freely, they had to proceed with utmost caution lest they lose their bearings. Numerous cultivators had chosen to challenge the misty marsh, and during this time, Xie Yan had already defeated several participants. He glanced at the list of eliminated challengers on the jade slip. He found no mention of Hellion Sway Sway's name, prompting a sigh of relief and no need to worry about Sway Sway. She is quite clever, Yi Minjing noted, observing Xie Yan's tense demeanor, and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan shot him a glance and inquired, "What, do you know her well?" Yi Minjing sensed a hint of displeasure in his tone and quickly waved his hand. "Hey now, are you really jealous?" Xie Yan ignored him and continued deeper into the marsh. Yi Minjing hurried after him, chattering, "Don't fret. I'm a girl now, she surely can't like me." Upon hearing this, Xie Yan paused, turned to look at Yi Minjing, and replied, "Then you'd best keep your distance from me. I fear she might misunderstand." Yi Minjing was taken aback, quickly realizing the potential misunderstanding. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way. He silently resolved to maintain distance from Xie Yan in the future to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. His current identity made it inconvenient to explain anything to Hellion Sway Sway. Meanwhile, Xie Yan paid no mind to his thoughts, striding directly toward the heart of the marsh, where the region's lord awaited them. He needed to defeat it swiftly before heading to the forest of life and death. As time passed, Hellion Sway Sway gradually found her rhythm around Azure Lake. She gazed at the insignificant low-tier spirit core in her hand. Lost in contemplation, "Is this truly all my strength?" she mused, placing a hand to her forehead with a rueful smile. She planned to attempt capturing some low-tier spirit beasts. Soon after, a snow-white spirit rabbit entered her line of sight. Although this spirit rabbit was of low rank, its nimble speed deterred many. For cultivators with wind attributes, the value of this spirit rabbit was not to be underestimated. Though Hellion Sway Sway did not possess wind attributes, she was still charmed by the rabbit's cuteness and resolved to capture it for amusement. She slowly crouched down, carefully approaching the spirit rabbit. Just as she was about to reach out and seize it, a sudden wail shattered the tranquility. The spirit rabbit, startled, darted away in a flash. "Who on earth scared my little rabbit away?" Hellion Sway Sway lamented in frustration. She rose indignantly and walked toward the source of the sound. As she drew closer, fragmented cries for help became clearer. "Ah, help me! Save me!" A flicker of familiarity crossed her mind. This voice seemed eerily recognizable. Soon, she discovered a person dangling upside down from a massive gnarled tree. "What a surprise! What are you doing here?" Their voices collided almost simultaneously. It turned out this person was the second-generation prodigy who had previously provoked Hellion Sway Sway in the square. Ha 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 ha, look at you now. This is simply hilarious. Hellion Sway Sway observed her surroundings, confirming there was no danger, and sat down on a nearby stone, bursting into laughter. Weren't you supposed to be heading to the ruins? You deceived me. The individual swung helplessly, nearly unable to articulate a complete sentence. Did you not also fail to go? Hellion Sway Sway casually crossed her legs, having anticipated that he might foolishly seek her out at the ruins for a one-on-one duel. Seeing Hellion Sway Sway's demeanor, the individual quickly shifted his tone, pleading, "Heroine, I beg you, save me." Hellion Sway Sway found the title heroine quite pleasing. She stood and approached him, asking, "What is your name?" "I am Wan Shihong, the heir of the Wan family in Kunlun Prefecture," he replied eagerly. Hellion Sway Sway pondered for a moment. She recognized the Wan family as a renowned clan famed for their mastery of formations, capable of setting up various powerful arrays. The protective formations on the challengers were indeed provided by the Wan family and jointly arranged by elders from various sects. No wonder Wan Shihong acted so arrogantly. "Where are your companions?" Hellion Sway Sway inquired, recalling that there had been another individual with considerable cultivation accompanying Wan Shihong, though dressed like a servant. Logically, they should have been a team. Don't mention him. That guy abandoned me at the first sign of danger. Once I extricate myself, I shall ensure he rolls up his bedding and departs. Upon hearing Hellion Sway Sway's words, Wan Shihong's face immediately flushed with indignation. Hellion Sway Sway nodded slightly, suppressing a smile. She casually remarked, "But why should I save you? Would it not be simpler to eliminate you directly?" Feigning deep contemplation, she abruptly shifted her tone, teasingly threatening him. "No, that would not do. I should leave you suspended here, neither able to descend nor be promptly eliminated. Given your corpulence, it is likely that the rope will give way before long." This, of course, was a mere jest, for the rope was evidently a magical artifact, more than capable of restraining a mid-tier beast, allowing Wan Shihong to dangle for a decade or more without issue. Furthermore, with Wan Shihong's considerable girth and lack of visible weaponry, his prospects for self-rescue appeared bleak. He seemed to possess comparable cultivation talent, specializing in formations. Heroine, have mercy. I shall heed your every word henceforth." Wan Shihong lamented, raising his voice in desperation. "I swear to heaven." Hellion Sway Sway had intended to frighten him, but was taken aback by his fervent declaration to the heavens. In the realm of cultivation, such oaths were taken with utmost seriousness. To breach one could adversely affect one's training and future ascension. This principle of words bearing consequences held true. Of course, such matters held little significance for Hellion Sway Sway, as she had already secured the protection of the world's heavenly laws. Whether she could fulfill her promise depended solely on her personal integrity. "However, having my little brother is not without its merits. I shall reluctantly lend you a hand," Hellion Sway Sway concluded, summoning her sword and striking towards his feet. Wan Shihong squeezed his eyes shut, only to hear a thud as he fell flat on the ground. Are you not the more skilled cultivator?" Hellion Sway Sway remarked, puzzled. "How could you be so inept?" Wan Shihong struggled to rise, hastily explaining, "I am a formation master, do you understand? I specialize in aiding other cultivators." All right, I understand." Hellion Sway Sway sheathed her sword, disregarding him as she continued onward. "Hey, wait for me, sister." Wan Shihong hurriedly followed. "Why shout so loudly? Do you wish to attract others?" Hellion Sway Sway cautioned as they walked. All right, where are we headed now?" Wan Shihong inquired curiously. "How would I know?" Hellion Sway Sway responded with a hint of exasperation. Along the way, Wan Shihong chattered incessantly, startled by everything he saw. Hellion Sway Sway soon realized that he was even more inexperienced than she. She muttered to herself, "This fellow is undoubtedly sent by the heavens to serve as a contrast to the male lead." Unbeknownst to them, they ventured deeper into the woods. The trees surrounding them transformed dramatically, and the atmosphere grew eerie. Wan Shihong rubbed his hands nervously, saying, "Sister, this place is spooky and frightening. Perhaps we should turn back?" Hellion Sway Sway also sensed something amiss. She pulled out a jade slip to examine the map and discovered they had inadvertently wandered into the forest of life and death. Alarmed, she thought, had she known, she would have followed the map closely. Now they had truly entered the forest of life and death, a name that certainly did not bode well. "We must leave this place immediately," Hellion Sway Sway declared decisively. Turning her gaze towards Wan Sherwang, she saw him fidgeting anxiously not far away. "What are you doing? If you have fleas, go wash yourself. Why are you dancing about?" Helian Sui chided. Wan Sherwing responded in a flurry, "I feel something crawling all over me. Oh no, they are biting me." Upon hearing this, Helian Sui rushed closer and discovered his body was infested with numerous finger-sized black insects. "Walk, what in the world is this? Corpse flies!" Helian Sui exclaimed in shock. "Are your clothes flame-resistant? Quickly, use fire magic to incinerate those insects," she urged. Wan Sherwing nodded frantically. "Please, help me burn them off." Helian Sui swiftly cast a fireball spell, reducing the black insects to ashes. The pair frantically cleared the remnants from Wan Sherwang's body, and just as they began to catch their breath, a rustling sound echoed nearby. "Sister, do you hear that? Is something approaching?" Wan Sherwang paused and whispered to Helian Sui. "Stop listening. I can see it. Run." Helian Sui pointed behind Wan Sherwang, where the mass of black insects was advancing towards them. Wan Sherwang, upon seeing Helian Sui dash away, wasted no time in following suit. The two fled through the thicket until exhaustion forced them to halt. Helian Sui bent over, panting, grateful for her spiritual energy. Otherwise, they would not have run so far. Wan Sherwing fared even worse, collapsing onto the ground. "Phew, sister. Has that thing caught up with us?" he gasped. Helian Sui shook her head, taking a moment to recover. "I don't believe so. Let's rest for a moment." Wan Sherwing nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, Helian Sui consulted the jade slip once more, realizing they were now at the heart of the forest of life and death. "This won't do. We must leave at once. The lord of this forest is nearby, and we are no match for him," Helian Sui said urgently. As she stood, a familiar voice called out to her, "Sui." Turning around, she spotted Yi Minjing waving at her, with Xie Yin standing beside her. Wan Sherwang's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Helian Sui's friends approach, and he wished to draw closer. Suddenly, he felt something soft beneath his feet, and before he could react, the ground gave way, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Instinctively, he grasped at whatever was nearby. Helian Sui had not yet responded to Yi Minjing when she felt a tug at her sleeve. And in an instant, she was pulled down into the pit alongside Wan Sherwang. Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Let go of me!" In her mind, she thought, this Wan Sherwang truly ought to lose some weight. How could his luck be worse than hers? Chapter 39. If she doesn't act, she might really die. Black face. After hearing her words, Wan Sherwang hastily released his grip. The two plummeted downward together. Xie Yin heard Helian Sui's scream echoing through the air as her form swiftly vanished into the pit. He called out anxiously, "Sui." Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yan's figure flickered, and with a surge of magical energy, he transformed into a brilliant streak of light, diving into the hole where Helian Sui had disappeared. Like a shooting star, the scenery rushed past him as the wind howled in his ears. His heart raced like a war drum, each beat laden with unutterable concern. The pit was enveloped in darkness. Helian Sui could only feel the rush of wind at her side, her heart gripped by fear. Yet soon, she steadied herself as she fell rapidly. Her hands swiftly formed seals, and a blue light enveloped her, revealing complex runes swirling around, forming a protective barrier. Simultaneously, she cast a spell to stabilize herself, and blue patterns sprouted beneath her feet. After a graceful spin in midair, her toes landed firmly on the formation, decelerating her descent. In an instant, Helian Sui stood securely on the ground. She brushed her clothing, thinking to herself, this is but a trivial matter. Xie Yin followed closely behind, descending rapidly to Helian Sui's side. His trembling hand reached toward her, his voice tinged with unmistakable panic. "Are you unharmed? Are you injured?" A glimmer of pride flashed in Helian Sui's eyes. She shrugged and spread her hands. "How could I be so weak?" Xie Yin retracted his hand. Relieved, he had been overly concerned, forgetting that she was, after all, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. As he surveyed their surroundings, he discovered that the pit concealed a vast space, with a circular arena at its center, filled with unknown formations and spiritual energy. At that moment, a chubby white hand shot up. "I have something to say." Helian Sui suddenly remembered Wan Sherwang, approaching his still form lying motionless on the ground, Feigning anger, she said, "Who told you to tug at my sleeve? You got what you deserved. I was wrong. I was wrong." In a moment of desperation, I had no choice. Wan Sherwang struggled to rise. Though he was slower to react than Hellion Sui Sui, he managed to cast a protective spell just before hitting the ground. Observing their interaction, Xie Yin felt a twinge of displeasure. He stepped closer to Hellion Sui Sui, watching Wan Sherwang warily, and asked, "Who are you?" Xie Yan's gaze lingered a moment on Wan Sherwang's round face and ample figure before he glanced down at his own waist. Pondering silently, could it be that Sui Sui has a preference for this kind of plump beauty? Impossible. Wan Sherwang caught sight of the distinguished youth beside Hellion Sui Sui and sensed a hint of hostility in his gaze, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Before Wan Sherwang could respond to Xie Yan's inquiry, Yi Minjing gracefully leaped down to join them, greeting with a smile. "Isn't this the young master of the Wan family? What a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Minjing, and this is my friend Xie Yan." Yi Minjing kindly gestured towards Xie Yan and said to Wan Sherwang, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Wan Sherwang responded politely, his tone betraying a hint of unease. "Oh, you are acquainted with Sui Sui?" Yi Minjing inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, he is currently my attendant," Hellion Sui Sui replied with a light chuckle. Then turned to gaze at Wan Sherwang with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Would you not agree?" Wan Sherwang hastily nodded. "Yes, I defer to my sister in all matters, Xie Yan." Upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Wan Sherwang was keenly observing Xie Yan, sensing an inexplicable aura of danger surrounding him, though it was evident that he was quite indulgent towards Hellion Sui Sui. This revelation reshaped Wan Sherwang's understanding of Hellion Sui Sui. He resolved to foster a harmonious relationship with this young lady from Tianji sect in the future. Hellion Sui Sui scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on the circular arena within the cave, and she could not help but feel a jolt of recognition. This place was all too familiar. Those who had played the game would know it as the classic stronghold of a boss. Sometimes, the boss would remain hidden until one initiated a challenge. Other times, it would be boldly situated at the center of the stronghold, triggering a battle upon approach. They had inadvertently fallen right into the lair of the Lord of the Death Forest. Hellion Sui Sui shared her speculation with the others. "We are uncertain of the nature of the monster that is the Lord of the Death Forest, so we must proceed with caution." Yi Minjing nodded in agreement, while Xie Yan continued to watch Hellion Sui Sui intently, lost in thought. "What shall we do now? Should we venture out?" Wan Sherwang asked. Hellion Sui Sui mused to herself. "What else can we do but charge forward? Did you not see the male protagonist right here?" Their current team was well equipped, with Yi Minjing providing healing support and Wan Sherwang offering buffs through his formations. He should be quite adept at utilizing the buff formations by now, shouldn't he? In terms of damage output, the male protagonist naturally held the primary damage-dealing position. As for her, she could barely manage a secondary damage roll. But her equipment was formidable, making her ideal for damage supplementation. Yi Minjing took out a jade slip and glanced at it lightly before asking the group, "The safe zone is about to start shrinking. We have a little time left. Shall we challenge it?" "Absolutely," Hellion Sui Sui replied immediately, then turned to Wan Sherwang. "Can you set up a buff formation for us?" Wan Sherwang, excited by the request, nodded eagerly. "I can do that, sister. I have studied buff formations." "How effective are they?" Yi Minjing pressed. Wan Sherwang replied confidently, "Formations are my specialty. Trust me." Hellion Sui Sui nodded and instructed Wan Sherwang. "All right, when Xie Yan and I enter the stronghold of the Lord, you should set up a buff formation there. Then I will provide healing from a distance," Yi Minjing added. Hellion Sui Sui smiled lightly. "Then I shall trouble you, Sister Yi," she then said to Xie Yan. "Let us set off. Once Wan Sherwang has prepared the formation, we can enter." Xie Yan nodded slightly. Thus, the four formed an impromptu team. Xie Yan and Hellion Sui Sui exchanged glances, summoning their respective swords in preparation for the forthcoming challenge. Wan Sherwang and Yi Minjing also readied themselves. The morning light streamed through the opening above, casting a dappled glow upon Wan Sherwang. His gaze was focused as his hands moved gracefully through the air, drawing complex sigils. With each gesture, streams of light emanated from his fingertips, etching invisible patterns in the air. He then retrieved various materials from his storage pouch to set up the formation. Although Wan Sherwang appeared somewhat plump, his movements were surprisingly light as he circled around the pre-prepared materials, muttering incantations while meticulously placing each mystical stone in its designated spot. These stones, varied in hue, emitted a faint glow, and as they settled into position, subtle interactions began to occur among them. Meanwhile, Wan Shurong sat at a distance from the stronghold, serving as the focal point of the formation, while Yi Minjing infused him with her spiritual energy to assist him. As the formation neared completion, the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to awaken, beginning to flow gently and converging into fine streams, weaving an invisible net that enveloped the stronghold of the Lord. "Let us go," He Lien Sui Sui commanded, and the two swiftly entered combat mode, leaping into the stronghold. Indeed, as they approached, a massive hydra revealed itself within the previously empty stronghold. The creature was of colossal size, coiling ominously in the circular arena. Its body resembled a sculpture carved from black marble, exuding a chilling aura and a faint, nauseating stench. Each of its 9 heads was similar in shape, glaring fiercely, bearing sharp fangs with drool dripping down, sizzling as it hit the ground. Upon witnessing this, He Lien Sui Sui's face contorted in disgust, thinking, "Is this truly the boss of the Death Forest? It's hideous." Xie Yan, noticing her expression, chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid?" He felt remarkably calm. Not long ago, he had faced the Lord in the Misty Marsh alone with Yi Minjing. Though he had been injured, he had ultimately triumphed. The Hydra before him was as formidable as the Lord of the Misty Marsh, but he was confident in his ability to defeat it. Hearing Xie Yan's words, He Lien Sui Sui immediately masked her expression and huffed. "Afraid? I think you are the one lacking confidence." Before Xie Yan could respond, she shouted, brandishing her Sui Sui sword and launching an attack on the beast. The Hydra, seeing this, initiated its assault, one of its heads suddenly spewing venom like a torrential downpour towards He Lien Sui Sui. Swiftly, she reacted, slashing her sword to unleash a wave of blue sword light that dispersed the venom. Xie Yan also swung his sword to block the scattered venom, which corroded the ground, leaving behind blackened pits. He quickly flew closer to He Lien Sui Sui. "Be careful." He Lien Sui Sui rolled her eyes inwardly, feeling that Xie Yan often underestimated her, which irked her. She was quite capable. "Thank you very much." You should worry about yourself." Her tone was displeased, as she thought to herself, "Just wait and see what I can do." Xie Yan, witnessing her reaction, could only smile helplessly and shake his head. He focused his attention back on the Hydra's onslaught. He rubbed his nose, reflecting on how difficult it was to deal with the temperamental young lady. It was easy to provoke her anger unintentionally. However, now was not the time for banter. They needed to give their all to conquer this ferocious beast. Despite her sharp tongue, He Lien Sui Sui understood that Xie Yan's concern came from a place of goodwill. She steadied her breath, channeling her focus into the battle, fighting alongside Xie Yan against the Hydra's fierce attacks. Then, the other heads of the Hydra began their assault, some unleashing flames, others emitting lightning, and still others exhaling black mist. The battlefield instantly transformed into a hellish scene, the terrifying aura suffocating. He Lien Sui Sui and Xie Yan dodged the onslaught while searching for weaknesses in the Hydra's defenses. He Lien Sui Sui thought to herself, who on earth placed such a patchwork monster here? The Hydra's strength exceeded her expectations, but fortunately, her equipment was top-notch, allowing her to retaliate effectively. Xie Yan launched his most powerful strike at one of the Hydra's heads, severing it cleanly. However, before he could react, another head lunged towards He Lien Sui Sui. Xie Yan's heart raced, and he hurriedly soared toward her. Just as He Lien Sui Sui dodged a wave of venom, she saw a serpent's head charging at her with its gaping maw. Startled, she instinctively raised her left hand to defend herself, her pinky adorned with a ring gifted by the head of the Shen family. The gemstone in the ring erupted with a dazzling light, forcing the serpent's head back a few steps and shielding He Lien Sui Sui. Seizing the moment of the Hydra's disorientation, He Lien Sui Sui gathered her strength and unleashed a powerful strike at the serpent's head. She swiftly raised her Sui Sui sword, its brilliance slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at the Hydra. In a critical moment, the sword light accurately struck one of the heads, which fell with a resounding thud, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With 2 heads lost in quick succession, a deafening wail echoed through the air. He Lien Sui Sui glanced at the ring on her hand, marveling at its efficacy. It was quite a remarkable item. Noticing Xie Yan anxiously flying to her side, scrutinizing her from head to toe, she raised an eyebrow and teased, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome technique before?" Xie Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, I have never seen anything quite like it. After a brief pause, he continued, but it truly is impressive. Upon hearing this, a hint of color rushed to Lien Sui-Sui's cheeks. She felt her pride swell, but she quickly regained her composure. All right, enough flattery. We still have important matters to attend to. She cleared her throat, suppressing her smile, and spoke earnestly. Xie Yin nodded slightly, and together, they seamlessly resumed their assault on the Hydra. Under the relentless attacks of Xie Yin and Lien Sui-Sui, the Hydra began to show signs of defeat. The two exhibited remarkable synergy, their sword techniques fierce, gradually overpowering the Hydra's assaults. After an intense battle, they finally discovered the weakness of the Hydra and successfully defeated it. Upon its defeat, the Hydra transformed into a wisp of ashes, leaving behind a dazzling array of treasures scattered across the ground, clearly the fruits of their hard-won victory. With the mission accomplished, everyone had worked diligently. Lien Sui-Sui smiled at the group and said, "You all did a great job, sister. You're truly amazing," Wan Shirong exclaimed, rushing towards Lien Sui-Sui, his eyes filled with admiration. "Oh, it's nothing." Lien Sui-Sui waved her hand dismissively. Yiming approached her and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No, not at all," Lien Sui-Sui replied, turning around and noticing that the hem of her dress seemed to have caught a bit of the serpent's saliva, with a small portion corroded. Furrowing her brow, she thought, "I must change into a fresh outfit later." Xie Yin handed the rewards they had collected to Lien Sui-Sui, but she declined. "I don't need it," she shrugged, as she was not lacking in rare treasures. She then turned to Wan Shirong. He too shook his head. "I didn't contribute much. With how strong Sister Sui-Sui and Daoist Xie are, it hardly matters whether I had this formation or not. I'll pass." Ultimately, after Yiming persuasion, Wan Shirong accepted some materials for setting up formations. With the mission concluded, the four departed from the Death Forest. The safe zone had begun to shrink, and they needed to head towards the central area of Penglai Island. They would soon have to confront other cultivators, while members of the same team shared the same color of jade slips. There was still the risk of betrayal if their bonds were not strong enough. Much like Wan Shirong had experienced, Lien Sui-Sui maintained a positive mindset, thinking that the lively atmosphere was more than sufficient, and she would just wait for Xie Yin to break through. Once the mission was complete and the Heavenly Tao returned, she would no longer have to worry about Xie Yin. The Heavenly Tao would protect him. As they traveled, they inevitably passed ancient ruins, and Lien Sui-Sui pondered, "I wonder what the situation is like there now." Chapter 40. Encountering a master, the four embarked on their journey towards the ruins. Yiming curiously inquired of Lien Sui-Sui, "Sui-Sui, what about your teammates?" Lien Sui-Sui contemplated for a moment before responding. "They chose the ruins from the very beginning. And as for their current status, I am not certain." Wan Shirong, surprised by this revelation, exclaimed, "Sister, you have other teammates? Aren't Daoist Xie and Daoist your teammates?" Lien Sui-Sui raised her jade slip and gently shook it, explaining, "Silly, didn't you notice that the colors of our jade slips are different?" "Oh." Wan Shirong looked at Lien Sui-Sui's jade slip and then at Yiming's, realizing that indeed, the colors were distinct. Previously, the seamless coordination between Lien Sui-Sui and Xie Yin had left a deep impression, and it seemed Xie Yin was quite attentive to Lien Sui-Sui. However, they were not teammates. Wan Shirong couldn't help but worry that they might risk being eliminated by Xie Yin, but then he reconsidered, finding it unlikely, as Xie Yin seemed quite fixated on Lien Sui-Sui. Perhaps there was an untold story behind it. Wan Shirong secretly speculated that if they were to encounter Lien Sui-Sui's teammates later, it would certainly be extremely awkward. Lien Sui-Sui did not dwell on these matters. Not to mention the disciples of the Tianji sect, even among cultivators from various clans and sects, there were many whose cultivation surpassed hers. It was entirely possible she would be eliminated soon. At this moment, her only hope was when the male lead would achieve his breakthrough. The four traveled in silence, encountering numerous cultivators along the way, but none posed a challenge to them. Before long, they arrived at the ruins, which were an ancient stone city. The stone surfaces were covered with moss, and various exotic flowers and plants grew in the crevices. Wan Shirong looked around and curiously asked, "Is this the ruins? Where is everyone? Why is it so desolate?" Lien Sui-Sui stepped into the stone city first, explaining, "This is because a long time has passed, and those who were to be eliminated have already been." Yiming touched a stone wall, observing as she spoke. It's still wise to be cautious. This is the center of Penglai Island, and many people are currently converging here. Helian Sui nodded in agreement, gazing at the deserted ancient city, secretly wondering if her senior brother was still here. After wandering through the ancient city for quite some time, they saw no other cultivators, as quite strange. Why is there no one here? After searching for so long, there should at least be a few people around. Helian Sui thought uneasily. If there truly was no one, that would be fine. But she feared they might be lurking in the shadows. Xieyin looked towards the center of the ancient city and said they should be inside. The others followed his gaze and saw an ancient tower built of blue stone in the center of the city. The tower had 7 stories, each appearing ancient and weathered. Wind chimes hung in the corners, producing a crisp sound as the gentle breeze blew, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding tranquility. Helian Sui thought to herself, could it be? Have they all gone inside? Seeing this, she remarked, then we shouldn't delay. Let us hurry inside as well. With that, she strode towards the tower. Entering the tower, the interior was spacious and bright. Each level was equipped with mechanisms and traps. But now these mechanisms had become ineffective, indicating that someone had been here before. The walls inside were etched with ancient runes, emitting a faint glow in this seemingly bright and spacious area. An ancient and mysterious aura pervaded like a thin mist, instilling an invisible sense of pressure, as if every step was teetering on the edge of peril. Helian Sui mused that this place undoubtedly qualified as the game's secluded city. Any ordinary player who set foot in it would surely have no chance of returning. She took out her jade slip and discovered that in just a short time, the remaining players had dwindled to less than 100. It seemed she had entered the final circle. Perhaps it would soon be time to log off. They decided to ascend to the upper levels to assess the situation, just as Xieyin had anticipated. While the first level had few people, the challenges increased as they ascended, with opponents of considerable strength. The 4 fought their way through, finally reaching the top level of the tower. The atmosphere here was even tenser. With a palpable air of killing intent, Helian Sui gripped her weapon tightly, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the tower, making it seem as if the entire structure was swaying. Helian Sui's heart raced. Could a powerful entity be emerging? Just then, a shadowy figure slowly stepped forth, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura, with a mask concealing half of its face, rendering its true visage inscrutable. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. The mysterious figure's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of raspy quality. Helian Sui took a deep breath and boldly asked, "Who might you be?" The mysterious figure smiled faintly and replied, "Why should I tell you? Come, let us battle." Helian Sui responded, "Well, how straightforward of you. No pleasantries at all." Upon hearing this, Xieyin felt a surge of tension and gripped his weapon, preparing for the impending battle. The mysterious figure's aura was formidable and unfathomable, causing Helian Sui to feel unprecedented pressure. This is bad. This fellow looks like a big shot. Throughout their journey, this was the first time she encountered another opponent, evoking the sensation of having survived to the final circle only to meet a formidable enemy after having faced none along the way. If that is the case, then let me experience your skills now. Helian Sui heard Xieyin's low voice beside her. "Sister, what should we do?" Wan Shirong had already hidden behind Helian Sui, cautiously peeking out to inquire. What to do? She did not answer, for she too was uncertain, and could only look to Xieyin. When gods clash, mortals suffer. If that is the case, then we, Helian Sui looked at Xieyin, intending to suggest they make room for the two to duel at their leisure. However, at that moment, a wall suddenly rose from the ground, and Helian Sui instinctively retreated swiftly. Xieyin heard the commotion and hurriedly turned, seeming to reach out to pull her back, but was a moment too late. Sui, he exclaimed urgently. The wall rose rapidly, leaving no time to react, quickly separating them. Watching Helian Sui disappear once more, a surge of intense anger and despair welled up within Xieyin. If only I had been a moment faster. Although Helian Sui had always managed to turn danger into safety, this time, what about next time? Xieyin reached out to touch the wall, turning to glare at the figure in black, his tone unfriendly. Was this your doing? The mysterious figure's lips curled into a subtle, cunning smile. What does it matter whether it was or not? Only by defeating me will you earn the right to know the answer. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished like a phantom, leaving only a faint afterimage as he charged towards Xie Yan like a tempest. Xie Yan's gaze sharpened, his aura erupting in an instant. The sword in his hand emitted a clear ringing sound. As if sensing its master's battle intent, he deftly adjusted his footing, his form as agile as the wind, and swung his sword directly at the afterimage. Lian Sui watched as Xie Yan's figure faded from sight, her heart tightening. Were these opponents truly planning to fight one-on-one? They were overestimating themselves. She swiftly turned around, surveying her surroundings, and discovered she was enclosed within a sealed room. What is this? Has a domain been activated? Carefully searching along the wall, Lian Sui endeavored to find a glimmer of a clue to escape. At that very moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a mysterious figure of higher cultivation suddenly materialized, launching a lethal strike towards Lian Sui without hesitation. Her heart raced, and with a swift movement, she narrowly evaded the deadly blow. Alarmed, she realized the formidable prowess of this enigmatic individual was beyond her capacity to withstand. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to possess some degree of skill," the person remarked after Lian Sui dodged the attack, halting their onslaught and observing her with a smile from a short distance away. Lian Sui looked up to see a graceful woman with striking beauty smiling at her, a hint of mockery in her expression. Her immediate reaction was, "Wow, how impressive. What should I call this esteemed elder sister?" "Which sect do you hail from?" Lian Sui steadied her heart and inquired solemnly. The woman's gaze sparkled, her lips curving upward as she replied, "Elder sister? That title is rather amusing, but I am already 200 years old. My name is Ji Lingyao, and I come from the illusory spirit sect." Before her words concluded, she added, "I recognize you. I truly didn't expect you to have grown so much. If the opportunity arises, do come visit the illusory spirit sect." A jolt of realization surged through Lian Sui's heart. Ji Lingyao. She was the most outstanding disciple of the illusory spirit sect. It is known that this sect specializes in illusions and the manipulation of ethereal powers, and rumors spoke of an exceptionally talented senior disciple emerging from there. How exceptional was she? Ji Lingyao could construct illusions within her own spiritual realm and, through special means, project these illusions into the real world, manifesting them as tangible entities. To unravel such illusions required extraordinary strength. Lian Sui surveyed her surroundings, quietly astonished. No wonder she could appear out of thin air. "This is overwhelmingly powerful. Please refrain from looking at me with such admiration." Ji Lingyao teased with a smile. Lian Sui thought to herself, being eliminated by such a formidable opponent is no disgrace. "Elder sister, please go easy on me," she said, raising her sword and initiating an attack. Her blade striking like lightning towards Ji Lingyao, a cluster of blue sword light gathering at its tip, sharp and formidable. She consoled herself, regardless, early death leads to early rebirth. It's just a chance to spar. After all, the opponent's cultivation was superior, and being on her territory, defeating Ji Lingyao seemed improbable. She resolved to play the role of a mere pawn. Upon witnessing this, Ji Lingyao merely smiled lightly, as if she had anticipated it. She gracefully sidestepped, and Lian Sui's sword brushed past her shoulder without inflicting any harm. Ji Lingyao then countered, her gestures shifting, and a surge of energy surged towards Lian Sui. She quickly retreated, her sword dancing to form a curtain of blades, attempting to fend off the expert's energy. However, Ji Lingyao's force was akin to a mountain collapse or a tsunami, shattering the curtain of blades in an instant, leaving Lian Sui staggering back several steps. Her complexion shifting. "Wow, this is overwhelmingly strong." In this realm, her equipment seemed somewhat suppressed, forcing her to rely solely on her cultivation and strength to fight. The battle persisted as Lian Sui continuously adjusted her tactics, seeking an opening in her opponent's defenses. Her sword techniques flowed in a relentless wave, yet Ji Lingyao remained composed, as if everything was within her grasp. "You are far more competent than I had imagined," Ji Lingyao remarked, a hint of approval lacing her tone. Indeed, Lian Sui shared that sentiment. She was certainly much stronger than Wan Shurong. Meanwhile, the battle between Xie Yan and the mysterious figure had escalated to a fervent climax. Xie Yan's swordplay flowed like clouds and water, each move imbued with power and grace. while the mysterious figure's movements were elusive as a specter, making them difficult to pin down. Gradually, anxiety filled Xie Yan's heart, causing minor flaws to appear in his sword techniques, flaws that could prove fatal in a duel against a master. This momentary distraction compromised the precision of his attacks, allowing the figure to effortlessly evade Xie Yan's strikes and counterattack with a formidable surge of energy directed at him. Xie Yan hastily summoned all his sword light to defend, but the enemy's assault was akin to a tempest, overwhelming him. In the flurry of attacks and defenses, Xie Yan was forced back several steps. The mysterious figure, sensing Xie Yan's distraction, spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Why the haste? Your companion is not in any life-threatening danger." Indeed, Hellion Sui Sui faced no peril. At worst, she would be eliminated and sent back. Yet, a surge of profound self-reproach welled up within Xie Yan. He felt utterly helpless, unable to even control his emotions or protect her. Hellion Sui Sui's image flashed in his mind, and he clearly understood that his strength stemmed not only from himself but also from her unwavering support throughout their journey. Since the moment he met her, she had been aiding him, and regardless of her expectations, he could not let her down. The figure was correct. Hellion Sui Sui was safe for now because they were in a trial. If it weren't for the trial, a chill ran down Xie Yan's spine as he recalled his grandmother's loving gaze when she had exhausted herself to send him away that night. He vowed never to let those he cared for encounter danger again. At that thought, Xie Yan's heart raced like a drum, and the very blood within him seemed to boil at that moment. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. It was as if his dantian erupted like a volcano, a powerful wave of energy bursting forth from within. His eyes became hollow and profound, while the air around him began to tremble violently as he channeled his spiritual energy, breaking through to the harmonization stage. The figure, witnessing the radiant glow emanating from Xie Yan's form as he swiftly transcended his cultivation realm, felt a surge of astonishment. Meanwhile, as time passed, Hellion Sui Sui's stamina waned, her breaths becoming labored. Ji Lingyao seized the moment, suddenly launching a fatal strike. Just as Hellion Sui Sui prepared to raise her sword to block, she sensed a wondrous change in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Sui Sui, your mission has been successfully completed. From now on, enjoy life in this world to the fullest," a sudden voice resonated. However, this time, the voice did not emanate from her mind. Nor was it a cold mechanical tone. It seemed to originate from the depths of the universe, transcending human auditory limits. It was neither language nor music, but a tremor encompassing the laws of all things in existence. Hellion Sui Sui's eyes widened, her lips curving upward uncontrollably in excitement, causing her to forget her defenses, thus allowing Ji Lingyao's strike to connect. A brilliant light enveloped her as the formation activated. After Xie Yan defeated the figure clad in black and shattered Ji Lingyao's illusion, the scene that unfolded before him was quite astonishing. Hellion Sui Sui saw the illusionary wall crumble, turning to gaze at Xie Yan, her eyes instantly sparkling with joy. However, before she could utter a word, she was transported back by the formation. In the blink of an eye, Hellion Sui Sui found herself standing in the plaza of the Tianji sect, her heart brimming with exhilaration as she softly murmured, "The mission is complete." At that moment, someone approached her, inquiring, "What mission have you completed?" Hellion Sui Sui looked up, astonished to find it was Wan Shirong. She had suspected that this fellow had surpassed her in cultivation yet was not as formidable. A crowd had gathered around, tending to the injured, indicating that they were all eliminated participants. Hellion Sui Sui spread her hands, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing much, just stating that my trial journey has come to an end." Wan Shirong scratched his head, responding, "Oh, sister, I just saw you. How impressive that you could fight for so long against a cultivator of the void refinement stage." Hellion Sui Sui smiled slightly. "Naturally, you should consider who I am," she thought to herself, although that elder sister had shown leniency in their spar. Had it not been for her momentary distraction, she could have fought on. Nonetheless, she felt elated. Being eliminated was of no consequence now. "You mentioned you saw me? Where did you see that?" Hellion Sui Sui suddenly inquired. Wan Shirong handed her a mirror-like artifact, saying, "With this, you can cast a spell to see the scenes inside the trial arena. You can observe anyone you wish." Hellion Sui Sui accepted it, turning her gaze around to find many cultivators holding similar artifacts. "So this is capable of live streaming?" Hellion Sui lamented inwardly. Had she known, she would have posed more dramatically earlier. Did her parents witness her lingering by the Bibo Lake, doing nothing? Chapter 42. Sui begins to spectate. How were you eliminated? Hellion Sui turned her head, curiosity lacing her voice as she asked Wan Shurong. He began recounting his experience. You might not believe it, but that wall was incredibly strange. At first, I thought it was an ordinary spatial technique, and I was about to set up a minor teleportation formation. But then suddenly, a guy appeared out of nowhere. Seeing that he was about to embark on a lengthy narrative, Hellion Sui quickly raised her hand to halt him. All right, enough. I get it. She regarded Wan Shurong with a glimmer of sympathy. Just say you were taken out in an instant. What about Sister Yi? Hellion Sui continued inquiring. As for Daoist Yi, she was a bit behind me and is currently healing, Wan Shurong replied, scratching his head. Hellion Sui was somewhat taken aback. Sister Yi had been eliminated before her. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Sister Yi was not primarily a combatant, but rather a healer by trade. A glance at Wan Shurong filled her with a twinge of guilt. She had indeed misjudged him. How could support possibly outshine damage dealers in a fight? She reassured herself that it was quite normal for a secondary damage dealer to be outclassed by a primary one. Wasn't it? Ji Lingyao's strategy of separating the group and taking them down one by one was quite clever. Sister, aren't you going to observe the situation in the trial arena? Wan Shurong chuckled. Inquiring of her. Of course, Hellion Sui replied, casting him a sidelong glance before adding, if anything occurs, be sure to inform me promptly. I shall take my leave now. She handed him a few communication talismans, ensuring he could swiftly contact her. Not a problem, Wan Shurong declared, receiving the talismans with a confident pat on his chest. Hellion Sui departed the square and ascended the platform, rushing into Sang Yu's embrace. Mother, I am back. That's a relief. It is evident that Sui has made significant progress. Hellion Feng nodded approvingly from the side, then suddenly remarked, do you fancy the windstorm rabbit? I can have someone catch one for you. Hellion Sui chuckled awkwardly. No, father. I prefer to catch my own. Then continued to pamper her. Sang Yu feigned anger at Hellion Feng, then turned to Hellion Sui, saying, I witnessed your match against the grand disciple of the illusionary spirit sect. Your swordsmanship was commendable, but your cultivation still requires further depth. Diligent practice is essential moving forward. As for that final strike, it could indeed have been avoided. All right, I understand. Mother, let us see who claims the championship first. Hellion Sui pouted playfully. Surely, she couldn't admit that she had been distracted by her excitement, could she? Upon her arrival, she did not spot the familiar figure of her senior brother in the square. Instead, she encountered several fellow disciples from her team. A slight heaviness settled in her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. She reassured herself that making it into the finals was quite an achievement. Sometimes, luck was just as much a part of strength. She tightened her grip on the magical artifact, softly reciting the incantation, and the scene within the trial arena unfolded before her eyes. Inside the tower where she had been eliminated, it appeared that Xie Yin had been in a standoff with Ji Lingyao for some time. Though the artifact could display the scene, it could not convey sound, leaving Hellion Sui unaware of their conversation. As she observed the unfolding events, her heart silently cheered for Xie Yin. With the protection of the heavenly Tao surrounding him, she could rest easy. All she needed to do was offer him spiritual support. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Ji Lingyao teased, noticing Xie Yan's unusually somber demeanor since she had defeated Hellion Sui. She shouldn't be on your team, should she? With a light laugh, her tone carried a hint of provocation. To break my illusion, your strength is evidently formidable. Ji Lingyao marveled inwardly at this junior. The realm he had reached in such a short time was something that took others hundreds or even thousands of years to attain. Such talent was indeed enviable. Without further ado, Senior, shall we commence? Xie Yan's gaze was resolute, and an intense killing intent radiated from him. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Ji Lingyao let out a soft huff, her hands slicing through the air like a blade as she launched a swift and ferocious assault against Xie Yan, each strike imbued with immense destructive power. Xie Yan moved with agility, gracefully evading Ji Lingyao's every attack while countering with his sword. His technique suddenly became more fierce, each strike aimed squarely at Ji Lingyao's vital points. A chill ran through Ji Lingyao as she was compelled to retreat. Her illusion had shattered, and her advantage was lost. Despite her best efforts to defend, the relentless onslaught of sword shadows ultimately struck her, sending her body flying. A flicker of cold light flashed in Ji Lingyao's eyes. Although Xie Yan's strike had not been his full strength, it had nonetheless inflicted a light wound, insufficient to trigger the formation on her body. "You truly are." Ji Lingyao seemed to be amused by the situation. She had expected this junior to be a paragon of virtue, yet he displayed none of the grace expected of a cultivator. Xie Yan withdrew his assault, having advanced his cultivation further. Ji Lingyao was no longer his match. The outcome of this confrontation had been determined. However, Xie Yan remained vigilant. Her origin from the illusionary spirit sect meant that her disciples excelled in illusion techniques, capable of conjuring illusions to confuse their opponents and sow chaos in battle. The unique skills of this sect required Xie Yan to exercise even greater caution. Xie Yan pressed his lips together. He had always harbored a wariness towards illusion techniques. He was acutely aware that his greatest weakness lay in his unstable temperament, especially concerning matters pertaining to Hellion Sui Sui. When Xie Yan ceased his attack, Ji Lingyao scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What? Are you contemplating how to avenge your little junior sister?" Her words dripped with disdain. Xie Yan refrained from a direct reply, instead directing his gaze toward the staircase. This action puzzled Ji Lingyao, causing her brows to furrow in confusion. Before long, a figure appeared at the staircase. It was Wen Shunning. Upon seeing her senior brother's arrival, Hellion Sui Sui felt a surge of surprise. With this, the battlefield had transformed into a trio, albeit from different teams. Wen Shunning regarded Xie Yan with an approving nod, remarking, "Junior brother Xie, your ability to reach such a high level of cultivation in such a short span is truly remarkable." His words were laden with admiration. Xie Yan offered a faint smile, clasping his hands in gratitude, sincerely replying, "Senior brother overestimates me." Wen Shunning approached with composure, turning to Ji Lingyao and calmly stating, "Fellow cultivator, your opponent is now me." He then glanced back at Xie Yan, softly inquiring, "Junior brother Xie, would you permit me to face her?" "Certainly," Xie Yan readily acquiesced, sheathing his sword and stepping back to allow them the space to engage. Wen Shunning had faced numerous opponents before, and at this moment, his state was comparable to Ji Lingyao's. Given that their cultivations were closely matched, both being in the void refinement stage, Xie Yan found it inappropriate to intervene in their duel. Ji Lingyao raised her hand to cast a spell, addressing Wen Shunning. "In that case, let us seize this opportunity to determine our superiority." The two stood facing each other, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Ji Lingyao initiated the attack, while Wen Shunning raised his sword to defend, and thus began an intense clash between them. Hellion Sui Sui watched the scene unfold in the trial arena, her heart racing with excitement. This was the first time she had witnessed her senior brother give his all. Chapter 43. Xie Yan concludes the match based on what she had just witnessed. It was clear that Xie Yan's cultivation now surpassed that of both opponents. In the realm of cultivation, there were stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, body integration, void traversing, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. In the Tianji sect, her parents stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, having reached the late Great Ascension stage and were soon to face the Tribulation Crossing phase. Although the Tianji sect was not the oldest sect in the cultivation world, it had rapidly developed into one of the foremost sections now. Xie Yan had become the highest-ranked disciple within the Tianji sect. Hellion Sui Sui mused that from this day forth, Xie Yan's reputation would undoubtedly soar. For ordinary cultivators, crossing the tribulation to attain immortality was their ultimate goal. Yet for Xie Yan, even ascending was merely the commencement of another journey. After becoming a true immortal, there were still golden immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors, and immortal sovereigns, culminating in the transformation from immortal to divine. Every time she contemplated the lengthy path of cultivation that lay ahead for Xie Yan, Hellion Sui Sui felt a wave of exhaustion on his behalf. Though she herself was only at the late core formation stage, she had received a directed mission, and once she obtained an immortal body, her accomplishments would be complete. No one, aside from Xie Yan, could hope to defeat her. The thought alone brought her joy. As time passed, the battle between Wen Shunning and Ji Lingyao grew increasingly intense. Their sword energies intertwined, radiating brilliance, while the trial arena resonated with powerful waves of energy. Hellion Sui Sui focused intently on the scene displayed by the magical artifact, her heart racing with anxiety for Wen Shunning. It was evident that Ji Lingyao held the upper hand as the battle escalated. Ji Lingyao gradually gained the advantage, ultimately defeating Wen Shunning. Though she appeared somewhat fatigued, the moment Wen Shunning was transported back to his original position, she turned to gaze at Xie Yin, seemingly on the verge of speaking. However, an abrupt tremor beneath her feet interrupted her thoughts. Seeing that the battle had concluded, Helian Sui Sui hurriedly rushed toward the square to greet Wen Shunning. "Senior brother." She spotted Wen Shunning from a distance and quickened her pace. "How do you feel, junior sister?" Wen Shunning inquired, relieved to see Helian Sui Sui unharmed. "I feel great," Helian Sui Sui replied with a smile. Before adding, "Ji Lingyao is truly formidable. She managed to defeat senior brother. Oh, that's Ji Lingyao." Wen Shunning exclaimed in surprise, "And no wonder her strength is so astonishing. Indeed, she is the grand disciple of the illusionary spirit sect." Helian Sui Sui recounted the events that had transpired. Wen Shunning's eyes sparkled with admiration as he listened. "So she possesses such prowess. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond our OWNIT. Seems I must put in even more effort in my cultivation." Helian Sui Sui wholeheartedly agreed, contemplating, "I must make a trip to the illusionary spirit sect someday to seek Ji Lingyao's guidance." While there are elders specializing in illusion techniques within the Tianji sect, they pale in comparison to someone as extraordinary as Ji Lingyao. Moreover, she harbored a profound curiosity regarding the arcane arts capable of materializing illusions, a feat achievable solely by Ji Lingyao within the entire realm of cultivation. In the trial arena, the tower where Xie Yin and Ji Lingyao resided suddenly trembled violently. Cultivators from other floors emerged, and upon spotting Ji Lingyao and Xie Yin, they immediately launched an assault. Xie Yin effortlessly countered their onslaught, yet Ji Lingyao, having just concluded a fierce battle, was still recuperating and unfortunately fell victim to a sneak attack, resulting in her elimination. Helian Sui Sui, witnessing this, felt a flicker of indignation within her heart. She inwardly lamented, who would have thought there exists someone even more cautious than herself? Indeed, after securing the isolation city, she ventured out only to be sanctioned by the sixth one. Oh no, wait, she hasn't even captured isolation city yet. Ji Lingyao stepped forward. Helian Sui Sui bid farewell to her senior brother and hurried over to greet her. "Big sister," she exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. "Oh, it's you." Ji Lingyao replied with a smile, standing alongside several others. Upon closer inspection, Helian Sui Sui recognized one of them as the masked man in black whom she had encountered earlier. Indeed, they were all part of the same team. "Just call me Sui Sui," Helian Sui Sui said. Scratching her head, "Big sister, you are truly remarkable." Ji Lingyao chuckled softly, responding with a hint of resignation, "Remarkable," yet still fell prey to a sneak attack. She then teasingly regarded Helian Sui Sui, adding, "Furthermore, I wouldn't stand a chance against your senior brother Xie." Helian Sui Sui furrowed her brow, pondering, "What do you mean by your senior brother?" Nevertheless, such competitions were ruthlessly fierce, and few were as courteous as her senior brother. Typically, upon encountering an opponent, one would devise every possible means to eliminate them. Who would care about politeness in such circumstances? Ji Lingyao attentively observed the dynamics within the trial arena and turned to Helian Sui Sui, inquiring, "There are still over 10 challengers remaining in the trial arena. Sui Sui, who do you believe will emerge victorious and claim the top spot?" Without hesitation, Helian Sui Sui replied, "That would undoubtedly be Xie Yin." Her confidence in him was unwavering, as if she could already foresee the inevitable victory. After all, he was the chosen one, the center of the universe. Even the earth could not function without him. "Ha ha," Ji Lingyao smiled and remarked, "You truly have unwavering faith in him." Within the trial arena, Xie Yin, utilizing his extraordinary prowess, faced multiple adversaries alone. His movements flowed like a swimming dragon, and his sword aura surged like a rainbow, allowing him to navigate the battle with ease. At this moment, only a few challengers remained. The safe zone had ceased to shrink, and Helian Sui Sui observed Xie Yin traversing the ancient ruins alone, thinking to herself, "Such overwhelming strength is indeed domineering. He need not worry about the schemes of others." The remaining opponents were shrouded in mystery, each possessing unique skills and hailing from different factions within the cultivation world, making them formidable adversaries. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, followed by a deafening roar as a colossal stone monster erupted from the earth. Xie Yin fixed his gaze upon the creature, contemplating. Just as I suspected. Ever since the safe zone halted its contraction, he had an inkling that seizing the top spot would not be an easy feat. Once the stone monster appeared, it immediately sought out the hiding places of the other cultivators, forcing them to confront the beast. Simultaneously, having revealed their positions, they now had to guard against other challengers. Hellion Sway exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! This is simply marvelous." The stone monster towered several meters high, its body adorned with stone spikes, and its eyes burned like raging flames, roaring as it commenced indiscriminate attacks on the challengers. Some were caught off guard, struck by the monster's massive fists, and swiftly eliminated. Meanwhile, Xie Yin skillfully evaded its assaults. The creature's might was astonishing, and before long, the remaining challengers were vanquished, leaving only Xie Yin standing. However, the trial had yet to conclude, and Xie Yin remained within the ancient ruins. Hellion Sway mused to herself. It seems he still needs to defeat that monster. A twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within her. Not because she lacked appreciation, for she understood that only when the male protagonist grew stronger could she feel more secure. Rather, she simply reflected on how she had once believed herself to be the most dazzling figure in the cultivation world, only to realize that Xie Yin outshone her in flamboyance. Now, he had eliminated all competitors, leaving everyone to watch him shine. Indeed, flaunting one's prowess was an art. In the face of talent, effort appeared inconsequential. After dispatching the other challengers, the stone monster turned its fierce gaze upon Xie Yin. His expression remained unperturbed, though his eyes sharpened with intensity. He raised his long sword, channeling all his sword energy. Preparing to engage in a decisive battle, as his spiritual energy surged, the air around him seemed to boil, forming a vast vortex of spiritual power. His tied-back hair danced without wind, and his garments fluttered dramatically, while the long sword in his hand gleamed brilliantly at that moment. Hellion Sway observed this scene with a pang of envy. This was the true aura of a formidable warrior, a height forever unattainable for someone like her. A mere pay-to-win player. The stone monster sensed Xie Yan's formidable power. Its ferocity ignited to its peak. It roared and swung its massive stone arm, crashing down towards Xie Yan. Yet, Xie Yan's form was like a phantom, nimbly dodging the monster's strikes. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped onto the stone arm, utilizing the rebound force to soar upward, his sword brandishing a streak of light aimed directly at the monster's head. Though the creature appeared large and cumbersome, it was surprisingly agile. It quickly raised its other stone arm to block Xie Yan's assault. However, the force of his strike was tremendous, cleaving through the arm. To everyone's astonishment, the severed stone arm began to regenerate, as if it were an endless cycle. Xie Yan promptly adjusted his strategy, shifting his focus to the monster's midsection. The sword light flashed like lightning, swiftly slicing through the creature's waist, scattering stones in all directions. The stone monster continued to struggle, yet the severed portion incessantly regenerated. Without granting the monster a moment's respite, Xie Yan's long sword soared into the air, instantly manifesting countless sword shadows. As he executed his sword technique, those shadows rapidly coalesced into solid forms. The moment the stone monster attempted to reorganize itself, Xie Yan swung his arm, unleashing a torrential barrage of swords that hurtled towards the stone beast. In but a moment, the monster emitted a thunderous wail, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. The game was over. Chapter 44. Sway descends the mountain again. Hellion Sway beheld Xie Yin standing amidst the ruins. Surrounding him were remnants of their battle, the sword marks and indentations in the stones, narrating the ferocity of the recent confrontation. Many had already begun to discuss this exceptionally skilled youth. Hellion Sway joyfully exclaimed, "See, big sister, I told you I was right." Ji Lingyao smiled and nodded, affirming, Indeed, it is truly admirable." In mere moments, Xie Yin was transported back, greeted by the disciples of the Sword Cultivation Hall. Congratulations! Among them was Hellion Sway, who, upon seeing Xie Yin emerge, produced a handful of flower petals from her sleeve and gently scattered them into the air. The petals danced gracefully, resembling a shower of blossoms. Utterly enchanting. She had plucked them from a peach tree at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace prior to participating in the trial, and now they served perfectly as celebratory confetti. Xie Yin appeared somewhat surprised, smiling as he brushed a petal from his head and approached her. Standing before Hellion Sway, he gently inquired, You weren't injured, were you? Hellion Sui Sui waved her hand dismissively. How could I be injured? I am quite formidable. She gazed at Xie Yin with a sincere smile, exclaiming, Congratulations on your breakthrough. You are truly amazing. Seeing Hellion Sui Sui genuinely pleased, Xie Yin felt a sense of contentment. The two exchanged smiles, and the surrounding chatter gradually faded, leaving just the two of them amidst the drifting petals. Oh, we should hurry to find my father. Hellion Sui Sui suddenly remembered, realizing that they needed to secure Xie Yin a reward. Given the collaboration of multiple sects and families, it was sure to be substantial. Xie Yin nodded, and the two set off together towards where Hellion Feng and his wife awaited. Sang Yu expressed immense satisfaction with Xie Yin's performance. Yin, you did wonderfully. You exceeded my expectations. But remember, you must remain humble and dedicated to your training in the future to achieve your goals. Xie Yin listened intently to Sang Yu's words, nodding earnestly. Master, I will strive to do my best. As expected, Xie Yin received a spirit-rich cave dwelling within the Linqi Valley of the sect. This dwelling was nestled within the valley, surrounded by natural spiritual springs, with crystal-clear water abundant in spiritual energy, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivators. In addition to the cave, other sects and families generously provided numerous elixirs and magical artifacts. The other top-ranking challengers also received their own bountiful rewards. With the trial competition concluding successfully, Hellion Sui Sui bid farewell to Ji Lingyao and the others. She followed Xie Yin to Linqi Valley, which had previously been sealed off by her father, remaining undeveloped. Hellion Feng informed her that he would establish a cave dwelling here as a reward for the trial competition. This marked Hellion Sui Sui's first venture into this enigmatic land, granting her the opportunity to witness the valley's wondrous scenery. Within the valley, the spiritual energy was dense as mist, permeating the air, and the surrounding flora flourished abundantly. Hellion Sui Sui and Xie Yin traversed the winding path, flanked by precious spiritual herbs. This place is truly remarkable. It seems this will be your domain from now on. Hellion Sui Sui strolled ahead, admiring the surrounding scenery, while turning back to express her admiration to Xie Yin. Look, look, this flower is called Yueshang. I've heard it only blooms under the moonlight. Isn't it exquisite? Hellion Sui Sui excitedly pointed towards a cluster of budding flowers. Indeed, it is truly beautiful, Xie Yin replied, maintaining a calm pace behind her, a gentle smile gracing his face. He gazed intently at every detail of Hellion Sui Sui, quietly savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Why do I feel like you've grown increasingly silent? Is there something on your mind? Hellion Sui Sui inquired curiously. 3 years had passed, and she felt that since Xie Yan's return from seclusion, he seemed to have become even more taciturn. In the past, he would often engage in playful banter with her. She pondered, could it be that attaining greater mastery leads to silence? Are all experts reticent? No, Xie Yin shook his head lightly, offering a soft chuckle. Hellion Sui Sui chose not to press further. Perhaps he had simply become more composed. Look over there, a small waterfall. Her eyes sparkled as she quickened her pace. Xie Yin followed closely, and when they arrived at the waterfall, they were greeted by a misty spray, with sunlight filtering through, creating a rainbow. How beautiful! Hellion Sui Sui exclaimed. This place is truly enchanting. I can come here often. Right? Yes, Xie Yin replied, eager to agree. However, Hellion Sui Sui was thinking she would return to explore with Xie Yin after her travels. As the main character of the recent Grand Assembly, Xie Yin's fame had skyrocketed. Likely attracting many admirers, he now had his own territory, making his cultivation more convenient, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he ascended. She could then indulge in whatever she desired without restraint. It's time. I must take my leave. Hellion Sui Sui bid farewell to Xie Yin and returned to the Zhixiao Palace, where she found Sang Yu was also present. You're back, she acknowledged softly. Mother, I have something to discuss. Hellion Sui Sui approached Sang Yu, who was practicing her swordsmanship. Sang Yu paused, looking at her with a hint of curiosity. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Hellion Sui Sui slowly said, I wish to venture out for some experience to enhance my abilities. She was deceiving herself. She merely wanted to go out and enjoy herself. Previously, she had ventured out with trepidation, but now she felt no such worries. Sang Yu frowned slightly, expressing concern. Isn't it too dangerous to go out alone? Hellion Sui Sui replied firmly, Mother, I have grown up. I should experience certain things. Only then can I grow better. May I? Hellion Sui Sui added, playfully appealing to Sang Yu. knowing that her mother's approval would mean her father's consent as well. After a moment of silence, Sangyu finally nodded, "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, go ahead. But do take care of your safety and seek help if you encounter danger." Helian Sui looked at Sangyu with gratitude. "Thank you, mother, I will be careful." She had already descended the mountain several times, having learned to navigate the perils, and felt no concern. The next day, she bid farewell to her parents and embarked on her journey, filled with anticipation and excitement. This time, she did not disclose her destination to them, for she herself had not yet decided where to go, embracing spontaneity and freedom. Days later, Xie Yin learned that Helian Sui had descended the mountain. Standing before the waterfall in Linqi Valley, he felt a pang of unease. Although she was not weak in strength, he couldn't shake his concern for her safety. Ultimately, he resolved to seek her out. Only after inquiring with Sangyu did he discover that even she was unaware of Helian Sui's whereabouts, having promised to relay a message every 15 days. Is senior brother worried about junior sister? Song Yao approached Xie Yin, who appeared troubled after leaving his master's quiet chamber. Xie Yin turned to glance at her, remaining silent. "There's no need for such distance, senior brother. I already have someone I like," Song Yao said with a slight smile. She had met this person after participating in the assessment assembly, during which she had been anxious about finding a teammate for her first experience. Although he wasn't a disciple of the Sword Cultivation Hall, he was exceptionally kind. Thinking of him brought a blush to Song Yao's cheeks as she remarked, "Moreover, our feelings are mutual." Her tone carried a hint of pride. Striking a chord with Xie Yin, she had managed to regain some dignity in front of him. Xie Yin nodded, "Congratulations." Observing Xie Yin's somewhat despondent demeanor, Song Yao felt a twinge of guilt and reassured him. "You need not worry, junior sister is quite resolute. Just the other day, she mentioned something about Wanjia in Kunlun Prefecture. Perhaps you could search for her there." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xie Yin's eyes, and a grateful smile finally graced his face as he said, "Thank you, Song junior sister, and no need for thanks," she replied with a gentle smile, pausing before winking at him and softly adding, "I wish you success in winning over junior sister soon." Xie Yin was momentarily taken aback. "I want to speak of this," Song Yao assured him with a smile before bidding him farewell. "Till we meet again." Xie Yin nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, he also took his leave from Sangyu. Chapter 45. He did not wish to anger her after departing from the Tianji sect. Helian Sui did not venture far. Alone, she piloted a delicate flatboat, leisurely drifting upon a lake near a tranquil town in Baidi Prefecture. She gently paddled, causing the boat to glide smoothly across the serene surface, leaving behind a slender ripple. The spring breeze caressed her, the willow catkins danced, and lovers hurried by, while the love in her heart remained as unmoving as a stubborn stone. Helian Sui gazed at the few floating water lilies on the lake, softly humming a tune. Her melody was disordered, her pitch askew, yet her expression was one of utmost seriousness, even tinged with a hint of ecstasy. "Oh, how blissful!" She set aside her paddle and cast a spell, allowing the boat to drift serenely at the lake's center. Comfortably reclined, her garments brushed lightly against the water's surface, a flock of waterfowl, startled by the sound, fluttered overhead, their wings splashing against the surface, sending droplets cascading. Passers-by and tourists along the lakeshore were drawn by her unique song, pausing to gather curiously around this elegantly clad little fairy. Helian Sui paid them no mind, even crossing her legs in delight at that moment. One among the crowd took notice of her. It was Yiminjing, who had come seeking Xie Yin. He stared at Helian Sui, a wave of doubt washing over him. How did she come to be here? Yiminjing pondered, a hint of confusion and bewilderment evident on his brow. Where was Xie Yin? Was he not with her? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to disguise himself and approach Helian Sui. This disguise was merely a return to his true appearance. In an unnoticed corner, he transformed, darting towards Helian Sui's little boat like a bird in flight. "Little fairy, your voice is truly distinctive. Might I inquire if you were troubled by love?" Yiminjing asked, unfolding a fan and waving it gently, adopting a polite and cordial tone. Helian Sui, taken aback by someone daring to board her vessel, immediately stood and questioned, "Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you be so rude as to board my boat? What do you mean by troubled by love?" Helian Sui was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted as she recalled the lyrics she had just sung. Why? Minjing raised an eyebrow, having never encountered someone so brazenly domineering. Is that so? He remarked nonchalantly, taking a seat at the boat's rear while casually inquiring, Are you alone, little fairy? And what if I am? You still haven't told me who you are. Hellion Sway, sensing no hostility from him, lowered her guard. This fellow clearly was no ordinary person, employing such an antiquated tactic to flirt. I am Yilin, hailing from Kunlun Prefecture. Minjing fabricated a name with ease. Hellion Sway responded with an "Oh." Nodding, all right, I acknowledge your presence. You may take your leave now. What? Minjing seemed somewhat taken aback by her reaction and hastily pressed. You haven't yet answered my question. I reside in Baidi Prefecture. And I'm out here enjoying myself alone, Hellion Sway stated with growing impatience. No more to say. Farewell. Upon finishing her words, she gracefully leaped from the small boat, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before elegantly twirling once. Her movements were extravagant yet superfluous. She then landed steadily on a small bridge by the lake. The surrounding pedestrians, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly made way for her. Minjing watched as Hellion Sway walked into the crowd without a glance back. Shaking her head in resignation, she retrieved a communication talisman and sent a message to Xia and it was evident to her that Hellion Sway had become the apple of Xia Yan's eye. And any misstep was entirely unacceptable. She wondered if Xia Yan was even aware of Hellion Sway's descent from the mountain. Hopefully, Xia Yan would safeguard this vulnerable spot of his. As Hellion Sway squeezed into the throng, a sense of discomfort welled within her. After much effort in locating such a picturesque town near the Tianji sect, she had intended to relish the joys of boating on the lake, only to have her enjoyment marred by the sudden appearance of a rather greasy individual. Though he was not unappealing in appearance, he paled in comparison to Xia Yan and exuded an off-putting aura. Hellion Sway couldn't help but utter a soft gasp, her body involuntarily shivering, goosebumps rising on her skin. She could accept her own greasiness, but not that of others. It was best to leave this place swiftly. Just after departing from the Tianji sect, Xia Yan received Minjing's message. He hurried to the town where they were, but only found Minjing sitting alone at a table beneath the inn. Hellion Sway was nowhere to be seen, at this moment. Minjing had returned to her female form. Where is she? Xia Yan inquired urgently as soon as he entered the inn and Minjing shrugged. How would I know? She vanished in the blink of an eye. Leaning against the wall with his sword in hand, Xia Yan fixed a penetrating gaze on Minjing. She remained unfazed. This time, she was not afraid of Xia Yan. She thought to herself, her own wife was her responsibility to pursue, and she had no desire to meddle in this matter. It wouldn't do for him to constantly monitor Hellion Sway. If she grew to dislike him, he would be rather displeased. Oh, right? He almost forgot that Xia Yan was still in unrequited love. The notion of a wife was but a distant dream. She likely headed west. Minjing said nonchalantly as she sipped her tea. This is merely my conjecture. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan sighed in resignation. Well, it seems I must rely on myself. He turned to leave the inn. Minjing rushed after him. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Xia Yan did not halt his steps. Minjing approached him. It's crucial. Follow me. With that, she led him to a less crowded area. After a moment's hesitation, he followed her. Soon, they arrived at the lakeside where Hellion Sway had previously glided gracefully. The water rippled gently in the breeze. Minjing set up a protective barrier and then turned to Xia Yan, saying, It appears the demon clan has been stirring again. You must remain vigilant. Xia Yan's expression shifted slightly, a chill flickering in his eyes, as his concern for Hellion Sway deepened. He raised his gaze to meet Minjing's. You haven't told me how you learned of these developments regarding the demon clan. I wouldn't harm you or Sway. You need not worry, she assured him. As for the rest, I will reveal everything when the time is right. Xia Yan refrained from pressing further, simply responding, Understood. I will be cautious, as long as you are aware. Minjing nodded lightly, indicating that her words were concluded, and she turned to leave. However, after a few steps, she glanced back at him with curiosity. Haven't you set a tracking spell on her? Xia Yan merely cast her a sidelong glance. No, if she were to find out, she would certainly be displeased. Minjing exhibited a complex expression, giving Xia Yan a thumbs up. Impressive. With a wave of her hand, she turned to depart. Then you can search at your leisure. I shall take my leave first. Xia Yan watched her go, lowering his head to observe his hands. He contemplated silently that he could indeed leave a trace of a tracking spell on Helian Sui. With his abilities, she would never detect it. The forbidden techniques Yi Minjing had imparted were beyond even his master's comprehension. Selfishly, he mused that if he did so, even if she wandered to the ends of the earth, he could follow her every step. But no, he feared that one day Sui would uncover the truth, and she would surely be angry with him. He did not wish for her to be upset because of him. Chapter 46. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Meanwhile, Helian Sui had reached the western gate of the small town. She intended to purchase a carriage and hire a driver at the nearby trading market. Her first destination would be Kunlun Prefecture. "Boss, I want the best quality carriage you have," Helian Sui declared, standing at the entrance of the trading market, her gaze sweeping over a row of carriages until she finally settled on a shop that appeared reputable. Striding inside, she called out to the owner. The owner, a middle-aged man, was polishing a beautifully crafted carriage. Upon hearing Helian Sui's request, he looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Noting that the newcomer was a girl clad in lavish attire, he smiled and said, "Little fairy, your taste is impeccable. This carriage is our finest, not only splendid in appearance but also sturdy and durable, making it perfect for long journeys." "Very well, I shall take this one," Helian Sui decisively replied, handing over the exchanged silver coins, "and please prepare a good horse for me." Though this was a world of cultivation, few possessed the talent for it. The ordinary people here led normal lives. She was not well versed in the daily habits of the mundane world, but based on the dramas she had watched in her previous life, this was how a wealthy young lady would typically indulge herself. Right? A few attendants would be nice, but she felt no need for them, as her combat prowess was adequate. The owner beamed with satisfaction, swiftly processing Helian Sui's purchase and arranging for an experienced driver. "Where is this little fairy off to?" he inquired while directing his subordinates to load the carriage. "Given your extraordinary demeanor, I presume you are headed to Peach Blossom City." Before Helian Sui could respond, the owner continued, "Ah, little fairy, you must not be aware. There exists an ancient city called Peach Blossom City in the southwest of Baidi Prefecture, which is home to a mysterious peach blossom forest where the blossoms bloom once every century. Their petals infused with the essence of heaven and earth, greatly benefiting cultivators." The owner rambled on, while Helian Sui listened intently, formulating her plans. Perhaps visiting that location was not such a bad idea after all. "All right, I shall go there." Helian Sui took out a bit more silver and handed it to the owner. "Now tell me everything you know." The owner, glancing around as if to ensure secrecy, leaned in and whispered, "I have also heard from other guests that there is a peach blossom fairy there." Helian Sui was taken aback. Is there really such a thing? Her parents had lived for centuries without encountering a fairy. What could possibly exist there? Surely it was some sort of monster in disguise. Yet her curiosity was piqued. Then I must go. Perhaps I might even meet a fairy. Helian Sui nodded, addressing the owner. The owner accepted the silver, beaming. "I wish the little fairy a smooth journey." With her decision made, Helian Sui resolved to first visit that place, to explore the ancient city of Peach Blossom City and witness the enchanting peach blossom forest. As she boarded the carriage, she watched the small town recede in the distance, her heart brimming with anticipation. The driver, a middle-aged man, appeared honest and spoke little, but he worked diligently. Helian Sui sat inside the carriage, gazing at the scenery outside while feeling somewhat dazed. This was her first leisurely exploration of the cultivation world. It would be a pity not to trigger some fortuitous encounter. Meanwhile, after Yi Minjing left, Xie Yin also made his way westward in the small town, intending to head to Kunlun Prefecture. Just as he prepared to depart on his sword, a middle-aged man leading a horse called out to him. "Young man, would you like to buy a horse?" The owner seemed quite cheerful, his tone laced with delight. "No need," Xie Yin replied coldly, rejecting him. The man appeared perplexed, murmuring, "Huh? How strange. I thought cultivators would travel by carriage. Is it only that little fairy who prefers this mode of transport?" Xie Yin, possessing keen hearing, turned to the man and asked, "What little fairy?" "Oh, she just came from the trading market in the west. I was here to sell carriages, and today, fortune smiled upon me when an exquisitely dressed little fairy purchased one of my carriages." Xie Yan's interest piqued. He inquired, was her demeanor somewhat arrogant? Yes, do you know her?" The man exclaimed, realizing he was speaking to an acquaintance. You appear quite dashing yourself. Are you her partner? Perhaps you should buy this horse as well. The owner continued to peddle his wares, no need. Xie replied flatly. The owner, feeling slightly disheartened, added, that little fairy also spent some money to inquire about Peach Blossom City, saying she intends to go there. Thank you, Xie said. Upon hearing this, Xie vanished in an instant. The owner, momentarily taken aback, pondered how the temperaments of this couple could be so vastly different. It appeared that attempting to market mundane carriages to cultivators was a futile endeavor, likely just a whimsical notion of that little celestial being. Unlike the swiftness of flying on a sword, these carriages progressed at a leisurely pace. However, the journey to Taohua City, situated in the western part of Baidi Prefecture, would not take many days. Lien Sui. During this journey, meandered and indulged in sightseeing, consequently delaying her arrival point one day. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and the voice of the coachman resonated from outside. Miss, we have arrived. She alighted from the carriage and beheld the ancient city before her. The city walls, though weathered, exuded a poignant beauty of time's passage. Taking a deep breath, she felt as if she could inhale the essence of history. Entering through the city gate, she observed ancient structures lining the streets. Bustling shops and throngs of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lien Sui navigated through the crowd, reflecting on the undeniable charm of this place, deeming it a splendid destination for exploration. Yet, her curiosity remained fixated on the so-called Peach Blossom Immortal. She entered a tea house, ordered a pot of fine tea, and settled in an elegant room on the second floor, gazing down at the street seen through the window. The aroma of tea wafted around her as she took a delicate sip. Savoring the warmth of the brewed tea that moment, she heard a commotion from downstairs and, intrigued, leaned out to glimpse what was happening. A crowd had gathered, seemingly captivated by something. Driven by curiosity, she descended the stairs to investigate. Please, do not push. One at a time, a voice called out amidst the throng, striving to maintain order. Following the sound, Lien Sui saw a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, endeavoring to manage the situation with an air of composure. Clearly adept at handling such unexpected occurrences, the city lord has decreed that the Peach Blossom Grove will open tomorrow, and all are welcome to visit, he proclaimed. The mention of the Peach Blossom Grove piqued Lien Sui's interest. She stood on her toes, attempting to catch a glimpse through the gaps in the crowd. However, the throng was too dense, and she could only make out fleeting shadows and a riot of colors. Make way, she asserted, pushing through the crowd with an undeniable authority in her tone. Unconsciously, the crowd parted for her, allowing her to navigate through to the center. Everyone, the Peach Blossom Grove will open tomorrow. I hope you will adhere to the rules and preserve the environment, the man continued, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Lien Sui, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. She returned his gesture with a smile and inquired with curiosity. Open? What is it about the Peach Blossom Grove that necessitates restrictions on entry? Miss, you may not be aware, but the Peach Blossom Grove is the domain of the city lord. He is benevolent and opens it periodically for public enjoyment. Someone beside her explained, I see. Lien Sui nodded, realizing that the Peach Blossom Grove was indeed a private estate, thus providing a valuable lead. Yet, she pondered whether there might be any supernatural beings involved. Surely they couldn't be genuine immortals, or was that owner merely deceiving people? Leaving the crowd, she mused. Since I am here, I shall enter with these individuals when the time comes. Chapter 47. Arrival at the Peach Blossom Grove the following day. Lien Sui rose leisurely, well past noon. Unhurried, she returned to the location from the previous day, finding it less crowded than before. She spotted the same man still engaged in his promotional efforts. Observing him for a while, she concluded that he was merely directing visitors. She chose a fortunate individual to follow. The person she selected was an elegantly dressed young lady who appeared somewhat frail. Miss, do you truly wish to go? What if someone discovers? Her concerned maid queried. No need to worry, the young lady replied softly, suppressing a cough at that moment. Lien Sui approached, attempting to present herself with grace. Greetings, beautiful Mississippi, may I accompany you? Who are you? The maid stepped forward, blocking the young lady protectively and eyeing Lien Sui with suspicion. You may call me Sui, she replied, displaying a touch of audacity. Xianger, do not be rude, the young lady interjected, stepping forward with a gentle smile. Miss Sui Sui, please forgive us. Not at all. Helien Sui Sui waved her hand dismissively. Of course, you may join us and my name is by Ruoshang. You may refer to me as Ruoshang. The young lady spoke softly. Helien Sui Sui's face brightened. Very well. Ruoshang. Xianger seemed somewhat dissatisfied with her mistress's trust. Miss, how can you trust a stranger so easily? What if she has ulterior motives? Before Bai Ruoshang could respond, Helien Sui Sui interjected eagerly. Do not misunderstand. I am a good person. Bai Ruoshang nodded. All right, Xianger, I trust her. Helien Sui Sui appreciated having such a loyal maid. With Xianger quieting down, the group set off. The Peach Blossom Grove was neither too far nor too near from Taohua City. It lay on a small island at the center of a nearby lake. From a distance, the scenery was indeed alluring. Helien Sui Sui observed the island, which she could have flown to directly, yet chose to follow by Ruoshang and her maid instead. Ruoshang, may I ask? Are you also visiting the Peach Blossom Grove for leisure? She initiated a conversation to alleviate her boredom. Bai Ruoshang shook her head, appearing somewhat cheerful. To be honest, I am going to meet someone. I see, but why walk there? It seems you are not in the best of health. Helien Sui Sui remarked bluntly. Xianger interjected. My lady is sneaking out. Of course, we must walk. Given her health issues, the city lord would never allow her to leave. Helien Sui Sui nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and shifted the topic. I have heard that there is an immortal in the Peach Blossom Grove. Is that true? I am not certain. The Peach Blossom Grove has opened periodically before, but the blossoms bloom only once every 100 years, and it is rarely visited. This time coincidentally coincides with the blooming. And I have not heard of any immortal, Bai Ruoshang replied earnestly. Helien Sui Sui felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed to be a ruse after all. It made sense. Such tales could easily be exaggerated by word of mouth. The trio trekked for half a day before finally arriving at the lake. A wooden bridge meandered across the waters, leading to the Peach Blossom Grove. The sight of blooming peach blossoms, their fragrance filling the air, was akin to stepping into a dreamland painted in shades of pink. The scenery was indeed breathtaking. Helien Sui Sui inhaled deeply, the air infused with floral scents invigorating her spirit, as if, in that moment, all her worries and worldly troubles faded away. The owner's claims were not entirely false. The rich spiritual energy here was indeed beneficial for cultivators, although many visitors were drawn to this enchanting locale. The island was vast, and they had yet to encounter anyone else. Helien Sui Sui followed by Ruoshang to a wooden pavilion within the Peach Blossom Grove. Miss, look, he has arrived, Xianger suddenly exclaimed. Pointing into the distance, Helien Sui Sui turned to see a young man in azure robes approaching them. He was handsome, with an ethereal presence, as if he had stepped out from a painting. Upon seeing him, Bai Ruoshang's face lit up with a smile, and she softly remarked, He has finally come. Helien Sui Sui observed the interaction between Bai Ruoshang and the young man, contemplating the unusual bond they seemed to share. Perhaps as romantic interests, the young man reached Bai Ruoshang and tenderly spoke, Ruoshang, you have finally arrived. Bai Ruoshang nodded slightly, replying gently, Yes, I have come. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles, as if the world around them had faded into insignificance. Xianger beamed with contentment at the sight. Watching this scene unfold, Helien Sui Sui felt like an unwelcome third wheel. She pulled Xianger aside and asked, Is he trustworthy? Xianger hesitated momentarily before confidently asserting, Of course, but please keep this to yourself. He is a cultivator, and he and Our Lady share mutual affection. He is planning to propose soon. Helien Sui Sui nodded, deciding not to intrude upon their moment. Let us go explore, she suggested. Xianger snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Let us go. The two departed, wandering leisurely through the Peach Blossom Grove. They admired the stunning scenery and soaked in the grove's unique atmosphere. Xianger, does your mistress practice cultivation? Helien Sui Sui inquired suddenly. Xianger's expression dimmed as she replied softly. No, my lady is unwell and lacks any spiritual roots, so she cannot cultivate. Helien Sui Sui quickly reassured her. That is of no consequence. The cultivation world has many secret methods. There is always a way to find a solution. Even if she cannot cultivate, there are methods to strengthen one's body. The lifespan of cultivators significantly surpasses that of mortals. Thus, when selecting a partner, cultivators typically take into account whether the other's cultivation level and lifespan align with their own. However, this does not imply that relationships between mortals and cultivators are entirely impossible. Within the realm of cultivation, there exist certain rare secret techniques and fortuitous opportunities that can grant mortals the eligibility to cultivate, or even extend their lifespan. For instance, some extraordinary natural treasures, miraculous elixirs, and even unique cultivation methods may assist mortals in transcending their inherent limitations and embarking on the path of cultivation. Therefore, for the sake of love, no obstacle is insurmountable. Subsequently, Hellion Sway Sway inquired, "And what about you? Your talent seems quite commendable." Xiang Er smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Miss has shown me kindness. Were it not for her, I would have perished long ago. I cannot bear to leave her." Hellion Sway Sway, however, expressed her dissent. "Consider this. Your lady already has someone dear to her, and it is likely that they will soon wed. Her beloved adores her deeply and will surely take good care of her." Before Xiang Er could retort, she continued, "In fact, you could cultivate as well. Once you enhance your strength, wouldn't you be better equipped to protect Rua Shuang?" Touched by her words, Xiang Er nodded. "Thank you, Miss Sway Sway. I shall contemplate this seriously." Hellion Sway Sway felt a sense of relief in her heart. Talent ought not to be buried, and given by Rua Shuang's kind nature, she would surely be pleased. The two wandered through the peach orchard, unknowingly arriving beneath a magnificent peach tree, which stood out among the others, towering significantly above them. "How peculiar! The atmosphere here feels strange," Hellion Sway Sway remarked, pulling Xiang Er to stay put while she approached for a closer inspection. She noticed that the trunk of this peach tree bore what appeared to be inscriptions, though worn and somewhat obscured by age. Curiously, she reached out to touch the inscriptions, and suddenly, a powerful force drew her inside. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Er rushed over in a panic, but it was too late to intervene. Frantic, she paced beneath the tree, unsure of what to do to that moment. A young man approached, appearing ethereal and seemingly in search of someone. Seeing him, Xiang Er hurriedly ran over. "Esteemed sir, could you lend us your assistance?" Xie Yan's purpose for this journey was to locate Hellion Sway Sway. From a distance, he had observed her in the company of this girl and another individual. Choosing not to intrude, however, after a short while, when Hellion Sway Sway had vanished, he decided to investigate. Xiang Er recounted the events to Xie Yan, who frowned in response. He swiftly approached the tree, utilizing his spiritual energy to probe, discovering that a peculiar teleportation array had been set up here, leaving him anxious about where Hellion Sway Sway might have been transported. Noticing Xie Yan's worried demeanor, Xiang Er asked, "Do you know Sway Sway?" "Indeed," Xie Yan replied, casting her a fleeting glance that carried an icy undertone, before turning back to examine the array. Xiang Er felt a twinge of fear at his imposing presence, pondering whether he could possibly be Sway Sway's partner. He appeared so formidable. Could it be that Sway Sway favored such a type? What had happened to her? At that moment, Bai Rua Shuang and the earlier young man approached, inquiring after Xiang Er. She relayed the recent occurrences, and Bai Rua Shuang expressed her astonishment. How could such a phenomenon exist in the peach orchard? "Xie Daoyu, may I take a look?" The young man beside Bai Rua Shuang stepped forward to address Xie Yan. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan furrowed his brow and turned to regard him. "I am Qi Hanyu, a participant in the Tianji sect's trial conference. Your remarkable performance remains unforgettable, Xie Daoyu." Perceiving Xie Yan's wariness, Qi Hanyu offered an explanation. Xie Yan remained silent but made room for him. After examining the array, Qi Hanyu addressed the group. "This is a one-time teleportation array, exceptionally concealed and difficult to detect." Upon hearing this, Bai Rua Shuang suddenly suggested, "Perhaps we could return and inquire with my mother." Xie Yan turned to face her, seemingly awaiting further clarification. Bai Rua Shuang continued, "The mayor of Taohua City is my mother." Meanwhile, Hellion Sway Sway found herself spinning through a vortex, ultimately arriving in a spacious cavern. "What manner of place is this?" she mused, brushing off non-existent dust as she surveyed her surroundings. The cavern was adorned with stalactites, and the walls sparkled with luminous pearls that illuminated the space brilliantly. Curiously, she approached a fist-sized luminous pearl, gently touching it to feel a cool sensation at her fingertips. "Are these pearls naturally occurring?" Hellion Sway Sway pondered aloud. "Aren't they typically found in the sea?" Continuing her exploration of this mysterious cavern, she discovered that not only was it lavishly decorated, but a crystal-clear underground river meandered through it, the gentle flow of water adding a touch of vitality to the scene. Suddenly, Hellion Sway Sway detected a faint sound. Instantly alert, she turned to investigate, only to see a group of small creatures emerging slowly from the depths of the cavern. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were a collection of diminutive. These little varied in form. Some bore wings, others were covered in scales, and some had horns atop their heads, appearing quite peculiar. "Who are you?" Hellion Sway Sway inquired warily. They disregarded her question entirely and surrounded her instead. Hellion Sway Sway gazed at the who barely reached her waist, feeling somewhat bemused. They did not appear particularly formidable. Why were they acting so brazenly? Was this truly the prey that had taken the bait? At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from behind her. Chapter 48. Sway Sway encounters the shadowy killer. Although the voice carried a hint of youthful innocence, it was imbued with an air of arrogance. Hellion Sway Sway quickly turned to see a figure standing in the center of the ornately decorated cavern, their back toward her. She was instantly captivated by the striking red hair of the youth. He possessed animal ears atop his head, pointed and slightly curved, and a similarly red tail trailed behind him. Swaying gently, he appeared to be a wolf. His wide trousers and large, pointed collar suggested an untamed spirit. Hellion Sway Sway was taken aback, her heart racing. The aura he exuded was simply extraordinary, and yet, he seemed to possess only modest cultivation. How could he carry himself with such bravado? Perhaps he could be captured and kept as a concubine. A leading stepped forward, its wings glimmering with intelligence. "Yes, master," it replied respectfully to the beast-eared youth. "Who are you?" Hellion Sway Sway inquired with curiosity. "What is this place?" "Ha! The prey is not worthy of knowing." The young man scoffed. "Hand over your golden core, and be compliant." Hellion Sway Sway mused to herself. How bold. I quite like it, however. The fact that he remained turned away piqued her curiosity about his appearance. "Do you know who I am? You dare to capture me? Be cautious, or my father will take you back as a pet," she threatened. Upon hearing this, the young man slowly turned to face her, allowing Hellion Sway Sway to finally behold his visage. Once more, she was astounded. This individual possessed a beastly face. "Wait, do you not bother to enhance your appearances during cultivation? This isn't a performance of Journey to the West." Her interest in him swiftly waned. Noticing her scrutiny, the boy smirked mockingly. "What? Have I captivated you?" Before Hellion Sway Sway could regain her composure, he continued, "Although I may possess an appealing appearance, I am not one to easily fall for anyone." Hellion Sway Sway was utterly speechless. With genuine curiosity, she asked, "Brother, has your face always looked like this?" The wolf youth, realizing she was implying his face was unattractive, grew irate. "Humph! My visage is among the finest in the... I wouldn't even glance at someone like you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Hellion Sway Sway's eyes. "Oh? Is that so? Then I am indeed fortunate." "You?" The youth approached Hellion Sway Sway. Visibly flustered, she dismissed him with a huff and pressed, "You still haven't answered my question. Who are you, and what is this place?" The youth replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is of no consequence. As for this place, you need not concern yourself with it." Hellion Sway Sway furrowed her brow. "You are quite peculiar. If you are unwilling to share, I will not force you. However, you would do well to refrain from harboring any designs on me, for you shall regret it." The youth chuckled lightly. "Oh, I am quite eager to see how you intend to make me regret it." Hellion Sway Sway shot him a glare and turned to leave, only to be blocked by the youth. "What are you attempting to do?" she asked, eyeing him warily. The youth smiled. "Nothing much, just a friendly reminder. This is my territory. Without my permission, no one can leave." Hellion Sway Sway halted, recognizing that this was no ordinary foe. Curiosity stirred within her. Could it be that the legendary immortal of the peach orchard was he? She scrutinized him closely, musing, "Unlikely. He appears to be a... Surely, mortals wouldn't mistake a for an immortal, would they? Perhaps he possesses some illusionary abilities?" Hellion Sway Sway patted her own abdomen, declaring, "The golden elixir resides here. If you possess the audacity, come and seize it." Upon uttering this, she summoned the Sway Sway sword, commanding, "All your little monsters, retreat. Should they come to harm, I shall bear no responsibility." Her tone dripped with arrogance. At that very moment, the little demons, thoroughly frightened, scattered in all directions. Observing this, Hellion Sway arched an eyebrow at the youth before her, thinking to herself, his subordinates are hardly impressive. The young man, visibly irked, retorted, "You truly have a death wish with that." He assumed an aggressive stance, revealing his sharp claws. Hellion Sway, eyeing the youth's formidable talons, mused inwardly, if I were to be inadvertently caught, might I contract rabies? The impending battle loomed ominously. The young wolf demon transformed into a whirlwind, launching himself at Hellion Sway. Yet she deftly evaded the onslaught, her body twisting gracefully as her sword danced, slicing through the air with radiant arcs. The wolf demon's speed rivaled lightning, but Hellion Sway's agility allowed her to repeatedly thwart his advances. Over the years, her evasion skills had markedly improved. The clash of sword shadows and claw strikes resonated like a symphony of metal. A glint of cold light flickered in Hellion Sway's eyes as she locked onto the wolf demon's vulnerability, unleashing a fierce assault. Soon enough, she found her opportunity, her sword aimed directly at the young wolf demon's vital points. The wolf demon let out a low growl of agony, his body momentarily stiffening. Taking advantage of his distress, Hellion Sway pressed the attack, denying the wolf demon even a moment to breathe. The brilliance of her sword was relentless, and the wolf demon, unable to withstand the barrage, ultimately succumbed. She sheathed her sword, standing triumphantly before him, a glimmer of pride evident in her gaze. The young wolf demon lay on the ground, his eyes flickering with a myriad of complex emotions. Hellion Sway regarded him, her tone calm as she inquired, "Well, what do you say? Do you yield?" "You." The youth seethed in frustration, yet found himself powerless to retaliate. "Do as you wish. Just spare those little demons." Hellion Sway crouched beside the wolf demon, asserting, "I am a good person. I do not engage in wanton violence." Unable to resist, she reached out, playfully ruffling his wolf ears, murmuring to herself, "So adorable. If only you didn't have that face." The young man, upon hearing this, nearly spat blood in indignation. "Have you ever harmed anyone?" Hellion Sway suddenly asked. The youth scoffed, defiantly retorting, "So what? Are you planning to act as a vigilante?" Humans are truly hypocritical. They slay yet concoct endless excuses. "Do not be angry. I merely inquired," Hellion Sway replied with a gentle smile. The wolf demon, gazing at the girl before him, felt a stir within him and turned away, murmuring, "I have never killed a human." "What is your name?" Hellion Sway asked, nodding, noting that he did not seem like one capable of inflicting harm. "Functioning," the youth replied begrudgingly. Hellion Sway casually handed him a healing elixir, stating, "Here you go. I am uncertain if this will be of use to demon cultivators." "Why do you not kill me?" Functioning swallowed the elixir and soon sat up, directing his question at Hellion Sway. She waved her hand dismissively. "Have I not already stated? I am a good person." He. Rising, she began to explore the cave, remarking, "You possess quite a treasure trove here. Where did you acquire all this?" Functioning stood tall, once again adopting an air of arrogance. "Humph. Do I need to steal? All of this belongs to me." Hellion Sway chuckled softly. "Ah, I see. She then turned to him and declared, "I am leaving. Take me out." Upon hearing her words, Functioning approached her, asserting, "I wish to accompany you." Hellion Sway flatly refused. "No, you are too ugly. I cannot abide." Chapter 49. The uncommon identity of Functioning upon hearing his appearance questioned. Functioning's eyes widened in shock that it was the first time someone had ever told him he was unattractive. "My visage is a legacy from my father. In the entire demon realm, it is among the finest," he exclaimed indignantly, pride evident in his words. Hellion Sway was momentarily taken aback. "Father?" The term piqued her curiosity. What kind of demon would use such a term? Perhaps Functioning truly belonged to a royal lineage within the demon clan, potentially even related to the demon emperor. Though Hellion Sway was not well versed in the hierarchy of the demon realm, she was aware of the existence of a supreme demon emperor, in the cultivation continent. Each state housed settlements of demon clans, known as demon territories. These territories served a similar purpose as the main cities for humans, yet they were decidedly inhospitable to human cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to explore their domains. Of course, some malevolent demons, such as the Black Flood Dragon Hellion Sway encountered upon her initial descent, did not reside within the demon territories but instead occupied certain blessed locations. However, competition existed even among cultivators. And the relationship between demons and humans was even more intricate, as long as both parties refrained from encroaching upon the other. A delicate balance could be maintained. The flicker of something unusual crossed Hellion Suesue's eyes as she pondered. It seems this fellow's identity is quite significant, albeit he does possess a certain naivety. Yet, she remained unperturbed, arching an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. Oh, your demon realm's standards of beauty are indeed unique. She shook her head lightly, adding, but I do not favor it, I do not care. Since you have defeated me, I shall accompany you, Fengxing persisted, continuing to shout, otherwise, I will not lead you out. Hellion Suesue could not help but chuckle in disbelief. What was this fellow's intention? Claiming that because he was defeated, he must follow her. She found it hard to believe he had no ulterior motive. His cultivation level was not particularly high. Had no one dared to deal with him over the years? Then I shall dismantle your cave, she declared with a scoff. I care not for your status. Fengxing, initially intent on continuing the argument, hesitated upon hearing her words. His cave housed numerous homeless little demons. Should she truly carry out her threat, it would not bode well. Hellion Suesue astutely detected the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes and softened her tone. She merely wished to intimidate him, not inflict genuine harm upon him or the little demons. Though demons and humans had long been in a competitive relationship, both sides vied for limited resources. There also existed a subtle mutual respect and apprehension between them. After all, when issues could be resolved peacefully, who would resort to blades? In this regard, both demons and humans shared common ground. Unlike the detestable demon race, the demons equally despised the demonic tribe, for the latter truly killed without a second thought. Although the demon lord was sealed, the ambitions of the demonic tribe had not diminished in recent years. The power of the seal had seemingly waned, allowing the demons of the underworld to traverse the cultivation realm. Eliciting concern among many, it was evident they were plotting in the shadows, seeking to break the seal of the demon lord. Should the seal shatter, the cultivation world would once again plunge into calamity, with both humans and demons facing the dire fate of being slaughtered by the capricious and cruel demon race. Clearing her throat, Hellion Suesue attempted to dissipate the tense atmosphere, softly suggesting, it seems rather inappropriate for you to leave when there are so many little demons here that require your care. She provided him with a reasonable excuse, hoping he would grasp her intent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fengxing appeared to make a resolve and declared to Hellion Suesue, once I arrange for them, I shall seek you out. Determination shone in his eyes. Hellion Suesue felt a twinge of annoyance, inwardly questioning why this fellow was so persistent. Did he not realize she held no particular interest in him? Presenting him with a cold expression, she sought to convey her stance. Why must you insist on following me? She asked, her tone laced with exasperation and confusion. Fengxing, however, stubbornly replied, Humph, I simply wish to follow you. Is that not permissible? You are the first truly unique person I have encountered. His words carried a hint of foolishness yet brimmed with sincerity. Hellion Suesue thought to herself, there is no need for such insistence. Young man, she stifled a laugh, finding his reasoning somewhat absurd. She could not help but wonder, had she mistakenly wandered into a channel of cliché romantic proclamations? Yet, gazing at Fengxing's earnest demeanor, she ultimately relented. Very well, then take me back to the peach blossom forest. She secretly calculated that when the time came, this fellow would not be able to locate her and would naturally give up. You have yet to tell me your name, Fengxing exclaimed joyfully, his excitement palpable. His fluffy ears perked up, and his large tail wagged energetically, resembling an exuberant puppy. Seeing his exuberance, Hellion Suesue mused that perhaps she had misjudged him. Perhaps he was not a wolf but rather a dog. Rubbing her forehead where no sweat existed, she replied, Just call me Suesue. Suesue, Fengxing exclaimed, his voice booming as he called her name, startling Hellion Suesue, who flinched. He then added, But why do you not have a surname? The fellow possesses quite a clever mind, thought Hellion Suesue to herself. However, she had no intention of revealing her true name to him. After all, if he were to utter her name and truly locate the heavenly extreme sect, it would spell disaster. Do you not also lack a surname? Hellion Suesue cast a sidelong glance at him, deftly sidestepping the question. Fengxing pondered internally, Can this be compared? The demon race does not place much importance on such matters. One can choose any name they desire, but the human race holds surnames in high regard. Does it not? Nevertheless, upon seeing Hellion Sui Sui's impatient demeanor, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. After all, he had his own ways of finding her. Hellion Sui Sui scrutinized him carefully before speaking. By the way, next time, remember to cultivate a human visage before you venture out. Appearing in public in this manner will surely lead to your capture. Oh, Feng Xing conceded. Rubbing his nose in acknowledgement, it seemed he would have to forego his handsome face. Lost in thought, Hellion Sui Sui turned to Feng Xing once more and inquired, by the way, you referred to me as this time's prey. Have you captured any other prey? Feng Xing explained that it was merely a formation he had randomly set up within a few miles for the purpose of hunting. Under Hellion Sui Sui's persistent questioning, he clarified that it was simply a matter of hunting, not anticipating that one had fallen into the peach blossom forest, considering that the blossoms bloom only once every 100 years. And there had been few visitors to the forest, thus reducing the probability of encountering this formation. Moreover, Feng Xing had only recently ventured out from the demon domain and had only resided in this cave for a few years. Hellion Sui Sui was somewhat astonished upon hearing that even demons partake in hunting. Feng Xing affirmed, of course, even if I have fasted, the little demons in the cave have not, he elaborated for quite some time. Fearful that Hellion Sui Sui might misconstrue his intentions. Only at this moment did she truly comprehend that the path of demon cultivation is ever-changing, encompassing both the spirits of flora and fauna. And yet, on this endless journey of cultivation, one cannot escape the law of the survival of the fittest. Then why do you still covet my golden core? Hellion Sui Sui placed her hands on her hips. Her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Feng Xing scratched his head, recalling that his kin claimed humans coveted the demon race's demon cores, while demons coveted the golden cores of human cultivators. He glanced at Hellion Sui Sui and, noticing her displeasure, hastily declared, I truly have never harmed anyone. This is merely a first attempt. Hellion Sui Sui sighed, realizing that the discord between different races was beyond her control. There are good and bad people among humans. And the same holds true for demons. Ultimately, it all boils down to survival and cultivation. Dwelling on this was of little significance, so she nodded in understanding. Chapter 50 Hellion Sui Sui felt a surge of anxiety. All right, enough of this. Please take me back, she urged. She was growing increasingly anxious. If she did not return soon, Rua Shuang and the others would surely worry. Feng Xing nodded silently, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands and cast a mysterious spell. A gentle radiance began to rise from beneath Hellion Sui Sui's feet, enveloping her entirely. Hellion Sui Sui had never encountered such a spell before, and it seemed unique to the demon realm. The light gradually surrounded her, her figure becoming increasingly indistinct until she vanished completely. Feng Xing watched as Hellion Sui Sui disappeared from view, a slight grimace crossing his lips, an indescribable discontent swelling within him. Yet he quickly reassured himself that he would soon see her again, and when that time came, he would ensure she would be astonished, regretting her current actions. The youth's experiences were still limited. He could not accurately grasp the emotions swirling within him. He only knew that he held a fondness for Sui Sui because she was unlike anyone else. While other cultivators sought to kill him and seize his demon core, Sui Sui was different. Beside her, he felt a profound joy. Hellion Sui Sui emerged from the cave, and in an instant, she found herself beneath the familiar peach tree. Taking a deep breath, she felt the air grow fresh and invigorating. Turning back, she noticed the previous inscription still etched upon the tree. To prevent the formation from activating again, she gently waved her hand, utilizing spiritual energy to erase the words entirely, ensuring that no curious souls would approach the tree. Hellion Sui Sui smiled contentedly before turning to leave. She retraced her steps and soon arrived at Peach Blossom City. The recent blooming of the peach blossoms had drawn throngs of people to the city, creating a lively atmosphere. Hellion Sui Sui initially intended to return to the inn where she had previously stayed, but suddenly recalled that she ought to find Bai Rua Shuang and the others first to assure them of her safety. However, apart from Bai Rua Shuang's name, Hellion Sui Sui possessed no other information about her. She wandered aimlessly through the streets, deciding to inquire about Bai Rua Shuang's whereabouts from the first person she encountered. She stopped a passerby and politely asked, "Excuse me, do you know Bai Rua Shuang?" The passerby appraised her from head to toe before responding, by Rua Shuang. Are you looking for the Lord Mayor's daughter? Helian Sui Sui was momentarily taken aback. The mayor's daughter. She had not previously heard of by Rua Shuang's noble background. After a moment's thought, she nodded in confirmation. Yes, then you need to walk straight down this street, turn left at the end, and after a short distance, you will see the mayor's residence, the passerby kindly directed her. Helian Sui Sui thanked him and proceeded in the indicated direction. As she walked along the street, she contemplated how she should approach by Rua Shuang and the others upon their meeting. Her instincts told her not to disclose Feng Xing's existence lightly, as his identity seemed far from simple. He frequently mentioned his father, which inevitably led Helian Sui Sui to think of the Demon Emperor. If he had any conflict with the mayor, it could potentially lead to a disaster for the citizens of the city. Moreover, Feng Xing was not a malevolent individual. Lost in thought, she soon found herself before the grand entrance of the mayor's residence. Helian Sui Sui quickened her pace, and as she neared the residence, she noticed several guards standing at the entrance, armed with long spears and bearing serious expressions. Helian Sui Sui was puzzled. Even the mayor's residence should not have such a heavy guard presence. Should it? A sense of unease gripped her. Had something happened? Cautiously approaching, she overheard one guard stating, "The mayor has issued an order. No one may enter." Feeling helpless, she explained to the guard, "I am a friend of your young lady. Please relay my message." The guard appeared troubled, and Helian Sui Sui's heart sank. Could it be that by Rua Shuang and the others were in trouble? Just as she was about to inquire further, a familiar voice called out to her from behind, "Sui Sui." Upon hearing the voice, she turned around to find Xie Yan stepping forward, followed closely by Rua Shuang and the others. Xie Yan looked at her with a face full of concern. He raised his hand as if to pat her head but ultimately refrained. Helian Sui Sui was filled with confusion. What was Xie Yan doing here? Did this place hold any opportunity for this male lead? Rua Shuang approached, supported by Xiang Er, and asked softly, "Sui Sui, where have you been? Are you all right?" Her tone was laced with worried, "I'm fine. I inadvertently encountered a formation that transported me to some obscure corner. And it took a bit of effort to return." Helian Sui Sui smiled, spinning around to demonstrate her well-being. "See? I'm perfectly fine. There's no need to worry." Upon hearing this, Rua Shuang and Xiang Er finally relaxed. However, Xie Yan continued to gaze at Helian Sui Sui, his expression inscrutable, leaving her uncertain whether he believed her explanation. Sensing his scrutiny, Helian Sui Sui felt a twinge of anxiety. She glanced around and gently pulled Xiang Er aside, whispering, "Where is your young lady's beloved?" She then discreetly pointed at Xie Yan and asked, "And when did he start accompanying you?" Xiang Er explained that Qi Han Yu was currently unable to visit the mayor's residence as Rua Shuang had sneaked out, and the mayor was likely very upset. Thus, matters between them could not be rushed. Following this, Xiang Er recounted the situation regarding Xie Yan, and Helian Sui Sui learned that he had appeared shortly after she had left. She thought perhaps he had seen her in the peach blossom forest but had chosen not to reveal himself. Rua Shuang approached, stating, "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me into the residence." Xiang Er hurriedly returned to assist Rua Shuang. Upon seeing Rua Shuang's demeanor, the guards immediately adopted a respectful attitude. It seemed that the increase in guards was due to Rua Shuang's unannounced departure. Helian Sui Sui realized why the guard had looked so troubled when she asked him to relay a message. It turned out that Rua Shuang had not yet returned to the residence. Helian Sui Sui and Xie Yan followed her into the mayor's residence. Within the residence, pavilions and towers, along with flowing streams, displayed an opulent grandeur. Helian Sui Sui silently contemplated. Based on past experiences, wherever Xie Yan appeared, something significant was bound to occur, and it was rarely anything good at that moment. The mayor was not present in the residence, and Rua Shuang arranged for Helian Sui Sui to stay in a serene courtyard, instructing the servants to treat her well before hurriedly departing, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. Helian Sui Sui sat in the pavilion of the courtyard, gazing at the vibrant spring scenery, yet her heart was far from calm. "It would be best to leave here as soon as possible," she murmured softly to herself, casting her gaze into the distance. "At worst, I can return to see her when Rua Shuang gets married." As she was about to return to her room for some much-needed rest, her arm was suddenly seized by a powerful hand. Helian Sui Sui was taken aback and turned to find Xie Yan gazing at her with an expression of grave seriousness. Wasn't he assigned elsewhere? How had he made his way to her? "Where have you been?" Xie Yin interrupted her. Helian Suisui's heart tightened. She could not allow him to discover anything about Fengxing, although she was uncertain of the reasons. Her intuition warned her that revealing such information to Xie Yin would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable consequences. I told you. I was before Helian Suisui could finish her sentence. Xie Yin suddenly leaned closer, causing her to retreat hastily. However, his grip on her arm was firm, preventing her from escaping too far. With his face near her neck, she felt a wave of anxiety that nearly made her forget to breathe. She gazed at Xie Yan's flawless profile, as if she could sense the chilling fragrance of frost emanating from him. In her mind, she screamed, "What does this guy intend to do?" Suddenly, Xie Yan straightened up, his eyes fixed on her with an enigmatic intensity. "You carry a trace of demonic energy." Helian Suisui swallowed hard, thinking, can he truly detect that? Is he some sort of bloodhound? So perceptive. Her mind raced. And then a thought struck her. Perhaps the place she had been transported to previously was inhabited by demons, and that was where she had acquired the trace. Upon hearing this, Xie Yin regarded her with utmost seriousness, making Helian Suisui feel somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. She had been increasingly intimidated by his aura lately. Just as she anticipated further inquiries from him, he unexpectedly remarked, "Well, as long as you're fine." Helian Suisui nodded repeatedly, feeling inexplicably guilty. After saying this, Xie Yin turned to leave, leaving her standing there alone. Watching his retreating figure, her heart raced. Why did it feel like she had been caught in an act of infidelity? Hadn't he done anything wrong? Helian Suisui shook her head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. She resolved not to dwell on it any longer and decided to return to her room for rest. After all, she truly needed to recuperate. The day had left her feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Upon returning to her room and lying on the bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Xie Yin's serious face and the chilling scent of frost lingered in her mind. She sighed inwardly. Indeed, with Xie Yin around, it seemed that no good could come to her. Now, she felt as though she had become entranced. Unable to erase his image from her thoughts, Xie Yin was indeed toxic. Chapter 51. Investigating the demonic clan's activity the next day, the city lord returned to the lord's mansion. Bai Rushuang then took Helian Suisui and Xie Yin to meet the city lord. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the courtyard, casting a warm glow on Helian Suisui's face as she followed Bai Rushuang into the spacious living room of the city lord. The room was filled with an enchanting fragrance, adorned with various rare and exotic flowers, and at its center sat a woman in a silver gown on a rosewood chair. Her gaze was profound, her beauty exquisite, and her demeanor elegant. This was Bai Rushuang's mother. Bai Yi.it was only at this moment that Helian Suisui witnessed the grandeur of the Peach Blossom City Lord for the first time. Bai Rushuang approached her and bowed respectfully, softly calling her mother. Bai Yi slowly lifted her head, a glimmer of an inscrutable light passing through her eyes, her voice gentle yet commanding. "Welcome to Peach Blossom City. Please, take a seat." After Helian Suisui and Xie Yin settled down, Bai Yi engaged them in conversation for a while. Bai Rushuang then recounted the events that had transpired with Helian Suisui the day before. Bai Yi listened intently, her expression shifting slightly in surprise. Such occurrences were unprecedented. Helian Suisui explained, sticking to the narrative from yesterday, and after a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi replied, "I shall dispatch individuals to thoroughly search the Peach Blossom Forest to prevent any further unusual formations from emerging." Helian Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. "It would be a great help from the city lord. It is my duty," Bai Yi stated calmly, before turning to them with a question. "You are welcome to remain in the mansion for a few days." Helian Suisui was about to politely decline her kind offer and bid her farewell when suddenly, a maid rushed into the hall in a flurry. Bai Yi raised her head, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the maid, who quickly knelt on one knee and gasped, "City lord, urgent news from Kunlun Prefecture indicates possible activity from the demonic clan. We must exercise caution." Bai Yi's brow furrowed slightly at this news, but she quickly regained her composure and inquired, "What is the specific location?" The maid handed a letter to Bai Yi and respectfully replied, "In a village in the southern part of Kunlun Prefecture, near the Lingxi demon realm." Nodding, Bai Yi signaled for the maid to withdraw. Hearing this news, Helian Suisui's heart jolted. The demonic clan? It had been quite some time since she had last heard of them. She had nearly forgotten that such a formidable presence existed in the cultivation world. She glanced at Xie Yin, thinking, The male lead must accelerate his training. He is now the hope of the entire village. Xie Yin felt her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, but she swiftly averted her gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Helian Sui pondered silently. What did the emergence of the demonic clan signify? Was it a coincidence or a premeditated scheme? Bai looked at Helian Sui and Xie Yin, her tone resolute as she stated, "It seems we must fortify our defenses to prevent an invasion from the demonic clan. If you wish, you may stay in the city lord's mansion. We will ensure your safety." Helian Sui and Xie Yin exchanged glances, weighing their options. She decided to first bid farewell to City Lord Bai Yi, expressing her gratitude for the City Lord's kindness, but they had urgent matters to attend to and could not linger. Bai Yi nodded slightly in understanding. "In that case, I shall not insist. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance at the City Lord's mansion." "Thank you, City Lord." Helian Sui expressed her gratitude. They then took their leave from Bai Yi and exited the City Lord's mansion. Once outside, Helian Sui turned to Xie Yin, proposing, "I plan to visit that small town. What are your intentions?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yin replied, "I will accompany you." Helian Sui nodded in agreement with his suggestion. After all, with his overwhelming combat prowess and the protection of the heavenly principles, there was little to worry about. Thus, the two swiftly packed their belongings and departed from Peach Blossom City. They traveled westward, and after a few days, they arrived at a small town called Qingfeng Town.